The sky is the limit. Wayne Dyer. He was an American psychologist and writer of spiritual growth books. The sky is the limit. Introduction. What is your limit? From time to time, you will hear a person, to whom the third, fourth, or fifth drink is offered in a cocktail party, "No thanks, I have reached the limit." It's a smart comment when you're drinking alcohol. Unless one is particularly fond of hangovers or mistreating the body and mind, it is worth knowing and respecting one's own imitation of alcohol. But all too often, when we are offered a third, fourth, or fifth drink from the cup of life, and, whether we realize it or not, life always offers, we say to ourselves, "Oh no, better stop here. I think I've already reached the limit." I once heard a babysitter shouting behind a very lively boy who was coming into the house so fast that she couldn't follow him, "Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. You know that whenever you get too excited, you fall and hurt yourself." This book is willing to admit that when it comes to your capacity for happiness, development, creativity, constructive capacity in society, whatever you value as a human being, there are literally no limits to what that you can achieve. Of course, if you want to do something that no human can do, if you want to jump down a canyon, without a glider, and fly, you're out of luck. But this book is also about how you can achieve all that is possible for a human being, and also what you want to be, versus what others or society as a whole requires you to be. When I decided several years ago to stop writing textbooks that only a group of professionals would read, to dedicate myself to writing books for the whole world, I was thinking of a 4-part program designed to help people reach their personal highest levels of literacy, happiness and fulfillment. I believed then, and I still believe today, that most people go through unnecessary tribulations in life, because they do not know how to handle their emotions and have become convinced of a lot of psychological nonsense, such as that nobody is healthy psychologically, actually, we're all a bit neurotic, or your personal problems are the consequence of deeply rooted character traits, formed in the distant past, and it would take years of treatment to eliminate them. I wrote Your Wrong Zones, insisting above all on means of getting rid of depressive ideas and behavior, and guiding the individual so that he could begin to think reasonably about becoming non-neurotic, if he wished. My second book, Avoid Being Used, gradually went on to indicate the means of dealing with people who wanted to manipulate or victimize you, people who may not have eliminated their own bad zones, so they may believe they have to prove your own worth by your ability to put yourself down. As the fact that you allow yourself to fall into the traps of another is, in its way, a wrong zone as well defined as any of those that were addressed in Your Wrong Zones, we have to combine the image of the person who has eliminated their zone's erroneous personal looming of the person who avoids being used, to compose the image of the person without erroneous zones, that is, a person she. But, already when I started to write Your Wrong Zones, I had planned to write a definitive book for the individual, indicating how to go much further from the she state, as defined in the first 2 works. There are many more things in life than simply learning to solve your own problems and confront potential manipulators, to manage your own emotions, and to trust yourself. Every individual is inherently capable of reaching dizzying heights of happiness and fulfillment. The main barrier that prevents most of them from reaching them seems to be fear, the fear that this height will make them dizzy and prevent them from rooting more firmly in the ground, although that is what actually happens, as they will see in the following pages. In our society there seems to be a general fear of flying too close to the sun, of getting too much and then losing it, to become too happy and then sink. This infects not only individuals but the entire species. When we consider the ability of human beings to live in peace, in harmony, productively with joy even, and then consider the world as it is, the comparison is pathetic. And why has the human species reached this situation? For the sole reason that individuals have remained blind to the infinity of their own capacity, and have wasted time trying to become average individuals, in adapting to what is traditionally expected of them, adjusting to the social structures that perpetuate the misery that is today most of the world in which we live. The sky is the limit may be a cliché that has certainly been abused lately. The sky is the limit on what you can save if you shop at Johnny's second-hand car business. But the oldest clichés and the most hackneyed phrases of the language tend to contain the greatest truths, if we put them in their proper context, and if we seriously think about it. The sky is the limit turns out to be absolutely true as applied to the capabilities of human beings. If you think about it carefully, the mysteries of the universe, how high is the sky, are nothing compared to the mysteries of life. Who is this human being who in the last millennia has come out of the caves and created theories of relativity, has given the sky its name, in the first place, has scrutinized the universe and has even shown that no machine designed according to any system logical, no man-made computer can even compare to the mathematical ability of human thought? So the next time you gaze up at the sky in awe and bewilderment, remember that you harbor much greater mysteries within yourself. The difference is that heaven cannot think about itself, it cannot choose what it will be. This book represents a crossroads for me in several ways. I hope it represents a change for you as well. It offers the how and why of total human development, a program for learning to think, feel, and act so that you can transcend your average or normal personality and become an individual you never dreamed of becoming until now. In these pages, I will encourage you to embrace humanistic values and a humanistic lifestyle that will not only turn your life into a delight that you will savor day after day, but will bring to you world the creative and imaginative direction it needs to become a more human and perfect place for all of us who inhabit it and for those who will follow us. To mark this change, to give a name to that person, who we can all become, if we want, I have coined a new term. I will call that person who transcends his average or normal personality and who culminates in his vital powers the individual without limits, SL, thereby indicating that such person does not accept any false or artificial imitation. In reality, the she individual and the limitless individual are two sides of the same coin. You cannot become a limitless individual without having eliminated your erroneous zones, and if you had eliminated them, if you were an she individual, you are already on the way, or at least on the threshold, of creating a life of full freedom. In this sense, she and limitless could be used interchangeably. But I often use she to refer to the bird before taking flight, the individual who has eliminated his wrong areas, but has not yet fully tried his new wings. I usually use no limits to refer to those who already fly through the blue without limit. I hope that you will judge this book attractively original, not only for telling you new things, but in the broader sense of being pregnant with thoughts that will vibrate in you sensitive chords and will help you to awaken your own and new way of looking at the world and also likewise. But for a book to be truly original, it must be deeply rooted in what the author considers the most vital and fruitful thought of the past. My philosophers tell me that it was Aristotle who first thought of defining living things not in terms of what they are at a given moment, but in terms of their powers, or what by nature and in their fullness could become. That it's how I think we should all see ourselves, admitting that at any given moment we are truly the best we can be at that moment. You can be perfect. Unfortunately, the idea of investigating humanity's unlimited capacity for greatness has not exactly dominated in contemporary society, and so the roots of this book are deeply embedded in the work of a few exceptional and atypical thinkers. More than in the numerous writings of those included in the general stream of what today passes through psychology and philosophy. Of the significant thinkers who influenced my own training, by far the most important of all is the late Dr. Abraham Maslow, who devoted much of his life to the study of what he called self-actualization, that is, the highest levels of being or evolution that are within the reach of humanity. Maslow, in an attempt to create what he called a psychology of being, described the qualities that differentiate self-actualized individuals from others. To build the image of the limitless personality, I have adopted or adapted some of Maslow's self-actualizing qualities, and I have dedicated this book to his memory because I admire his innovative spirit. Maslow wanted to study humanity from a different perspective. He was convinced that the great achievers had to be studied and learned from their example, instead of confining psychology to the study of disease and minimum levels, and ending up looking at human beings only from the point of view of the flaws of his psyche. Maslow believed in the greatness of humanity. I also believe in it. While doing research to compose this book, and in writing to it, I have worked hard to make the work of Maslow and other related thinkers in the humanities much more accessible and assimilable for all. I am convinced that we can all reach a high level of human development, that we can all become self-actualized, we can become limitless people, if we strive to achieve it. It all depends on what we decide to do. No one is superior to another by nature, and consequently anyone who wants to can make big decisions and truly be a human being. In writing this book I have urged not only how to become a limitless person, but also why. Too often those who do research in the field of psychology fall short in explaining specifically what the individual can do to reach their highest levels of human capacity and wholeness. Speculation and philosophical considerations abound, but there is not enough specific research to determine where we want and how we can get there. I have tried to fill this research gap with this book. Although I have learned a great deal from reading Maslow and other authors, and have tried in various ways to translate everything these previous researchers have taught me into terminology that everyone can understand, in this book I basically lay out what I know is true, not because it is true. Have read but because I have dedicated myself to live it daily. I've checked what you have and what to do to live fully in the present, and I know it works. This book breaks through the traditional barriers of psychology in several ways and ventures into the realm of philosophy. Don't be scared by that, because I don't think of philosophy as that dark jargon used by academics who today call themselves philosophers. You will realize from the simple fact that you have never heard of a contemporary philosopher, that none have ever had anything to say to you, that academic philosophy has to be a dead discipline, at least, dead to the world. The sad thing is that the academic philosophy of the last 30 or 40 years has been lost in the analysis of grammar and in the construction of logical systems, related to technological and scientific issues, regardless of the humanistic search for wisdom that made it born in its origins. If the philosophers attack a humanist advisor like me for penetrating their territory, they should meditate a little on their forgetting about those areas of the territory of philosophy that I am trying to cultivate. Philosophy retains its original meaning for me, it is the search for fundamental human wisdom, and someone has to undertake that search. I really consider myself, first of all, a practical philosopher, and only secondly, a psychologist. Since the great existentialist thinkers, Kierkegaard, Sartre, Heidegger, no one has asked what it is to be human, and even the existentialists rarely considered the great heights to which the individual can reach, focusing instead, in pessimism and the absurdity of existence. The philosophers today are so busy in their disquisitions on logic or in the attempt to prove that a tree exists or not when no one is looking at it, that they offer no help to human beings who can cope with the trees and forests of his own life. This book is intended to be a course in practical philosophy to become practically human. The essence of my philosophy is based on the belief that you can motivate yourself and choose greatness even if you have never done so before. By avoiding the psychological and philosophical jargon of the academic world and substituting it for the language of common sense, we can unravel the mystery of understanding our unique and personal ability to become fully human and live happily in our daily existence. Many of us normal individuals have become convinced that the limitless existence itself is beyond our reach, solely because some of the words and phrases that describe self-actualized individuals, to use the Maslow's terminology, have challenged a normal language treatment by academics. If you have read your wrong zones and avoid being used and helped and enlightened you, I am sure that you will see this book as a logical continuation of the previous two, and you will find that it is based on its premises. But you don't have to have read those books to understand this one. I have endeavored to reintroduce, when deemed necessary, themes and issues from these two books in order to develop them more fully in this one. But in those two books and in this one I explain how much I have learned thus far about life lived to its fullest potential, how you can achieve personal excitement and supreme ecstasy, along with a true sense of purpose and mission that you will bring to your life. A meaning that perhaps it lacked before. We all thank those who make life beat faster and stronger for their work. I want to contribute so that your existence and also mine are fully alive day after day. I want every individual who reads my words or hears me speak to come one step closer to their own full humanity. I want everyone to put aside the internal psychological barriers and see clearly what has remained in the dark until now, that you can become whatever you choose for yourself. If I could help you to understand this for yourself, my own sense of my mission in the world would be even fuller. I mentioned earlier that I had started writing popular books with a 4-part program with total human development in mind. The Sky is the Limit, complete a program to treat the adult individual as he relates to himself, to others and to society. But my total program is only 3/4 complete. The fourth, last, and basic part will be a book dedicated to the application of the principles of She Unlimited Life to the education of children. There is no doubt that we can educate children in such a way that they develop to fully display their full humanity. They don't have to submit to the traditional mental illnesses that most people inherit from our culture. Educating children to operate fully and have a creative life is a very real possibility, and the development of a book that explains how to achieve this will be my next and definitive project in this series of works. Nothing can be more important to me or to us than the inheritance of mental health and the belief in the unlimited capacity of the human being that we can pass on to the next generation and all future generations. But we will not be able to transmit this to them until we have assimilated it ourselves. Try to enjoy reading this book. For me it has been a pleasure every minute I have spent thinking about it, doing research, doing interviews and writing it. If he infects you with the same zest for life that I have felt in recent months, we will all fly together soon. Wayne Dyer. When Alexander the Great visited Diogenes and asked that could do for the famous teacher, Diogenes replied, "I ask that you step aside and do not take the sun away from me." Today we know how to increase the creative capacity. Until then, the best we can do for the men and women who possess that creative capacity is to separate us and not take away the sunlight. John W. Gardner. Self-renewal. 1. From the she to the personality without limits. Nobody prevents you from being perfect. A few years ago, when I was participating in a national television program, a woman asked me a question that, judging by its tone, was intended to be hurtful and derogatory. "Tell me," she snapped, "how does one feel when one is perfect?" That woman, like most people, seemed to consider it a kind of sin to think of yourself as perfect. You have to feel dissatisfied with yourself and continually try to achieve the ideal that another has of what it is to be perfect, and that, for of course, it is always unattainable. This woman is also likely to think that what is perfect must always remain as it is, that a perfect person would never change or develop. In fact, you probably think that only God is perfect, and that is why you consider it a terrible sin of pride for me to admit that, in certain concrete senses, I have come to the conclusion that you must allow yourself to consider yourself perfect if he reaches his full capacity as a human being. I remember that I said to this woman, it is perfectly valid to consider himself perfect, does not, by any means, be presumptuous to believe than the rest of humanity or lack of motivation to further develop the IA personality. You know very well that the ocean is perfect. So are the flowers, the sky, your kitten, and all things in existence. They are as perfect as they can be, even though they are continually changing. The sky is not the same as it was an hour ago, but it is still perfect. Your cat is continually changing, and yet he is no less perfect for it. You can evolve, change and be different in 1,000 ways, and yet be a perfect creature. The essence of your perfection is your own ability to see yourself, to accept what you see as perfect in the present moment, and then to be able to become something else entirely, but still perfect. It is ironic that we always consider animals perfect, and deny, on the other hand, that same quality to ourselves. We are the most perfect creatures that can be created on this planet, of that we can be sure. You are the result of millions and millions of years of evolution, the work of God and all the other influences that have shaped your arrival here. Physically, you cannot become better than you are. Your body and mind, if you want to differentiate them, are nature's most perfect models to date to ensure the survival and perfection of a living species on Earth. You should marvel at your own powers and abilities every day. Being perfect means seeing yourself with new eyes. It means allowing yourself to come fully into life, instead of always wandering around, thinking that you are not yet good enough to join the big competition. It means respecting your own humanity and your unlimited capacity as a human being. It means giving yourself permission to develop and reach the highest levels imaginable. In this sense, you have the capacity to be perfect. You can consider yourself a finished work, without having to show off to others or prove anything to anyone, if you cultivate the balance, confidence, and sense of inner pride that I will talk about in these pages, while giving yourself the possibility of a total human fullness. Illness, health, and super health. The medical model. If you consider the medical model for the treatment of disease in our culture, you will discover that the majority of those who practice medicine operate between point A and point B, following the continuity process outlined below. A. Disease. Medical treatment. B. Normal health. Preventive medicine. C. Super health. Individual initiative. Point A represents the disease requiring medical treatment, which will lead to the recovery of normal health or chronic illness or death of the individual. Point B represents an absence of symptoms of illness, or what we call normal health. Most of the medical practice in our culture is focused on treating and eliminating disease. Between points A and B you will find all the diseases that afflict the human species, and a kind of program to treat each of them. We obsessively seek means to make the disease disappear, to make the individual go to point B. Between point B and point C, what I have called super health, extends the fertile territory of preventive medicine, which ranges from the administration of vaccines and the cleaning of teeth, the promotion of physical exercise, regulate and adequate nutrition, ask that workers do not breathe in asbestos or coal dust, to environmental considerations, such as pollution, or the depletion of the Earth's ozone layer. There are, of course, many individuals who practice medicine with a rational sense of task and others who advocate or practice preventive medicine, and a small but growing minority who wish to broaden the field to include all aspects of medicine. Our existence that contribute to ill health, from physical to mental and environmental factors. There are a few who are beginning to seriously consider the possibilities of behavioral medicine and the methods for teaching people to think, feel, and act in a healthy way, from the very beginning of their lives. But even those who want to expand preventive medicine are very few, and those who control the system tend to scoff at them. Current medical practice uses, in general terms, tranquilizers, antidepressants, and drugs of all kinds. The governments of the United States and other countries have publicly denounced in their reports, which have been reported in the media, the abusive use of some of these drugs. However, prescriptions keep pouring in and these drugs continue to be manufactured and sold in vast quantities. The volume of unnecessary surgical interventions is also alarming, and well documented. However, the practice of medical treatment between points A and B continues incessant, and will continue to be so until it is opposed by individuals in large numbers. Almost no one has thought to act between points B and C to the extent of studying individuals who are extremely healthy, vigorous, happy, full, who do not have chemical dependencies, etc., and determine what their characteristics are, what their characteristics may be. Secrets to enjoy your super avalanche. This may be largely because super health is a matter of individual choice and personal initiative. If you have started to run, walk, play tennis, or do any similar exercise because your doctor has advised you to lose weight or take care of your heart or increase your lung capacity, it is a preventive medicine procedure intended to maintain normal health. Maybe you think about the time you need for the daily exercises and do them thinking that you could be doing something else. But if you exercise daily on your own initiative, because you like it, because you find it pleasant to be in contact with your body and its amazing ability to return a ball or run 15 kilometers, and you will not trade it for anything else, nor will you miss anything while doing it. This is a completely different situation. What for others is just another obligation, for you is a joy, and you will not be willing to do without it even temporarily because you consider that your normal health is already assured. It is difficult to tell the difference between joyful, conflict-free exercise and exercise as a must when it comes to physical health, but when it comes to mental health, and who knows where physical health ends and mental health begins, it is the difference between the normal personality and the no-limits personality. When there are enough individuals who reach the level where people think for themselves and do not need doctors who simply write them a prescription that gives them drugs to control panic attacks, then the process from A to B and going back will no longer be the norm of physical health in our culture. And she person already knows that he or she, and in one pill, can cure their distress, and consequently, they will look inward and not outward to cure it. The excitement of practicing medicine between points B and C means there are doctors who want people to stop thinking and living insanely. It means teaching patients to wish for super health, to control their body instead of strengthening their illnesses using external means such as drugs and pharmaceuticals as the only method of treatment. Psychology as medicine. Pathological approach. The field of psychology, traditionally considered in a basic sense as something attached to the branch of medicine called treatment, also operates between points A and B on its own continuity process, which is more or less this. Almost all research on human behavior has been done by studying individuals with symptoms between points A and B that cause them to function below the average, the so-called normal level of their societies. Psychologists, with the notable exception of some rebels like Maslow, have traditionally focused on neurotic symptoms, depression, and the absence of clinical psychological illness as a sign of normalcy. Hahn is written profusely about poor mental health, but very little about achieving mental health. They have written a lot about the need to exert yourself, but almost nothing about ever getting anywhere. They approach individuals as beings that always have to improve rather than accepting them as healthy individuals, just as they are. The profession, like the whole of society, seems obsessed with the future and its planning. Not the slightest attention is paid to the present or how to enjoy it. It's all about being well adjusted to things as they are, to being normal or average individual. Virtually no attention is paid to the innate capacity of every human being for greatness. Psychology studies those with almost all symptoms, and then creates a theory of why individuals behave as they do, based on the absence of such clinical symptoms, as the ideal target for everything. Psychologists analyze those who manage to keep pulling, don't get caught up in trouble, and still work, even if they don't have the slightest peace of mind, and use them as the role model for all of us to emulate. There are other dimensions, more exciting and more significant, to the study of human beings. Why not take a look at the happiest, the most successful, the most creative, the most constructive, and the most productive individuals in our midst and see what we can learn from them before making generalizations about what is possible for us? Your examples would help provide fertile guidelines that we could all follow. This would be the positive approach to psychology, and yet there seems to be widespread resistance to it. Maslow used greatness analysis in his research on self-actualization, but although he made important insights, his proposals are not widely considered in current psychological practice, in part because there is no reliable statistical data that support your research. But the fact is, there can be no hard statistical data that is fundamental to the study of human greatness. In principle, it is impossible to predict where or to explain how genius, imagination, or creativity will emerge in the world. There is no formula for coming up with original theories or creating original works of art. It would be absurd to try to apply the measuring instruments of science and calculations to the study of human capacity in the first place. We can, of course, generalize about the type of upbringing, education, and environment that favor the appearance of she individuals, what types of influences, attitudes, and options create individuals without limits. But these judgments are deeply subjective, for they are based on an attempt to understand the inner workings of great intelligence, and Maslow undertook that task in the only possible and legitimate way, using his best common sense to interpret what I read and heard and felt and saw, the same approach I take in this book. In any case, today's social scientists seldom venture outside the fields of study where data can be quantified, where everything can be assigned numbers, and graphs and maps can be drawn. So they continue with their statistical research, filling in the blanks on their yes or no questionnaires, receiving their grants, and writing their research projects and placing them in scholarly publications for other researchers to read. If every individual is unique and constantly changes every day, the only thing that can be said about any social research data is that it corresponds to that group of individuals on that particular day, and, taking into account the tendency of human beings to differentiate and change, it is unlikely that the same results can be obtained if the study is repeated. These scientists do not help human beings to change and become happier and more efficient. On the contrary, like many of their colleagues in medicine, they eternally wander between points A and B, not daring to believe that they could actually be at a point C. You don't have to fall into the trap of plotting your life progress solely between normality and worse. If you are psychologically normal, that is, if you face life as well as anyone else, why don't you consider yourself between points B and C and forget whether or not you are sicker today than you were yesterday? Why don't you stop comparing yourself to all the other people who decide to be unhappy and neurotic? You can begin to judge yourself in new ways, although the professions that deal with human behavior never cease to study exclusively what they consider disease in others, without ever beginning to focus on what is possible for humanity as a goal. Maximum, even if the science of human behavior never does anything to help you. You don't have to wait for the bureaucrats of the profession to catch up. You can begin to consider yourself and your life in an exciting and original way that will make every moment of your existence on this planet worth living. From panic to control. And what is in the middle? You will notice that at the end of the table on page 24 it says, there are several ways to assess your current development status. One is to calculate your ability to solve problems or situations that arise in daily life, ranging from the ordinary to the potentially pleasant or joyful and even the tragic. The above scale is a well-known measure of mental health. It is basically a 5-step ladder where you can review how you normally react to the wide spectrum of situations in your life. Panic. Panic assails the individual when faced with problems and believes that they have no capacity to solve them. Panic means running disoriented, not having any confidence in your own reactions to a given situation, be unpredictable, not trustworthy in your own eyes. You may be faced, for example, with the problem of having to change a flat car tire for the first time in your life, at night, in a deserted place. Your initial reaction might be panic. He may just cry or get out of the car and spin around, first one way and then another. You can get hysterical, screaming obscenities in the dark, against the tire or against the nail in the road. You expend a lot of energy this way, but you expend it all on anger, frustration, confusion, and conflict, and you do not devote an iota of it to solving the problem. When panic overtakes soldiers in combat, some rise from the trench and walk amid a swarm of bullets. Most individuals who are placed in mental institutions for protective reasons are there because their physical lives are in utter panic and cannot be trusted not to harm themselves or others. Their behavior is uncontrollable and unpredictable. We all have panic at some point in our life, especially when we find ourselves in a strange environment and faced with problems that we have never solved. The key to whether we are totally immobilized is how long we are dominated by panic and how often it occurs. If you stub your toe at night, screaming and hopping around the house, take a few minutes. If you even hit the walls, this is close to panic, but it is not severe, actually a natural reaction, because you are not immobilized in the face of a problem that requires attention. You cannot hit your foot. The only thing you can do is wait for the pain to go away. But, of course, if you continue to scream uncontrollably 3 weeks later, if you accuse your family of deliberately moving the furniture with which you hit, if you continue to harass objects and people long after the pain has disappeared, it is certainly you are a candidate for hospitalization, because your panic has lasted too long and has taken on extreme tones. Some people spend their lives plagued by a sense of panic about their jobs, relationships, financial woes, and many other problems. He wanders from one problem to another, never knowing exactly what to do or how to react, with a kind of continuous whirlwind inside him. If you find yourself in this situation, know that you can only scroll in one direction, up. Inertia. The term inertia describes a state in which the individual is unable to move, unable to act. In such a state, you will remain immobile or be pulled in the same direction as before or according to the directives or pressures of others. When it comes to troubleshooting, inertia often follows a spasm of panic. In the emotional aspect, it is usually associated with depression and/or boredom. If the depression is chronic and deep, or the boredom is existential, that is, it is not boredom or boredom with this or that situation or activity, but with life in general, it can lead to psychosis and/or depression. Suicide. Søren Kierkegaard captured the inheritance of existential boredom in either this or that. I'm not interested in anything. I am not interested in writing, because the exercise is too violent. I am not interested in walking, walking is too hard. I'm not interested in lying down, well, I should lie down, and I'm not interested in doing it, or should I get up again, and I'm not interested. Summa summarum, I am not interested in anything at all. Depression and boredom produce a general lack of initiative, a passive behavior that pushes the individual to stay in bed or at home doing nothing more than feeling sorry for himself. Not only do individuals suffer from this inertia, but also many relationships between individuals. Deep down, a couple who have had scandalous fights and would be daily for 20 years, will remain integrated because both parties are afraid to do something, because at least there is security, in the form of predictability, in knowing that there will be a he fights at 3:30 this afternoon, and the world as a whole has become so bleak that individuals cannot imagine any change that could make any appreciable difference. They cannot even imagine the possibility of living at a higher level. Inertia is much more dangerous and painful than panic for the average or normal individual. When you lack the capacity for action, you are a candidate for the most depressing genre of life imaginable. The individual, in this situation, vegetates and deteriorates. The main cause of stress and anguish and wear and tear on the human body may not come from job changes or location, or divorce, or even death, but rather from living day after day in unresolved relationships, without knowing where you are going but feeling a chronic depression about your life. Inertia turns your interior into a whirlwind. And he watches the external world with a gray curtain. If you are in a state of inertia, any step, any action that you take will help to alleviate this whirlwind. Going back to a flat tire in a deserted place, after you have screamed, kicked the car, cursed the nail and vented your anger, you may be wasting even more time in a state of inertia. Maybe he just sits on the floor and mutters to himself. He may get back in the car and ponder his misery for a while. Obviously, if the inertia goes too long, it will never fix the tire, but you also know that staying inert will not be effective, so move to the next level of mental health on this 5-step ladder. Competitiveness. Competing means either fighting someone or something, or devoting considerable effort or considerable energy to something. Competing therefore supposes, in both senses, having a certain direction, orienting oneself towards a goal. It means trying to do something, whether it's eliminating your wrong zones or achieving financial security. Competing is not succeeding, but at least something is done. It is a much more positive attitude than panic or inertia. On the other hand, many people for whom competing is the dominant life attitude spend their entire lives competing and trying to achieve something without ever succeeding. Chronic or compulsive competition involves constant hustle and bustle and continually future-oriented living. And it may very well keep you always swinging from task to task, unable to enjoy the present because you are always considering the next goal, without fully activating a large part of your life. Many adults and young people suffer from this compulsion, this urge disease, to a serious degree. It essentially means running after something that will always elude you. There must be periodic moments in your life when you are here, when you have arrived, when you are able to enjoy the moment. But that is impossible for some. Some of these perennial competitors can't even enjoy a vacation. They are too obsessed with what they have left behind, or what they have to do when they return, so they want to go back and start planning the next year's vacation. Going back to the flat tire, maybe you get tired of brooding and go back to the trunk. He opens it, and there is the spare wheel and the jack, but he doesn't know how to put the jack on or remove the wheel. He walks 100 meters looking for a house or someone to help him. He comes back later because there are no houses or lights in sight and because he doesn't really like talking to strangers. He might not be able to find a house or a telephone at that address for 10 miles. Try in the other direction, also without result. Get back in the car. Perhaps you will sink into panic or inertia again. Perhaps you take out the jack and the spare tire and consider interpreting the instructions, and then leave it because you think you have misplaced the jack, or misplaced the wheel. You are struggling, not solving the problem, but fighting, competing, and that is a positive step, although not enough, of course. Competitiveness can become adaptation, even control, or it can melt into inertia or panic, or it can become a way of life. It is you who must choose. Adjustment. Being adapted means that you are able to keep going, that you do not allow things to immobilize you, that you become a well-adjusted individual, and this seems to be the goal of most parents and teachers in the world. But this adaptation has a second connotation, even more important for our purposes, with which all those who know what a fret saw are will be familiar. A fret saw is a band saw that is tensioned into a U-shaped frame and used to cut complicated wooden models, and here trim meant to form, to shape of another member, conform to an already given shape, or adapt to an already established pattern. In the psychological field, this adaptation to a model has always meant adjusting to the status quo, conforming to the image of what one should be offered by normal or average society. If this means cutting back on some of our hopes, our dreams, our secret aspirations, and it means resigning ourselves to the fact that some favorite parts of ourselves are eliminated in the process, it is said that this is life, that is the way of life. Price to pay for conventional success. This comes up over and over in the reports. Sally is a well-adjusted little girl. She fits in perfectly with her group. She does well in school and gets along well with the other children. In other words, you are learning to be exactly like everyone else. And to be an obedient person who will never be a problem for anyone. Let's get back to you and the flat tire one more time. If you face the situation, you may not be able to fix the wheel completely, but at least you won't be immobilized, you won't panic about the problem. You may waste time in panic, inertness, or futilely struggling, or you may decide to begin to resolve the issue immediately. In the first few minutes, you may have already reasoned, well, there is no one around, it is such a deserted road that it is very likely that no one will pass through here for many hours, and if I read the instructions and do it meticulously, I will just fix the problem before someone who can help shows up. Or you may decide, it is too risky to risk fixing it badly, I will turn on the red lights and wait patiently for someone to help me. If necessary, I will sleep through the night in the car. Or you may decide to walk in one direction or another and not stop until you find help, even if you have to walk 20 miles. Whatever you decide, if you are just adjusting, your decision is likely to conform to what normal society would expect of you in such a situation. If you are a young person who has never changed a tire, it can be considered a matter of self-esteem not to seek help, to solve it yourself. You may decline help if someone offers it to you. If you are a woman who has always considered that the task of changing the tire is a man's job, you may not even consider solving the problem alone. he will seek help from the male or wait for a man to appear, or perhaps he fears that a certain type of man will appear. You may be so skilled that you lack wrong zones in this situation. If someone offers you constructive help, you will accept it gratefully. If not, you will determine, by reading the instructions and by trial and error, how to solve the problem on your own. Or you may decide, I'm not in a hurry, I'm not tired, it's a pleasant night, I'll sleep in the car for a while and I'll solve this matter later if no one shows up first. I am not opposed to individuals learning to adapt, but I consider that it is not the optimal level for a human being. This level is all too often considered the highest on the ladder of human capacity, when in fact it is still miles and miles from the maximum height, if there is actually a maximum height. You have heard many times about learning to adapt. Psychologists in America often talk endlessly about teaching people to cope with their problems, which means avoiding them according to conventional forms of adaptation. Although there is no doubt that it is better to adapt than not to adapt, mere adaptation is a far cry from authentic mastery or control of oneself and life situations, and even further from true fulfillment, which involves change, not adaptation. In the broadest psychological sense that includes the entire life of the individual, why should the individual learn only to adapt, to adjust to the problems or diseases of the world? Adapting means just continuing, not allowing things to immobilize you, and becoming a well-adjusted individual, which seems to be the goal that most parents, teachers, political leaders, and other authority figures in our world have set for us. To others. Even if you had a great capacity to adapt, far superior to that of those who are sunk in panic, inertia, or mere debate, even if you were the President of the United States, General Motors, or the University of Harvard, there is a much nicer place on the horizon, a place you can be every day if you try and believe yourself capable of being there. Control. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the place. Control means being the master of your own destiny, being the only person who decides how you will live, react, and feel in practically all the situations that life presents you. This book deals with precisely this type of control, the transition from living she to living without limits. When you have finished reading it and control its contents so that you can apply its philosophy to your own life, you will have to spend a great deal of time on the highest rung of the ladder. I do not mean by this that an individual is always in control disposition, or on any other level of the ladder set forth here, in all areas of life. In the course of our existence we oscillate many times between panic and control, and the best carpenter or carver in the world can be a lousy father, while the best father in the world can be intimately in a state of chronic despair about your calling, your marriage, or anything else. But we are better or worse in terms of our ability to effectively address our promise sectors or our particular problem, depending on this problem or on these promise zones. Being an she individual or a limitless individual means spending more time in control, less time on the lower rungs of the ladder, in more areas of life. Consequently, the total limitless individual would completely control his own emotional worlds. According to Maslow, these individuals are very rare and widely dispersed, but they do exist. Maslow believed that the self-actualized person or, in my version, the she/no limits individual, had to be rare on our planet. In fact, he believed that many are called and few are chosen, and that only a special caste of individuals could achieve what I call total control of life. On this I disagree with Maslow. I believe that everyone can refuse to accept paralyzing attitudes to situations and problems. And that it is they, and not some mystical force of heredity, or an astrological sun sign, or a personal psychology, who control your thoughts and, consequently, your feelings. Let's go back to the flat tire scene to see what control is. Even if you have not previously had to deal with a flat tire, you know that this is not a reason why you cannot change the wheel now. You know that you will know how to do it. Although you may have to do some trial and error and may make mistakes, homework is also about excitement and adventure, and it teaches something new, something that will come in handy the next time you get a flat tire. Have full confidence that you will be able to control the situation, because you believe in yourself. There is no time to feel sorry for yourself or for the pessimistic idea that you will not be able to solve the problem. You know there is a manual in the glove compartment, with plans and charts and detailed instructions. That is the way. Problems are the spice of life. We should welcome them with open arms. An unlimited individual will not say, "Hooray, I jabbed, here's a chance to have a little fun solving a problem." If someone who knows how to change a tire comes along and offers help, no one will say, go away, I want to figure it out alone." The individual she will accept the help gratefully and cordially. And the same is the individual without limits. The difference is that the individual she may walk away saying, "Wow, how lucky, that could have been a mess," after sitting on the side of the road paying scant attention while the stranger changed the wheel, chatting with the utmost cordiality possible, while the unlimited individual will ask the stranger to teach him how to change the wheel or follow the process step by step to make sure that he will know how to do it the next time. Control is the level of being at which you are to your own life, to your destiny, what a master craftsman is to your creation, not an artist. Control is a level that we can all enjoy much longer than we imagine. This book is about gaining control of our own world, rather than settling for less. It is about finding what you really want and feel within yourself, instead of resigning yourself to the routine and staying on those lower rungs of the ladder. Try to trust yourself and take risks. He tries to achieve success the only way the unlimited individual can, by pursuing what is important to him. Henry David Thoreau put it this way: if you confidently move in the direction of your own dreams and goals, to lead the life you have envisioned, you will meet unexpected success in normal times. Who can be an unlimited individual? Many personalities in the field of human behavior have used their own terminologies to describe higher levels of human emotional evolution, including the man in my profession whom I most admire, Abraham H. Maslow. Maslow used the term self-actualization to describe what he considered to be the most advanced in terms of mental health. Carl Rogers spoke of fully functioning individuals, Eric Fromm spoke of the autonomous individual. David Reisman spoke of the internally directed man and Carl Jung of the individualized person. There are many coincidences in the characteristics that each of these researchers attribute to what I call the unlimited person, but there is also disagreement regarding specific details, and there is not the slightest indication in their writings of how an individual can reach these levels. As I have said before, my main disagreement with Maslow's conception of human greatness of the self-actualizing individual concerns exactly who can reach those upper rungs of the human ladder. Maslow goes on to say that being fully evolved is reserved for a very special category of select individuals. My experience in my own life, as well as my professional tasks of helping others, have shown me that every individual can reach their own maximum level of evolution. I am convinced that if you really want to achieve a continuous higher stage of life, you can dedicate yourself to it systematically, and there is no reason why you cannot achieve it. You don't necessarily have to be a special person, with the good fortune of having inherited self-updating genes, to be an she or no limits person. I am sure that all the inhabitants of this planet have an innate capacity to live life in a satisfying and spontaneously stimulating way. We can all free ourselves from depressive thoughts and negative behaviors and become human beings who live fully from day to day. In sum, everyone who truly wishes to achieve this can achieve a high level of physical and mental health, and no one is more likely to become more self-actualized or function more fully than others. You should not tell yourself that there is nothing you can do to change your situation because it has always been this way. You do not have to tell yourself that you cannot really change or that it is almost impossible for you to reach a higher stage of existence because you are excessively enclosed in your habits. Pursue what you want for yourself if you decide to work, day by day, adopting a philosophy of life that will provide the maximum degree of fulfillment and happiness, regardless of their circumstances or problems you had that front are until today. Why continue here in the first place? It seems that we have everything predetermined and established. We have convinced ourselves that the true purpose of life is to try to surpass everyone else and to endlessly pursue goals that always elude us. Everywhere we see individuals struggling and worrying and turning life into a game of acquiring possessions or social status rather than internal satisfactions. The goal of life in contemporary society seems to be achieving goals future-oriented, determined from the outside of the individual, please dad or mom, or getting good grades, diplomas from universities, select professional qualifications and an SOS, prizes, money, 3 cars, 2 televisions, electric can openers, and finally, some savings for retirement. And it seems that no one ever reaches the goal set. We all eagerly search for external objects of one kind or another until the point where we have no time to enjoy life. Why be here in the first place? This is the first question to ask yourself if you are pursuing a philosophy of life that truly changes the way you live. Remember, you don't have to stay here. As countless suicide bombers have shown, if you want to get out right now, there is no authority, no law against suicide, no preacher to preach on the sanctity of life, who can stop us. To be or not to be, that is the dilemma, and, whether you understand it or not, you respond to that daily dilemma simply by not committing suicide. But I have offered you life and death, the blessing and the curse. Therefore choose life. Deuteronomy 30:19. To me this means much more than don't kill yourself or be a survivor. It means choosing life in all its glorious wealth and limitless potential, choosing it for what it truly is, the most extraordinary miracle in the universe. Therefore choose life. The matter has a heady load of absurdity. If someone were to say to you, I have placed carrots and spinach before you, therefore choose carrots, you could very well say, why? The proposal lacks a small element, something that indicates that areas are better than spinach, and that moves you, consequently, to accept them preferentially. But suppose that instead, they had said, I put before you carrots sautéed with butter and spinach boiled with gasoline. In that case, the waitress would have no need to say I recommend carrots, but if you said, so choose carrots, you might say, of course. And the same is true of therefore, choose life. A living being has only to know the difference between life and death, which only adult human beings seem capable of forgetting, in order to know what is better. The really important thing about the biblical passage, in my opinion, is that only adult human beings are offered the choice between life and death. We are the only beings on earth capable of saying to ourselves, some lives are simply not worth living. Mine is one of them, therefore I choose death. But with this added value to adult human consciousness comes an even greater dividend, because a dimension has been added to our ability to appreciate life. Perhaps the deepest meaning of the biblical passage is, only you are able to measure the full difference between life and death, because only you have a vision of the full options of life. The future of all life on earth has been placed in your hands. Therefore, choose life. Relatively few individuals commit physical suicide in a direct, conscious, thoughtful way. These few are the ones who, whether or not they are psychotic, or for whatever reason, I think some have reasons that may be legitimate, have asked, why stay here in the first place? And they have given themselves this answer, there is no solid reason for me anymore. But in the same way that only you can answer, no solid reason, you can also say, all the reasons in the world. And find more reasons to choose life than any other being in the universe, that I know. So if you are slowly committing suicide, or are fully aware that you are not really living, you feel like living dead, you may not be directly choosing death, but you are not really living. Truly choosing life, in other words, you are stranded, like a ship on a reef, between panic and adaptation, and he does not know whether the next time the tide rises it will float or sink. Why stay here in the first place? If you decide to get creative about it, you could list an infinite number of reasons. But since you have already chosen life, considering that you are still here, let's start with a very simple philosophical consideration, the simplest version I can offer of the philosophy of life that I propose. Let's pretend that the real objective of being here, in the first place, is to go through life enjoying to the fullest, without mistreating anyone and carrying out tasks that make this planet a better place for all who live on it today and for those who inhabit it. When we go. This may sound like too much, but as a philosophy of life, I think it is not too ambitious for any human being, and its key element is that part of you enjoy your own life. A distinguished educator, Nevitt Sanford, put it this way: when it comes to the balance of human values, I would place the enjoyment of life as an essential priority and justify it on the basis that if one does not know how to enjoy life, it will inevitably be a burden on others. She, Zen, and Muga. El Art of Living Now. Futurization, that vicious circle. If you really intend to move from an she life state to a limitless state of life, you must carefully reconsider how you spend the limited number of days you have in your life. If you endlessly pursue the symbols, badges, or banners that normal people use to value success in life, whose primary symbol is money, indefinitely postponing your enjoyment of life as it is offered to you now and expecting to really live in a future age, you will never truly live in the present. Futurizing can become the most destructive of habits. The present is always wasted in planning for the future, which never quite comes. If you set out to get enough money so that you can always be happy, you will never be happy. That persecution will become the sole objective of life. If what stimulates you in reality is that hunting task, of persecution, when a certain level of income becomes alkaline, it will raise the index of your aspirations, and then you will believe that you are in need of more money. If you have made prestige, money, awards, fame, or any of the multitude of what I call external compensations that society continually tries to sell you, you are trapped in a career without end in pursuit of success, which, from a practical point of view, is the root of all modern neurotic diseases, including acute distress, tension, hypertension, ulcers, depression, obsessions, headaches, cramps, tics, heart disorders and emotional trauma, as well as unsatisfactory family relationships. A defensive lifestyle, a lack of love in your life, and so on ad nauseam. Without a doubt, futurizing is one of those great social wrong zones that infest our culture. And she individual can do several things to get over it and start living now. The first thing is to fully recognize that now is the only moment you really have. It is such a fundamental and simple truth that it is strange that there are so few people who know how to live in the present. Unless the science fiction time machine is invented, and until it is invented, no one will actually be able to flee from the present and live in no other time. But if you let your thoughts constantly wander all over the time map, now regretting the past or feeling guilty about it, or worrying about the future, you can literally live your entire life in absentia, absent, even separated the only time he can really be living. Almost everyone lives life in silent despair, said Henry David Thoreau. This may apply even better to those of us who lived in the late 20th century than to those who lived in the 19th century. And, being so, it means that the vicious cycle that causes it, and that Wendell Johnson in People in Quandaries called the IFD disease, idealization, frustration, demoralization, is on the rise among us, and hence our need to understand how it acts and how it can be overcome. At point 1 of the circle is the tendency to idealize the future, to believe that when this or that happens, the future will be very different and superior to the present. Next Friday I'll have a great time at the dance, when I graduate, when I get married, when I get that promotion, when our first child is born, when we have the new house, when I get that bonus, when the holidays finally arrive, when our friends arrive, when they leave, when he passes the exams, when the divorce is finished, and so on, always hoping for something in the future and using the present moment in planning, imagining, hoping, wishing, and dreaming of future happy time. As the circle continues to point to, the predictable result is frustration. The future will never quite fit your dreams. As soon as it becomes present, it is destroyed. The dance wasn't that fun, actually, the bachelor's degree was a pain, The honeymoon was over as soon as the wedding ceremony was over, I spent the premium almost before I got paid, the holidays were boring and I was wishing they would end. The third point of the circle is the demoralization you feel each time the future becomes the present and you disappoint. It can lead to a severe and prolonged depression, or, if you have become accustomed enough to enduring disappointment, you can quickly resign yourself and try to convince yourself that you shouldn't expect much from life in the future. Anyway, what do you do next? He re-idealizes the future and the process begins again. He ends up fully adapting to a life of silent despair. The only way out of that trap, which is holding millions of individuals immobilized, is to undo that circle and start living your life fully today. To transcend the past. Although it may seem too painfully obvious to mention it, the truth is that the past has passed, and whatever happened then it will never return, and it will never be able to be recovered. Whenever you find yourself wasting your present moments paralyzed by something that happened in the past, you are unnecessarily punishing yourself. The first step in overcoming your past is to let go of the attitudes toward it that paralyze you now. This involves changing your attitudes toward the present, rather than trying to artificially erase anything from your real past. If you have decided to waste the present by wandering through the past, lamenting lost opportunities or reminiscing about the good times, lamenting that everything has changed, or wishing you could relive your previous life, you will only murder your present. But if you decide to abandon the past whenever it prevents you from thinking, feeling, or acting effectively in the present, your past will then be integrated into the she/no limits perspective. I want to insist that letting go of the past does not mean eliminating your memory, or that you must forget what you have learned and that it may make you more happy and effective in the present. I have previously quoted thoughts, philosophical and poetic, from the distant past and humanity that I believe are worth remembering, because they contain truths that can illuminate the potential beauty of our present lives. What I mean is to immediately free yourself from those learned attitudes that prevent you from functioning effectively and being happy today. For example, if a person you loved has just died, it is natural for you to be grieving for a time. But as painful as the loss may be, the world reminds you of the immeasurable difference between life and death, and that is a message you cannot ignore. He is obliged at this moment to bear the pain, not feeling it would be inhuman, not expressing it would be psychologically catastrophic for you. But if you held on to that pain indefinitely, if you never allowed it to dissipate and did not go on living in the now, you would be condemning yourself to live eternally in the past, compulsively negative reaction. Pain cannot make you get back the person you love, it can only purge your grief over the loss of that person, and at best lead you to an even more determined surrender to life. Likewise, if you acknowledge that you have misbehaved in a certain situation, that you have carelessly and unnecessarily hurt another person, you can certainly apologize by expressing your distress for such behavior. But if you allow constant remorse to keep you from working now, if you persist indefinitely in that feeling of guilt and remain obsessed with something that is past, you are behaving in an unproductive way. Your life will not improve because you feel guilty. You can learn from your mistakes, you can make a vow not to repeat that action that is the cause of remorse, and continue living in the present. Pack your bags. Your own life story can be a powerful positive force for you, or it can stand in your way and prevent you from living fully in the present, depending on how you decide to use it now. The sad fact is that psychology, since Freud, has approached the past of individuals almost exclusively in terms of destructive influences. A therapist may spend months or years with a patient trying to bring up forgotten trauma, identify what his parents did to him in childhood to so traumatize him, etc. Certainly, there may be very valid things for many people in this approach, although I wish psychologists were as effective in helping people to overcome the destructive influences of the past as they are in bringing them to light. But, as is so often the case with the psychological medical model of treatment, this approach only unravels half the story. Suppose that an individual's father was rigid, domineering, too strict, and that the individual can attribute some of his current wrong zones to this negative influence. It is evident that the individual must eliminate these areas from his consciousness. But does he have to end up hating his father for doing all this to him? Do he have to accuse him of not being perfect? Is that parent to be held accountable for things that only the individual can change? Resentment can turn into a wrong zone on its own, a reservoir of shame and malevolence that is destructive not only to the allegedly responsible parent, but to the individual as well. And there is another equally important question that is rarely mentioned: what specific values have you received from your father? Maybe your father often took you fishing, maybe he taught you how to fish, and you still like to do it. Do you remember your father with love and affection when you have fun fishing today? Perhaps parental stiffness encompassed an utterly generous devotion to personal honesty, and perhaps it will instill it in you. Maybe a childhood friend is in jail today for having fallen victim to the temptation to go outside the law a bit, but you know that this will never happen to you because, for some reason, such temptations never surface in your mind. Your basic honesty is the pride of your life. I would pay any price to keep it, and that no one dares to question it or attack it, because it will collide with an impregnable fortress. Well, who taught you to build that fortress? If you really want to become a limitless person, looking back to the past must include collecting and appreciating all the wisdom, truthfulness, and beauty, all sources of inspiration, that the story of your life has provided. Where will you draw a creative and inspiring philosophy of life, if not from the reserve you have accumulated during your life experiences? To transcend or overcome your past, perhaps you should start by admitting that what's done is done, and dispense with those fixations that have kept you imprisoned in the mirage of yesterday and away from the now. But such a process will undoubtedly culminate when you pack your bags, when you collect from your past everything you really want to take with you. Once you've packed your bags, you only have to take a short bus ride into the present. Shi, Zen, and Muga. Rarely does the art of living fully in the present moment appear in our culture. In fact, we don't even have an ordinary word or constructive phrase for the art of living fully in the present. Existentialist philosophers have used Kierkegaard's concept of immediacy to describe that state in which the individual is in direct contact with his present, a childish state in which nothing hinders his experience of the present moment, nothing, nor regrets for the past nor illusions for the future, media between you and the now in which you live. But too often this immediacy is associated with a childish state in which the individual is unaware of the larger world around him. It is often thought that when one passes from childhood to adulthood, one loses forever the state of innocence, this childlike joy of immediacy, and can never truly regain it. If we believe that we can all live now and decide to look for concrete examples of how to cultivate such art, we have to turn to other cultures that have studied the matter more deeply than we have. The individual who is willing to live now can find in Zen an easy bridge to do so. Zen and Shi seek to achieve inner peace by pursuing it in exactly opposite directions. While Zen is based on an intelligence-to-intelligence instruction between teacher and student to achieve satori, awakening, or total awareness of the present moment, Shi addresses the same goal without relying on another teacher than yourself to figure out the way. Zen theoretically leads to absolute peace of mind. Some time ago, Newsweek magazine published an article entitled The Japanese Art of the Moment, which analyzed the system followed by Japanese culture to cultivate that living fully in the present moment, the ancient tea ceremony, called chanwoyu. For a moment, there is nothing else in life but the sensation of the bowl and the tea. What the tea drinker actually feels is summed up in the timeless Japanese term mu. In a literal sense, mu means nothing or zero, but much more connotes intense and fixed concentration on the task or immediate pleasure. All distractions are eliminated. In this zero state, thought only focuses on the immediate. What characterizes the Japanese triumph in all the arts is precisely this ability to focus, to make every second, every millimeter, every brush stroke, or every line of lines drawn by a pen count. Abraham Maslow said that Japanese culture based on Zen reached a much higher level than Western cultures in the art of living in the present moment. Maslow used the Japanese word muga to describe mindfulness in the present moment, and he defined MUGA in this way. It is the state in which you do what you are doing with total surrender, without thinking about anything else, without any hesitation, without criticism, doubt, or inhibition of any kind. It is acting in a spontaneous, pure, perfect, and total way, without any type of blockage. It is only possible to achieve this when the self is transcended or into life. 1. If you achieve the MUGA state in any human activity, you will achieve a level of inner peace and personal satisfaction that you may never have experienced. If you can learn to focus all your present thoughts on a tennis match, a long career, a sexual experience, a concert, a creative task, or your life's work, you will find that you experience a joy, an ecstasy, coming out of himself, that he had never believed possible. MUGA, living fully in the present moment, does not imply using a trick or a mental trick to deceive oneself, nor does it require specialized training in Zen or in any other discipline. All you have to do is let go of the negative attitudes and behaviors that have kept you from enjoying your present moments for a few of those moments a day. The whole process of incorporation into the present begins with the renunciation of the past and the future in favor of the now, in as many of their life experiences as possible. 6. Come now. Survival, you have to live now. Our lives are very fragile. Like it or not, they can end abruptly at any time without warning. Thousands of individuals die each year in an automobile accident. You may have friends or acquaintances who have died suddenly of heart attacks, or who suffer from incurable diseases and have been given 6 months to live. You may have witnessed the bitter irony of death falling on people who seem to have long and promising lives ahead of them. If there is anything that can move us to appreciate living now, when we really have life, it is to compare the fragility of individual life, as we have said before, and the capacity for survival that our species as a whole seems to possess. But, in reality, the survival capacity of the human species seems to be based on the capacity of some individuals to live fully in the present moment when their lives are threatened. Terence Desprez, in his book The Survivor, An Anatomy of Life in the Killing Camps, tells us about some of the most horrible experiences that human beings have suffered, the experience of the Jews in the death camps. Nazi extermination of World War II. Although our daily problems are very real to us, we are not normally subjected to physical torture or moral offenses designed to make us abandon all hope. But we can learn something about living now from the struggling souls who survived in conditions that wiped out almost everyone who lived in those death camps. The conclusion that Desprez draws about how some survived is the following. Only a radical and rebellious return to elemental life could keep them moving in a gloomy and dead universe, minute by minute, day by day, month by month, year by year. Time stopped, menstrual cycles stopped, place lost means due. Intelligence was encapsulated, as a defensive measure. When the need to defend life arises, the natural and spontaneous reaction is to resolve the situation day by day, minute by minute or second by second. The past and the future vanish. The only basis for survival is the present. Desprez speaks eloquently of those who survived the Holocaust, of the human beings who were locked up like cattle on their way to the slaughterhouse, who suffered years of torture. The survivor managed to be one thanks to the fact that he had vital capacity. Reduced to the condition of a formless protozoan, he struggled and fought at sea. He endured because, abruptly thrown into the biological foundations of life, life seemed worth living. He lived it moment by moment in a state of elemental struggle, focusing on the small infinitesimal element of existence that he had before him, a helping hand when someone falls, a coat that someone who had two gave him, a fish head, a bowl of beans, a ray of morning sun that shines on a leaf of grass glimpsed while they pass roll call, a stomach relief, a cigarette butt, a minute of rest by the side of the road. They weren't wonderful consolations, and the survivors weren't some kind of Zen survivors, either. These consolations were millionths of a second of sanity in a prolonged madness. Points of light in a long darkness. It seems that those who did not survive when they still had a chance were the ones unable to take refuge in the total primitivism of the present and, consequently, considered life pleasant and preferred it to death. Normal, living now sometimes. If you really want to remember what it is really like to live in the present, fully absorbed by what is going on at this particular moment, look at young children. A young child can follow an insect for 10 minutes, forgetting everything but the insect's fascinating shape, its color, its movements. When he gets tired of chasing the insect, he can move on to play with a partner and then throw rocks at a tree. Whatever you do, you are completely in the present. This same fascination with the present is possible for all of us because we all carry within us a child and a survivor. We have all experienced what we call magic moments in our adult lives, moments that in memory are perfect, glorious, ravishing, beatific, states of total delivery to the present. Often magic moments are related to erotic exchange, and there are those who can experience magic at sporting events, conferences, concerts. Others can achieve these joys by building a new game room, roaming the woods, or talking to stimulating people. Some women have told me that their most intense moments of the MUGA experience occurred during childbirth, or when they first held their newborn child. Some painters have told me about the experience of working long hours at a time with the full fascination of being totally immersed in their work. Other people with well-defined creative outlets have explained to me that they can spend 12 hours working on a sewing machine to make a new garment, or writing a poem or book. We have all experienced that feeling of total surrender to what we are doing, in which the sense of day, time, place, and any other quantitative measure of where we are is lost. We transcend time for a bit. A typical reaction to a MUGA experience is to look back and realize how much time has really passed when in reality we had no sense of time passing. The hours passed as if they were minutes. So lost were we in the present that we actually transcended time and space. We all know what it is to return to the total surrender to the present. The problem is that, although we have all experienced what it is like to live now a few times, most of us have had that experience very seldom in our adult lives. The step from living she to living without limits, supposes, a. cultivating the art of living now to the point of being able to enter the MUGA state whenever we want, and, b. enter it more and more frequently and for longer periods. I want to insist that living now does not mean refusing to plan for the future, even if it means reducing planning to the minimum possible, or eliminating all planning that is actually a MUGA experience, while planning a vacation, a work project, or, in REAITY, whatever you propose to do. As long as you don't put your heart on the trade-offs you're going to provide a predetermined or idealized experience, and instead enjoy your planning task, browsing travel agency brochures, finding out about proposed locations, looking for the place that seems most suitable for you, depending on what it is, an experience now, and not a bet for the future, rejecting the present, even the fact of planning can become a pleasure of the present moment. But learning to enter the MUGA state at will and thus increase the MUGA experiences in one's life will require a great deal of self-discipline from most people, a basic statement of attitudes and ideas. Commitment. The final stage of living in the moment supposes the practical realization of that objective, the commitment to surrender to the task. The French existentialists had a term to express it: engage. Means be engaged in something that has a meaning so deep for the individual, the deeper is allowed to pursue it, the more creative is allowed to be in their achievement, more domestic resources devoted to work on it, more vivere now the individual. My personal experience has shown me that my work, counseling, books, lectures, actions in defense of what I believe to be the best in the field of mental health, has been the most constant force, the basic motor of my own personal dynamics, which has pushed me the most to become a limitless person. I will talk later about the importance of meaning and purpose in life without limits. But now I want to emphasize that living now in one's job, career, vocation, profession, or whatever you want to call the way you spend the essence of your days, is usually, not always is, basic to achieve a level of existence without limits. That is, if you have not found a way to fulfill your vocation, it is very likely that you feel bored, frustrated, depressed. You may have found a way to make up for the lack of content in your 9-to-5 job by finding purpose, content, and commitment in the roles you play in your off hours. In a hobby, which is an activity independent of your vocation that takes you out of your primary task and provides you with enjoyment and satisfaction, like a hobby, a few hours volunteer work, or whatever. Robert Frost, one of the great limitless poets of this century, perfectly expressed the ideal of uniting what one loves to what one works on, despite what their separation may render. My goal in life is to unite my hobby and my vocation. Just as envision the two eyes merge. Only where need and love meet. And work has deadly interests. It really is created for heaven and for the future. 1. However, it is clear that not everyone can be lucky enough to actually get the job they want to do. You may like animals and want to get high by helping a vet, but perhaps no vet within 100 miles needs a helper. You may have to settle for something else, at least temporarily. If you do, can you afford to waste time at your job hating it and futurizing when you get the job you really want to do? Of course not, but, luckily, the union of vocation and hobby and the achievement of that commitment in your work depends as much on your ability to love what you do as on your ability to do what you love. If you have cultivated you enough the art of living now, you can find meaning, excitement and fulfillment in any job. Why is one garbage man surly, slapping the bins angrily and leaving garbage on the sidewalk, while another is always friendly, clean, and tells us, "It is fascinating to see what people throw away"? The archaeologist who excavates the garbage piles 8,000 years from now, you're going to have a lot of fun trying to figure out what this is all about, or, you know, they're opening a new recycling center for cans and bottles a few blocks away. Trash, trucks, boss, and pay are the same for both, so judge for yourself and determine why one of them is happy and constructive and the other unhappy and destructive. While committing ourselves to our vocation is essential to the art of living now for almost everyone, and has prompted many to create our great works of art, achieve our greatest scientific discoveries, and become benefactors of humanity, the limitless person is able to give himself up to virtually everything he can do, from fixing shoes to landing on the moon. I said before that the Shi approaches living now from one direction and that Zen approaches it from the opposite. This is partly because the Shi individual does not rely on any teacher to teach him the way, but only creates his own path. But what is perhaps even more significant is that Zen relies on periodic escapes from the world to reach Muga states, while the limitless person seeks a fuller engagement with the world to reach those same states. By this I do not mean that the relief, vigor, and inner peace that Zen meditation provides cannot be externalized to the world. It can and is done, with very healthy results. If the Muga experience, as I have explained it, does not make sense to you, since you have a hard time imagining, or remembering, what it is like to live now, you may want to test whether Zen, yoga, or other Oriental arts Muga cultivation can provide you with the insights you need to cross the bridge and live without limits. But I believe that Zen is only one of the possible bridges to live now, and that, as a philosophy, it is far from the place we want to reach, back to the world, in all its glory. Commitment, the richness of this concept is such that it ranges from the thought of existentialists to the phenomenon of childbirth. A critical point in the final stage of human pregnancy is that of engagement, in which the fetus ceases to float in the clasp and fits the head into the mother's pelvis, preparing for delivery. The midwife knows that life is about to go out into the world. That is what I really think of commitment. You stop floating in the cloister and position your head, preparing to live in a whole new world that is about to open up around you. You prepare to find that world with the gaping wonder of the newborn and the accumulated wisdom of his maturity. Commitment means that you will be living now before you know it. An example of the practical power of commitment in everyday life: has it ever happened to you that you had a bad cold and couldn't stop coughing, sneezing, and sniffling, and had something very important to do at the same time? What happened? His body blocked the cold until he finished that important task. Perhaps you would have to make a decisive speech. Perhaps you were scuba diving for the first time, or had an exam that could not be postponed. Once the test was over, the cold continued. He had runny nose, cough, sneezed, etc. But while you were fully engaged in your activity, there were no symptoms of a cold. Why? Have you ever noticed how much you get tired when you have to do something unpleasant, and that you barely notice fatigue when you are engaged in a challenging project? You can spend days and days getting very little sleep if you are redecorating your home, writing an important book, learning to fly an airplane, or traveling to new and interesting places. And yet you are quickly exhausted when faced with a project that bores you. Why? I think the answer is very simple. When you are creatively devoted to your life, you have no time for sickness or tiredness. In the same way, when you are busy, active, and living your present moments, time seems to pass too quickly. There is, of course, no time for depression or heartbreak. You are carefree even though the backdrop of your life may still be exactly as real. When I counsel someone with depression, I invariably find that the antidote is some kind of satisfying activity. The final decision is not to tear apart the individual's childhood, to accuse his parents or others of his problems, but to help him find the means to give himself more to life. Busy people rarely have time to inhibit emotional problems. Being too busy can turn into a disease on its own, no doubt, but the bottom line here is that being alive in the present is the most powerful antidote to emotional confusion or depression, and the ability to live in the present. It is, in essence, a skill that you must cultivate in the course of your daily life. If you are, for example, waiting in line for gas, cursing fuel shortages, and increasingly furious at the sheiks of the Middle East, the wiles of the oil companies, and the maneuvers of Washington bureaucracies, there will be you have chosen the way of wasting this present moment in a useless and negative way. You will continue to wait in line if you decide to, but it is up to you how you decide to wait. Could you use the time productively, devote yourself to writing letters, reading a novel, talking to others about the structuring of other lifestyles, and thus free yourself and stop being held hostage by the world's oil executives? Can't you find any way to make the situation work in your favor and not against you? In my personal campaign to cultivate the art of living now, I have found that the increasing frequency of my MUGA experiences in recent years depended primarily on my becoming more predisposed to abandon the traditional ways in which others believed that I should live my life. I have found that the more freedom I allow myself to experience what is important to me, the more my MUGA periods have been extended. I am much more able to fully focus on sports, when I play sports, what I am doing if I empty my mind of everything else, the office, the book, the client I am going to see in the morning. In order to spend hours enjoying a hectic game of tennis on a warm summer afternoon without worrying about the sweltering temperature, humidity, sweat, fatigue, or any other interference, I need to say to myself, I don't care. QUE others think it should be in the office at 2 o'clock on Tuesday, August 3rd, just because it is a working day. The more freedom I allow myself to play ardently and give myself completely to the game, the more I transcend time and space and live from all in the present, the more aware I am that I am learning to live now. For the same reason, when the next individual walks through my office door, I will be more adept at blotting out the tennis match and concentrating on it if I silently say to myself, if I had adjusted that shot, I would have won the second game, or I'm sure next time I'll beat him. And when the time comes to write something, I can also count on my ability to spend a whole day sitting or at the machine completely forgetting about the passage of time, without any feeling of fatigue, hunger, boredom, or any other distraction. Just allow me to put in writing what I consider important to say. The more permission I give myself to live in the moment and enjoy it without feeling guilty and without judging any other time, the better I feel about the quality of all my work. I am not concerned with how critics judge my work, and since I write, firstly, to please myself and, secondly, in case I please any reader, I feel satisfied. I know deep down, for example, that even if no one ever read what I write, what I say is so important to me that I am justified in formulating it and keeping it for my own use. The enthusiasm that comes from writing long hours at a time is my best reward. Getting paid to write books, having readers whose lives are improved by what I have written, being on the sales hit list, etc., are random questions, accidents that happen as a consequence of living the present moments of life. Meaningful way to me. In fact, the decision to give this book its title was the result of one of the most immediate MUGA experiences of my own life. Some time ago, I took a trip in a hot air balloon. 2 hours passed in what seemed like 5 minutes floating over the land while the wind carried us away at will. Between the infinite sky above us and around us and the solitude of the good green earth below, sharing the experience with the person I love, I found myself more fully in the present than I had ever been in my entire life. Months later, when I was shuffling definitive titles and themes for this book, From Nothing Stops You From Being Perfect to Take Advantage of Your Time 100%, and a friend suggested Heaven is the Limit, I fell in love with the title, and I'm sure that the reason was the one that captured the inspiration of living now of that balloon. I hope you are willing to embark on your own balloon ride, to live now, to accept the fact that mastering life is something that has always been, and is still, within your grasp. 2. False teachers. You may find it shocking to move from the idea of control or dominance to that of false dominance or authoritarianism, but my studies on the path to self-actualization and my own experiences on the paths of life have taught me that the most persistent barrier between normality and living without limits is authoritarianism, which is so abundant in contemporary society. It is quite possible that most consider that they know exactly what kind of person the authoritarian individual is. The prototype is the dominant individual, usually male, who waits blindly to be obeyed by anyone he can force to accept his authority, an aggressive, impatient, arrogant, stubborn, narrow-minded, irrational guy. We could think of someone like Hitler as an archetypal authoritarian character. This prototype has some truth, but it is only the surface and a small part of the story. The dictionary definition of authoritarian is as follows: 1. Related to or favorable to submission to authority, 2. Relating to or in favor of a concentration of power in a caudillo or an elite not constitutionally responsible to the people. It follows clearly from this that the father authoritarian type described above is only a true authoritarian if he takes his own values, opinions, and guidelines from an authority which he in turn accepts as superior to himself and to whom he lend blind obedience, be this authority the president, the general, the church, the chief, or just the governing norms of society. Thus, no matter how much the parent authoritarian shouts about the evident and undeniable veracity of his opinions, no matter how much pretend to be the owner of himself, the owner of the house or of any other thing, his identity rests deep down outside himself, in that great indisputable authority to which he pays absolute fidelity. This fake domain can be relatively harmless or extremely dangerous. In Hitler's Germany, the authoritarian did not see Hitler, far from it. The authoritarians were those Germans who blindly followed him and who made authoritarianism possible in the first place. So the parent authoritarian type is the exact opposite of what it sounds like. He is an individual who does not really trust himself, who has a weak personality, and perhaps a hint of paranoia, and who clings to his authoritarian image like a helpless child clings to his mother. And the parent authoritarian or the active authoritarian is obviously only half, or less than half, of the picture. He is nothing without those who blindly follow him, the passive, submissive and, until recently, at least, prototypically feminine counterpart, the ones who accept all his orders and never question what he thinks, the children or employees or acquaintances whose thoughts you can control. The authoritarian mother, the traditional wife, who in most authoritarian societies may even appear to be the property of her husband, may appear in submission exactly the opposite of the authoritarian father, and in no way make her less authoritarian. Sense. To dance a tango you need a partner, and to build an authoritative chain you need several links. It should be clear from what has been said that the authoritarian individual is not necessarily the one with authority. In fact, an individual can be authoritarian precisely because he has no real authority over himself, because he accepts the artificial limits that society sets for him and takes out his frustrations on others. The consideration of authoritarian is normally rejected because the term implies limitation, rigidity, domination of others. But less frequently it is noted that authoritarianism produces the same effects in the original authoritarian, and that all who participate in the restrictions, rigidity, and dominance are equally authoritarian. I have said before that I consider prevailing authoritarianism the strongest barrier to reaching unlimited life in our society. Anyone who is a keen observer of society can see that few individuals think for themselves, but some social scientists have calculated that 75% of the members of our culture, Western civilization, display more elements authoritarian than not authoritarian in your daily life. This should not surprise us, if we consider that parallel statistics generally indicate abysmal states of mental health. I believe that the dramatic increase in cases of chronic depression, nervous breakdowns, family breakdowns, suicides, alcoholism, chemical dependencies, ulcers, hypertension, anxiety, and other illnesses of this type is due, in large part, to frustration interior and boredom engendered by authoritarianism. As a human being, you were created to think for yourself. His intelligence has to rebel against anguish, his emotions will be governed by the weight of mental chains. If you don't allow yourself the freedom to think with your full and unlimited capacity, you will end up blaming others when things go wrong. By an irony of fate, which makes us more quickly identify our own defects in others, you will blame the authoritarianism of other people, fidelity to various great undisputed authorities, for the problems of the world, and you will not know how to relate to a person who thinks of truth freely if you meet her. In fact, it will be the free and serious thinker that you most quickly condemn as authoritarian, for having the audacity, the pride, or whatever, to support your position in life basically on your own judgment. On what authority do you think that? Just your own? But that means very little. If authoritarianism is as immense a misguided social zone as I believe, we will have no choice but to transcend it in order to shape and shape society, to even begin to fully develop our full capabilities as human beings on a large scale. But the solution begins, as always, with you, with the individual, and in order to assess your own level of authority, I think it will be worthwhile to analyze the psychology of authoritarians of all kinds in more depth. Back in the 1940s, a group of 7 sociologists led by T.W. Adorno conducted a monumental study on the psychology of authoritarianism. The results were published in 1950 in 2 volumes entitled The Authoritarian Personality, nearly 1,000 pages of research, statistical questionnaires and tables, and a wealth of technical findings describing personal characteristics that researchers had found to be related to authoritarianism, which they defined in a very similar way as I have defined them before. Reading this large volume of information is generally limited to university sociology courses, but the content is so important that I think it should be more accessible to all of us, the generality, so I will summarize and interpret it here. The important thing when you read about authoritarianism is that you realize how often you display authoritarian traits, and that you wonder if authoritarianism is actually the predominant element of your character. You may also find it instructive to use the following descriptions of the authoritarian personality as a guide to help you define what in yourself you would like to change, and what you really need to change if you want to become a person. Unlimited features of the authoritarian character. Summarizing over 1,000 pages of in-depth research on authoritarian personalities, by T.W. Adorno and other authors, and by combining their findings with my own observations, I have come to the conclusion that the most significant characteristics of the authoritarian personality are the following. Intolerance of ambiguity. One of the key traits of authoritarians is that to feel comfortable they need to have things specifically defined. If there is no yes or no answer to every question, no matter how complex the question may be, they show signs of anxiety. Inconsequencia. Authoritarian is little tolerance for individuals working in areas inherently ambiguous, philosophers, artists, social or political thinkers. He insists on knowing exactly where he is going in life and when, and the mysterious, the unknown, and the unknowable are threatening to him. You tend to cling to the safety of habit, and you are often afraid of quitting a job or ending a relationship, not because your best interests dictate it, but because doing so would leave you in a state of insecurity that is too threatening, impossible to bear. As intolerance towards ambiguity supposes an overwhelming need for certainty, whether or not it is false, it leads individuals to super-organize their lives and to demand that others structure their lives in the same way. Authoritarians tend to view themselves as perfectionists, but this is true only in the trivial sense that they need things to be done in one way only, and not in the broader sense that they help create a more appropriate environment for everyone to live best. Consequently, authoritarians are easily upset. In fact, they tend to be paralyzed when things are not exactly going their way, which is the way that their authority, whatever that is, says they are to go. One of the favorite phrases of authoritarians is usually, "a place for everything and everything in its place." They cannot adapt to the idea that in this life few things or people are going to stay long where they want them to be. This intolerance of ambiguity manifests itself in the family when the active authoritarian, usually the father, insists that everyone always obey his rules. If the family is playing a game just for fun, the authoritarian usually interrupts to report the smallest violations of the rules according to his own interpretation of the rules, and most of the playtime is spent reviewing the code of standards. In parent-slash-child relationships, parents who cannot bear ambiguity often impose unrealistic expectations on their children, asking, "What are you going to be bigger?" when the children are 5 years old. Countless conflicts arise about taking care of the house, keeping it clean, and especially your room, because everything that is messy or out of place constitutes an intolerable ambiguity. In reality, the house can only be in one way, and when it is not, it constitutes a source of hostility. Parents with authoritarian tendencies often demand perfection from their children in school, and their children often learn to demand it of themselves. But perfection just means obeying the teachers to the letter and getting A's on all tests without asking difficult or delicate questions, not reading novels under the table when the class is too boring or monotonous, and not asking why there are so many things in school that have to be boring out of necessity in the first place. These same children then learn to make equally irrational demands on themselves, their parents and other family members, and eventually their own children. Those who are especially sensitive to this intolerance of ambiguity are often forced to plan everything, including vacations, budgets to the last penny, and even the placement of underwear in the closet drawer. A vacation without a reservation, or without a well-detailed itinerary, creates an internal mess that, if not resolved, can lead to an ulcer. The authoritarian must know in advance what he is going to do, and this must be confirmed at all costs. In addition, he soon imposes this need for security on everyone around him, and is constantly on top of those who are more tolerant of ambiguity, saying things like, "Why don't you plan your life better? If you put everything in its place, you will be able to knowing where to find each specific thing whenever you want. If you don't organize yourself better, you will suffer the consequences." From the perfectionist dressing and grooming to the meticulously organized home in all its facets, from the rules of order imposed on everyone else to the perennial need to have a plan, almost all authoritarians have a mindset. From countable bookkeepers, which is applied to everyday life. For them, the record book of life is not a diary in which memories of rich experiences are recorded, but a ledger with well-defined columns where debts and credits are recorded. The objective of life is to accumulate the entries in the column of values, in terms of conventional social values, and to avoid the errors that can increase the other column, that of debts. While the authoritarian seeks to maintain order in his home, on vacations, at school, in his life, and at work, he leaves very little room to enjoy the things he has while he actually has them. It also rejects spontaneity and a healthy spirit of adventure and inquiry. Sexuality is a good example. For the authoritarian it is a programmed act with a precise script to follow, and not a means of expressing love. There is little interest in foreplay and affectionate hugs once the act is over. They tend to focus exclusively on orgasm, especially boys, and tend to have a finicky cleaning that sometimes leads them to shower before and after. They often see no reason to give sexuality a value other than its function, a means of reproducing the species, or perhaps of releasing excess sexual energy. At work, intolerance of ambiguity manifests itself when the authoritarian meets others who have less need than constant certainty. The Italian author demands to know exactly what his co-workers are doing, what their goals are, and how they intend to achieve them. They are usually very gossipy and very inflexible in their advice to others. The most extreme authoritarians may have their personal goals planned at intervals of 5 to 10 years. They feel forced to pretend or try to be sure of where they will be at 25, at 35, at 45, and so on. They literally break down when they can't keep up with their schedules, and the idea of simply not worrying about what might become of them in the future is absolutely inconceivable. I remember one afternoon I was walking along the beach and a man who was passing recognized me from one of my television appearances. He greeted me and asked me where I was going. I told him I was not going anywhere, that I was walking on the beach. But how far do you plan to go? I wonder. I don't know, I told him. I will walk until I no longer feel like walking. But you will have an idea where it is going, whether it is going to the port or somewhere else, he insisted. No, I have no idea, I said. That man was perplexed, as if the idea of an aimless walk on the beach made no sense and he was taking the pee on. How could I take a walk without having a clear idea of the itinerary, how long it would take me to travel it? This individual really thought that I was making fun of him, that I was trying to annoy him instead of frankly explaining what he was doing. He refused to understand that sometimes just doing something for the simple joy of doing it is much healthier than planning everything down to the last detail and keeping track of every step one goes along the way, and incessantly comparing the results of previous tentatives in fields such as strolling along the beach, read, swim or having sex. Dichotomous thinking. A dichotomy is, in essence, a division of a certain group of things into two mutually exclusive parts, the division of a class between boys and girls, of a group of animals between sheep and goats, or of a group of whole numbers. Odd and even, etc. It is clear that the proper use of dichotomies is a basic element of thought and language, without them we would be totally incapable of reasoning. What is less evident is the fact that the abuse or improper use of dichotomies, which is characteristic of authoritarians, constitutes one of the greatest dangers to true thinking, meaningful communication, and mutual understanding in our culture. What I have called dichotomous thinking is this systematic abuse, the compulsion that forces us to divide everything and everyone into mutually exclusive groups, good/bad, right/wrong, friend/foe, and to leave things as they are, without taking into account the subtleties, the nuances, and even the obvious errors that this attitude can suppose. I mean by this that the authoritarian lets the need to dichotomize at all costs rule his thinking, instead of using dichotomy as an instrument of intelligence that is only suitable for certain specific tasks. Dichotomous thinking can be seen as an offshoot of intolerance of ambiguity. When it comes to people and complex human problems, dichotomous thinking constitutes an urgency of judgment that immediately eliminates the possibilities for the authoritarian to increase his wisdom and knowledge and separates him from all those whom he has placed in opposition. Likewise, an example of dichotomous thinking would be, if you believe that homosexuality is a perfectly legitimate lifestyle for freely consenting adults who choose to practice it, the authoritarian will very likely draw the conclusion that you intend to promote it. Homosexuality as a general system of life. You must be for or against. The authoritarian usually reserves the right to explain to you in unambiguous terms what you really think or what you stand for. Nothing you can say will alter your decision to place you in one field or another. Authoritarians tend to be tougher on those closest to them. If someone in the family were to consider the advantages derived from a more liberal legislation regarding abortion, or the relaxation of certain norms related to drugs, for example, it is very likely that the authoritarian would react by saying, either you are in favor of abortion, or you are against him, or if you want marijuana legalized, you must also support the legalization of heroin and all hard drugs. The basic problem is that the authoritarians do not have space in their internal circuit for intermediate positions, to operate in the gray areas in which almost all human activities take place. You will also hear authoritarians say things like these: all Jews are good traders, all blacks have a sense of rhythm, all Asians are smart, all teenagers are quarrelsome, this generation is destroying itself, all the women are Latinas, men are only interested in sex. It is actually absurd to label all people in any grouping and consider that they line up to one side or the other. If you tend to indulge in dichotomous thinking and try to impose it on others, it would be better to keep an eye on authoritarianism in your own home. Rigid thinking. Authoritarians are not only incapable of tolerating ambiguity and are often dichotomous in their thinking, but they are also extremely rigid in their perception of the world and thus in their perspectives on themselves and others. In this sense, authoritarians maintain very strong resistance to change, and feel threatened by any alteration that occurs in the way they are used to experiencing things. Rigid thinking has several meanings, but, for the authoritarian, it usually involves reluctance to consider any idea that clashes with his own preconceptions. If someone approaches the authoritarian, especially the typical male father authoritarian type, the active type, with a point of view that clashes with their own, they will most likely respond shocked, outraged, incredulous and mocking. May yell and try to intimidate. What you will never do is listen, appreciate, and be willing to change your position. It is practically impossible for him to admit that he has been wrong or that he can learn something from someone else. That would be admitting that you have a weak personality and that you do not have true self-confidence. You'll never hear the parent boss guy say, "Well, you might be right about that." He will immediately go on the defensive saying, for example, "I can't believe you really think that way. A smart person like you." Rigidity of thought can lead the authoritarian to resort to personal insult, mockery, and even physical violence. Rational and constructive discussion is practically impossible with authoritarians, whatever their type. Dialogue is never a pleasant and stimulating possibility to learn something new or to learn to see things differently. It is never a cooperative effort to reach an agreement, which begins with mutual respect for both parties. It is often as formal and abrupt as bossy sex, in short, a one-sided approach that you, if you are smart, should reject. For the individual she, the most disappointing thing about authoritarians is their inaccessibility. There is practically no means of reaching them, almost never. I know countless families where children say, "My dad is a great guy, in his own way, but I can't talk to him about politics." Or "My mom is a wonderful woman, but I can't talk to her about sexual matters." Being an authoritarian, there are entire areas of thought that become taboo. It is enough for the rational individual to be offended, intimidated, or made fun of once for him to say, "This is over. I don't want to know anything." Thus, the only way to reach the authoritarians is by recognizing their own problems and taking the necessary steps to correct them. Some time ago a completely hysterical young girl came to see me because her father had called her a prostitute. I asked the father to come and discuss the matter with me and his daughter. He arrived, full of resentment, at the idea that there was something to analyze, and it was impossible for me to reason with him in front of his daughter. Apparently, the girl had received a phone call from a young man whom her father had described as a terrorist. He insisted, implacably, that his daughter should not associate with individuals of that ilk, although he had never seen that young man and therefore had not been able to form his own judgment. I could not determine then if it was based on rumors about the boy, or if it was just paranoia about the purity of his daughter, or if the outburst was due to some other reason, because he was so stubborn that anyone who dared to even question his attitude was an advocate of youth prostitution, sexual abuse of girls, pornography, venereal diseases, and many other such evils. I had already realized that her daughter was as far from being a prostitute as I was. I also realized that the father's idea of who his daughter could date was so rigid that he felt no remorse for calling her a prostitute and making her cry just because the boy didn't exactly fit the preconceived image that he had. Lastly, I asked the girl to leave us alone. The father calmed down a bit, but his rigid thinking was so prevalent and overwhelming that I made no progress with him. I came to the conclusion that he was incapable of listening to his daughter's and anyone's opinions on anything, that he was a selective deaf, an arch-authoritarian, and that the only way to help his daughter was to teach her not to be upset by the unpleasant labels that others might apply to her, even though he was as important a person to her as her mother. Own father. The irony of the case was that 3 years later the girl left home, at the age of 19, and married the terrorist, who had graduated with excellent grades at the time and was preparing to enter graduate school. It turned out that the father had excommunicated the boy based solely on religious and ethnic prejudice. The girl's family was Christian and the boy was Jewish. The father continues to refuse to speak to his son-in-law and his daughter. Rigidity is contagious in most authoritarians and goes from thinking to permeating all habits and all forms of behavior. It is typical for them that they only read one type of editorial in a newspaper, the one that expresses opinions with which they already agree. They subscribe to the same magazines year after year, without even considering the idea of reading publications that expose points of view opposed to their own. They often return to the same restaurant over and over again, ordering the same food at the same table night after night. They may never have tasted Greek, Chinese, or any other cuisine that is strange to them because it is foreign, which is why they know that they may not like it. The rigid routine tends to permeate the sex lives of authoritarians as well. They tend to have sex at the same time and always in the same way, or until it is so boring that they simply go on to do without them. The rigidity of the authoritarian is threatened by any kind of change. The authoritarian almost always votes for incumbents, and becomes, in his own life, incumbent. He hesitates at the idea of moving to another city because he doesn't know what could happen. You tend to stay in the same job, even though your job has become little more than a daily routine, because you fear the changes inherent in a promotion, a geographic move, and even an entirely new vocational choice. They tend to hate their job, and instead of looking inward and analyzing their own attitudes, they accuse the boss, other workers, the company, the new generation, or any convenient scapegoat. He's as susceptible to boredom as everyone else, but he hangs on anyway, waiting for the gold watch and cherishing the hope that retirement will bring him some relief. And, of course, authoritarian retirees can be even more unbearable than those who work, because they tend to get angry with all those who, in their opinion, are responsible for the fact that he has no money, no illusions, no projects, and no emotions. They may get angry with their children because they do not want to visit them, not realizing that a visit for their children is like spending several weeks in a grave with an aggressive encyclopedia salesman. They rage at the younger generations for ignoring them, when their own rigidity pushes everyone, young and old, away from them. And they never seem to realize that their own rigidity of mind is the source of their distress. Too often they love to grunt and protest and embrace their own frustrations deep down. And that they look for reasons to complain, that they feel happy when a disaster strikes or an energy crisis breaks out that gives them more fuel for their beloved tirades. The rigidity of the authoritarians is a disease that begins in thought and extends to all aspects of life. It infects the authoritarian himself and those around him with boredom, anguish, and depression. Authoritarians must live according to a routine, and yet deep down they hate the monotony of that routine. They do not risk breaking it to monotony because they fear change, and yet they accuse the world of not changing to adapt to their old and stale ideas of what the world should be. Anti-intellectualism. In keeping with his typical intolerance of ambiguity, his dichotomous thinking, and his rigidity, the authoritarian tends to distrust intellectuals, especially those who actually earn their living as thinkers. Authoritarians tend to look skeptical at anything they cannot see with their own eyes, and they find themselves intimidated by philosophers, psychologists, artists, teachers, and others who generally work with the intellect for a living. Authoritarians are often quick to look down on individuals who read trade magazines, attend lectures, plays or operas, or enjoy talk shows on television. The typical authoritarian comments, those professors are all a bunch of reds, corny liberals, squareheads, bookworms. What they say has nothing to do with the real world. When authoritarians are sincere with others, when they do not feel threatened, for example, in interviews, they often admit a secret admiration for those who have bookish wisdom. Authoritarian parents almost always want their children to go to college, but they almost never want them to come home and start acting like they know more about something than they do, although that's theoretically why parents sent them to college, in principle. It is very common for authoritarian parents to boast of their children's academic and intellectual triumphs, but only when such triumphs involve conventional success in the established competitive system. My daughter will be first in law class, and never when they rebel against the established order. Given that artistic endeavors are considered risky from a professional and practical point of view, and art involves a high dose of ambiguity, you will seldom hear an authoritarian parent say, "I am very satisfied, my daughter has decided to be a painter, writer, sculptor, film director, rock singer, etc." Disregarding for a moment the risk that any artistic career entails, let us examine a little more closely the relationship between the authoritarian's intolerance of the ambiguity we discussed earlier, his anti-intellectualism, and the unease that the goals of art and artistic careers produce in him. The authoritarian's intolerance of ambiguity means that the authoritarian compulsively wishes each element of the language he hears or reads to mean only one thing that is clearly and easily identifiable. If we remember the bookkeeper mentality, $12,500 in savings account means only one thing. But let's think about the beauty of a verse like Shakespeare's, "To be or not to be, that's the dilemma," or Keats's, "Beauty is true, truth is beauty, that's all we know on earth, and everything we need to know." The truth and beauty of this language lies precisely in the fact that these verses mean something different each time they are read. They contain so many universal truths, or so much concentrated wisdom, that they are true in an infinite number of senses. An infinite number of different individuals over countless generations and in the most different situations conceivable can be enlightened by these verses. A single individual can read these simple words over and over again and gain new inspiration, new ideas that illuminate his life. Compare what it means to read the world's most inspired poems over and over with the idea of reading over and over a ledger entry, and you will understand what it means. In reality, the artistic use of the language is based on the fertility of its ambiguity, that is, its ability to reveal a certain truth, to show a certain beauty, in many different ways for all kinds of different people. We can say the same of a great painting, a great photograph, a symphony, an architectural work, or any other work of art, and also, at least according to many thinkers, of the great works of philosophy and other disciplines. Intellectuals. Philosopher Martin Heidegger, for example, says, "The multiplicity of meanings is the element in which all thought must move to be strict thought. Let us use an image, for a fish, the depth and breadth of the waters in which it lives, the currents and the calm, the backwaters, the hot and cold layers, are the elements of its multiple mobility. If the fish is deprived of the fullness of its element, if it is dragged into the dry sand, it can only struggle, flail, and die. Consequently, we must try to think, and grasp the thought load of that thinking, in the element of its multiple meanings, because otherwise, everything would be blocked." 1. But if art and thought are based on the fertility of ambiguity, as we have said, and the rigid and mentally dichotomous authoritarian is intolerable with ambiguity in a compulsive way, it is not surprising that he does not know what to do with original thought. Or with art. In sum, since the authoritarian doubts his own judgment, he is often wary of anyone who ventures into the subtle and complex fertility of art and intellectual endeavors. The typical reaction of the authoritarian to anyone with a higher education or a strong intellectual background is to avoid him. There may be, without a doubt, very legitimate reasons for eluding certain intellectuals. There are many authoritarians among academics and others, who boast of diplomas and degrees. Authoritarians of this genre not only rarely stand out in their field, they tend to be devoted followers of some school of thought and blindly follow the great man who has taught them, but they also tend to suffer from one of the most detestable diseases of authoritarianism, intellectual pretentiousness. Pretentious intellectuals are actually so sure of their personal merit that they have to hide behind diplomas and degrees, and pretend that graduates, academics, bookish intellectuals are smarter than those who earn their living from others. Media. This is absurd, of course. The individual who is capable of fixing a radio or fixing an engine or cultivating the land or tending livestock or performing thousands of different tasks can be as intelligent as the one who is dedicated to solving equations of the second degree or reciting the classics. Bookish wisdom comes from cultivating only one type of intelligence, and the best intellectuals, in my opinion, have been those who have learned primarily by doing. Clearly they had to tackle the literature of their respective fields in order to lean on the shoulders of previous generations and advance the art in their field, but limitless individuals such as Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry David Thoreau, Albert Einstein, and George Bernard Shaw, surpassed everyone who had preceded them by going out into the world and testing their ideas. They were workers as well as thinkers, and they succeeded as such because they had overcome the dichotomous thinking according to which an individual must be a worker or an intellectual. Whatever your job, you can do it brilliantly if you think about it, but having an academic degree does not show that you are capable of thinking properly, nor does a lack of academic training prevent anyone from thinking smartly. Seen from this perspective, the authoritarian with 3 academic degrees is just as anti-intellectual as the authoritarian who never passed the 3rd grade. Anti-introspection. Authoritarians, in addition to being anti-intellectual, are often anti-introspective. They laugh to look inward and seek the motivations for their behavior there. They do not believe that they should ask themselves why they do something, really, and it is common for them to look down on any type of personal development that leads them to know more about themselves. They often view psychotherapy, meditation, yoga, and other ways of approaching oneself and dealing with problems not only as a waste of time, but even as a kind of conspiracy aimed at brainwashing the entire country. They are so insecure of themselves that they dare not risk exposing themselves to the influences of the psychiatrist Kinky, the yoga teacher, or any of those other weird guys. What they really fear is changing their mentality, admitting that they have not always been right about everything, or, more than that undisputed great authority they chose. Deep down they know that they submitted once and do not trust not to submit again. Anti-introspection is another of those blind spots of the authoritarian. In this case, it involves the refusal to look in the mirror, psychologically speaking. The authoritarian refuses to look inward because he has to rely very firmly on external support systems that confirm his worth as a human being. In reality, you believe that your merit comes from your achievements and accumulations, and that the only way to increase your merit is to earn and accumulate more. Although he often claims that he wants to get away from the world of continuous competition, the competitive race that his life has become, he refuses to believe that the only exit door opens inwards, that the first step to get out is face the inner turmoil and fear that prevents you from taking the risks that you inevitably have to take to get out of the routines that you despise so much. He knows that he is not happy doing what he does, that living with relationships based on emotional outbursts and in the absence of affection is unpleasant, but he is unable to take the inner path to change the situation. He keeps pinning all his hopes on external elements and accusing all of the exterior. He uses anything and anyone as an excuse to justify his feeling of being trapped. As long as the authoritarian does not begin to ask himself and look at what it is in him that keeps him locked in an authoritarian lifestyle, he will have no chance to change. Compliance and submission. It is especially ironic that individuals who display classic authoritarian behavior invariably excel in the fields of submission and conformity. According to Adorno, conformity is one of the main indications of the absence of an internal focus. By this he means that the authoritarian individual is motivated, practically governed, by opinions and social forces external to himself. The authoritarian is weak when it comes to his own independent set of values, beliefs, and instincts. It is easier and more comfortable for you to conform to imposed rules than to search within yourself for clues to guide your life. It seems logical, therefore, that the authoritarian is submissive in the face of established authority and conventional forms of behavior. Although the authoritarian may rant a lot about various issues, it is rare for him to deviate from the established and pre-made norms on any subject, and he often uses tradition and the way we have always done things as the basis for his conformity. Well, he reasoned, if you intend to create a lifestyle of your own, you will not only run a risk by experiencing what has never been proven until now, the unknown, but you will have the whole of mainstream society against you. Part of the excuse the authoritarian uses to force others to conform to tradition is all too often that there are so many authoritarian people that the innovator would find life so unbearable that he will regret trying to alter the system. But when it comes to action, or, as psychologists say, behavior, the authoritarian is usually very submissive to authority and highly suggestible and influenceable, especially through propaganda, against the more autonomous individual who challenges authority and refuses to accept things as they are just because an institution or authority figure decrees that there is yet to be. Conformity and submission are manifested, first of all, in the attitude of the authoritarian towards his own parents. The idea of the father as a figure of absolute authority is something sacred to the authoritarian. This is why they find it difficult to criticize or attack their own parents in any way that may lead to a healthy readjustment of parent-child relationships, and they are equally incapable of receiving this positive influence from their own children. The authority of the father is approached as if it were a one-way path, in which the father deserves respect only for being an image of authority, and the image of authority must be indisputable, since opposing an authority is equivalent to challenging all authority, all order, and all civilization. The authoritarian relationship between children and parents never matures into mutual friendship, respect, and tolerance, but always remains a constant struggle between the possible subordinate and the dictator. This totalitarian vision of parenthood extends well beyond childhood. Clearly mature and fully developed adults often have difficulty in honestly expressing the feelings that their parents inspire in them. In authoritarian individuals, split is maintained throughout life because, for them, the relationship between parents and children must be based on submission. The unsolvable question is, of course, what set of values should we submit to? Authoritarians tend to cite symbols of authority a lot in discussions and in explanations of why they think the way they do, and they tend to be submissive to images of authority in all their dealings with them. For example, the authoritative janitor will accept what the doctor tells him about medicines, believe it or understand it or not, for the same reason that he expects everyone to accept what he says about his work, believe it, understand it or not. I have worked with many clients for whom compliance and submission are key lifestyles. Many women have been taught by their authoritarian fathers that their only possible way to behave is to submit to the dictates of the male sector of the population, especially the father and husband. Women who oppose the stereotype are often branded neurotic, aggressive feminist reactionaries, tomboys, or castrators, by male authoritarians. When a woman is content to go with the flow and be submissive, she gets along well with authoritarian men. I have always found it important in my counseling sessions to help people resist automatic submission to anything, because that seriously undermines the essential human dignity of the individual by putting another authority above their own. This applies to children, wives, and husbands and dominated employees, and to any other dominated individual. If one cannot think for himself, if he is not capable of being more than docile and submissive, they will always dominate him, he will always be a slave to whatever any image of authority dictates. The principle that the law must always be obeyed cannot be upheld. If the laws are immoral, they must be challenged and disobeyed. Similarly, if you are abused by an image of authority, you are not obligated to follow its dictates. If someone insists that you must be exactly like everyone else to be a good member of their family or society, It is absolutely vital that you refuse to submit and assert yourself as an individual who has self-respect and self-respect. Same. In a goose Zion I argued with a police officer in New Mexico whose task was to fines for speeding drivers exceeding a few kilometers per hour speed limit in the middle of the desert, where no one lived in 100 kilometers to the round NDA and you could see another car every 15 minutes. The police officer admitted that the speeding of 8 or 10 kilometers per hour for which he was fining did not endanger anyone's life and that it was a stupid law, which was punishing people more than imposing road safety regulations, and that it was a dastardly practice. The state used him to control a speed trap in which visitors were exploited by imposing a ridiculously low speed limit. Still, he went to work every day, waiting at the bottom of a hill, where most drivers didn't even bother to hit the brakes just to comply with the little sign that suddenly appeared and said speed limit 90 kilometers per hour. When I suggested that he refused to accept that mission, or try to get his superiors to change that law, or complain to his superiors, he smiled and said that he was just doing his job and that it was not his job to make the laws, or decide how they should be put into practice. He was subject to an unjust law and he knew it, but he did not even conceive of the possibility of questioning it, opposing it, or refusing to apply it to others. You can be a man or a woman, a child or an adult, white or black, rich or poor, or anything in between, and easily fall into conformity or submission to authority as a vital choice. No one has a monopoly on wasting their basic human freedom. In fact, at one point or another in our lives we all make choices that involve conformity and submission. The important thing is that you identify them when you do them, that you ask yourself if that is what you really want and, if not, that you adopt new strategies that free you from the habit of conforming and submitting, which is perhaps the basic hallmark of the authoritarian. Christian Bovee, an American writer of the 19th century, wrote, "There is no tyrant like custom, nor freedom where nothing opposes its dictation. If you depend on conformity and submission as the primary source of stability, you are but the slave of a tyrant who dwells within you, and you will stifle the freedom of those you claim to love and crush all their possibilities for personal independence." Sexual repression. It is characteristic of authoritarians that they feel uncomfortable about their own sexuality. Precisely because it makes them so tense, they see dirty sexuality almost everywhere. As I have already indicated, they adopt superficial attitudes towards sexuality, practical or orgasm-oriented attitudes that lead them to want to do it as quickly as possible to get the job done. They have the constant feeling that there is too much sexuality in the world today, that the subject is stressed too much. They may be extremely critical of school sex education programs, but they talk about it in a covered way. They tend to pursue sexual outlets in a very selfish way, using the partner as an instrument or victim. There are deep contradictions in the sexual attitudes and sexual behavior of authoritarians. Although the authoritarian father always feels threatened if his daughter is subjected to sexual advances, and is extremely protective of her, it is likely that he believes that his son should go out and have a plan of once in a while, because that will help him to become a man. Authoritarian men often have numerous extramarital affairs, but there is often as little affection for the other woman as they show in their own marriages, and they would never grant their wives the same freedom that they fraudulently grant themselves, hence the term cheating on your wife/husband. First of all, I think, because they secretly have a clear awareness of their wives' dissatisfaction with their sexual practices and fear that they will abandon them with the first man who can behave in bed better than them. The authoritarian male can cultivate a very macho image, and be concerned above all about the opinion that others have of him on the traditional scale of masculinity based on his sexual capacity, about which he can incessantly brag. But all his bravado is about sexual conquests, marks on the board where he keeps the list of women he has conquered, all to cover up the fact that he does not get real joy from his sexual activities. The issue of sexuality is seldom absent from authoritarian thinking. Whether you are male or female, you will hear endless references, double-meaning phrases and silly sexual allusions in your everyday conversations. Then you will perceive the contradictions, They feel hurt, for example, by the infiltration of sexuality on television, in advertising, in movies, in books, and everything else. Authoritarians often see sexuality where there is none. If an individual of the opposite sex is cordial to them, they quickly conclude that they are hitting on. They always know the hidden reasons for the actions of others, which are always, of course, sexual. They suppose that anyone who is friendly to an individual of the opposite sex is sleeping with him, is about to do so, or wishes to. The authoritarian fathers are the most predisposed to ranting on the immorality of pornography, but they are also the first to sneak up on pornographic movies, or have such movies at home for single-man gatherings. The extreme effects of the sexual repression of the authoritarian father are exemplified in the movie Joe, made in the early 1970s, when the so-called Woodstock generation, that is, the youth, still maintained a rebellious attitude. Joe was obsessed with the perversions of the younger junkies of that generation, especially their orgies and wild sexual experiences. As is so often the case with repressed and repressive authoritarian parents, fate bestows upon him a teenage daughter who runs away from home to join the opposition. But as seen by the development of the film, it turns out that Joe was basically obsessed with the enjoyment of forbidden sexual freedom. His anger was not really against that younger generation for their sexual promiscuity, but against himself because he was missing what seemed pleasant and joyful to them. Joe's typical macho, authoritarian sexism takes him first to a forbidden orgy with his daughter's classmates. Then, maddened by remorse for having transgressed the sacred lines of normal sexual morality, and determined to wipe that threatening foreign culture from the face of the earth forever, he arms himself and stormed into a nearby hippie commune. Among the corpses he finally finds that of his own daughter. It is a story as old as humanity. The man killed his beloved out of jealousy, the general had to destroy the village to save her. But every time a daughter has to be killed to preserve her purity, you can be sure that there is an authoritarian, male or female, wielding the gun, and that it is your own person who pulls the trigger. Sexual repression or his remorse, combined with his ability to hold everyone but himself responsible for the world's unhinged sexual immorality. Ethnocentrism. This fantastic sociological term means to be centered on prejudices towards one's own ethnic group or one's own culture, and includes a strong tendency to value and label others based on one's own group's values, rather than granting them the right they have to be uniquely themselves or have their own ethical or cultural values. All the investigations carried out on the authoritarian personality point to ethnocentrism as the most common characteristic of those that stand out the most on the authoritarianism scale, and it is also, in several senses, the most dangerous authoritarian trait, because it is the one that most easily leads to destruction. Violence between individuals, between ethnic, cultural or racial groups, or between entire nations. In everyday life, you will constantly hear authoritarians vilifying others not because of how they behave or perform in certain areas, but only because they are not like us. Authoritarians are loaded with ethnocentric prejudices about almost everyone and almost everything that does not belong to their group. There are as many pejorative categories as there are different groups to judge, the list is endless. Individuals whose skin is of a different color, those with different religious beliefs, or different food tastes, or a different way of dressing or any other differentiating element, are judged not by their behavior and customs, but in terms strictly comparative, and the result is always the same: those other people are immoral, stupid, lazy, selfish, weird, inferior. And the opposite is also true: any individual who belongs to the authoritarian group is automatically perfect, must be accepted and defended at all costs, must be the first hired, the last fired, etc., regardless of his personal merits. When we prejudge other cultures by comparing them with our own, we proclaim ourselves to be the standard bearers of civilization, we tend to send missionaries to make the infidels more like us, or to use their inferiority as an excuse to dominate, exploit them, and even conquer them, which was what happened to the North American Indians. Authoritarians say things like this: the peoples of Africa are uncivilized and have no incentive to improve their situation. Just consider their culture. They have neither industry nor technology. They live in the 15th century. This type of authoritarian is never able to consider the benefits enjoyed by nations that are not industrialized, would never consider what perhaps these people enjoy being in direct contact with the earth, or consider that schizophrenia, anguish, pollution, cancer, highway accidents, and many other destructive aspects of our great industrial culture do not affect the lives of these people. Instead, the authoritarian concludes that these backward savages are not capable of appreciating their diamonds, aluminum, ostriches, and trees sufficiently, and that what they really need is an American company to take over their riches and teach them what to do, that is, mine their diamonds or aluminum, kill all their ostriches to sell their feathers, and cut down the trees to make furniture. In the family, the most obvious forms of ethnocentrism occur when parents try to adapt their children to doing things the way our family has always done them, or to doing them as they were done in the mother country, or as they should make them the Catholics, the Protestants, the Jews, the Muslims, etc., or as the Italians, the Lithuanians, the Irish, the Japanese, etc. There is nothing wrong with a certain ethnic pride, that we find our family heritage fascinating and we want to study it and preserve what does not seem good about it. But there are too many cases that show us what rigid ethnocentrism of parents can mean to a child or family, the consequences of which are often too dire for us to underestimate. A typical case appeared in the newspapers 7 years ago. A teenage girl and her boyfriend committed suicide by throwing themselves from the terrace of a New York skyscraper because the girl's parents, rigidly adhering to tradition, I have forgotten which, but it doesn't matter, he refused to let her go out with boys, even though all her friends did, because that was not the custom of the mother country. Her parents kept her practically imprisoned in her room, until she finally lost her mind. The effects of parental ethnocentrism are not usually so dire, but we all know families in which a daughter has decided that she wants to marry someone from a different ethnic, religious, or sometimes even geographical or political background, and her authoritarian parents have disowned her, they have refused to speak to their beloved daughter again. Or they have been so scandalous and threatening, and she was so vulnerable, that they have managed to force her to reject her true love and marry someone from her own group. What is less frequently perceived is that children, adolescents, and young adults are also quite capable of being highly ethnocentric in their own way. If a teenager, for example, considers that her parents should modernize and be up to date, meaning act more like the people of my subculture, listen to rock music, learn to dance in their style, buy jeans, etc., and mocks their parents for their old-fashioned values, beliefs, and lifestyles, can create as much alienation and problems as if the ethnocentrism came from the parents. Young people can be incredibly authoritarian, whether their parents know it or not, which should not surprise us, because with the prevalence of authoritarianism in our society, they can learn it anywhere. And, like all authoritarians, they can go so far that it is impossible to reach or reason with them, especially when it comes to their own parents. It may be that with age they will overcome it, but it does not seem too likely, except that there are more adults who overcome it, and above all who come out of their ethnocentrism, and give the children of all more tolerant examples to follow. It is evident that in American society as a whole, and not only in it, of course racism has been the most destructive, enduring and widespread form of ethnocentrism. I believe that its consequences, from the days of slavery to the present, are well known to all, and it is not necessary for me to go into detail here by listing them. I would like to extend a moment on how ethnocentrism in general and racism in particular are related to a broader phenomenon, that of anti-minority thinking and behavior, a disease of our culture that fosters misunderstanding among all types of people. Minorities and majorities. It is not, far from it, a racial problem. Political minorities, for example, run into great difficulties in North America. If you are not a Democrat or Republican or one of the so-called independents, uncommitted, if you belong to a small party or are trying to create a new third party, the authoritarians, whose primary cultural group is not racial or ethnic but ethnicity. The great North American, silent, majority reacts against you in a typical ethnocentric way. They will label you eccentric, communist, reactionary, or whatever else comes to mind. The most common way to dismiss the political views of minorities is to label them as arch-conservative or racial, as extreme right or extreme left, and to label those who think this way new Nazis, thereby that the authoritarian majority is immediately given an excuse not only to ignore the possible positive values of minority opinion and to exclude the minority from the political process, but also to attack minority thinkers personally, to the extent of harassment or outrage. Direct violence. This is just one example. In almost every sector of human experience, one can observe anti-minority attitudes of authoritarians. And although each and every idea that the great majority supports today originated from within a minority, for example, the idea of the United States declaring itself independent from Great Britain and drafting its own constitution, authoritarians they never side with a minority until large numbers of individuals precede them. In the early and mid-1960s, majority opinion in America was clearly in favor of the Vietnam War. It was the opinion of the authoritarians that every good American should blindly support the action of the government. But as the 1960s approached the 1970s, and the long and exhausting efforts of an anti-war minority began to pay off, it became fashionable to be against the war and to understand how foolish it really was for a Western nation try to impose itself in a country so completely different from yours. Then, the authoritarians joined the general flow and even applauded the anti-war plays and films that showed the harsh reality of that insane ethnocentric intervention. Nowadays it is difficult to meet someone who does not proclaim that he was always against the war, just as it is difficult to find someone in France who lived during the German occupation in World War II and did not belong to the resistance, despite the fact that a large number of French citizens collaborated with the invaders. And that is another characteristic of authoritarians for whom the great American majority has replaced the strictly ethnic group as the focus of ethnocentrism. They are prone to making useful memories for themselves. This occurs, in part, as a function of another authoritative trait, the inability to admit that they were wrong or the ability to hide the fact that they are not perfect. It is easy to defend something when it is defended by everyone except a tiny fringe group or minority. And authoritarians always take the easy route, even when it comes to trivial things. For example, when some young people began to wear long hair in the 1960s, the authoritarians were unanimous in ridiculing them as effeminate. After 10 years, when it became fashionable for men to wear long hair, those same authoritarians began to grow their hair long and pay the hairdresser $15 to achieve that effeminate style, demanding the same perfection as if their own wives involved. The tendency of the authoritarians to always be in everything with the majority is a clear proof of the low esteem in which they have themselves. In practical terms, it is certainly risky to defy established social norms and go in a new direction, and anyone who lacks self-confidence will lag behind and wait to see which direction the bulk of the herd takes, taking great care to stay in the same direction. Center, where the view will not be as wide and where you will be pushed and trampled regularly, but you will be in the safest place possible. Unless, of course, the herd is frightened and the vast majority are thrown off the cliff by the masses, in which case only those on the margins are likely to survive, and become the bosses of the next generation. Consider the great events in recent American history, the civil rights movement, the anti-war movement, the women's rights movement, or any other social struggle movement that the majority mocked in its early stages. The anti-minority biases of the authoritarians, and the ensuing pro-majority compulsions express the mentality of their followers. They are against abortion. If the majority are, they will not support local political reform unless their neighbors do. They want to know what everyone thinks before they rule on tax reform, nuclear power, the Equal Rights Amendment, or anything else. With what has been said so far about the characteristics authoritarian personalities, we should not be surprised by the fact that ethnocentrism is of the traditional type, in which whites expel all blacks from the sacred core of society, or vice versa, depending on the race that is in power, whether of the modern type, in which the majority constitutes for many the central ethnic group, with the consequent social rejection of all minority opinions, it has its roots in the customs of the society with which the ethnocentric person chooses to sign in. In fact, the Greek root of the word is ethnos, one of whose meanings is group of relatives in a tribal organization or clan, contrary to demos. The word demos is the root of democracy, to which authoritarians adhere hypocritically. It means the common people, and supposes the strange ideal that every person is created equal and that no one should be judged by superficial ethnocentric criteria. There is no doubt that in a free country you have the constitutional right to refuse to think if you wish. You can adjust and stay safe with the majority, you can even have the satisfaction of attacking those who defend unpopular minority ideas. But the world will only get better thanks to those who are willing to follow the dictates of their own conscience, even when doing so is not popular. At the end of the 20th century, it is time for us to free ourselves from the authoritarian rule of ethnos, the social tribal rule that says there is a chief with 20 ranks or social classes under him, and establish the demos as the center of sin society. Limits. Accept the idea that all ordinary people can find a way to live united in peace and prosperity on earth, and that the only way to do that is if we all allow the ethnocentric veils to fall from our eyes. Let us remember that the burning of witches, slavery, gladiators, executions of the mentally ill, human sacrifices and many other practices that are now abolished, were practiced in times because the majority accepted and approved them. And it was not the authoritarians of the world who liberated us from such evils. Today we walk along humanitarian paths thanks to the people without limits who without hesitation adopted badly considered attitudes and created minority groups that managed to improve the world. Paranoia. Authoritarians are often paranoid, they suffer from persecution mania, perhaps because they harbor many illusions of superiority over others and because they believe deep down that others also consider them superior. They have a hard time trusting other people, and their contempt for humanity in general is typical of their character, the idea that everyone tries to get the others out of the way, that one always has to look out for his own interest and dominate the other before he overpowers you. The authoritarian's mistrust of himself and of others makes him suspicious of all human relationships, fearful that everyone he encounters will try to influence him. Your first question is always, what is this person trying to achieve? But their paranoia, which is based on their hyperactive fantasy rather than reality, and which generates useless anguish, does not at all help them to protect their interests more effectively. In fact, it can lead them to be more credulous than normal in certain situations, since whoever really wants to get them out of the way and perceives their low personal esteem, usually devises ways to exploit and martyr them, for example, encouraging his downfall with flattery. When they realize that they have been annoyed again, although without verifying why, their paranoia increases, a vicious circle that, in extreme cases, can lead to panic, hallucinations, and even clinical psychosis. However, it is more common that, when paranoia ends in psychosis, this fact is due to the fact that authoritarians cannot admit that they are guilty or responsible for something not working or that something in their life has gone wrong. And consequently they have to find another culprit. The lesson they learn in each case is that you have to be less trusting in the future, which means, more suspicion, more paranoia, and things can continue like this until they end up in the madhouse. But even to cement that relatively mild paranoia, most authoritarians need to imagine multitudes of enemies around them, conspiracies of all kinds. Social protest groups are secretly financed by the Russians, there are spies everywhere, the big oil companies are conspiring with the Arab sheiks to plunder us, the black or lower social class family that wants to move to our street is at the service of a large real estate company that wants to devalue prices, etc. And the feelings of persecution of the authoritarian do not lead, of course, to feel a greater empathy towards others who are truly persecuted, nor does it lead him to support them, nor does it lead him to eradicate any persecution altogether. It only leads them to retreat and sink deeper and deeper into progressively strained spirals of paranoia. Highly panicky authoritarians will constantly warn their friends and family to be careful, that is, not to be spontaneous or natural. They teach their children to distrust everyone, and inoculate paranoia in their family by explaining the terrible things that can happen if you are open or trust someone you do not know. The paranoid image of the world will not help us make it a better place to live. There is no doubt that we can all have better locks on the door, that we can try not to talk to anyone we do not know well, and that perhaps in this way we protect ourselves in a way from disaster. But if we accept the slogan as a philosophy of life, better locks, we will ultimately do nothing but fuel mutual mistrust even more. If you consider that everyone else is a potential enemy, you are no doubt departing from the vast majority of people who are sincere, trustworthy, and interesting. By learning how to effectively locate and deal with potential executioners, you can trust and maintain open relationships with new people and new ideas. I can say, from my own experience, that when you act with dignity and flatly refuse to be fooled by the few tricksters you come across in your life and deal clearly, bluntly, with these types of people, they tend to disappear and look for more victims. Easy. But the vast majority of people I come across have no interest in plundering or abusing me in any way, and this is certainly true of the vast majority of people you come across as well. Therefore, if you see that you are always suspicious of the motivations of others, if you are convinced that there are pathogens everywhere and that the world is an unpalatable and hostile place, you yourself ensure that your worst predictions are almost always confirmed, and the only thing you will achieve with your paranoia will be more hostile reactions from others, more paranoid feelings of your own, and a lifetime of skepticism and irrational fear. As always, the choice is yours. Anti-slip. As we have already said in the last section, authoritarians seldom take responsibility for their own mistakes, but, by a strange psychological irony, they will always be among the first to attribute responsibility to others for what happens to them, regardless of whether or not others are responsible. Taking Jesus at his word, he said, "A man was going down from Jerusalem to Jericho and fell into the power of some thieves, who took away everything, whipped him, and left, leaving him half dead. By chance, a priest was going down the same road and, even seeing him, passed from. Likewise, a Levite, passing by that place, saw him too and continued onward. But a Samaritan who was passing by came to him and, seeing him, felt compassion. He approached, bandaged his wounds, and poured oil and wine on them." Luke 10:30-34. According to this parable, the authoritarian is the priest or the Levite, who thinks, "This guy is pretending, if he came near me, he would probably throw himself on me to rob me," paranoia, or would he stop to help me if was I the wounded? Or I'm not a doctor, I can do something wrong and then you can sue me and get a lot of money, or any other in a long series of possible excuses for not stopping. This attitude stems from the philosophy of each to his own, the survival of the fittest, called social Darwinism, which basically says, to those who cannot get ahead alone in this struggling world, there is nothing to do. Protect or pamper them, their failures are nature's method of shedding the weakest links in the evolutionary chain of human beings. Authoritarians tend to oppose all kinds of social assistance, they tend to be outraged against those who live off social assistance, just because they are handicapped or cannot, for any other reason, work or find work. Even if they are told that we are in a recession, that unemployment has risen, they will not admit that 8, 10, or 12% of the workforce cannot find employment due to circumstances beyond the control of the individual and even from the government. This allows the authoritarian to condemn all the unemployed, to say that they do not want to work and even that those who cannot find work prefer, in reality, to live on social security, instead of contributing in a significant way to social prosperity and power. Feeling like they are doing a positive task is just their compulsive anti-weakness mentality. I repeat, among us there are those who live at the expense of social security, fraudulently, just as there are executives of large companies who are white-collar scoundrels. But 99% of the time, that beaten individual is partly a victim and deserves a helping hand. Yet the pro-anti-weakness authoritarian insists on attributing inflation, high taxes, gas prices, dirt on the streets, and all the imaginable evils of our society to a social security system that seems omnipresent to him. In our culture, people should not be given something for nothing at the expense of the taxpayer. Those who cannot work, they would have to provide for their families, or they would have to find some way to earn a living. These are typical anti-weakness comments of the authoritarian. And the authoritarians, exerting this tendency, can be very opposed to the use of education funds to subsidize programs for the retarded or mentally ill. Authoritarians often view special education, vocational rehabilitation for the severely handicapped, or any type of social assistance as a useless waste that they do not have to pay for. They may object to the use of state funds to help the elderly, even though they may have been exemplary workers all their lives who served the whole of society. Authoritarians do not tend to support helping the weak because they equate weakness and evil. The marginalized of society are responsible for their situation, for not having managed to reach the center of the herd, and they are dangerous because they can be desperate. The mere fact of being marginalized could drag them to despair. The anti-weakness tendency also affects the very homes of the authoritarians, where the weak son who is not an athlete, who studies too much or writes poems, or who has unmanly interests, is despised by the authoritarian father. The son must stand up and fight, reaffirming his male image. He must prove himself to be a man on the battlefield of life. Contact sports, such as American football or hockey, are valued more than other softer sports, such as tennis, although in the former, injuries that could have serious consequences in the future life of the individual are much more likely, and the bossy parent sucks on begging for blood from the stands. Or, if your 9-year-old son is the victim of a painful injury at a baseball game and starts crying, he'll worry more about her stopping than severity of injury. Of course, the authoritarian expects girls to be strong, in his own special way, but since he tends to cling to the usual sexual stereotypes, almost all the pressures against weakness tend to fall on boys. One of the most damaging aspects of this cult of force is the attitude of authoritarian parents towards children's sports, since the authoritarian not only uses them to regulate life, but also to impose his own anti-weakness mentality on young people. Participants. In the old days, before so many regulated sports programs were imposed, children would gather in the schoolyard or on an empty lot, divide up the land and start the game. It was assumed that anyone who came could play. Nobody said, "No, you don't, you play very badly. You don't play." If too many boys arrived, the rules were changed and more were included in each team, or rotating shifts were made so that everyone could play. There were many discussions in the game, of course. And then they argued if they were going to be arguing all day or were they going to play. But the children solved these problems on their own and learned interesting things. They learned to establish agreements with each other, without the need for adults to come to solve their problems for them. When the game was over, they all went home and forgot about it. The next day, they would come back and start a completely new match, without anyone's supervision, with the greatest equality between the teams and the joy of the game ensured by the usual selection process drawn up by them. The weakest players were naturally chosen last, but if they improved enough they could move up the ladder the next time, which was very exciting, and they were always included. They were never told they were inferior, just because they weren't as clever as others, or because they grew slower, or whatever. Then the overbearing parents came along and screwed up everything. Children no longer select equipment to their liking as before. It is the adults who permanently assign them to a team, with expensive uniforms and elegant equipment. They train them, or indoctrinate them, relentlessly. There are no more arguments between the boys, everything is decided by the instructor or the coach or the referee, and if a boy argues with him, he is expelled from the field. Adults have a win-loss ratio, and boys are reminded that they have already lost 14 times in the season, and that they are last, that winning is the only thing that matters, etc. They have accurate data to remind them of where they are in relation to everyone else, and what follows from all this is that if you are a part of a weak team, you should be ashamed. Nowadays, the players that adult coaches consider the laziest, no longer play. They may be allowed to wear the team uniform as a comfort in training, and may be allowed to play a little in a game or two, if there is certainty of winning, or if there is no chance of it, but either they spend time on the bench and constantly feel inferior, or they become masseurs or something of that sort, or they are not part of any team and are totally marginalized from the sport and society of their friends. If they dare to stick their nose out in a game, they risk having to endure the spectacle of authoritarian parents, who have given each other all kinds of awards for how much they did to improve their children in sports, showing their true character, yelling at opponents, throwing obscenities, pressuring their little stars to give it their all or do their best so that I can be proud. One person I recently interviewed about this book explained to me, the day I convinced myself I couldn't make a youth league baseball team was one of the saddest days of my childhood. I had no claim to become a great baseball player. I had a slow development, and at 10 I was not exactly an athlete, but I liked to play, and it was what all my friends did. It was the year in which the youth league began in our town, and, in short, I did not take charge of the matter until all the selectors read the lists and my name did not appear in any. I went home bewildered, leaving behind all the boys who were included and who laughed and patted each other, knowing that my summer was doomed, that they had managed to get in and I was left out. I spent hours crying. My parents, luckily, understood what was happening to me, and were outraged that they could marginalize a child from sports activities like this. And my father was a wrestling coach and had played football in college. They told me, look, if the seniors have taken care of everything and this is their way of running things, you better stick with it. Regardless of the matter. I thought they wanted to console me. I did not understand until years later that they were absolutely right. I think it's very interesting to add that this kid was 8 years later a great swimmer, captain of the lacrosse team in high school and goalkeeper of the soccer team. But, he says, after that, I hated baseball for many years. The truth is that before, everything was much more reasonable, when we let the children control their games. They were smart enough to include everyone, not to worry about games lost in the past, to play hard and forget about it later, after the game was over, and not to judge their teammates just by how well they played. The girl you picked last for the kickball team could tell jokes better than anyone, or be the most skilled at settling an argument. Come on, stop it now. It's not worth arguing about that. She was also the one who gave the most excitement the day she finally managed to throw the ball into the opposite field with a great volley. Children seem to instinctively know that there is no problem in being weak one way or the other, and that if you let someone play, work, and try to improve, they will naturally gain new skills and confidence, for the two go hand in hand. They know, until they are forcibly convinced otherwise, that no one has to be on the bench, that you don't need so much training, so much bombastic uniform, or so much equipment to have a good time. They know all of this, and you can let them prove it to be true by abandoning their anti-weakness mentality and putting things in their proper place, that is, putting them out of the game, their game and theirs. The best measure of a country's conscience is its treatment of those less fortunate than the majority, those who cannot get on the team without some extra help. If we adopt an authoritarian mentality against absolute weakness, our entire capacity for greatness as a country is thrown out the window. It is certainly much more useful and advisable to help people learn to help themselves than programs designed to foster a perennial dependence on unearned money, if only because in my opinion doing important work, being an active member of the culture, is a basic human need. There is no mentally healthy individual who can be truly happy without being part of the team, and for the same reason, kicking an individual out of the league is a great way to promote mental illness. We can all do something, and while caring for and equipping a severely disabled individual to do what they can do may cost tens of thousands of dollars, it may cost tens of thousands of dollars to support a single mother in educating her children, perhaps subsidizing kindergartens. So that the mother can go to work at the right time, if she gets a job, it is important to be sure that we have not just passed by. The cult of power. The other side of the anti-weakness coin is the typical authoritarian cult of power, regardless of the use made of that power. Some authoritarians, for example, probably have, or want, big and powerful cars, even if legally they cannot exceed 60 miles per hour and the engine gulps gas. Or if they are more inclined, as most seem to feel, for the cult of money as a fundamental measure of power in our society, perhaps it is, they want a car that is the most expensive and luxurious status symbol, to indicate that they have a lot of money. Money. If they cannot buy a Rolls-Royce or a Cadillac, they will dedicate themselves to explaining how much the car they have costs, how well they do with it, how comfortable it is, how little gas they use, or anything else that nobody cares about. The authoritarian who visits, for example, a large reservoir, will be more interested in the amount of concrete that was used in its construction, its strength and height, the tons of water it retains and the kilowatts of electricity it produces than in the beautiful forms. From the water as you go by day, the flowers that grow underneath, or the fish that swim in the lake behind. You will be more impressed by the fact that a politician has obtained 87% of the votes in an election than what this politician can stand for or defend. You will be more impressed by the fact that your brother-in-law has more than $2 million than the fact that he has just been indicted for tax evasion. It should not surprise us that authoritarians focus their thinking on money as power, if we take into account that they are what I have called externally motivated individuals, who compulsively seek norms outside of themselves to assess their own merits. And what more visible and quantifiable item could there be to measure value than money? This painting costs $400, the authoritarian will say before they ask him. That rug is worth a fortune, but I got it at a good price. We spent $2,000 on the holidays, but it was worth it, because the neighbors spent $4,000, and they didn't even have a guide. Look at our daughter Jenny. Her studies cost us $20,000, but you'll get it back in your first year as soon as you get out of college. These references to value in dollars, or any other currency, can be applied to practically almost everything or almost nothing, but estimating dollars and wealth too high is a sure indication that the one doing so is an authoritarian who attaches little value to the internal satisfaction and maximum value of gold, dollars, or anything else whose merit arises from forces originating outside of it. The cult of the authoritarian's power usually leads him to idolize strong historical figures, military frequently. Alexander the Great, Napoleon Bonaparte, George Patton, and sometimes Adolf Hitler himself are among the characters most admired by arch-authoritarians. Authoritarians tend to view the military and the police as the basic pieces of society, and it is very common for them to tell you that the police are with their hands tied and that the military is too constrained by the civilian government agencies. This insistence on the sanctity of power extends even to elected political leaders. Authoritarians believe that a good citizen must always respect the power of those who hold office, the governor, the president, whoever. This reflects the general tendency to conformity and submission of the authoritarian. Although the authoritarian tends to deify the role of the police and the military in society, the true center of the authoritarian cult is the space of power that the military embodies. The authoritarian adores the power of firearms and ammunition, and, given his paranoia, strongly supports the right of every citizen to arm himself. As a consequence, they often oppose state control of arms and ammunition. They support the use of all weapons in war, whatever type they may be. They are the first to call for the use of nuclear weapons and the first to call for increased military budgets at the expense of other national priorities. They tend to enjoy telling stories of war, whether they come from books or movies or from their own experience, if they have participated as combatants in any war, or in any other way. For the authoritarian, it is more important to glorify war as proof of a country's power than to denounce it as proof that humanity has reached the lowest possible level in its attempt to resolve its disputes. The authoritarian also has great respect for historical figures such as Andrew Carnegie and John D. Rockefeller, who became famous for having accumulated a lot of money and a lot of power, and manage to rise to the very top of the social pyramid and impose their will on many. They are rarely willing, on their part, to take the risks necessary to accumulate great influence or great power, but they fantasize about those who are rich and powerful, and this is one of their most universal characteristics. One human being should not be considered better than another just because he has accumulated wealth or authority. The history of the world has repeatedly shown that it is dangerous for a society to have individuals with too much power in it. I am sure that the essential reason that no dictator or militarist has been able to seize power in the United States is that we have such vigorous traditions as a people that we refuse to worship power for power's sake, and because our Constitution further provides for the separation and balance of powers as a guarantee against any individual or sector of the government that tries to accumulate too much power. But let us never forget that our freedom depends on our preserving such traditions at all costs, that these traditions are threatened in every generation, and that if we lose them, only we will be to blame. If, as I believe, there is an increase in authoritarianism in our society, as well as a growing blind cult of power, the greatest threat to our freedom today does not come from external powers or internal political minorities, but from the dangers that it involves, the fact that a majority of the country overly adores power. We're all human. No one on this planet has supernatural power that makes them more important than you or anyone else. Not the four-star general, not the president, not the wealthy financier, not the superstar of show business. In recent years I have met, through my appearances on numerous television programs and national radio, hundreds of people of those we call superstars, from all fields, especially the entertainment world. Although I have always believed that no one is better than another, direct contact with these superstars confirmed it in a spectacular way. Every superstar has his dose of obsessions, tics, pimples, insecurities, fears, anguishes, worries, problems, and all the other things that human beings have to deal with on a daily basis. The screens of television or cinema, as well as the wide screens of history and all the media, collaborate to make the superstar seem something supernatural and extraordinary, but, in person, the richest and most powerful are not different from you and me, not in how you look or what you think or what you say or how you react in life. Although some delude themselves that they are better than others because they wear expensive clothes, fancy cars, live in mansions, can hire and fire hundreds of people at will, control a chain of newspapers, or decide American foreign policy, they cannot hide your humanity, which is very real. In personal treatment, without makeup or carefully placed spotlights, outside the stage of history or that of television or cinema, without special glasses or other devices, they are simple and ordinary individuals, like the rest. Some are more authoritarian, others less, it depends on the days and the situation. Don't forget this, and you can begin to free yourself from all the power cult tendencies that have been insidiously building up inside you. Super-patriotic totalitarianism. Everything that has been said in this chapter indicates to us in one way or another that totalitarianism is the most serious social evil that authoritarianism can engender. In reality, if there are not enough authoritarians among the population, totalitarianism is not possible. For this to be possible, sufficient ties of dominance, chains of authoritarianism and submission, must be created from a political leader, or a group, to the people that allow such a leader or group to control the nation. In the specific case of classical political totalitarianism, represented in modern times by fascist dictatorships and in ancient times by absolute monarchies, the totalitarian leader proclaims himself the representative of some god or of the national spirit, or even incarnation of one of the both, or both. In short, he proclaims himself identified with something that is superior to himself. Regardless of whether the totalitarian leader creates his own myths or not, the idea of this leader or this group, to whom the authoritarians award the category of undisputed great authority, represents something much greater than mere mortals, is something that attracts and it deeply touches authoritarians. For them, it is not enough to be fully human. The disorganization that means not having a central authority and a clear place for everyone in the social hierarchy is disturbing, while the idea that, even on a small scale, you are linked to a superhuman being or immortal because of your relative proximity to the central authority is something that is comforting. In modern times, and in our culture, superpatriotism has been a dominant feature. Individuals who accuse firm authoritarian characteristics, and in my opinion the bridge that have passed and spend many individuals, increasingly, the individual authoritarianism to political totalitarianism. So superpatriotism may be the gravest danger hanging over our freedom right now and for years to come. The possible despot can easily be deified as an incarnation of democracy, national interests, or the defense of the country, just as he can be claimed to be an offshoot of the sun god. But the truth is that today most arch-authoritarians, those who manifest more authoritarian traits in most sectors of his life, tend to be the strongest supporters of the slogan "Fatherland First," rightly or wrongly, which is the essence of superpatriotism. Although this concept is dangerous, and has led many to their deaths in unjust wars in the world since the beginning of time, the authoritarian who does not believe that he can question the authority of the government, especially in moments of national crisis, will describe as subversive and unpatriotic anyone who disagrees with the government, will say that they are not concerned about the fate of the country or that it is contrary to the interests of the country. People who defy authority by exercising their constitutional rights in public demonstrations, students marching in Washington to protest against war or forced recruitment, women who want equal rights, minorities who don't know how to stand their ground, they are never seen as caring enough for their homeland to participate in its improvement or as making an effort to try. Any attempt to change the country is for the authoritarians to try to destroy it, and the duty of every citizen is to obey the image of authority, without ever asking if the representatives of the authority are lying, stealing, trampling on the rights of citizens or abusing his position in any other way. One should never oppose those who have more authority, not because there is no need to sometimes oppose them to do what they have to do, but because the authoritarian is not programmed to get out of his internal circuit of conformity and submission. Just as the authoritarian husband will not believe that his wife truly loves him unless she allows him to be the absolute monarch of the house, the authoritarian does not believe that anyone truly loves his country if he does not blindly follow the dictates of their leaders. Real love for the country is shown by singing the national anthem as loudly as possible, raising the flag to the maximum, disparaging foreign countries and always being ready to go to war immediately to defend the flag and defend the republic, to defend the homeland of the free and the nation of the brave. But let's think that the national anthem that authoritarians sing loudly ends with a question mark. It does not say, "This starry flag still flies over the homeland of the free and the nation of the brave." In reality, it formulates two philosophical questions pregnant with hope to all future generations of authentic nationals. Some questions that, as good citizens, we should all ask ourselves: what is freedom? What is value? In Nazi Germany, which is credited with being a citadel of advanced civilization and higher culture, an entire nation became intoxicated with the idea that the Führer was the divine link to becoming a super race. The Germans should have been able to say to themselves, perhaps some did, we are doing this for the personal benefit of Adolf Hitler, you know, that guy who used to be a house painter, because we all decided that he was the only individual in the country at all that we wanted to make powerful and famous. So we have given him all the rights and we will end up making him omnipotent. But they began to shout deliriously that they were doing all that for the fatherland, for its glory and its greatness, for patriotic reasons that the Führer incidentally embodied. And, therefore, to question the authority of Adolf the painter amounted to treason, and hundreds of thousands of highly civilized people ended up acting in the most abominable and immoral way that history records. And when the Nuremberg trials were held, the same old excuse to justify the crimes was heard repeated over and over again: I was just following orders. In the United States in the early 1980s there appear to be few avowed Nazis or fascists, and there seems to be a strong enough democratic legacy that there is little chance of us falling into outright totalitarianism, at least in the foreseeable future. But the insidious thing about totalitarianism is that it can be very difficult to identify, especially in one's own country and, of course, it can be present to a greater or lesser degree, and in very different ways. But if its appearance depends, as I believe, on the increase of authoritarianism in individuals, on more individuals displaying the authoritarian traits that we enumerated earlier, you must contribute your effort to combat it by eliminating authoritarianism in yourself. The mistake that the majority of the population has to make in order for a totalitarian society to replace a democratic society is to continually see threats of totalitarianism from outside, the danger of being imposed by a foreign power or a minority group. Due to a characteristic of authoritarian psychology that should be familiar to us by now, the arch-authoritarian will be the first to see everywhere, except in himself, signs and attitudes that he qualifies as authoritarian. He will be the first to show a patriotic or ethnocentric paranoia, of any kind, and I accused the Russians, the Cubans, the Chinese, before they became our allies, the Ayatollah, or anyone else who can be appropriately described as the greatest, or the only, threatens our freedom right now. It is easy to explain how this can lead in concrete to the internal growth of totalitarianism. If the external threats are not real, or are exaggerated, which is a direct consequence of the paranoia, some people have to start saying so. Authoritarians will then label these individuals as unpatriotic, subversive, etc. If there is sufficient authorization in the social as a whole to discredit or repress criticism, which it does, to mean the rejection or erosion of the individual rights of critics, totalitarianism will have taken a great leap forward. In North America, and this applies to many other countries, the syndrome was clearly manifested in the period closest to direct totalitarianism, when McCarthyism emerged in the 1950s. Senator Joe McCarthy's paranoia, which included, as paranoia often includes, delusions of personal grandeur, led him to see communist spies everywhere, and anyone who questioned his poisonous attacks on innocent individuals was immediately passed, of course, to be also suspicious. The constitutional rights of citizens were trampled right and left, their privacy was violated, individuals were brought to court as in a witch hunt, and they had to confront witnesses there who lied or forced the truth because they had been intimidated by threatening that they would come later if they did not cooperate. Many good and great Americans, innocent of the accusations made against them, lost their jobs, were marginalized, and blacklisted within their professional group. Senator McCarthy's personal power came to take on disturbing dimensions. Fortunately, the bubble ended up bursting. McCarthy's paranoia finally brought him down. He began to make such ridiculous accusations against individuals who were so clearly exempt from suspicion that almost no one could stop seeing what was happening anymore. Anyone who challenged Joe McCarthy's personal power was a communist spy. The courageous citizens who had tried to oppose him were initially vindicated when Congress censured the senator and the period of terror faded, although many had already suffered irreparable damage. McCarthyism would not have been possible if there had been enough Americans less willing to believe the threat that totalitarianism was going to be imposed on them by half the world, and more willing to identify the symptoms of their own blind submission to the voice of superpatriotism and domination of society. A man who wanted to embody it. For the same reason, totalitarianism is far less likely to ever be imposed on us from the air if we are democratically strong within, for the simple reason that even most dictators have enough common sense not to conquer nations that know that they cannot govern, and to realize that there will be no individuals more difficult to govern than those who have the strongest respect for democracy and are less authoritarian. For a country that is very authoritarian to begin with, it may be enough to overthrow the government, take the palace, the capital, and convince a sufficient number of representatives of the hierarchical authority to collaborate. But in the nation where there are few internal chains of authoritarianism and submission, the conqueror would face widespread resistance, general strikes, riots, industrial sabotage, incessant attacks on the occupying forces and, in global terms, a conquest that would bring more problems than benefits. If a possible conqueror considered the possibility of taking over the United States, he would find himself with an immense country inhabited by more than 200 million individuals and with an extremely complex economy in which the alteration of one or more sectors, agriculture, industry, mining, transport, communications, energy supply, etc., would decontrol the functioning of the whole, and, what other nation could come to rule this if we all refuse to let ourselves rule except by ourselves? The obvious answer is none, and if we maintain such an attitude and we all decide to eliminate authoritarianism from our own thinking and behavior and adopt the philosophy that the sky is the limit of a freedom that we can all share, we will do a lot more to ensure our national security and our independence than we can ever do by making bigger and better bombs. If we can set an example to the world of what a democratic country dedicated to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness can achieve, if we really show other peoples how this can be achieved, while we learn everything possible of attempts to achieve the same as other nations, we will do far more for world peace and the prosperity of the species than we can ever do by sending troops abroad. But to do so we must not fall asleep in inertia, assuming, as the authoritarian super-patriot supposes, that the United States of America is, in the situation in which it finds itself today, by definition, the freest born in the world, which represented the more freedom I can to reach a people, and that our only task is to defend this bastion from all those foreigners, communists, etc., to whom we automatically attribute the intention of destroying our social organization. We must bear in mind that, although we want to consider our country already perfect, in the sense that I outlined in the first chapter, a country is like a living being and, by nature, it must change, evolve, grow if it is possible to cultivate the maximum human capacity, all its inhabitants. If we insist on seeing the country as a rock or as any other inanimate object that must remain immutable and immobile unless external forces attack it, we will end up reacting with authoritarian paranoia whenever there is a threat of change, and we will most likely fall in the clutches of totalitarianism. I suppose that when reading this chapter you have ever wondered what dose of authoritarianism there is in your behavior and in your way of thinking. Perhaps you have tried to judge yourself according to the authoritarian guidelines that I have mentioned. If so, you have probably clearly identified some of these characteristics in your own person, perhaps you partially show others, perhaps others appear seldom or not at all, some may arise in certain situations and relationships and not in others, and so on. As you read, you have probably identified portraits or snapshots of people you know and said to yourself, Jane and John are exactly like this, but Mary and Sam are more like this, and so on. If you now believe that your primary task is to eliminate authoritarianism in yourself, and you are willing to go back and review this entire chapter if necessary to see where you are on the authoritarian ladder, you have gotten my message. If you are content to say, yes, those other people are exactly like that, but I am not at all, you will either have missed or rejected my message, and as for your personal attempt to become an unlimited individual is unlikely to even start the process. Archie Bunker, The Authoritarian Model. To what extent are Americans, or, in general, any people, prepared to identify and condemn authoritarianism when it arises in others or in themselves? Fortunately, the answer seems to be, there is a remarkable majority that is in a position to do so, if exposed for the danger that it really is. In this era of mass communication, the democratic quality of our art for the masses or of the products of an artistic nature that reach the majority through the mass media, television, radio, cinema, magazines, and books of the market majority, is a good indication of our situation on the scale of democratic totalitarian balance. It is likely that you can identify in the programming of the mass media many elements that stimulate totalitarianism in various senses. But there are some bright spots, and among them are television shows that attempt to combat authoritarianism, showing authoritarians for who they are, often by reflecting ridiculous extremes of authoritarianism in comic situations. The most popular character in American television history to date may be Archie Bunker. The writers of shows like All in the Family and The House of Archie Bunker show us the Americans' constant ability to laugh at a caricature of the arch-author, Archie, creating a comic character that embodies practically all the traits of the authoritative personality we described earlier. Because authoritarianism is such a widespread phenomenon in our culture, and as most North Americans can still identify it when reflected in a fictional character, using Archie Bunker to satirize contemporary American authoritarianism was a trait as remarkable a genius as Charlie Chaplin's satire of Hitler. Archie Bunker is the authoritarian personified. He has appeared on many North American television screens for a decade or more, and people, in unprecedented numbers, were tuning into the show to laugh in unprecedented numbers, because of the fact that he was and so many who are either exactly like him or live with people who show the same attitudes. Although authoritarian Archie is fun and the show aims to give a satirical version, its popularity stems primarily from the fact that there is a lot of truth in what the show shows. There are hundreds of Archie Bunker episodes that show people the authoritarian personality traits. In one program, he appears turning his racism or ethnocentrism against Jews, blacks, Italians, or any other minority. The following week, he attacks Social Security or those communists who are trying to annoy us all. The following week, he appears indoctrinating his daughter about the artists, who are all faggots, waving the flag in front of his son-in-law. He doesn't trust anyone, least of all the intellectuals. He loves war movies, stereotypes everyone he meets, and is more adamant and blind to his own flaws than anyone else. He loves power, especially the military. He's always making plans to get rich, and they always end up stealing money from him because of his greed. Archie Bunker is portrayed as the most intolerant, the most dichotomous and rigid in thinking, the most ethnocentric and sexually repressed, paranoid and super-patriotic person conceivable. He always looks down on other cultures and values people according to his personal and authoritarian standards. Those who disagree with him are automatically clumsy, dumb, and cretins. His wife is a bland being, a chorlito head who is always trying to please Archie, but when the moment of truth arrives, if something threatens his humanitarian sense of justice and his simple and elemental honesty, Edith always manages to impose herself. To the follies of poor good Archie. As Archie Bunker is introduced, everyone. You can laugh at him, at his ignorance, at his elemental stupidity, at his idiomatic inaccuracies, at his ridiculous prejudices. But we can allow ourselves to keep laughing because Edith Dash, Michael, Gloria, Louise Jefferson or anyone else poor good Archie is trying to manipulate and exploit in the moment, win in the end on all shows, because we can keep going. Viewing authoritarianism or as a ridiculous parody. The underlying message of the Archie Bunker show is a question mark for all viewers: how many authoritarians, Archie-type or otherwise, stop laughing when watching the show long enough to wonder if they are not exactly the same as him, the same? Ridiculous in certain aspects of their lives or in certain situations. How many authoritarian Archies type laughs and laughs in front of the television and says to their wife or husband, just like so and so? How many understand that you are actually laughing at yourself, that you see yourself on that show? Television programs of the All in the Family type have anti-authoritarian social effects, no doubt, if only for the fact that they convey the impression that racism, for example, is no longer in vogue among authorities, in this case the script writers, directors, actors, and the television network that produced the program. Most authoritarians, upon hearing that unanimous laughter from live or canned audiences at the ridiculous excesses of the characters, begin to get the message that although before it was very proper to ridicule blacks in almost all social circles, now it is improper, and they no longer do it in public, for fear of making a fool of themselves. But only if we all seriously propose to go beyond simply reacting to social pressures and adopt an independent and personal attitude against authoritarianism based on our personal giloscophy of life, will we have fully grasped the message of Everything and Familia and other works of true democratic art. Finally, let us remember that precisely because the character of Archie Bunker is funny to us and because Archie himself is portrayed as an individual always distracted, self-satisfied and happy as a pig in a puddle, and because we don't have to think about any real threat of a totalitarianism of his style, as it is ridiculously ineffective, we are very likely to overlook the serious background of Archie's program and not apply it to ourselves as individuals. We may well belittle the fact that Archie remains a serious distillation of the authoritarian attitudes or tendencies that so many seem to have embraced as a practical philosophy of life. We are also likely to forget, for the same reason, that authoritarians, for all their claims of control and dominance, tend, deep down, towards chronic depression and are unhappy people who suffer from an almost absolute lack of authentic human fulfillment. Who realize deep down that they are stumbling through life, chasing something unknown and inhuman, and that others tolerate them, but never really respect them, and suffer a blind, inert acceptance of their own destiny. I don't think anyone has to suffer in the blind submission of authoritarianism. I think that if someone adopts an authoritarian philosophy, it is because, in some way, they have wanted to. While I praise Abraham Maslow for his revolutionary work on human greatness, I disagree with him when he assumes that the authoritarian truly has very little hope or choice, that the authoritarian is practically doomed to remain as he is. In the latest Achievements of Human Nature, Maslow writes, "Those obsessive and authoritarian people have to be this way. They have no choice. They have no other way to achieve security, order, not to feel threatened or anguished, than through order, foresight, control, and domination. The new is a threat to such an individual, but nothing can happen to them. New if you can refer everything to your previous experiences, if you can freeze the flow of the world, that is, if you can believe that nothing changes. I believe that we are all capable of change if we want to take the necessary risks and abandon the ghosts of the past. I have seen people as authoritarian as Archie Bunker change completely because the right idea came to them at the right time in their life, when they were really starting to get tired of always being the same old boring authoritarians of all their lives. Thought is an attribute that belongs to me. Only he is inseparable from my nature." René Descartes. M. Metaphysical Edita Science, 1641. 3. To overcome authoritarian thinking. While I admit that most people are immobilized on planes far below the peaks that limitless individuals reach, I really can't admit to myself that this is because some humans are more blessed than others by the good luck of the inheritance. In my opinion, it is only a matter of choice, and how the individual decides to think is one of the most important choices in life. There are people who refuse to admit that they have alternatives in life, and so they settle for living at an emotional level of subsistence. This lower level allows them to function long enough not to be immobilized, and to go day to day with minimal trauma, and for most people this is acceptable. It is living at the level of adjustment that we talked about in Chapter 1. The limitless individual is completely different in this regard. While limitless individuals can, in general, solve most of the problems that come their way, without being immobilized like most normal people, they do not simply accept life as it is offered to them. The unlimited individual firmly believes that he has a choice and that there are options that can place him above what is called being normal or like most other people. Limitless individuals approach life in a way. Personally, and precisely because of this different vision, they can see things very clearly in terms of the options that are presented to them, instead of being trapped without the possibility of controlling the circumstances of their life. The unlimited individual acts at higher levels of joy, happiness, and fulfillment because he has learned to think and choose, things that most people almost always refuse to do. You can become a human being who lives higher heights of wholeness if you are willing to abandon your promise to think normally, or to behave like an adjusted person and instead choose personal control of your feelings. Circumstances of his own life. You can become, if you want, the creator of who you are, and not the result of what is programmed or by others instead. You can free yourself from heartbreak and achieve inner peace if you are willing to choose the options that you can afford. You can be at peace with yourself, feel happy and satisfied by giving up the opposing options that you have made up until now. The whole process begins with your personal will to monitor your personal habits of thought and to try to overcome any authoritarian thinking that gets in the way that can lead you to become a limitless individual. In the last chapter, the first 4 characteristics of authoritarians: intolerance towards ambiguity, dichotomous thinking, rigidity of thought and anti-intellectualism, refer to individual forms of thought, and the 5th, anti-introspection, indicated the decision of the authoritarian of not thinking about himself. The last characteristic, unpatriotic totalitarianism, reflected certain widespread illnesses of thought among individuals, which can have disastrous social consequences. In fact, all the characteristics of authoritarians reflect their refusal to think for themselves, their insistent desire to let higher authorities think for them, and hence their tendency to divide the world between those who are with them and those who are against them. The ability to think for themselves is, consequently, a basic element of the life without limits, to avoid the authoritarian anguish, paranoia, or panic that derive from the fact of aligning so many human beings fundamentally against you, to get to enjoy to the maximum of the own personal capacity to autonomous thinking. Many philosophers have considered thought the very essence of what makes us human. Several centuries ago, René Descartes, who has been considered the founder of modern philosophy, said, "Cogito ergo sum, I think, then or I exist." I consider that this means that thinking constitutes the basic nature of the human being, wondering about things, investigating, trying various possible solutions to problems, and to question, elaborate, or reject those solutions in the consequent process of elaborating a body of thought that guides every human being in life for as long as he or she can live. In other words, every human being, by his very nature, has to think in order to develop a philosophy of life, which is the accumulation of a reserve of personal instructions that is automatically drawn on every time one does something. In this sense, every human being already has a philosophy of life, and the only problem is, basically, to determine if it is the body of thought, opinion, beliefs, and values by which the individual governs his life. It develops so that life becomes more and more interesting and that the possibilities it offers are limitless, or if it exerts a paralyzing effect, so that it allows no choice but to boredom, depression, and hopelessness. The basic premise of this book may be that you are responsible for the thoughts in your head at any given moment. You can think what you decide, and practically all your negative attitudes and actions are derived from the way of thinking that you decide to adopt, as well as your positive attitudes of self-fulfillment and your actions of the same gender, as soon as you learn to think like a person without imitate. Your thoughts are your personal creation and your responsibility. As soon as you accept your thoughts as the fundamental key to your whole humanity, you will be in a position to change everything that prevents you from controlling your life. But, to control authoritarian thinking and arrive at thought without limits, you have to accept that human emotions are not something that happens by chance, that human actions do not happen like that, for the good. All feelings and actions are preceded by those mysterious mental phenomena that we call thoughts, and no one or nothing, no force in the world, can make you think something that you do not want to think. There is an inalienable core of freedom, although others are forcibly enslaving the individual, which consists in the individual's ability to choose the thoughts that may form in his mind. As soon as the individual understands that all his emotions and actions come directly from his thoughts, he will understand at the same time that the way to deal with any psychological or personal problem is to deal with the thoughts that sustain depressive emotions and negative actions. If you really believe that only you can control your own thoughts, and accept that the path to life without limits now involves learning to think in a new and different way and not as you thought before, if you can understand that your attitudes, your way of approaching the world, are only a reflection of your thoughts, and do not forget that you can accept that the path to life without limits now involves learning to think in a new and different way and not as you thought before, if can you understand that your attitudes, your way of approaching the world, are only a reflection of your thoughts, and not since you can choose any attitude you want in practically all circumstances, you will have taken the first step to cross that mental bridge that leads to thought without limits. Dichotomic thought. If authoritarianism is basically the result of a disease of the thought that results in the decline of the mental process, or that people stop thinking. By itself, I would say that dichotomous thinking, that compulsive tendency to divide all things in the world and all people into small well-defined categories, and to defend the rigidity of these differentiations at all costs, is the basic cause of the disease. Consequently, in order to become a well-rounded individual, it is essential to overcome this type of thinking. You will recall from Chapter 2 that the first thing the dichotomous thinker does when meeting a person is to put them into categories: liberal or conservative, young or old, bad or good, patriot or traitor, religious or atheist, selfish or generous, and so on. Then, he will use labels as advantageous excuses to avoid or condemn people who are different from him. Also, the first thing he will do when he hears about a war in some far corner of the world, is to ask, whose side are we on? Since that we are the American people or anyone else represented by the government, you will know immediately, for example, that we are in favor of the rebels and against the Soviets in Afghanistan. He will then defend our position and possibly support US aid or intervention, direct or covert, for the benefit of our side. He will extract motives and reasons to justify his assumption from the media, the president, or some other source. But never mind going to a library and taking a few stories from the country or countries involved, written from the greatest number of different perspectives, investigating what journals with completely different ideologies say about it, accumulating the greatest amount of data. Possible goals, determining who is lying and when, applying your own personal idea of justice, and determining if you really personally support the official attitude of the government or if you really think that attitude should change. In short, it will ignore all the historical problems caused by trying to resolve an armed conflict through the annihilation or total defeat of the other side, which is what it really asks for, the total victory of our side in what it sees as a dichotomy. Win/defeat, although it is arguable that anyone has ever actually won a war. No, if you are a dichotomous thinker, you will never say what the S2E individual would say if he did not have time to independently investigate the situation: I don't know enough about the subject to make a judgment. You will be quick to assume the position of our side, and then you will be forced to pretend that you know what you are talking about. Dichotomous thinking allows thinking less because there is already a ready model when situations arise that require independent thinking if a fully human response is to be given. The tendency to dichotomize prevents the individual from really seeing or hearing the people he judges, because he has already mentally locked them into a grid labeled bad, enemy or rejection and has decided that he will not get anything clean paying attention to them. Consequently, he renounces being open and creative and using his intellectual baggage in dialogues with himself or with anyone else. Dichotomous thinking is the basis of misunderstanding between peoples, of struggles and wars, of stereotypes and of social injustice. But the real personal harm that comes from dichotomous thinking is that it prevents you from developing as an individual and becoming a more fully alive and fruitful human being. A fixed or rigid dichotomy is undoubtedly a barrier that prevents you from thinking further, exploring, and investigating, and the more barriers you erect within yourself, the more it will limit your personal ability to live at the highest positive level. All the dichotomies that you use to put people and ideas immediately into rigid categories are obstacles to your own growth and development as a human being. When you compartmentalize others, you do the same with yourself. Every time you divide the world at any level into antagonistic positions and say, "It's over, this is exactly like that," you are dividing yourself too, limiting with it their ability to open up to the new and the possibility of some experiences that make you fuller and more mature. But above all, when you place individuals or ideas in the world in stark contrasting categories, you view the world not as it is but as you see it, now and forever. You are depriving yourself of the wonders that this world offers you, of the excitement of all its permanent questions. You will soon have stifled your natural curiosity and will stop opening up to the world. There will be stop thinking. Instead of wondering, investigating and exploring, he will sink more and more into that compulsive attitude that leads him to dichotomize according to given guidelines, and his mental and emotional development will be blocked. Not exercising thought is as bad for the individual as not exercising the body, or even worse. Dichotomizing is just a practical way to avoid having to solve a problem or situation by thinking about it. It leads the individual to resort directly to the quick and simplistic solution, to find someone or something outside of him to blame his problems. For example, during the energy crisis that gripped our economy in the last decade, you may have heard many people complain that the oil companies are deceiving us, the bureaucrats are bugging us, the OPEC countries are responsible, the president does not make decisions. This has been the attitude of most politicians as well as the disgruntled public. There is a tendency to look for a suitable scapegoat, instead of investigating and thinking and analyzing the difficulties that arise in finding a coherent energy policy. It is evident that this type of dichotomous thinking does not contribute at all to solving the tremendous energy crisis that afflicts us. It does nothing but divide people into categories and leave it to others to solve all our problems. Those who must take responsibility for doing something to resolve the crisis may be desperately trying to deal effectively with the various disgruntled sectors of our culture, and to maintain a sensible approach to energy use, but no matter how hard they may try, they will please those who are determined to do nothing but complain, those who insist on overlooking the real problems that demand exercise. Thought. They may be among the first to respond to their country's call if it invades the Persian Gulf to protect our oil reserves, but they will be among the last to respond if the country's situation requires constructive and creative thinking regarding a lower oil consumption or the development of different energy sources. What I mean is that a world that is first born of dichotomous thinking, in which there are more people who see the gray between the divisions of black and white and see that each side in each conflict or problem that requires thinking and meditating he has some right and some error, and that the resolution must be based on a give and take, on negotiation, a world that recognizes the right of the individual to be listened to, and not dictated, will move towards a culture of which we can all be proud. But the overcoming of dichotomous thinking and the practice of realistic thinking can only begin with the individual. That means you. As soon as you and a sufficient number of autonomous individuals begin to be more open to diverse points of view, when they manifest a less inclination to dichotomous thinking, our social structures, all made up of individuals, will stop torturing human beings. Thinking compulsively in a dicholotic way will poison your psyche in a variety of ways, primarily providing you with countless opportunities to feel restless and paralyzed. It leads you, in particular, to use the differences between you and other people to torture yourself. For example, if you can't understand what hose boys are like, and if you find all boys unbearably insolent and you try to avoid them, you will find that those very children you despise so much really control your life. Emotional. Whenever you see a child acting in a way that you consider insolent, you will be enraged, upset. You will be unable to think straight or function as you would otherwise. Simply putting all the guys in a category labeled insolent gave them a power over you that keeps you from being as happy as you want. Also, if you choose to hate everyone in any group, you will give them emotional control over you. Whether they want to use you or not, or come to use you or not, you can provide it to them, and you know deep down that you have given up part of your control over your destiny, and that irritates you. Instead of labeling a group as a collective entity to be hated, you should change your attitude and begin to consider and listen to individuals in that group. Men, whites, Jews, blacks, Asians, mechanics, lawyers, children, alcoholics, communists, all these groups are made up of individuals, and these individuals are as different from each other as soon as you stereotype them all, you will find yourself in such a situation that it will unsettle you and alter what you expect them to do, rather than what any one of them is likely to actually do, and it will allow you to learn more about individuals who actually think differently than you do. The more barriers you raise to prevent a real and constructive dialogue with others who are different, the more you will limit yourself and prevent yourself from reaching your own full capacity. I hope you now understand why the dichotomous thinker has very little chance of achieving inner peace. He is too devoted to placing all the people and all the ideas of the world in this or that shared moment to have time or reason for self-development. The very act of dichotomizing is an activity directed from the outside that places the control focus of your own life on someone or something outside you, the norms dictated by society that tell you how to differentiate patriots from subversives, or any other convenient dichotomy, and the bewildering variety of the people of the world who seem to need you to classify them. Obviously, you cannot have inner peace as long as the controls of your life are located outside of you. You will paralyze your own mission in life, that of being happy and fruitfully vital, if you become a compulsive dichotomizing thinker, but if you learn to overcome dichotomous thinking, to transcend those stereotypes of black and white that so pollute our lives, own personal lives and the very fabric of our society, and if others follow the same path, we will create a society that can finally make this world work at full power. But first and foremost, you must take responsibility for doing it within yourself, and then help others to do it. This is my mission in life right now, to overcome black-white thinking in myself and help others to do the same. Before long, we will all be able to collaborate in creating a world of individuals who think openly, flexibly, listen to each other and interpret questions and answers for what they should be, sincere attempts to create a world more humane for all. But we can only do that if we start with ourselves. Holistic, or totalizing, thought. The unlimited individual understands perfectly that dichotomies only exist in people's minds. That they are only instruments of thought invented to better explain and better control certain parts of our worlds. But my dichotomies are actually always used to divide something that was originally united. We are all combinations of opposites. We are complete people who have an infinity of different qualities and different capacities, always changing within us, according to the tendency and direction of our thoughts and feelings. To move from dichotomous thinking to real human thinking, we must see beyond the veils we have placed between ourselves and the real world. We have to remember the whole world, which was out there long before we divided it into innumerable categories. We have to heal the cracks in our mental structures, created in order to classify all things and all people with one label or another. In short, we must return to holistic thinking. We must remember that before there were sheep or goats, boys or girls, before anyone came up with the idea of odd or even numbers or thought of calling their society civilization, there was life. We must bear in mind that all the humans who lived on this planet before us shared the same sun, looked up at the same sky, fished in the same seas, hunted the same food. Kezia have even wanted to take a break and see for a moment that we and the rest of human beings are the embodiment of human life now, and we all have some fish, little monkey, some genius, some foolish, a certain strength, a certain weakness, a certain wealth, a certain poverty, which constitute parts of our existence. We are all at the same time complete individuals, an organic representation of the whole of life and a small portion of life as a whole. The idea of being a member of a culture is not a goal for those who think holistically. In reality, his point of view is exactly the opposite. The important thing for the holistic thinker is to consider himself part of humanity and not of special subgroups, be they nations, ethnic groups, or cultural cliques. They reject identification within artificially crafted limits, and consider that the boundaries to which so many people lend eternal fidelity are, in fact, a cause for concern and struggle. The holistic thinker sees the world globally, considers all of humanity, and thinks that there are problems in it that must be addressed and solved. Whether someone is unemployed in India, or starving in Biafra, is a problem for all humanity, not something to be solved by the specific governments concerned. We must all get together and give a dignified treatment to others, and those who think holistically, are strongly opposed to dividing individuals into classes, nations, religions, or any other frontier. Humanistic thinking has to start with the holistic approach, with a comprehensive view of the universe and of how you, as an individual human being, fit into the spectrum of all life, past and present, recognizing that we are all together in this thing called life. To think holistically, we must learn to suspend judgment, to put aside, for a moment, all those categories by which we have been conditioned to archive and forget so many people, ideas, things, and possible experiences before considering them. Even, and to see ourselves and see our worlds in their irreducible and primal totality. This means admitting that we have been so busy listing all the differences that could separate us from others that we have tragically forgotten to consider all the common characters, hopes, dreams, times, places and situations that unite us. We've been too busy dissecting humanity to imagine how joyous it could be to all act together. Holistic thinking sometimes means simply sitting back and appreciating how trees create oxygen, just like that, oxygen that all humans breathe, or the miracles of environmental ecology in general, or in what way the whole of human society is almost inexplicably interrelated, and the fact that all the theories of sociology and human behavior are only our best guesses at this moment of how the whole works. It means having sufficient capacity to recognize that the forest is not only the sum of its trees, that although we can somehow classify, dissect, or atomize things in our thinking, we still have the character, a final non-mysterious term, of the whole. Be it the whole of the universe or the whole of humanity, or that of each individual. Thinking without limits. What I call unlimited thinking begins with a holistic view of the world, from which a constructive effort of the individual is required. True limitless thinking is perhaps the highest art of which human beings can be capable. Although limitless individuals function, in general, at patently higher levels in their lives, we are to describe here the mental qualities that separate them from other individuals, without making it appear that everyone who is not limitless people is, in a way, inferior or neurotic. People with limitless characteristics seem to view the world in a different way. Everything they see in it, they see it as an opportunity, rather than as something to avoid or fear. Every experience seems to them a possibility of fun and development, and they are very interested in the new and the mysterious. For the unlimited individual, the world is a miracle, and therefore lives in awe of the universe. He is easily moved by things that seem routine to normal people. You can spend a whole day walking along a beach, lost in the emotion of the ocean, the sand, the birds, the winds, the shells, without ever getting tired of the experience. For the limitless individual, each day is a whole new world, and he can immerse himself in contemplating the beauty of something that he has seen many times before without feeling bored or repetitive. Those who choose limitless thinking are basically satisfied human beings. They feel that they belong to the universe and are happy in all aspects of their life. They feel loved and are capable of giving love without reservation and without anxiety. They are rooted in the present in their relationships, not obsessed with the idea of where their relationships are going or how they have been, nor do they wonder how things are going to turn out. They can fully accept other human beings for who they are, and refuse to judge or condemn others, be they a stranger or a close friend. Their strong feelings of belonging lead them to adopt completely different attitudes from those of most people. Because they feel at peace with the world, they have no interest in changing others. On the contrary, it is easy for them to accept them as different beings, because they have a model to do so, that is, they have learned to accept themselves as whole and complete beings. Due primarily to this accepting attitude, the limitless individual is not burdened with anguish. You have decided to think in a dignified way, respecting yourself, and no one will ever be able to convince you that you lack that dignity. This all-pervading self-respect enables him to function at the highest level both for himself and in the service of others. Because his self-esteem is intact, and because the source of that self-esteem is internal, he and those like him do not experience the paralyzing effects of other people's opinions, both positive and negative. They do not decide how they will think or behave based on what others think. They have already decided for themselves how they are going to act, and this sense of self-confidence allows them to act completely independently of the opinions of others. Limitless people think from a perspective of mastery rather than adjustment in their lives. That is, they believe that they are the ones who determine their destiny, instead of always adjusting to the circumstances of life. Thus, they are able to think naturally and act spontaneously in most situations, and this is mainly because they are not distressed by the judgments of others. Why are they not distressed by the judgment of others? PORQUE themselves are not considered judges. They are individuals who say exactly what they think, and who will pursue their goals even if doing so makes those around them uncomfortable. They do not try to irritate others, but they are not concerned with what they may say, for they know that they will receive 1,000 different opinions if 1,000 individuals are to express an opinion. People without limits often have an idea of their own destiny and a sense of mission regarding their own lives. This mission sense is embodied in a zeal and a decision that most normal people never understand. They want to get things done in their chosen field, and the areas of work and research are limitless. The main thing to understand about limitless people is that they are vitally dedicated to projects and tasks, and that their dedication transcends their own personal worlds. They can be dispassionate about their behavior, and are not affected by other people not understanding their dedication and enthusiasm for what is often their life mission. If others are puzzled by your work, they do not waste energy trying to justify the correctness of their intention. Instead, they act, because they feel it inside. Unlimited individuals, unlike authoritarian people, do not act because they need to value or judge others in a negative way. They rely on internal signs, while authoritarians rely almost exclusively on external signs to determine how they should think and behave. While authoritarians cannot tolerate ambiguity, limitless individuals gladly accept it. The unlimited individual feels more comfortable in situations where the outcome is uncertain, and spends much of his life exploring little-known territory. The idea of meeting someone who belongs to another culture or going to an unfamiliar city or trying a new restaurant with exotic menus is a source of emotions and something that they actively pursue in their lives. The boundless individual, instead of avoiding new experiences, welcomes them. People without limits live their lives at a higher level, mainly because they have learned to think based on the principle of appreciating life instead of criticizing it. For the limitless individual, criticism is largely a waste of time. They are people of action, and they are so devoted to it that they have no time or energy to spare to look over the man and value their own happiness. In reality, they don't even indulge in appraisal, his thing is to experiment. They don't waste time wondering if they are having a good time. They have a good time and let others ask. The boundless individual is not a sick-thinking individual, and has little time or patience for those who want to waste their lives discussing their various ills and states of immobility. They don't think sick, on the contrary, they give themselves so much to life that they treat their bodies in a healthy way. They do not tend to abuse their body, and they know how important it is to have a healthy body capable of fighting disease. They respect your physiology and are able to blend a positive attitude with positive organic health as well. The limitless individual can, of course, become ill, but his inner mental disposition of not thinking ill and not focusing on illness or continually complaining about the various pathogenic processes that infect his organism, gives him a healthy perspective. Full of life. Because they have no interest in clinging to their illnesses and because they strongly believe in their personal ability to heal, they are simply not as disease-oriented as the others. They lead a healthy life, they stay in shape and they don't complain just because. What I want to emphasize is that the individual without limits is not different because he has special physiological characteristics, but because he has decided to behave in life and think in a more stimulating and satisfactory way. Although it may appear to the investigator or casual observer that the limitless individual is simply stronger and more independent, the truth is that he has decided on his own that he is not going to be weak and that he will not let others manipulate him. In addition, you have full awareness of your own unlimited capacity, and a sensible approach to life, which keeps you at these levels. He knows that he can't get everyone to agree with him in everything he does, so he doesn't make it his life's goal. He knows that worrying about the approval of others, or being distressed by rejection, is a waste of time and emotional energy, so he simply refuses to do so. He knows that the past is over and that no one has assured the future, so he tries to live in the present and be grateful for what he has. You know that having to do unpleasant things, like washing dishes or taking out the trash or anything like that, is a necessary condition of life. But you decide what you think, and your thoughts about washing dishes are positive. Having to wash the dishes means having enjoyed the food eaten in them. Having to empty the garbage indicates that you have had plenty of food, while in many parts of the world there are people who have neither leftovers nor plates. The limitless individual really controls his thinking, and consequently his attitudes, and chooses attitudes that allow him to see small things in perspective and that are useful to him rather than making him unhappy. The step to thinking without limits. How to eliminate dichotomies. The best way to grasp an abstract idea like limitless thinking is, as always, to see how it can be applied in concrete terms in the life of the individual. Here are some examples of the types of dichotomy and most common that often erroneously applied with destructive effects, along with some reflections on the holes that between them, and suggestions concrete so you can overcome their authoritarian imposition and think perspective no limites in the life. As you read, ask yourself the following: how have I tortured myself or another and stunted the growth of my own philosophy of life by dichotomizing according to these criteria? You will find many other examples of dichotomy that could be added to the list, and soon you will get to the bottom of the matter and overcome those dichotomies. Rather than thinking in dichotomies or divisions, it is much more practical and effective to start thinking in terms of merging or eliminating the fragmentation process. When the individual learns to approach the most common dichotomies in holistic terms of fusion, combination, and grouping, he achieves a dose of personal freedom that he has never experienced before. You will be free because you will see the people of the world as they are, instead of seeing them as you think they should be compartmentalized. Male-female. There is no doubt in this regard, it is a girl or a boy. In the delivery room or on the birth certificate, there is no reason to say, she is predominantly female, as shown by the character of her sexual organs, but remember that she also has hormones conventionally called male. The problem begins as soon as the baby leaves the delivery room. The girl has to be feminine and the boy masculine. They give the girl a pink shawl, the boy blue, because in young children it is often impossible to see the difference without having to look under the soaker, and few adults are willing to do so just to know how they should react. With a small child they should say, "Wow, what a handsome boy. You will be big and strong like your daddy." And with a girl they should say, "Oh, how beautiful she is. What beautiful eyes. They are like her mother's." From here, everything is downhill, the boys going down one side of the hill, the girls on the other. At first, they do not even understand when they are told, girls can cry, but boys cannot, boys fight, but girls cannot, girls cook and sew, but boys cannot. But when they have been told enough times that boys are to be masculine and girls feminine and they memorize all the arbitrary lists of what each of these categories means, and what they can and cannot do, they meekly break their heads, to adapt to the stereotypes that have been imposed on them, and they dedicate themselves to imposing them in turn on each other as revenge. You look like a boy in those clothes. You run like a girl, kid. To realize how absurd and arbitrary this dichotomy is, one need only consider how the psychological community has constructed the evidence indicating whether one is predominantly male or female. To do this, a series of questions were formulated to males and females. If the majority of the men say that they prefer the shower to the bath, and the majority of the women that they prefer the bath, you will consider the shower as masculine and the bath as feminine. If most men prefer athletics to reading, and most women prefer reading, female reading is considered and male athletics. The psychological community has perpetuated the absurdity by regulating it in tests that stereotype people, classifying their behavior as masculine/feminine. Being competitive, dominant, aggressive, independent, lusting for power and command and triumph, and having an interest in science and mathematics are typically considered male. A team of researchers in Psychology Review described the healthy female with these words: more submissive, less independent, less risky, more easily influenced, less aggressive, less competitive, more easily excitable and vulnerable, more emotional, more vain and preoccupied with her appearance, less objective, and less interested in math and science. Even the father of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud, apparently considered that the healthy woman must be passive, resigned to her inferiority and have the desire to fulfill herself by giving birth to a child. The firm enthronement of this dichotomous practice it has led many to believe that male and female activities actually exist, which makes the same sense as believing that there are male stones and female stones. In spite of everything, on that basis, whoever departs from the assigned sexual role is considered a deviant in need of treatment. It is obvious that whoever enters this dichotomous game limits his potential for human experience in half, and that, if you decide that you only like super-masculine men and super-feminine women, you separate yourself from many, many people. You have to see yourself objectively, and then you will understand that we are all, in the first place, an amalgamation of masculine and feminine. The man has female hormones, breasts, smooth skin, and pretty much everything a woman has, except for the female reproductive organs. Women have male hormones, and the same traits as men, except for male reproductive organs. There are women taller than many men, some taller than most men, although it is considered masculine characteristic to be tall and feminine to be shorter than her man. A woman can do virtually everything a man does except produce sperm, and a man can do whatever a woman does except have children. What happens then? How was it possible to arrive at this division of human activities into masculine and feminine? Some will say that the culprit is machismo. Others will say that it is easier for people to dichotomize and adopt strict social norms that govern their behavior than to face the overwhelming ambiguity of admitting that we can all do what we choose to do. But transcending the male/female dichotomy means allowing yourself to be whatever you choose for yourself, without paying attention to your stereotypical sexual role. The woman who waits for a man to initiate sexual contact when she wishes to initiate it, or who backs down, just because it is taken for granted that a woman should not do so, chooses to continue living in the dichotomy imposed by a macho culture. Similarly, the man who avoids such an attitude because he fears appearing too feminine is allowing that same macho culture to dictate what life can and should be. That a man likes to sew is not weird unless he decides to let statistics dictate his moral standards. A woman who wants to be a truck driver or lift weights is not exhibiting neurotic behavior due to childhood trauma. People who do not conform to rigid male/female categories are not sick, but to the extent that the rest of us make these individuals sick by condemning them for doing what seems natural to them. We do not have to put limits on our ability to undertake any activity that interests us. We can all enjoy new spaces of experience that we were previously prohibited and reserved for the other sex. Men, when they try to be sincere, are able to admit that they really like softness, flowers, a tender hug, making a meal, caring for a baby, or any other of the many experiences that authoritarian-minded individuals have labeled as feminine, to the same extent that they enjoy any of their masculine experiences. Women can also enjoy their femininity and still enjoy playing ball, chopping wood, hunting, running, hiking, driving a race car, or anything else that has been labeled as male. 1. As soon as the individual begins to see himself first of all in the holistic sense only as a human being and then as a function of the type of human being he wishes to be, totally disregarding the dictates of the sexual role established by the artificial male/female dichotomy. Feminine, you can heal that internal split that dominates you and that you have set such strict limits to what you imagine you can enjoy, and you can see yourself as a whole and complete being, the same as when you first left the room of deliveries. Strong weak. As perhaps you have already deduced from my treatment of the authorites' anti-weakness, I don't think there is any individual who is simply strong or weak, and if you tend to classify people in those terms, think that you do so based on a single criterion of strength or weakness. Weakness that has absolutely nothing to do with reality. What is actually strength, and what is weakness? It is, without a doubt, a philosophical problem. Who was stronger, Martin Luther King or the man who murdered him? Adolf Hitler or Albert Schweitzer? The world weightlifting champion or the woman who lifted the car that crushed her son, breaking her back doing it? It is quite possible that after you have thought carefully about what you consider true human strength to be at its best and have valued yourself according to your own criteria, you will discover that you are very strong in your relationship with your family, but that he becomes a coward when confronted with his boss or his co-workers. You may feel helpless on Monday and a real lion on Tuesday. In reality, you are a mixture of strengths and weaknesses of all kinds, and to achieve limitless thinking, the holistic vision, you have to fuse all these dichotomies and see each individual element of your behavior as a whole in which you can identify streaks of strength and weakness, if you decide to think in those terms. Consider your past. When you have acted from what you now consider to be true strength, you may tremble and feel very weak inside. And other times, when he was assertive and energetic, and felt very strong, perhaps he was behaving like a bully deep down, in a way that indicated that deep down he was afraid and felt weak and unsafe. Whenever you see someone behaving in a way that leads you to label them strong or weak, keep in mind that there is always some strength behind weakness and some weakness behind strength. The holistic view of the world will allow you to accept yourself as a human being who was born long before anyone had the idea that you should lower yourself because you considered yourself weak. When one determines his own destiny according to his own and best understanding, he transcends his weakness and control the course of his life at his discretion. He becomes the captain of his own ship, rather than a transit passenger sent by others. But this will not happen if you do not accept yourself as human or accept others as humans, as originally and permanently strong and weak at the same time. Maturity/infantilism. You will hear it continuously. You can't be that immature. You are like a child. Will you never stop behaving like a baby? This dichotomy is used almost exclusively to humiliate others, and is almost never used by those with true self-confidence as independent thinking adults. In fact, in our culture it is often used by adolescents to humiliate other adolescents. Let's see what an individual I interviewed for this book says. In our school, in 5th, 6th and 7th grade, the girls who consider themselves more mature, the ones who smeared themselves with makeup and wore squat bras and suddenly forgot to run, they no longer knew how to do it, they were the ones who rated all the mature or childish boys. For several years, they seemed to think only of classifying people according to their maturity. The worst insult they could throw at you was immature. And who did they decide to call mature? To the best fighters, the taller, stronger, more authoritarian, and more superficially mature boys. And for the same reason, the boys who adopted the most macho airs, those who were always the first to physically overwhelm others weaker than themselves, those who continually tried to show what men they were, considered that the girls who they wore more makeup and behaved in a more helpful way in front of the male, they were the most mature. It's easy to get an immature idea of what human maturity really is, especially if you've never really thought carefully about what maturity might mean, at its best. It is necessary to see who is more mature, the child who tries to imitate the behavior of adults, who becomes solemn and repressed and withdraws from the childish games and fantasies enjoyed by his more immature companions, the one who refuses to accept himself as a child, or the child who thinks, "Of course I act immature sometimes. But what can be expected of me, really? I'm only 10. The difference between you and me is that I know I still have to mature a lot, and I don't want to rush it, I want to enjoy. There is no point in rushing into this. Besides, it seems that you think that growing is something that occurs in a moment and ends at that moment. I suspect that you think that you have already done it and that you no longer have to think about it. Anyway, that way you will not mature anymore. I hope to continue growing and maturing at 70 years. The first step towards true maturity, in my opinion, the only kind of maturity worth pursuing, is to recognize that there is no one who is ever fully child or fully adult, and that it would actually be very sad for someone to be. The person who acts capricious, stupid, and immature at times is quite capable of reacting seriously and responsibly in the right circumstances. The controlled, organized, correct, and dedicated adult should also be capable of being uninhibited, joking and being like a small child when circumstances allow. When someone encourages others to always act in a certain rigid way, arbitrarily qualified as mature, or demands of himself the same kind of limited life, he demonstrates a superficial and dichotomous mentality that ignores the holistic phenomenon that each one part of us is in principle and always part child and part adult, part mature and part immature, throughout life. Clinging to a form of behavior that qualifies as mature is very limiting. It will prevent you from trying new and interesting things and, above all, it will prevent you from wondering what true human maturity really is. It will prevent you from seeing your open character. It will prevent you from constantly reviewing and expanding your idea of the type of person you want to be, and ultimately, it will prevent you from growing and maturing at all. Civilization/barbarism. Viewing people who are most like us, civilized, and those who are less, uncivilized, is an example of the most destructive ethnocentric dichotomization of gender. All cultures on Earth have their own ideas of what it is to be very civilized, but if by that we mean to promote a happier, fuller, and more creative life for all, it is evident that no culture has a monopoly on wisdom in this field, and that we have much to learn from other cultures, from the past and from the present. The more we open ourselves to the study of other cultures, the more we see that those whom we have always classified as more civilized also had barbaric customs that we would never consider civilized. There is no doubt that the ancient Greeks have bequeathed us democracy, philosophy, a classical art of which the Parthenon or the works of Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, and Aristophanes are an example. They may also have left us mathematics, physics, the Olympics, the Iliad, the Odyssey, and other legacies too splendid to even be appreciated in their full value. But let us bear in mind that their culture was also a slave culture in which only male suffrage existed, a culture in which, in some cities, unwanted or weak children were thrown down a cliff, a culture that executed Socrates because he asked too many questions. How are we really to measure the civilization index of our own culture? Did we ever really think about it? Are we not just saying, our culture is the pinnacle of civilization, and everything that is different from it is simply less civilized? If we do the latter, we will surely kill any hope of improving our culture according to humanistic criteria. The same will happen to us as to the individual who is considered mature enough, thus stifling his capacity for growth and personal maturity. To transcend this dichotomy, we have to ask ourselves a few questions. Do you think dropping nuclear bombs on large population centers is civilized? Do you think the use of napalm and chemical defoliants in warfare is? How can it be justified that there are so many children in large cities who leave secondary schools without knowing how to read? Or the high rates of hunger, poverty, and anxiety in our civilized culture? Can our civilization index be judged by the number of recorders we own, or by the many homes that have sanitary facilities? Individuals from less industrialized nations may not wear fashionable pants, they may ride camels rather than Cadillacs, they may have a critical shortage of skyscrapers, color televisions, automobiles, dryers, nuclear power plants, plastic items, chains of fast foods and 3 martini business lunches, but they may also have critical shortages of cancer, depression, Valium, pollution, traffic jams and accidents, rapes and assaults, murders and suicides, power crises, empty days and sleepless nights. Their survival techniques may be a wonder that those who live in the nations we call developed might take into account. If we look at things objectively, we will see that they are civilized in some ways and barbarous in others, just as our culture should always seem to us. As soon as you allow yourself to ask questions like these about yourself and your own culture, you can immediately reach the holistic vision of the concept of civilization, which has to encompass the entire field of human experience, past and present. Wondering what it is that one believes could be civilization in its highest degree. As soon as you work out some possible answers to these questions that allow you to equitably assess all cultures, including your own, the most objective framework you can conceive of, you will immediately see how barbaric, limited, and ethnocentric, which are most of our judgments about what is civilized and what is not, and how much better the whole world would become if we stopped calling each other barbarians and uncivilized. Body/mind. You are a whole or human being. Your body and mind have been working together long before you were taught to distinguish from each other. If you have come to believe that your body and mind are really two separate and independent entities, think that you are the victim of one of the most alienating dichotomies, which can lead to a constant struggle for power between your mental needs and your physical needs. Have you ever thought to yourself, I may not be well put together, but I am clever, and have you looked down on bodily satisfactions, or even abused your organism for strictly intellectual or mental activities? Do you consider your body the ugly card and discard it in favor of the ace of trumps that is your mind? Or do you believe, on the contrary, that your ace of trumps is your body? Do you pride yourself on your physical appearance, your ability to lift heavier weights, or throw a golf ball farther than anyone else, but consider yourself not too smart, short even, and belittle your mind based on that stereotype that has he imposed on himself? A holistic approach to your humanity will help you overcome this dichotomy and allow you to become a more complete human being. If you want to hit the ball with the bat, you will have to train everything, your mind/body, to be able to perform the task. He can't just stand there and watch the ball roll off the batter's base without thinking, I can't hit it. The score is 3-2, I have to switch. Your mind has to rule over your body, and your body has to work in coordination with your mind. Hit it now, you think. Don't hit as hard as you can, let your wrists stay loose in case the trajectory changes. Try to hit the ball and hit the right spot. You don't need a home run, just a base to hit. Throw you. The shot is off target but you are forewarned. At the last moment, you flex your wrist and the bat hits the ball firmly. You don't even have to think about it. He runs to first base, before he even realizes if the ball is going to land in the right place or if the opponent is going to overtake him. When you run down the first baseline with all your might, when you run to work or run through the park, you might stop and ask yourself, is it my body or my mind doing this? And you might ask yourself the same question when you're writing a letter, moving a couch, or driving your car to work. There is no real split between your body and your mind. The only decision is the one that some people have invented to differentiate mental activities and physical activities. You can overcome this dichotomy by accepting that mind and body participate in all human action. Body and mind, it is not possible to maintain one without the other. When the individual dies, although the brain, or the mind, wishes and could continue, it is not possible if the body prevents it. Life without limits, the holistic life, demands that you train and exercise your complete body and mind, that is, your whole personality. Your mind needs stimulation and exercise as regularly as your body, and vice versa. If you can assimilate its basic unit, you can certainly achieve limitless thinking, holistic thinking. Conscious/unconscious. This dichotomy may only be familiar to those identified with Freudian or traditional psychoanalytic theories, but it has played a decisive role in the enthronement of a type of dichotomous approach to life that has progressively spread in our culture. Some psychiatrists will tell you that our psyche, spirit or mind, is divided into three parts, the id, the self, and the superego. According to this Freudian hypothesis, the cake of his mind is divided, more or less, according to the following figure. As you can see, this theory states that your mind is basically divided between your conscious half and your unconscious half, in short, the half that you know and the half that you don't know, and that is, consequently unpredictable or unreliable. But the picture is complicated by the fact that, according to this theory, the basic or central cake of his mind is divided into three roughly equal parts, the id, the ego, and the superego, and that the id, and the half, more or less, of the superego, belong to the unconscious sector of the basic dichotomy, and the ego and the other half of the superego to the conscious sector. Those who agree with Freudian theories They will tell you that your ID is something like the undifferentiated source of your animal energy, and they will portray it to you as some unconscious, dark, primitive, uncivilized force within you that would destroy you and all others. That's around him if he let her loose. But they will also tell you, more or less, that their ID is civilized by their sujo and their superego. Then you will define yourself as that conscious part of you that has been derived from the ID through contacts with reality, and that coordinates its relationships with the ID, the superego, and external reality. Then they will tell you that your superego is an important sector of the psyche, only partially conscious, that collaborates in the formation of character, and that reflects the paternal-maternal conscience and the norms of the society. In other words, according to the classical psychiatric point of view, you are always trapped between your conscious, your ego, and part of your superego, the one of which you may be aware, and your unconscious, that is, your ID and the other part. Your superego, your animal urges, and the influences of your parents and society, those of which you may be aware. Since the conscious and unconscious halves of your mind are considered to determine your behavior more or less equally, the bottom line is that you can only be conscious or in control of half of yourself. It is also considered, without a doubt, that you can discover a certain part of your unconscious, that dark territory of your psyche from which mysterious forces supposedly pull the strings that control your acts and desires, consulting a psychoanalyst whose training and theories, extremely complex, about the meaning of your dreams, tell you what complexes reside there, so that this specialist will guide you a little through the jungle much better than you could ever guide yourself. But even so, you must conceive of yourself as a fundamental being divided, as if your psyche came to the world divided, just as pizza already cut arrives at your table, and that purely animal ID will always be there, in which you can never trust. You never know when the savages of the jungle will come out howling and raise that little camp called conscious mind. In my opinion, all that pizza that psychoanalysis has tried to sell us is a huge fraud to the public. The unconscious, as an entity, simply does not exist. They sell you half a pizza for the price of a whole pizza. Psychoanalysis provides, at best, a few glimpses of what lies within each one. Of course, the individual always has ideas and reactions that are remnants of his childhood, and dreams in which the mind operates very differently from how it operates during the waking state. But assigning responsibility for human behavior to something that, by definition, humans cannot consciously know or control is to facilitate immediate surrender whenever one wants to shirk responsibility for something one is doing. In addition, all this leads the individual to believe that he needs a psychiatrist to guide him to know his own psyche using a lot of rigid theoretical categories and mysterious jargon. This, of course, discards and stifles the individual's ability to analyze himself in the terms and with the worldview that make the most sense to him. Why should I accept that I have a sick sector and a healthy sector, and that deep within me there lives a horrible monster that will devour me if it gets out of hand? I don't think so at all. I maintain that deep within each of us there is a fully human, highly evolved and functionally happy individual, and that we must promote their coming to light. It is a myth to believe that we are creatures that have a fundamentally diseased nucleus. All this dichotomy is a consequence of the hypotheses of the early days of psychoanalysis, and they have no validity in our lives unless we decide to believe it. To overcome the conscious/unconscious dichotomy, we have to dispense with those divisions of the psyche into parts that Freud and others favored as instruments for investigation, and focus as a complete whole. As Maslow put it in 1971, only now are we fully convincing ourselves that the integrated individual, the fully evolved human being, the fully mature person, must have access to himself at both levels simultaneously. There is no doubt that it is already out of date. Stigmatizing is the unconscious aspect of human nature, calling it sick, not considering it healthy. That is how Freud first conceived it, but now we have come to discover that it is not. 1. When you approach with a holistic view, you no longer need to divide yourself into your conscious and your unconscious half. The individual may think, on the contrary, that he has within him a truly human personality, truly important, and that his true character lies in wanting to be happy and whole. And why not approach that way, instead of taking a stupid healthy/sick, conscious/unconscious perspective? Why raise unnecessary and artificial theoretical barriers to thinking between oneself and life without limits? Security/insecurity. This is one of those folk psychology dichotomies that have come into common use as a practical means of forgetting others, and even oneself. How many times have you caught yourself saying, "This is because he is an insecure person," feeling at the same time very sure of his own safety in front of that person who has labeled this way? To what extent do you really believe that an individual, including yourself, is a safe person or an insecure person? Is there room in your thought for someone in the middle, that is, a mixture of both? Virtually everything you do involves a certain security and insecurity. If you stand up to an insolent official one day, you may be very confident on the outside, but you may be shivering on the inside. If you are stopped by a police officer for what you consider to be absolutely unjustified, you may appear to tremble and hesitate inside and out, knowing that you have done nothing wrong and being absolutely sure of it. We all have moments of relative security and insecurity, so any dichotomy that labels us one way or another is a waste of time. Also, labeling yourself safe or unsafe will prevent you from trying to change what you already see as a way of being. If you call yourself insecure, you may very well find that you are constantly leaning on others to do things for you that you don't have enough self-confidence to do alone. George, do you want to take my car to the garage? Mechanical things I have no security whatsoever. At that rate, you will never outgrow your complexes regarding mechanics, and this is solely because you have shelved and forgotten yourself under that label of insecurity, at least, regarding mechanics. Being unsure is obviously not a good thing, if it means you are clinging to a precarious grip that, if you give in, will cause you to fall down the mountain and sink into panic. But it is also not good to feel too safe, if that means overvaluing your safety. Too much insistence on security can lead to inertia, boredom, and depression, just as too little of true security can lead to panic, incessant doubt, or other miseries that accompany insecurity. To transcend this dichotomy, you must admit that you have to risk a certain sense of insecurity if you want to be able to walk a tightrope, water ski, become a writer, start a new business, try a new culinary recipe, or do whatever it takes. Something that requires learning. You have to foresee that life without limits can lead you to situations that most people would classify as precarious, and you should also foresee that there will be others who will say of you, "Act that way," because they feel insecure. There is no doubt, however, that what matters in any situation is how he sees himself, and when you experience those feelings of insecurity, should ask yourself if you feel because you feel you really insecure inside, if you have the feeling that your mind is about to sink into panic, or if you only feel insecure because you have come to see yourself that way in these kinds of situations. You will be surprised how often this insecurity comes from your own stereotypes and/or those of others regarding you, and how often a little quiet meditation on the situation can free you from panic, if you are able to stop worrying because of how unsafe it is. Also, you must admit that limitless thinking requires you to decide for yourself what kind of security you want in life, what kind of life, no matter what the conventional risks of insecurity may be, can give you more inner peace and more confidence to move on and take new risks to shape your own destiny. The questions to ask yourself in any situation are not, "Am I safe or insecure right now? What can I do to feel more secure?" But, "Is my behavior effective at this time to make me happy, whatever the circumstances may be?" Labels that can be assigned by others or that I could assign yesterday. If you are happy now, you already have all the security you need. If it isn't, worrying too much about whether you or others are safe or unsafe won't make you one bit happier. Think for a moment of a few areas in your life where you or others have rated you as very unsafe and a few where you would rate yourself as very unsafe. Then think of all the means you can think of so that you are or could become internally safe in those sectors that you have labeled as unsafe. This exercise should not only show you how absurd the safe/unsafe dichotomy can be, it should also show you how to get around it. For example, if you started thinking with very safe, very unsafe, cooking for the family, solving problems, car mechanics, you may have immediately thought about cooking for the family. I am getting tired of having to eat all the meals. I would rather spend a few evenings a week doing something other than making dinner, and when I have to cook, I would like to try some new dishes. Regarding solving mechanical problems of the car, you may have thought, I am at least sure I know that I can afford the cost of any repairs that the car needs. I feel insecure because I have not dealt with problems of this so far. Dude, I don't understand much about cars and I'm intimidated by people who can talk about it with full knowledge of the facts. That's why I always ask George to take my car to the garage. I'll drive the car myself next time and learn more about it from the mechanics themselves. In other words, insecurities are eliminated by acting, not by simply labeling yourself as insecure. If you go back now and consider what you can do about the insecurity, unhappiness, boredom, depression, that you have associated with cooking for the family, you will discover that your solutions to the problem of excessive security is striking resemblance to what you have devised as cures for your mechanical insecurity, or whatever other insecurity problems you may have. You may have thought this: I could have more fun cooking if I ask George to cook for him a few times a week or bring one of our favorite dishes from the restaurant, so I could get away from my routine a bit, forget about cooking a few times. How many afternoons and have time to think of new dishes and to buy special ingredients? The similarity between these two solutions to opposite problems lies in the fact that, in both cases, you have thought about what you can do about these problems, that you have invented some practical strategies. This is what I call boundless thinking at its fullest. You have forgotten the dichotomy and have used the question-answer system for problem solving, creative thought as your own life has now offered it to you. Regardless of your approach to the matter, there is really no such thing as a completely safe or insecure person. Learning to melt this dichotomy and seeing others and oneself as an unlimited combination of securities and insecurities that you can work with continuously, will undoubtedly lead you towards the true life without limits. Teacher/student. This dichotomy, along with that of parent/child, boss/subordinate, teacher/apprentice, and many others invented throughout history to indicate that one person should be taught or trained by another, is basically something that is used by older people. Individuals of the conventional dominant status with children or with other learners, to keep them in positions of inferiority. It starts with a very simple truth, for example, that the history teacher has lived much longer than you, or at least has been studying history much longer than you have, and consequently can help you learn more about history. But the problem begins when it is assumed that the teacher is the active element of the relationship and the student the passive element, so that the teacher basically went on to act on the student, in the same way that the doctor operates on the patient, and impart or implant knowledge in much the same way as the doctor places a pacemaker or transplants a kidney. Then, it is considered that the student has to keep still in the operation, let the teacher decide how it should be done, and if the result is a success, the teacher leaves the operating room to receive everyone's congratulations on his pedagogical dexterity, while the student receives a pat on the back for being so still and quiet, and is promoted to the next operating room. PAF, another chain of authoritarianism and submission has thus been forged. The holistic truth behind this dichotomy is that every teacher should also be a student, be 5 years old and teach 1 in 3 to draw with pencil, or 65 and be a distinguished history teacher. And besides, nobody can really teach anything to another, in the sense of implanting knowledge or techniques to a passive student. The learner must decide to investigate, think about the subject and practice something on his own, because if not, no matter how much he is taught, he will not assimilate any knowledge. Thus, the responsibility of learning something lies with the learner, who must first decide to become his own teacher so that any other teacher can help him. We all know that no child will learn anything if he refuses to participate, no matter how hard we try to teach him a series of things. It is necessary to condition the child not to cross the street alone, for example by spanking, but conditioning is not teaching or learning in a meaningful sense. We all also know, all of us who have ever tried to teach someone something, that what one teaches is always a mixture of our experience in the teaching process, or of participating in it as students, and our demonstration that we are trying to help to our student teacher. Take for example the experience of teaching a child to ride a bicycle. The child may have spent years riding a tricycle, but now he has his first bicycle. You can put those small wheels that are used for a while, in order to get used to the bike, but when it comes time to remove the auxiliary wheels and for the child to try to balance on both wheels, you are welcome. It will do to run behind him and hold his bike, or advise him what to do to keep his balance or pretend not to. She's going to drop and then sneakily drop him when he's not looking. Either the boy manages to get the hang of the matter based on trial and error, or he will not learn and will have to go back to the wheels for a while. The effective teacher must demonstrate a few things, for example, starting with enough momentum and pressing the pedal hard enough to keep your balance should teach you to put one foot on the ground and tilt the bike to stop and not to see air if you lose your balance, but it will encourage the student to have him hold the bike, to try to start it and stay in the saddle as long as possible and to try again. You should not yell conflicting instructions at him, interrupting him when he is trying to concentrate. If it seems to you that the boy is getting too nervous because you are there and he cannot concentrate well with you in front, you should go away and leave the learner to learn alone. On the other hand, you can reflect on what that scoring system you have used to help your child learn to ride a bike has taught you. Do not doubt that this reflection will be very useful to you to better help another next time. The more the learner's self-confidence is built during the learning process, the more effective the teaching will be. On the contrary, the less self-confidence instilled in the student, the more teaching will degenerate into mere authoritarian conditioning. So where is the dichotomy? The whole aim of teaching, of education, should be to help students become their best teachers, to take full control of your learning. The teacher who learns to help students to take control of themselves also learn more with each effort than it is to teach, and learns from the students. Whenever I taught a course at the university, I learned as much about the subject and how the students' human beings think and behave, as they learned from me, and I was convinced that the professor/teacher dichotomy is actually completely stupid. Student. After all, perhaps the best thing a teacher can do is teach the student to be one. And, likewise, the best thing a father can do is to show his children what they have to do to be their own parents. The best thing a boss can do is show his employees what they have to do to be their own boss, and the same can be applied to teachers and apprentices and in all other cases. To overcome this authoritarian tendency to think that all these relationships are one-way paths that require dominance/submission or imply superiority/inferiority, it is enough to take an inventory of all the relationships in our own lives that have been assigned the labels teacher/student, or similar, and reverse the roles and see to what extent it is true that students are teachers of the teacher, or teachers are students, to what extent their children are their parents or vice versa, etc. If you do, you will see how your ideas change, how your whole way of thinking changes, how your attitudes soften as the tension that was born from your previous need to play so many artificial roles of dominance or submission disappears. Your behavior in these relationships will adjust itself to accommodate new ideas. Good humor will replace anguish, the spirit of cooperation to rivalry or conflict, and authoritarianism/submission chains will become a network of true limitless relationships. Do not forget that everything you know you decided to learn, and that no teacher, no matter how talented, could force you to learn something that you do not want to learn. We are all teachers and learners at the same time, in all moments of life. Work/fun. This dichotomy is one of the deepest and most destructive in our culture. Overcoming it is, in several ways, the essence of unlimited thinking, perhaps the single most far-reaching element that can help you achieve true unlimited life. How many times, in how many ways, have you heard or said, working hard and playing little makes Jack a stupid boy? Work hard, have fun. All I do is work, work, and work. Well, the fun is over, let's get back to work. We are members of the working class. They are members of the leisure class. Now everything is sewing and singing, but wait until you grow up and you will see what work is. Specifically, how rigidly do you divide your time between those pleasant things that you classify as fun or leisure and the miserable routine that you consider work? To what extent do you view your primary job, or profession, be you a plumber, homemaker, executive, publicity, or student, as something you have to do because you have to earn a living, or something you want to do? Desperately succeed so you can get rich and retire soon and not have to work anymore? To what extent do you consider yourself a slave to work, be it washing dishes, mowing the lawn, building a bridge, or writing an article for a newspaper? To what extent have you accepted the idea that fun is a reward for finishing work, whether you are a student who has been threatened with recess time if you don't finish your homework, or a businessman who do you work hard 50 weeks a year, partly because of your 2-week vacation? In summary, to what extent do you think that what is work cannot be fun and what is fun cannot be work? Changing your attitude about the work/fun dichotomy involves more than simply labeling what we enjoy as fun and what we hate as work. In reality, changing the way we use words will be useless if we do not do something else, but considering whether any activity can be called work at its best and cannot also be called fun, that can lead us precisely to overcoming this dichotomy. Consider what it might mean to do your job at the best level. You can immediately think, to work at the best level is, for example, to write the best report of my life, a report that my boss and clients say is exactly what they need, or something similar. You may also think, that has nothing to do with whether I had a lot of fun or pain while writing it. Think again. You may have assumed the following, that your work is the product that you produce, the service you provide, or whatever, and not the activity of working. There is no doubt that part of what you mean by my best work may be the best poem I have ever written, or something else. But the meaning of the whole word when you apply it to your life must include your assessment of how well you had a job, or how much fun your job was as well. It is in this sense that you say, the best job I did in my life, really? Whatever, because I enjoyed doing it, I enjoyed the work, I really liked the people, I had a great time and I found it all very interesting and very stimulating. If you agree that your work should mean both the activity and the product, then you can see right away that work at your best or highest level should be a combination of work and fun. You can call work if you want any kind of routine or activity that you have resigned to hate, if you decide to find some way to enjoy that job or to quit. What is critical is that you do not regard any activity as obnoxious just because you or others have labeled it work, and do not resign yourself to suffer while doing it, because of the label that has been assigned to you. If you have a real interest in life without limits, you have to accept that the only type of work that interests you is work at your best and highest level in every way, and that you first have to be able to do all of them. Your work activities become fun or play. And how did this absurd dichotomy actually originate? How did some people come to accept that there is work and there is fun and that you have to dedicate most of your time to work in order to enjoy the rest of the time, as long as you can afford it, having fun, that fun is the reward for it? Hard work? I think that for most things started already at school, when parents insisted that their children had to start work at home early. They assigned numerous homework and transmitted them at the same time. The idea that it was awful to wash them dishes or mowing the lawn. Children might be told that if they wanted to live as a family they had to do their share of the work, justifying this policy on the grounds that they were doing nothing but preparing their children for school, or life, as it is. But for most it is very likely that it all started at school, where the teachers called certain periods recess periods and made sure that we knew very well that when class started the teacher was the boss again, and that we had no reason to expect to enjoy, because that was work time, time in which we were conditioned to the idea that work and fun were very, very different. Now, what is the authoritarian advantage of this type of dichotomy, which both students and authoritarian teachers accept and or promote? I think it is exactly that if fun can be separated from work so that your fun depends on how well you perform according to the judgment of those in charge, then those in charge have another reward that they may or may not give you at will, and they have found one more way to manipulate you. That is, they are the ones who tell you when you have the right to have fun. The key to overcoming this dichotomy is to realize that your ability to combine work and fun in everything you do is something that no one can take away from you unless you reluctantly give it up. Returning to the commitment section of the first chapter, in which I mentioned the union of vocation and fun, another form of the work/play dichotomy, it will not hurt to read Robert Frost again. Although others accept their separation, my goal in life is to unite vocation and fun. What the poet means here is that vocation and fun were originally the same thing, at least in his thinking, and that some people have accepted their separation, or have given in to the authoritarian idea that for mature adult work and play must actually be separate, they must even be mutually exclusive activities. Frost wants to emphasize that those who have lost sight of the fundamental unity of work and play at its highest level need creative thinking and courageous life choices to overcome this dichotomy now. It does not matter if you remember when there was a unity between work and play in your own personal history or not, although you may remember how much work you had to work to build that cabin or to make that wonderful sand castle, and how you enjoyed yourself. Enthused doing them. What matters now is that you move on to making everything you label work and everything you label fun become global work and fun in your personal story from now on. You don't have to alter your fun to turn it into work in the sense I'm talking about. All you have to do is acknowledge that you are always working when you are actually having fun. For example, if you are totally devoted to a tennis match, are you not working as a total individual? You run from one side to the other, your body and your racket, play with the ball coordinated to the maximum with thought. He's learning and getting stronger and improving his game every moment. As long as you are thinking about the game and not worrying about it. To what extent are you not working? You are not stopped, like the clock that has stopped working, of which we say, it has stopped. I have to have it fixed. On the other hand, you are doing your best both physically and mentally, if you want to distinguish between the two. Then you might even say, I'm exhausted. During this activity that he has been conditioned to call fun, he has done everything anyone can associate with work. Also, when have you found a way to turn your daily work, or profession, in fun, required or not your job much physical activity, she is doing, certainly, at once, all that is characteristic of both the trallo-like fun or play. You will remember that, when we spoke of commitment, I said that fortunately the union of vocation/fun or work/play does not depend on your ability to get the job you like, but on your ability to enjoy work that I get. Of course, you want to get the job that you think you will like. What better way to ensure that you are going to enjoy the job you get? But as for those jobs that you have decided to do, and even with dirty dishes, you decide to wash them after using them, you could have eaten in the same saucepan, or bought meals made from those on television. Why not be as creative as possible in turning those jobs into play and fun? Why accept the idea that 9 to 5 has to be a boring and routine period because it is a work period and the fun comes later? Why go to work every day with the prejudice that the fun is over? Why be that surly garbage man who nonchalantly dragging garbage cans and dropping half on the street because he can't turn his job into fun? Why not be the always friendly and clean garbage can, who finds it fascinating to see what people throw away and think about what the archaeologists of the future will say about that garbage, the one that talks about the new center of waste recycling? Whatever you consider to be, I now work in the negative sense, be it mowing the lawn, doing the dishes, turning in the report on time, sitting behind the movie projector for 8 hours straight with nothing else to do but change the roles every half hour, you can find a way to give yourself completely to that task and to be fascinated by that task for as long as you are doing it. In short, washing the dishes, removing the garbage, going to work every day, are necessary conditions of your life. What? Does that automatically make them work and not fun? Nothing of that. If you decide your own attitudes to all of this without allowing artificial work/play dichotomies to be introduced, you will find that washing dishes can be very good fun time, a time to remember how much you enjoyed the food you had at those times. Dishes, to indulge in your personal thoughts and reflections as you watch the water flow and see your hands and clean those good and dear dishes again for tomorrow's meal, to listen to your favorite music, chat with the family, just meditate or anything else for fun or recreation. Another word that defines the idea of play and work in its highest degree, since it means self-recreation. The marvel of the renewed holistic attitude towards work and fun will be, in short, that the more you learn to have fun with your work, your profession above all, the better will be, logically, the products of your work without you worrying about absolute for him. That is to say, your report as a product cannot, without a doubt, be worse, and I believe that it will inevitably be better in the eyes of others if you allow yourself to play with it, enjoy writing it. Your vacation weeks will be much better if you do not feel that you have sacrificed a year of hard and burdensome work for them, and if you do not feel obliged to make up for it at all costs for that entire year of work. Of course, you may sometimes have to refuse some so-called work or play activities that others have illegally tried to impose on you. Your boss may be a ruthless authoritarian who doesn't give you the slightest development option and seems to be doing his best to make your life hell. And you do not want to actually play tennis this afternoon and someone is trying to drag it to track all costs. In that case, you reject the activity. Quit your job whatever the risks, or say, no, what the hell, I'm not playing tennis this afternoon. But whatever your decision in a specific situation, if you want to enjoy unlimited work and unlimited fun to the highest degree, you must remember that you cannot enjoy one thing without the other, and that when you have achieved one also got the other. Robert Frost himself explained what he meant in Two Tramps in Mud Time. He had a vocation as a poet. His fun was writing poetry. I believe that all of his poetic work, all of his legacy of thoughtful and truthful thoughts, resonates so deeply in the ears of so many reasonable people just because he managed to capture that fundamental unit of play and work in his own life and because he managed to create it for himself. Parodying another poet Limitless, work is play is work. That is all you learn in the world and all you need to learn. Love-hate. Authoritarians have a strong tendency to divide the world into things and people they love, and things and people they hate, despise, and condemn. I love my country, I hate those wretches who take what the country gives them and then refuse to defend it when the time comes, those guys who are against conscription. I love my family. I hate that guy across the street. I like the old houses in the city center, but I hate those new ones that are being built. I love gardening, but I hate cleaning the basement. This tendency reflects the authoritarian's intolerance of ambiguity and his need to dichotomize at all costs, although the result is usually superficial love and blind hatred that, if not directly dangerous, at least fills the authoritarian with contradictions and makes him seem often a moron. Suppose you say, I love my family, but I hate those guys who take everything the country gives them and then refuse to defend it. What if your adolescent son, of whom until now you feel so proud, and that he goes to a very good university, he decides suddenly that is contrary to recruitment? You have proclaimed so many times how much you hate those people that you are now forced to hate you as a person, to withdraw your love, unless you can change your mind. You may try by all means to make him change his attitude, tell him that he will not give you more money if you do not think again, if you do not change your mind, but you will have very little chance of achieving it. His outright hatred goes against him in a very personal and emotional way, and if you don't listen to his reasoning, why should he hear your screams? Also, if he gives in and renounces his convictions because of your threats, how can you later feel proud of him? That outright hatred puts you in a dead end. You can no longer say, well, I hate all those guys except my own son, because that would be a total lack of coherence. The only coherent and political way to get rid of this outright hatred and to be able to strongly disagree with it without feeling bad is to try to reason with it to the best of your ability, to reconsider the pros and cons of recruiting in the best possible way together, and ultimately do what you can to reach an agreement. Even if it takes 10 years, it can still be fun to try. But if you are already an arch-authoritarian in principle, you will be more afraid of changing your current attitude than of breaking with that family that you say you love so much. You will disown your own child, force him to drop out of that college of which you are so proud, and you will probably cause tremendous displeasure to your wife and other family members who will think that your love for theirs must be very superficial if it can so easily turn into automatic hatred and repudiation of one of them. Precisely to avoid this type of love/hate trap, wise parents clearly explain to their children, I will always love you, even if I hate some of the things you do. With that unconditional love, these parents create a space for maneuver through which they can express firm opposition and even hatred toward their children's actions. You lied to me, it's a lie you told me as an apology for being late from school yesterday. I find that behavior obnoxious, which is different from saying, I hate you. There is no doubt that it is possible to love the individual and detest his behavior at the same time. In my experience, only families that have adopted some version of this basic attitude, this fusion or reconciliation of the love/hate dichotomy have remained together. The families in which it was taken for granted that if you hated the behavior of a person at a certain moment you also detested that person, you withdrew your love, at the same time, they all dispersed like leaves in the wind. Thinking a bit more about the nature of hatred, it becomes clear that it is futile to hate a person, whoever you want, and it is probably just as futile to hate a person's actions, for the simple reason that hatred itself is an emotion of reaction, and not a stimulus to constructive action, whose main effect is to bury the hater in a non-passionate whirlwind, anger, rage, immobility, and the dull irritation that accompanies inertia or in the utterly ineffective giddiness that accompanies panic. There is no doubt that the best Allied soldiers in World War II were not those who were obsessed with the idea of hating all Germans but those who said, Germany suffers from a dreadful political disease, so dreadful that one will die fighting it if necessary and kill the Germans who are fighting to prolong it if one am forced to, but one do not hate all Germans, not even all Nazis. My mission is as much to save Germany from this disease as to save the rest of the world, and, in fact, I fight side by side with the Germans who have tried to oppose it in one way or another and have failed, those who uphold the same principles as I do. Those were the ones who were able to go out and do their homework without their good judgment or efficiency being impaired in any way by the internal parasite noises that hatred engenders, those who were too busy fighting the disease or the people who had it. The same principle of loving one's family members without conditions, as persons, even when one is forced to oppose some of their acts without conditions at a given moment. It has been extended by many great religious thinkers to the idea of loving all human beings without conditions, as if we were all members of a single family, even if one is forced to oppose to the death what some can do in a moment dies. That is the essence of holistic thinking. The reason is very simple: if you are hopeful, if you have a clear vision of how wonderful life can really be for you, why not hold the same hope for everyone else? How can humanity ever achieve its full capacity for general happiness if people not only give up all hope for others, but at the same time deprive themselves of any hope of their own, which one does in part every year? Do you ever give up all hope for another? How can you help someone, even help yourself, if you group one part of human beings among those you hate and another part among those you love? Can't everyone you say you love sooner or later do something you hate? Can't you also do something that those you esteem and love loathe and hate? Would you want them to hate you for it? In this way, all the inhabitants of the world would soon end up hating each other. Not only would all personal relationships, and consequently our own lives, be poisoned, but dictators and tyrants would have a free hand to manipulate the blind mutual hatreds of individuals, and human freedom would disappear, replaced by the endless conflicts of hatred. In reality, taking the love/hate dichotomy to its extreme maximum by following authoritarian tendencies could very easily lead to the total extermination of mankind. Consider, for example, the words of the Apostle Paul. Love is long-suffering, sweet, and kind. Love is not jealous, it does not act hastily or recklessly, it is not ambitious, it does not seek its own interests, it does not get irritated, it does not think badly. Indulge yourself in the truth. He sustains everything, he believes everything, he expects everything, he supports everything. Only love lasts forever. Love never perishes. Prophecies will fade, tongues will disappear, science will end. Because our knowledge is imperfect, and prophecy is imperfect. But when the perfect comes, the imperfect will disappear. 1. If you are willing to accept yourself as a perfect individual now, as I urged you to do in the first chapter, you will have to allow the perfect, the whole of your own self, to emerge right now, and you will have to forget your paralyzing hatred of others, of anyone, yourself included. You will abandon the imperfect, those love/hate categories, in which you have placed so many things and so many people, will vanish, simply by establishing the right relationship between what you love and want to nurture and cultivate and what you may hate, what you want to eliminate from the world, in your own mind. For me, the right relationship is, I can hate what other people do, but I don't have to ever hate another person. Consequently, love and hate are never really in conflict when it comes to other people. I accept that everyone, including me, will logically do things that I disapprove of at one point or another, and that sometimes I will have to confront them so that they don't. But that won't stop me from loving basically everyone, including myself, always, and hope for everyone. Overcoming the love/hate dichotomy in one's personal life is something practically all religious thinkers have advocated. You love your neighbor as yourself. All really great philosophy and poetry can certainly shed new light on the meaning of love every time they are analyzed. But, for the moment, I interpret it in the sense that if you cannot love your neighbor unconditionally, regardless of how much you may object, you cannot love yourself unconditionally. That is, you are destined to love your neighbor exactly as much as you love yourself, no matter how much or how little. If you hate your neighbor and behave in a way that is harmful to that neighbor's life, that is a perfect measure of how much you hate yourself and how self-destructive you are in your own life. The last thing I have to say is, the choice is up to you. You can continue dividing all people, activities, events, or ideas between love and hate, or you can overcome this endless dichotomization in favor of the holistic vision, the unlimited vision, by the simple process of deciding to love yourself and others as much as you can, not allowing yourself to be altered or immobilized by hatred for those people or their actions. Good/not. Perhaps this is one of the most frequent dichotomies in the language, and, as it represents an important categorical judgment in which it is used, it gives rise to a great number of abuses. We hear all the time saying, "He's not a good boy. He's being very bad. She is a good girl." The assumption behind these claims is that people can be fairly differentiated into categories of good and bad, and that people who are bad do not deserve our trust, while good people are to be congratulated. But in reality there are no bad people. The idea of bad is a moral judgment, and the bad behavior of one person is the good behavior of another and vice versa. Therefore, the circumstances will influence, most of the time, what is considered good or bad. In times of war, it is bad to avoid killing the enemy, while in times of peace it is good to avoid killing at all costs. Despite the fact that the act of killing remains the same in both cases, the judgments of good or bad are always changing, depending on the context of behavior. So, depending on the correctness of the laws and the legal authorities of the jurisdiction in question, you, as a jury, for example, may end up drawing this conclusion: yes, From a technical point of view it was murder, because the laws this country prohibits the killing of Gestapo agents, whatever the circumstances, and this man deliberately killed that agent who was going to take his family to a concentration camp. But I cannot condemn this man for doing that, so I will have to dispense with the technical definition and vote according to my conscience, innocent. A basic error of the good/bad dichotomy, and also very widespread, is to unreflectively allow external laws and social conventions to make moral judgments for us according to pre-established rules. The North American jury system as well as the judicial system of other countries is organized as best as possible to prevent this, providing that the jury can vote whatever they want without having to justify their vote to anyone and without the possibility of being called to be held accountable or punished for it. But even so, many juries and judges from all walks of life are basically unaware of it and vote guilty only because the defendant has violated the law from a technical point of view. Thus, regardless of what the overwhelming circumstances may have been, they consider that the laws must be defended at all costs, without considering for a moment that serious injustices may be committed against individuals. To overcome this particular problem of the good/bad dichotomy, you must remember that every person is a composite of good and bad behaviors, as they are generally defined in our culture. In reality, in every example of behavior there is a mixture of what we call good and bad, and learning to overcome this simplistic dichotomy and to examine the context of the behavior is a much broader way of thinking. We transcend the dichotomy when we are able to see how good and bad are, in several ways, the same thing. The offender who has been arrested for burglary will likely be labeled bad. But we need to examine the circumstances of the crime. This does not mean that the act should go unpunished, but simply that it can be decisive to analyze the offender in order to be able to judge the crime fairly, as in Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, in which the culprit steals a loaf of bread in order to feed to his starving family. Would you say that the refugees who sneak across the border to survive are all bad little and trying to stay alive and improve their lives? If you were in their shoes, how would you behave? Weren't the first settlers to North America simply refugees who illegally entered foreign lands, Indian lands? Were they bad or good? To transcend the dichotomy, you must adopt that kind of broad view that rejects the classification of individuals in stereotypes and that it gives you elements to do something constructive in the task of correcting what needs to be corrected in our culture. Instead of just judging people and things based on whether they are bad or good, it is much more effective to consider all aspects and then move on to take constructive action. The current custom of labeling good/bad does nothing more than keep things exactly the way they are and create neat little categories of good and bad to lock everyone into. In all human behavior there is a combination of good and bad, and the most effective thing is to avoid judgment and say to yourself, well, maybe I'm wrong, so I will not adopt strict attitudes in that regard. I will give some examples of good/bad type judgments that are totally nonsensical. The weather is very bad today, or it was a great game, but last week was horrible, or similar observations, in which it is limited you to project judgments on things that are not in themselves bad or good. Time is time, and no matter how much you dichotomize it, it will not change it, so when you say that it is bad, you only express out loud your personal decision to be upset by it, to allow it to bother you. Why not consider the storm beautiful? Take the holistic view that if every day were clear and sunny the earth would be barren, a wasteland, and enjoy the weather as it is. Also, you may have thought that last week's game was horrible because the result was a 0-0 draw and there were no spectacular plays, while this week's was good because the result was 5-0 in favor of his team, and there were spectacular plays. When you say that last week's game was horrible, what you say is, I decide not to enjoy what I could taste of last week's game, because you could have enjoyed that constant struggle of the players of one and another team for achieving what they could not achieve, scoring a goal, and the excitement and expectation that remained throughout the game, waiting for that goal, which did not come. However, you decided to make a dichotomous judgment of bad/good, you decided not to enjoy what you saw, or to feel irritated by it, from the moment you established that judgment, because from that moment you could not enjoy what is happening now nor see the good in what he has already definitively labeled as bad. Finally, it is very important that we think about what we hear people say so often, in those categorical labels of so and so is not a good girl, so and so is a good man. There is a parallel between this judgment, which basically consists of qualifying people and not behaviors or actions, and what we said in the last section of the love/hate dichotomy. I would say, at the risk of also making a certain dichotomization, you will remember that I have already stated before that the proper use of dichotomies is essential for thought and language, that what we must avoid is the authoritative use of them, that such categorizations of individuals as completely good or bad they are never necessary nor justified, and how to overcome this abuse of the good dichotomy/is bad. Never label people themselves but their behavior insofar as it is necessary. To do so, without forgetting that all behavior necessarily contains something good and something bad. For example, suppose you say, Fulanita is not a good girl because she is uncontrollable in class, because she is an ongoing discipline problem for her teachers. But if you think about it, that same characteristic of uncontrollability can turn you into a great leader or creative genius in the future, as long as people do not insist on trying to destroy you by categorically labeling you as bad instead of trying to help you by trying steer it toward a good end. It may also be that this is what you like best about that girl now in certain circumstances. Perhaps you thought that you should call your attention to see him reply to that presumptuous individual who is always annoying you, but it is very possible that deep down you said, "Courage, girl. I wish I had enough courage to do the same." If you meticulously examine these categorical judgments of good/bad, correct/incorrect and others, you will be able to overcome the misuse of all of them, rejecting some as completely absurd and others because you have no real need or reason to make them. Patriotic/unpatriotic. As you may recall from the comments on the super-patriotic trait of authoritarians, this particular dichotomy may very well lead to dire social consequences, national or international in scope. Basic difference between this dichotomy and others such as good/bad, correct/incorrect, is that while the latter have certain legitimate uses, such as when you have to make a moral judgment in practical terms, it is very difficult to see legitimate uses of any kind in the patriotic/unpatriotic dichotomy. The truth is that this is an artificial dichotomy. An individual can passionately love his country and still think that it is unfair to its citizens. An individual could refuse to kill others and still love his homeland, or the exact opposite, go to war and kill the enemy and still be a traitor to the cause of his homeland. In reality, the decision to be a patriot or not is a choice, and no one can be condemned for vehemently disagreeing with the conduct of their country's leaders. Countries, on the other hand, are not immutable. They are made up of leaders and citizens, who can be honest and absolutely immoral at the same time. The idea that the homeland must be defended rightly or wrongly does not fit within the vital framework of the unlimited individual. Only you can answer for yourself the question of what true patriotism and true love of your country mean in your case, and each individual has the inalienable right to decide such a matter for himself. Therefore, what patriotic objective would we serve by labeling the attitudes of another as patriotic or unpatriotic? By doing so, we deny or violate their democratic right to have their own opinions. We isolate him from the political process as a whole, we discredit him as a person for thinking as he thinks, and we ensure that others have prejudices against him, thereby accentuating the dominance of the chain of authoritarianism and submission to which we have signed up. To overcome this dichotomy, the simplest method is simply never to use it, unless you can see some use of it that you consider legitimate in a certain situation, but I would be very surprised if you found it. In this regard, it may help you to ask yourself whether there is any practical use for humanity as a whole this nationalistic attitude with which Americans, but not only they, as is known today, mentally divide the whole world. The idea of patriotism, or love of the native country as a positive value, depends on your first recognition of your country, the specific geographical area in which you live, the political, economic and social system, as a very important entity. By accepting, for example, the idea American as primary identification of yourself, you will be immediately tempted to consider yourself American as opposed to German, Russian or Japanese. Perhaps there is no danger in it and he understands by such a thing only an opposition that entails an inconsequential difference although of a certain importance. The one you may have a different cultural heritage from that of many Russians, or even the one you see the United States engaged in a fight with the Soviet Union, for example, to see if our dominant political philosophy can allow us to live better to the Americans than to the Russians theirs. But if your fundamental identity as an American means to you that we have to defeat those Russians at all costs, if you consider yourself basically part of a country whose obligation is to expand the domains of the free world, meaning the American territories and spheres of influence, if you define your patriotism as love for your country and hatred for other countries or their inhabitants, then you submit to the idea that the entire planet and all its inhabitants, including you, do not. They are more than great pawns in what the lyricist of a song called the patriotic game, referring to the carnage that blind patriotism caused in Ireland. Come all, young rebels, and get ready while I sing. Love of country is a terrible thing. Erase fear with the speed of a flame. And it totally kills you in the patriotic game. And now I am lying, my body full of holes. I think of those traitors who negotiated and sold. I am sorry that my fusil did not do the same with the traitors who sold themselves in the patriotic game. 1. This bitterly ironic song prompts us to wonder what this game of so-called patriotism is. Doesn't it serve to make us forget that before there were nations there were people, there was life, and to make us accept that now we, those of us in the free world, and the people who are there, in the underworld, are we really representatives of the dichotomized forces of good and evil, exclusively destined to fight each other until our homelands surpass theirs, or vice versa? The natural enlargement of the tendency to identify with the homeland in any primary sense is the tendency to arbitrarily dichotomize the entire world into lines of combatants, and to oppose in one's own thinking immense masses of the rest of humanity in something that, according to in my opinion, it has no real basis whatsoever. Consequently, your calling yourself a patriot is exactly as bad as your calling someone else an unpatriotic, insofar as it pits you against millions of people, whom you don't even know, just because they live there. Other countries. Perhaps you clung to the idea that your country and the ideals of that country should prevail in the world. You may also assume that everyone else is the same as you. You will then assume that the truly patriotic Russian will be as determined to promote the conquest of the world by the Soviet Union and its ideals, as you are by your country and yours. You assume that the inhabitants of foreign countries are continually stalking you, they are against you. All the great revolutions, including the American War of Independence, were the works of traitors to their own country. The idea of betrayal clearly depends on who sets the label. There is no doubt that George Washington and Thomas Jefferson were both traitors and patriots. As with all dichotomies, it turns out that, on examination, it is discovered that there is a certain truth at both ends and that in order to properly see reality we have to fuse that dichotomy. The she individual feels committed to internal truths and is never internally limited by those artificial barriers that lead to the patriot/traitor dichotomy. Therefore, to overcome the patriot/unpatriotic dichotomy, I think it is best to forget it, never use it, and also forget that stubborn insistence that an American, or whatever you consider yourself, is the opposite of a member of another nation or another culture. Conceive yourself as a human being among all the millions of human beings that populate the planet, a global individual and without limits. We-they. This last dichotomy represents the final result of the entire authoritarian dichotomization, which consists in dividing the world into all those people whom you consider next to you and all those who are against you. Have you decided to classify another as weak and consider yourself to be strong, or vice versa? Have you decided to consider yourself mature and consider another childish, or have you decided to consider others uncivilized and consider yourself civilized? The consequence of any act of dichotomization of humanity is the separation between the group you love and the group you hate. It is placing those you label good versus those you label bad, and that generally breeds all sorts of unnecessary, and often dangerous, artificial divisions between you and those other human beings who occupy this place with you. Planet. In short, the more authoritative your thinking becomes, the more it will lock people into alien and negative categories. When you choose the we/them dichotomy, you begin to think as follows, with all the obvious biases inherent in this attitude. I am spontaneous, you are disorganized, they are lazy. I am polite, you are passive, they are shy. I am tenacious, you are aggressive, they are annoying. I am a naturalist, you are uncivilized, they are wild. So see how the tone changes when one thinks in terms of dichotomies. You simply use a less flattering concept to describe the same type of behavior. But the dichotomy produces a type of we/hers division that, instead of uniting individuals, separates them. You can overcome the us/them dichotomy by including all of us, by admitting the simple fact that we are all equal parts of life now. Altogether, admitting that the beggars on the streets of New Delhi, the boat people of Malaysia, the English royalty, the working man from Detroit, and you, whoever you are equal parts of humanity now. All of the dichotomies listed here, and others that may arise as you try to eliminate this type of disintegrating thinking, are tendencies that lead to separation rather than unity, to splitting rather than holistic integration, and that underscore differences instead of trying to solve them. It's not easy to divide the world into two blocks, black and white, and those who try rarely make this world a better place for everyone. The world always moves in gray, and if you intend to differentiate it specifically, in black and white, you will only be fooling yourself. To transcend dichotomous and authoritarian thinking and be able to think holistically and without limits in your own life, you have to understand first and foremost that a rigid dichotomy is nothing more than an artificial human instrument. These dichotomies are used by authoritarians to provoke conflicts between individuals and societies, or between individuals themselves, in order to further the goals of a particular authoritarian society, or a particular chain of authoritarianism and submission. The more dichotomies you can overcome and the more means you can devise to overcome them, the more individual steps you will take on the path of thought and life without limits. 4. First, be a good animal. Let's take a break from learning the great art of boundless thinking and run around a bit. Let's go up a tree, for example, or go for a swim or play with the child. If I have explained well what it is to think she/limitless, it should be easy for you to appreciate the natural joy that is available to you every day just because of your status as an animal among other animals on this planet. Despite the fact that many of us have come to look down on the animal side of our nature. To become as fully human as you can be, you cannot help but consider your own relationship to your body and your basic human biology. Are you at peace with your body? Are you not ashamed of your animal qualities, and do you gladly accept that part of yourself that is closest to nature? Or does your body fill you with shame and guilt, and try to hide that part of your basic humanity? Do you think that there is a fundamental split between your intellectual world, in the broad sense, and its most basic, biological and animal aspect, that prevents you from seeing yourself primarily as a single and unified human being, who accepts and enjoys all the elements that constitute your humanity? The remarkable alienation of the individual from his own animal nature, which has led so many to belittle or abuse the body, or to dispense with at least many physical pleasures, seems to have started with intellectual speculations about what places man above all else. Beasts. Some claim that the ability, the reasoning and thinking of human beings sets them apart from other animals. Others consider that spirituality is the only characteristic that allows us to consider ourselves one superior to all other living beings. There are cultured scholarly publications full of references to the human capacity to overcome instincts, citing brain size, the ability to invent, and the ability to use tools or create complex and highly advanced societies as key factors that have allowed us to dominate the earth. These speculations can be valid and interesting in the right context. but they are often used to show that we are vastly better than animals, as if we are so unsure of our worth that we should list all the reasons why we are superior to dogs, frogs, or amoebas. Its main social consequence has been to split individuals in two, from a psychological point of view, to induce them to repress the simple fact that, whatever the type to which we belong, we are still animals and we must respect and enjoy this undeniable fact. Let's put it this way, if a horse could write or think as well as you think you can you imagine him writing down all of his own attributes under the heading "Why am I superior to a dog?" The truth is that I think the horse would make a lot more sense than all that. And the very fact that we seem so eager to deny our basic animal nature, and that this refusal causes so much conflict among human beings and so much misery, should lead us to wonder if we are, in a certain sense, a little more awkward than the rest of the animals. If not, we could perhaps learn more from our dog than what he can learn from us. I have never had a dog as a client in all my years as a counselor, and not because some people would not have brought their dogs to the therapist if they had become neurotic. But I have never seen a dog that found it difficult to accept himself as a dog, plus, like exactly the kind of dog it is. I have never seen a German Shepherd puppy trying to look like a 3-year-old greyhound. I never saw a dog consider himself clumsy at barking or get depressed because the dog next door barked better than him. A dog will never enroll in a dog school to learn to bark or pull its hair for failing to score a 10 on the barking class. And dogs are not, of course, the only non-neurotic animals. I don't know of any cat who was embarrassed for failing to catch a mouse. The cat learns without being bothered by the lost mouse. Antelopes, bears, ants and whales do not seem to have internal conflicts either. Parakeets and snakes do not seem to have an identity crisis. In reality, human beings seem to be the only animals capable of becoming neurotic by opposing the evidence that they are animals in the first place. It seems that it is always those we consider to be the most refined within our culture who are most willing to divorce ourselves from our animal selves, affirming that we should be ashamed of our basic biological nature, that we must admit that we have nothing in common with those beasts that we see in zoos or represented in wildlife. All this, in my opinion, is meaningless. We are all animals, and if we needed proof of this, it would be enough for us to observe that we all perform basic animal acts every day. We hunt, sleep, copulate, smell, fight, wash, nest, defecate and urinate, run, lick, suck. We look for shady places when it is sunny. We actually do practically everything that all animals do. We do some things, of course, differently than other animals do, but we certainly try by all means to pretend that we are actually above all those lower animal creatures with whom we share this planet. Our conflicts with our animal nature they manifest clearly in our dualistic attitude towards animals. It is common to hear things like "he's so rude, he's just like an animal," or "they're disgusting, they behave like animals." Then those same people will use comparisons with animals to express the maximum of human capacity: agile as a cat, runs like a deer, strong as a bull, has the memory of an elephant, has an eagle's eye, is free as a bird. I believe that all our conflicts with the animal side of our nature can be resolved only if we dispense with the first half of this dualistic attitude, with which we stop whenever we find ourselves denigrating our own animal nature, placing the rest of the animals below us, even lower than where we place ourselves, and turning our backs on all that we can really learn from other animals regarding the best means of being ourselves. Walt Whitman summed up my feelings in Herb Leaves. I think I could go live with the animals. They are so placid and autonomous. None are respectable or miserable on all earth. You don't have to be ashamed of your animal nature, but a lot to be happy about. Everything you do to stay alive and healthy is something practically all other animals do on a daily basis. It is hard to deny that most animals are more in harmony with their basic nature than humans are. The more you stop to observe and learn from animals, the more likely you are to have a healthy and wholesome philosophy of life. Samuel Butler put it this way: all animals except man know that the main object of life is to enjoy it. If you could get this feeling to be firmly etched in your conscience, you would be a much happier person for all the days that you have left. If you were to give up worrying, anger, fear, anguish, planning for the future, limitations and repressions, comparisons, and all the other exclusively human neuroses that this society has burdened you with, and take an approach more joyful of the objective of his stay here on earth, in the first place, and decided to learn from animals, his situation would laugh much better in every way. At times, he may enjoy arguing about the true essence of humanity, trying to determine the relative roles of heredity and environment in shaping the individual, comparing his capacity for reason with his instinctual powers. But other times you will be much better off if you simply forget all those academic arguments and accept yourself for what you are, an animal that is on this earth and whose link to this earth dwells in your body. If you sincerely value your situation in this life, what else can you be in this world if not your body? There is no doubt that without your body you are nothing, apart from the legacy that you leave to future generations after you die, and that your very essence is in your biology, in that organism that is you in the here and the now. Even if your real you were your mind, your spirituality, or your thought process, that real you would still be quite dependent on your unreal you, that is, your body, for survival, because when your body is sick, deteriorating, moving, regardless of how healthy the rest of your real self may be, you will die as a whole without question. We do not have to turn the problem of our basic reality into a religious or metaphysical problem. This is a matter of sheer common sense. During the time that you are here on this planet, you are your body and everything that your body comprises. Your body includes, of course, that majestic and incomprehensible organ that is your brain. As a human being, you have unfathomable reasoning capacities and unfathomable spiritual dimensions. But your real self is that wonderfully perfect, fully developed organism called your body, which is your brain, your heart, your feet, your fingers, and everything else. Your body is not just a suitcase in which you carry your brain from here to there. His brain is, on the contrary, a nerve center, a cabin from which that mysterious actor who is you pilots the body, in accordance with his basic needs as a human being, according to the data provided by the senses and your idea of where you want to fly today. If you learn to take care of your body, to use all its glorious qualities, you will be a much more efficient, productive, and happy individual while you live in this world. After the body dies, who can say what is possible? Your spirit can certainly evolve further, that's my opinion. You can overcome your animality, I think so too. Its total essence can be very different from everything we know of this world. But during his stay here his real self, like everyone else's, identifies with his own body, his constitution, his belonging to a species, there is no doubt about it, he identifies himself with his full animal self, he is united with it. Trust your animal instincts. If you stop to consider your basic animal nature, you will find that daily, at all times, your animal instincts are pushing or pulling you in one direction or another. The question for the she individual to ask is, can I harmonize my life with my animal instincts so that I can establish true peace with those instincts and live a happy life with them, in other words, achieve the true life without limits? Before we can answer this, we must ask ourselves another question: what are our instincts? And how can we identify them when we feel them? Instincts are reactions to environmental or external stimuli of a hereditary and unalterable nature, regardless of the rational. They are immediate reactions of the organism, designed to relieve bodily tension created by life situations that require basic animal reactions. In other words, if someone tries to punch you, and you react instinctively, you will raise your arm to stop it, or you will bend over or back away, without even thinking about it. If you see someone who is very sexually attractive to you, your body will react immediately. Not all animal instincts are present in humans, of course. We do not have that vigorous innate circuit that allows ducks, without any training, to fly in perfect formation with other congeners, or that allows bees, without studying architecture, to always build perfect panels. But we have very strong biological drives and tendencies that have existed in humans long before their learning through conventional instructional methods, and we can certainly get back in touch with those biological drives and intuitions if we put our minds to it. But we must remember that not only are our instincts weaker than those of other animals, but we are capable of repressing them, which other animals are not capable of doing. We can, if we decide to do so, stand still and hold the punch. Repair immune plus our instincts systematically cultural pressures, learning experiences and, ultimately, our own defensiveness about them. The remnants of animal instincts that we possess, although they may be very weak at the moment, are not bad, they are not something to be ashamed of. On the contrary, individuals who rely firmly on their instincts to survive, to solve problems and to expand their life horizons, those who consider these deep impulses of human beings not as the sick part that we have, as so many specialists in the field of mental health, psychoanalysts especially, pretend to have us believe, but as the potentially promising and practically limitless parts of our nature, these people face their lives correctly, and even control them. As I stressed earlier when speaking of the conscious/unconscious dichotomy, if you probe deep within yourself, you will not find a wild uncivilized beast with no culture at all. You are not basically a veneer of a human being who, if you fully explore your deepest animal instincts, will expose a seriously deranged schizophrenic, rapist, murderer or uncontrollable inhuman monstrosity. In fact, I think you will discover exactly the opposite. Deep within you is a survivor, an organism capable of functioning effectively in almost any medium and of reaching the highest levels of perfection. Deep within you are natural attitudes, capacities, and potentials that will help you in all operational areas of your life. But to bring them to the surface you must allow yourself to trust that reservoir of animal instincts that you have kept hidden within yourself, and to rely more on your natural human capacities than on all the cultural norms of behavior that you have learned. I use the word instinct a lot throughout this book to designate all those very special qualities that allow us to act in a basic way for our survival, without having to think beforehand what we are going to do, including what we call tendencies, impulses, human inclinations, or predispositions. Let's give them the name we give them. There is no doubt that they are there, that we have them all, and what interests me is to help you to be able to use them more effectively, to maintain a more permanent contact with them. They constitute great resources of human strength, peace, and positive human development. Such is the character of our instincts that we do not have to do anything, we do not have to learn new techniques, acquire new knowledge, rise to a new position, to reconnect with them. All we have to do is stop blocking them and expel them from our mind, stop arguing with them, repressing them, and belittling them. Learning to trust instincts is not something I know. Start by trying to do concrete things, in the sense of fighting or striving. If you make an effort to reconnect with your instincts, you are actually putting unnecessary pressure on yourself, to force yourself to do things your body already knows how to do: run, play, copulate, breathe, doze in the sun. Also, when you try to force your body to do something your body doesn't want to do, like sitting for 10 hours straight or smoking cigarettes, your body will resist. Your body is perfect. It knows how to be a body, it knows how to do all the things that bodies are capable of doing. He knows how to talk, sweat, sleep, ejaculate, be hungry, cry. He is also an excellent learner. You can teach him to swim, drive a car, write a letter, play the guitar, cut a diamond, or climb a mountain. But while you are teaching him a new skill, you need to be allowed to do it according to your own instincts, without being forced or rushed by artificial programs, without being pressured or punished for not doing exactly the way the book says you should. To be made. For example, almost all ski accidents involving broken arms or legs or other serious injury are due to individuals belittling their instincts and trying to ski down slopes that are too steep where their bodies cannot function well. Without further practice or training. Bison fans who jump down these slopes receive all kinds of warning signals. Us instincts tell them, "You're going too fast, the track is too narrow and tortuous, your body cannot function in it, will not know to avoid the fall, will not know slow and anger's gaining momentum, and if you collide with those trees going so hurry you will hurt yourself a lot. In such circumstances the she individual will just fall in the funniest way possible, not minding snow getting up his sleeves. When his more distant companions stop and ask him what happened to him, he will say, "This track is too much for me, I am not ready to go down it yet, and the only sure way to stop was to force the fall. I think I'll take off my skis and go down that ridge on the right. We'll meet downstairs." What the she individual has done to avoid hurting himself has been to be true to his instincts, which in that decisive tenth of a second told him, "Get on the ground." On the other hand, those who repress their instincts are those who say in that crucial split second, "No, I don't want snow to get up my sleeves, it would be embarrassing to fall in front of all those people, and I would also have to walk down by the other hill." That distrust of a tenth of a second in their instincts is what leads skiers to suffer falls at speeds higher than those that their bodies can withstand and break a bone, or, in the best of cases, to go down from bad way the hillside, with pride intact but with the body saying, "What stupid I have done, good God. He could have killed me." Trusting your instincts means simply letting them work, allowing the body to do what it knows how to do. It means relaxing, uninhibited, forgetting about pressures and not judging your own body's performance according to the criteria of others. It means really trusting that the body will come through and perform all its wonderful instinctual miracles without undue effort on your part, without allowing a matter of task assessment to dominate your mental processes. If you catch yourself scolding your body for not doing something as well as you had demanded, you will adopt an attitude towards it that will impede your uninhibited and natural functioning in practically any situation that life may pose. Here is what Ralph Waldo Emerson said about confidence in one's instincts: "All our progress is an unfolding similar to that of a plant bud. We have first an instinct, then an opinion, then a knowledge, just as the plant has root, bud, and fruit. Trust your instinct to the end even if you can't give any reason." When it comes to the question of when to trust animal instincts, it is best to ask yourself this question: when can my instincts go wrong with regard to what is best for me? To answer this, we have to take an example from our own life. My favorite example of true instinctual behavior will be familiar to everyone who has had children. It dates from 1967, 2 months after the birth of our daughter Tracy. It was approximately 3 in the morning. I was sitting up in bed studying for a test I had the next day. My wife was fast asleep next to me, unmolested by the noise I made turning the pages, my movements, or the glare of the light. Tracy's bedroom was on the ground floor, a long way from ours. Tracy coughed. Although she was wide awake, I barely heard her. But my wife was immediately awakened from a very deep sleep by that little noise. He was surprised that I was still awake. "Can you go see what's wrong with Tracy?" he told me. I heard her cough. My wife did not reveal superhuman powers. It simply left a path open to her basic maternal instincts, which had blocked all sounds and lights and images while she slept except for her daughter's screams and coughs. So instinctively connected was the mother to the specific sounds of her daughter that she heard a cough sounding from a far away part of the house. It made her wake up from a very deep sleep, analyze the situation and, Wayne is awake, he can take care of it, ask a question, convince herself that her daughter's safety was protected, and go back to sleep peacefully. Just as mothers have very special connections with their young children that no reasoning can rule out, and which are blocked only if the mother gets drunk or is in an equivalent state of mind, you know that you have an unlimited supply of infallible animal instincts in your life. It's interior. It is not something learned, nor something determined by the environment. She is born with you, and the cat who knows instantly when one of her kittens needs help is no different from the human mother waked up by a distant cough in the middle of the night. When can your instincts be wrong about what is best for you and your loved ones? Let us consider another series of clinical cases of instinctual behavior, the one offered by the experiences of survivors, that is, those who, as we studied in Chapter 1, survive physical trials in which others simply give in and die. In the first chapter we underline the survivor's ability to retreat completely to live in the present moment. The reader will understand by now that being able to live now is vital to being able to trust basic animal instincts, or to be a good animal, and it almost amounts to it. The survivor is above all a person who really knows how to trust his basic animal instincts. When normal people suddenly find themselves in life-threatening situations, it is always the case that those who are capable of abandoning reasoning and giving in completely to instincts manage to survive and the others do not. Eric Maria Remarque, in one of the cleverest war novels ever written, Quiet on the Front, describes the daily horror of life in the trenches in the First World War. After surviving for years in the most terrible circumstances, the protagonist explains how he begins to fear that his survival instinct may be leaving him. We scatter and throw ourselves to the ground, but at that moment I feel that instinctive alertness leaves me, and she is the one who has always unconsciously made me perform the correct actions under enemy fire. The protagonist explains how those who abandoned their instincts were often injured, and also explains that the best soldiers were those who totally trusted what their bodies told them to do in moments of crisis. An example even more applicable to you and me is provided by those who survived the famous plane crash in the Andes. They weren't specially equipped or trained to survive freezing temperatures. They were normal people, exactly the same as you and me, and the lesson of their experience was very simple: those who trusted their instincts survived, while those who allowed superstitions, inherited from their culture, to prevail over their instincts failed to survive. The true message of that story was that the survivors returned to their instinctual bases in order to get out alive. But what was it that caused the headlines in the press? The cannibalism that survivors had to resort to, that horrible animal behavior they indulged in when their instincts told them, those other people are already dead. Their corpses are the only food we have on this mountain. We have to eat it? Did they behave like animals? Of course. But like good animals. Who did these survivors really harm? They did not harm, of course, the dead comrades, whose bodies they ate. Can we imagine one of those wretched victims coming back from the dead and saying, "Don't eat that body. I've left it, yes, I may not need it anymore, but I want you to starve so it can rot where it is, or to be found and taken to bury it in the cemetery of my town"? The dead, of course, didn't care. In fact, it is very likely that they would have said, "Well, eat it. I don't need it anymore." Deciding not to do that horrible, cannibalistic thing under such circumstances was choosing death. It was allowing what you could imagine was going to be the reaction of the people who were then in warm and comfortable houses many thousands of miles away to dictate what you should do in that situation. It meant allowing the usual norms of society, "Well, we didn't eat Grandpa when he died last year," to override good animal survival instincts and kill you. Taking examples of instinctual behavior like this, and like other cases that you can no doubt cite from your own experience, you could come to the same conclusion as I have about when your animal instincts can be wrong about what is best for you or for your loved ones. Dear, I believe that the answer is never, when you respect them, cultivate them, and pay attention to them like a good animal. Your instincts can only go wrong, they can only become a threat to you or anyone else, when you crush or frustrate them by repressing, denigrating, and ignoring them. Then, and only then, it is possible that they will turn against you in revenge, and you will be besieged by anguish, fear, and internal contradiction, as a result of the organic tension that they know how to resolve in the most creative and constructive way possible, but that you refuses to let them solve as they know. Then and only then will they come together, replicate and become tension, that destructive internal pressure that is an indication of a body-mind dominated by panic and inertia, those dynamic and natural tensions whose increase and decrease, whose interconnection and interrelation they constitute life. The solution to this problem is obvious. You must trust your body and let it take care of you, even when you doubt that it is possible for it to do so. You must never forget that what we call the body is the wonder of wonders, and that if you try to deny your perfections and avoid your instincts, all you will do is get sick. Your internal biology will take care of you in virtually any circumstance, with your safety and health intact, if you allow it to function. The basics of becoming a good animal is learning to trust your body and all its wonderful innate instincts, trusting that it can guide you through life with maximum pleasure and minimum pain and suffering. So let's consider how far we have strayed from our basic animal instincts about pain. For example, pain is a warning, and all animals, except man, will do their best to avoid it. But our cultural background will tell us that not only should we expect a certain amount of unnecessary pain in our lives, but that, under certain circumstances, one should, theoretically, welcome the opportunity to suffer absolutely gratuitous pain and inflict it on others. One of the clearest and most dire examples of this type of attitude is what has happened to the supposed sport of professional hockey. Any boy who has played hockey can tell you that it is possible to play a great game if no one gets hurt, except for the minor bumps and scrapes that a contact sport can produce. Anyone who has seen the United States hockey team take the title at the 1980 Olympics knows that what were perhaps the best hockey games ever played did not require blood on the ice. Quite the contrary, the Olympic rules and the Olympic spirit simply do not allow ridiculous fights that have nothing to do with sport. But what has professional hockey become? Not in a sport but in a mandatory series of fights, in which the game is bad if someone does not come out with a broken nose, and during most of the game the players fight hard on the ice and even go up to climb the stands to hit hostile fans. The worth of a hockey player has come to be determined not so much by his ability to score or avoid goals as by how wicked he can be at causing pain to others, and how strong and silent he can be when it is their own bones that are broken. And what is it that those who are left in awe of this matter of hockey players say? They say, naturally, they are like animals. That's absurd. There are no wild animals on earth that choose pain when they can avoid it, or that cause more pain to other animals than is necessary to ensure their own survival. Predators kill as quickly and cleanly as possible, and they do so instinctively. The tiger sinks its fangs into the neck of its victim. It is a matter of an instant. Perhaps the house cat that captures a mouse will play with it more than necessary. But it is a different story. His instincts have already been manipulated, confused. In fact, he no longer knows exactly why he is doing it. But if he went hungry for a few days, he wouldn't treat the next mouse he hunted like that. What does the professional hockey player think who takes to the rink knowing that he is likely to be in completely unnecessary pain? You may be excited by the idea of standing out your macho image in front of the crowd. Or perhaps he has simply resigned himself to the idea that this is what the public expects, that this is really what draws people to the stands. He may even curse the audience because he cheers more strongly when he gets into a fight than when he scores the best goals, and calls the animal spectators. But whatever you think, you are unlikely to recognize that every time you go out on the ice to participate in one of those games that are caricatures of sport, you are violating your most fundamental of your animal instincts. It is unlikely that you think that when you lose control and start beating one of your profession colleagues, your body is, in fact, rebelling against the violation of your instincts, that all that inhuman spectacle in which you participate. He is not, in the first place, fighting with another. He is, in the first place, given over to a malevolent fight against his own natural instincts and animals that oppose such unnecessary pain, both for himself and for others. There is also a similar perversion of instincts in regard to the natural animal inclination to seek pleasure. How many birds do you know that, once their busy hours building the nest are over, say to themselves, "Now I can't stop, I have to build another 3 nests, or make this nest 3 times bigger than the one of the sparrow next door, to prove that I am the most important sparrow in the whole neighborhood." The bird, of course, does not conceive the construction of the nest as a burdensome job that must be done in order to earn the luxuries of a bath, a song, a worm, a recreational flight with his girlfriend and friends. In sum, birds do not suffer from the work/play dichotomies, and they have no capacity whatsoever to suppress their natural desires for pleasure. Only human beings are capable of imposing themselves and others the strange idea that seeking pleasure for pleasure is bad, is hedonistic, and should not be done. This goes, of course, against everything the body knows. But you listen to those fools outside and the result is a miserable life. Even the rose bush is smart enough to grow up and into the sunlight. Among all the varieties of roses there was never one that diverted its branches to the darkest and most humid corner possible or buried all its buds in the ground. No one has perverted the instincts of the plant or made it think, sunlight is bad because it is pleasant. You should be ashamed to want that light. I know that it is pleasant, that it helps to grow and be healthy, but it is selfish to pursue every day the sunlight. Only human beings are capable of saying to themselves, wait for you to be old, save light, save and wait to enjoy it 20 years from now. And, for now, suffer in silence and grow towards darkness, even if that kills you. It is obviously absurd. Your instincts tell you to behave in a healthy way and learning to listen to them can only help you be more effective in everything you do in your life. In everything, do not forget. 9 ways to become a good animal. All of us human animals have basic needs or natural instincts or drives that tell us how to meet those needs. If we listened carefully to our bodies, we would be perfectly capable of eating exactly what we need without consulting a dietitian. We know how to sleep, without the need to go to a school where they teach us to do it. We know how to find or build shelters, obtain oxygen by breathing, we know how to defecate, urinate, menstruate, have orgasms, reproduce. Our most basic needs and our instinctual means of meeting them are not something we can change at will, it is something that has been given to us as a natural environment to ensure the survival of the species, and our relationship with it is simple. If we respect our natural needs and pay attention to our own animals, we live. If not, one way or another, we die. Here are 9 of our most basic human needs, and some suggestions for becoming a good animal and reacting according to instincts, that will tell you how to best meet each and every one of them. Organic functions. Urinating, defecating, menstruating, sweating, and other similar elemental organic functions, are undoubtedly among the most natural and basic functions of human life. If you woke up one morning and realized that you hadn't been a womb for 6 weeks, the logical thing is that you would no longer be alive and well on planet Earth. You would be dead and found elsewhere. You may regret the fact, if you liked your animal life, but the question is, are you relieved that you no longer have to do those dirty animal things? While you inhabit your body, do you consider these functions somewhat subhuman, aspects of your life that you have to feel ashamed of, that you have to consider as little as possible, that even degrade you? Or do you consider them what they are, the proof that you are still alive and well on Earth, that your body is still happy with its cycles of digestion and elimination, with its reproductive capacity, with its reactions to cold and heat, etc. As absurd as it may seem when you think about it, most of us have been conditioned to consider the defecation, for example, not as a wonderful process by which our body, having broken down food into what it can use and nourish us and what cannot be used for that purpose, returns the unusable part to the biosphere, as something as clean as the most, but as a way to create garbage, a proof of how dirty we are. Some people are so rude to defecate and consider it and see it as such a dirty aspect of their humanity that their anguish conditions the body, creating nervous colitis, alternative attacks of constipation and diarrhea, or other elimination difficulties, and they have to resort to laxatives or other medications to try to restore the natural cycles that your shame has destroyed. This undoubtedly amounts to panic in the digestive tract. Also, many women have come to consider menstruation a curse and to consider themselves impure during this time. They may withdraw from others unnecessarily, act defensive, retreat into a corner in shame, waiting for it to end, and thus increase the intensity of their discomfort or otherwise make their periods much more unpleasant than they are. What to be? Many people become so paranoid about perspiration and body odors that they constantly worry about it. They avoid activities that can make them sweat, and they always put on chemicals that prevent them from perspiring naturally or make them smell like spice bowls or pine trees. Of course, these habits are massively promoted by the advertising industry, which is capable of instilling any imaginable type of shame and guilt about our animal aspects in order to sell a product that frees us from these qualities. As natural has become such a high-selling word today, the trick now is to convince people that you need at least 100 chemicals to look natural, to have a natural personality, etc. And the pathetic thing is that the system works. People accept that it is enough to have a disinfectant with a special scent to make the water in the toilet turn blue, a very powerful extractor in the bathroom that activates automatically whenever you flush the toilet, 3 spray bottles to cool the environment, just in case. Perhaps deodorant templates in shoes, breath freshener mints in the mouth, a deodorant spray for the vagina, etc., for every animal disease advertisers have created to destroy it with a product. You will certainly recognize that all our judgments against the functioning of your body work against you. Full acceptance of your perfect body and everything you need and want to do is essential to be operational and effective in what you do. Being ashamed of its fundamental organic functions inhibits it in all its functions. Guilt seizes you and prevents you from being happy. To free yourself from conflict over your organizational functions, you must first recognize the extent to which your disgust is the result of learned appraisals. There is nothing natural in this attitude of contempt for the organism. Why people have been taught to view basic organic functions in a negative way, and why those very organic functions necessary for survival have often been negatively altered, is not a concern at this time. What we have to remember is that you do not have to accept the attitude that anyone else, or society in general, wants to make you adopt regarding these functions. If he did, he would be deciding to accept second-hand obsessions. Instead of accepting what others tell you that your organic functions are unnatural, try to learn from other animals. They accept their entire organism and accept everything they have to do to survive as normal beings. Perhaps the cat does not know that her vagina is the cleanest part of her body, that her secretions, her body chemistry and nature keep her at a level of sterility that would put hospital operating rooms to shame, but of course it has never occurred to her to think that she is dirty. Nature maintains the human vagina in the same state of sterilization, and yet many human females go so far as to think that their vaginas are dirty. This, in turn, can lead to sexual problems. These women may consider the act of sex despicable because it involves showing off such disgusting parts of ourselves. To make these parts less vile, they can devote themselves to saturating them with artificial chemicals, some of which can destroy the natural chemical balance and leave an open path to infection. Learn from the cat, who never has to worry about any part of its body or its functions, and try the following exercises. 1. Be mentally alert to immediately identify all your rejecting attitudes toward your basic bodily functions and converting them into accepting skills. Refuse to view anything your body does on its own as negative, and don't communicate those kinds of judgments to others. You don't have to go into ecstasy thinking about nature's perfections every time you poop, but that would still be a hell of a lot better than thinking you're doing something disgusting. 2. Every day, for a few minutes, while you are showering or while the commercials are playing on television, dedicate yourself to becoming aware of your body and thinking about everything your body has to do to survive and to please you. How many times have you humiliated yourself with critical judgments regarding your body and its basic functions? How much time have you spent learning to love your body, and how much does your body make? Have you ever thought about doing practical exercises to be more in tune with your body, for example through yoga or meditation? When you have come to know more about your body and how it works, when you more fully appreciate all that your body does so miraculously for you, feelings of aversion to that remarkable organism will not detract from you. 3. Remember that any negative attitude towards your natural organic functions is an attack on your basic animal instincts. Every time you find yourself saying, "Ugh, I'm drenched in sweat," stop. Don't immediately rush to get a towel, shower, or deodorant. Take 3 seconds to think about the following. Some people would tell me that sweat is disgusting, but what is really happening? The pores of the body will be opening to emit water that cools the skin as it evaporates. It is the natural system of skin cooling, and so far I haven't had to go to any refrigeration technician to repair it. It always works as intended. You may still feel like cooling off after this. It is natural. You want to clean up, take a shower, but you won't run into the shower thinking I have to get rid of this awful sweat before anyone sees or feels how bad I smell. 4. You can also use the same technique of standing and thinking for 3 seconds whenever you sit on the toilet, change a compress, every time you have to sound, cough, sneeze, vomit, change the sheets after a wet dream, or when you have to do anything else that belongs to the section on organic functions. To be a good animal, you must always keep in mind that individuals can do horrible things to themselves or at any rate to others, but that their elemental organic functions are never among those horrible things. On the contrary, if you absolutely accept your animal nature and appreciate the capacity of your body to keep you in shape and to develop in every moment of your life, you can become the animal without limits. Food. How do their feeding habits compare to those of wild animals, which rely solely on their instincts to determine what to eat and when? Most likely, their eating habits are much lower than those of medium tuna. When tuna are swimming in the ocean, how do you decide what to eat and when? The answer is very simple: you don't decide at all, at least you don't decide in advance. What the tuna does is simply realize that it is hungry, then it looks at what is in the kitchen, in this case the ocean, eats what it wants at that moment and then continues doing its usual task, which may be, for example, swimming north because summer is coming. Do tuna ever get excessively fat? Does his mother have to say to a tuna fish, "Oh dear, how skinny you are, I'm so worried"? Do tuna ever have vitamin deficiencies because they forget to eat their daily dose of one food or another? Apparently, one way or another, one tuna maintains a perfect type throughout its life without having to follow an expensive diet, stick to an exercise program or other similar practices that promise to extend life. You just need to follow your basic animal instincts about what to eat and when, where to swim, and how fast to swim. Food intake is strictly regulated by your instincts, which tell you what your body needs or wants at the moment. With regard to food, our body knows as well as the body of a tuna can know the specific things that it has to eat to maintain its weight at the correct level and to maintain the correct nutritional balance. He doesn't like being overcharged at all, and he pointed this out in various ways. If you overeat, your body will react by accumulating annoying gas, or with indigestion, with cramps, with choking when you go up the stairs, or by accumulating fat and putting on weight. Your body asks you to let it eat only what it wants in order to be well nourished and have a normal weight, but if you have an obese mentality or a skinny mentality, you will allow your mental apparatus to override healthy instincts and natural to your body. You may have over-ossified your body with sugar even though you complain of tooth decay, pimples, excess oil on your skin, or layers of fatty deposits. You may also have deprived your body of minerals, vitamins, proteins, and other nutrients by eating less wisely than a normal animal. You may have spent your life consuming products that have worked against your body, instead of letting him tell you what he needs to keep you healthy. If you have done any of these things, and have made your body excessively fat as a result, or have deprived it of necessary food, or both, many fat people are undernourished when it comes to protein, minerals, vitamins, and other vital elements. I do not believe that you need to follow any special dietary program to correct your dietary deficiencies. I believe that if you just reconnect with your food instincts, your body will tell you the perfect diet for you. It may be, of course, that you are so far removed from your basic food instincts at this time that you need the services of a specialist to tell you that you need so many carrots, spinach, potatoes, so many grams of meat or salad for the week. But when it comes to your eating habits, as well as your other self-destructive habits, they are all in the past, and if you wanted to become a good healthy animal now in your eating habits, I advise you to consider the following. Eat only when you are hungry. Never eat around someone else's schedule. Refuse ideas like, "It's dinner time, I think I have something to eat." Consult your agency. Is he hungry? Will you wait an hour? Maybe you want to take a bath first? If you don't really feel like eating, don't eat. Listen to your body. It will never let you starve. Think about it, have you ever seen a fat animal in nature? Eat only until you're full, and no more, whatever the circumstances. Instead of filling your plate with food, try serving less food than you think you will eat. Eat that and then consult your body for a few seconds. If your body is satisfied, you don't have to eat more. Your body may prefer to eat 15 times a day in small portions when you feel hungry, rather than binge a few times a day. Be open-minded about the foods you offer your body. DELE abundance of healthy flavors from which to choose. If you never try broccoli, carrots, or other iron-rich vegetables, you won't know what to satisfy your hunger when you're iron deficient. If you simply think that broccoli, carrots, liver, or any other type of nutritious food you don't like, it may be because you were forced to eat those foods when your body didn't need them and when you didn't. Eat your carrots, son. They give me nausea. Well, you have to eat them. Your body needs them. They give me toilet. These are the situations that give children nightmares about carrots and other things that are good for you. It should not shock us, then, that they then take refuge in junk food. Those carrots will taste completely different from the ones that made you nauseous 20 years ago. They may taste great to you or they may not taste at all, but they won't hurt you and you will have finally released your fear of carrots. When your body needs the special qualities they have, it will ask you, why don't you make a plate of carrots according to that recipe for dinner? Treat your children as yourself. Do not force them to eat when they do not want to, and do not make them swallow anything that have tried and rejected. Just offer a variety of healthy foods for them to choose from. Stop making food fuss and let your kids eat what their bodies tell them to. Forget the desserts, the refined sugar rewards for eating those horrible carrots. Stop filling the house with junk food and you will soon see how your children seek and order healthy foods and eat regularly. If you reinforce harmful and non-instinctive eating habits, don't be surprised later if your children don't want to eat healthy foods. If they are constantly tempted with food that is healthier and more palatable than junk food, they will stop consuming it. The drink. Try to remember the hottest day of your childhood, that day when your throat felt dry and you had to run another half-kilometer in the scorching sun to drink. Maybe it was an old manual water pump from a nearby farm. His body was already tasting the water from the well before reaching there. He could hardly wait as he pushed the pump with all his might and smelled the gurgling of the water beginning to come out. The joy you experienced in drinking that water, in savoring all the nuances of the particular water from that well, or fountain, or stream, is probably what you would call the best experience of your life when it comes to drinking. It was a reaction to your body's need, and how you reacted immediately satisfied your body and immediately devoted yourself to savoring the water. Perhaps you will never forget the taste of that water you drank that day. Compare this to how your body reacted the first time you drank alcohol. Most likely, he reacted violently. You may have been nauseated, you may have been dizzy, you may have vomited. But he went ahead despite this, consuming substances that were poisonous to his body because others said that it was an adult or elegant behavior, which is not very well known for what reason he placed him above those animals that are incapable to enjoy a drink. I don't mean that you have to be a teetotaler. There is even medical evidence that a drink every now and then can benefit us. What I'm telling you is don't drink alcohol out of sheer social formality. Do not automatically drink what others are drinking when they are drinking it. Listen to your body. The next time you drink something, ask yourself this: does my body really want it? Will you receive it like water from a well on a sweltering day? Does my body crave the vitamins in this drink? Why am I drinking this now? Wouldn't my body prefer anything else? Drink only when your body is thirsty, and only until your natural thirst is satisfied. Be broad-minded about what you offer yourself to drink. If you are used to drinking 3 cups of coffee, 2 sodas, a whiskey, and 3 beers a day, try drinking one different thing at least a day: papaya juice, a milkshake, cider, anything that represents a change from your current routine and that may appeal to your body. If your body wants any of those other drinks you've tried, give it to it. You may not be able to do without the 3 pre-meal martinis out of sheer force of will, but if you give yourself permission to try different things and let your body decide which one you want and when, the 3 martinis pre-meal times will easily be a thing of the past. The breathing. What do you remember from your childhood regarding breathing? It is possible that at a certain moment you became suddenly aware that your lungs were working continuously, second by second, day and night, and you were amazed at this miracle that kept you alive. You may remember a clear spring day when you were on your way to school and the air was so clear and fragrant that it was wonderful just to breathe it in. You may remember other times when you ran until you were out of breath and then stopped and was impressed by the steady rhythm of your lungs rapidly restoring your body's oxygen balance. Compare those simple animal joys to the tremendous reaction of your body when you first put tobacco into it. He coughed, his eyes watered, he got dizzy. He might even vomit. Did you force yourself to ignore these warnings and force your body to accept tobacco? Are you addicted to it now? If it is, I don't need to explain what it means to your health and that of those around you, how important it is that you leave it. But I want to underline the internal conflict that you have created between yourself and your body. Your body no longer trusts you and, in a way, is continually fighting you. Animals are too smart to do such a thing. Bring a cigarette to the cat's nose. He'll flinch and grimace, close his eyes, shake his head, and shoot across the room, looking back at you resentfully as if you were the Marquis de Sade. No animal will voluntarily inhale tobacco smoke or other toxic smoke. Actually, the only animals that smoke that I know of are dogs, who are forced to do so, to provide experimental data on the dangers of smoking to humans. Not only do we crush our own animal instincts if we abuse them, we also abuse other animals, which seems to me to be a hideous practice and one that no one would have ever thought of if human beings had not violated our own animal instincts. I do not mean to present a short course on smoking cessation here. There are many methods to achieve this, and if you need one, choose it. But whether you smoke or not, here are a couple of suggestions for getting back in touch with your breathing instincts. Stop for a moment and savor your air once or twice a day. As you know, can you smell the pine trees or the flowers or the fresh-cut grass? Do your lungs want to take a deep soothing breath, take a breath of vital air? Or do you smell the fumes from car exhausts or from a nearby factory? Are your lungs saying, I want as little of this as possible, and automatically lowering your aspirations? Just by doing this, you will learn once again to appreciate and respect all that your lungs continually do for you. If you are about to light your first cigarette or your 10,000th cigarette, remember the cat. Don't forget that your animal shrinks, grimaces, leaps, and storms across the room. Ask yourself, when will he let you come back? Whether you exercise regularly or not, try to do a little every day, try to do something that forces you to breathe vigorously. Then sit back and watch your lungs fully automatically regulate the intake of needed oxygen. Yoga, meditation, and other disciplines of Eastern origin provide wonderful ways to regain contact with the breath. If you want a deep contact with her, try these systems. We will now summarize the most important of what has been said in this section. If you know that something you eat, drink or inhale is harmful, cut it out. Simply refuse to introduce alcohol, drugs, tobacco, sugars, and other questionable substances into your body today, this hour, this minute, or this second, as long as your body continues to reject you, perhaps always rejecting it. If you accept the instinctive habit of letting your body stay healthy, you will soon give up those bad habits, shed those extra pounds, cut out those 3 martinis, those cigarettes. Never forget that being healthy is natural and instinctive. Only when you ignore your body's warnings and give in to cultural pressures do you undermine the good, healthy instincts of your animal self. The dream. You know how to sleep. Your body knows exactly the rest you want, and how to move to the land of dreams, completely abandoning the cares of the world, while your mind repairs and refreshes itself with maximum efficiency. Even so, you can sleep too long because you don't know how to fill all your waking hours, or because you have been dominated by clumsy routines, boredom, or inertia. There is no doubt that most people spend much more time than necessary sleeping or trying to sleep. That rigid rule that establishes 8 to 10 hours of sleep as normal, depending on the countries, is a clumsy habit that your body does not like much. And the body reacts to excess sleep with mental dullness, back pain, stiffness, and even dizziness. If you insist on going to bed at 11 o'clock every night and getting up at 8 o'clock, except on weekends, when you can probably sleep until noon, you are forcing your body into an artificial routine that, no doubt, it will make your sleep difficult. Insomnia only becomes a problem when you don't trust your body. If you go to bed before your body wants to sleep, you will be lying there mulling over all your problems, or trying to sleep. Your body will not cooperate on the task. When your body is ready for sleep, it relaxes, calms your mind, and you fall asleep blissfully without putting the slightest pressure on yourself. In addition to the fact that most of us spend too much time sleeping in an irregular and superficial way, there are some who deny themselves the sleep they need. The student who stays awake for 48 hours in a row preparing for an exam, the truck driver who has to get to the destination point in the morning, no matter how tired. Here is the publicist who cannot leave work because he has to deliver it on time and has to work night and day. There is no doubt that all of these people who try to ignore that they simply must sleep according to their body's needs to function at its optimum level, must use coffee, amphetamines, or other artificial substances to stifle their sleep instincts. But nothing can eliminate the effects of lack of sleep on the body: nervousness, irritability, intestinal disorders, and a whole spectrum of psychosomatic effects that can ultimately lead to breakdown. The student breaks down and scribbles absurdities in the exam, the trucker falls asleep and drives off the road, the executive contracts ulcers and nervous colitis, and even reaches a nervous breakdown. In fact, psychological research has shown that animals can be driven crazy by the simple procedure of not letting them sleep by continuously interrupting their sleep patterns by causing insomnia. You may have already noticed that insomnia, which is the prolonged and abnormal inability to get enough and good sleep, has two faces. One is our tendency to spend too much time trying to sleep, which is the result of inertia throughout our lives. It is proven that people who are very busy, very spirited, and very devoted to life do not tend to overdo their sleep as people whose life is boring and tedious do. Sleeping excessively is insomnia in the sense that his sleep is inadequate, because it forces his body to be in bed more hours a day than he wishes to lie down. Your body may prefer to run in the park, but it has to be there tied to the bed. For this reason, he rebels and prevents sleep. So you need about twice as long to get a real break. The other side of the insomnia coin appears when the anguish produced by certain life situations reaches a critical level, always on the verge of panic, and we deny ourselves the necessary sleep time. We take drugs, we force the body. If we can sleep, we wake up at 4 o'clock in a cold sweat of anguish. We interrupt the patterns of sleeping and dreaming, and in the end we fell apart. If you listen to your animal instincts, they will guide you impeccably, allowing you to avoid these two types of insomnia and leading you to the best sleep patterns in any situation and at any time. In order to re-establish contact with those instincts and be a good animal when it comes to sleeping habits, you must trust your internal biological clock. He knows perfectly well that he has in his brain a watch as precise and perfect as the best Swiss watch, and with a lifetime guarantee. It works like this: you know you have to get up at a certain time to go to an appointment or take the train. When you go to sleep, your body is aware of how important it is that you wake up on time, and sets the alarm clock to wake you up at the right time. And for sure, 5 minutes before the alarm goes off, you wake up. This is not a coincidence. It always happens. And yet you still set the external mechanical alarm clock every night. Why? Because you are afraid that you will not give your body enough time to sleep and that, because of it, it will not wake up alone. The next step is that you forget your internal clock and rely on the external alarm clock to govern your rigid sleeping habits. Soon you will have to say to yourself, I feel like I should have gone to bed 2 hours ago. I will have to set the alarm clock to make sure I don't miss the train. When you find yourself setting the alarm again, stop. Check your internal alarm clock. If he knows that you have to get up at 6 o'clock, he will tell you exactly when to go to bed so that you can sleep soundly and wake up fresh at exactly 6 o'clock. You will not feel sleepy a moment before or a moment after is necessary. If you can appreciate the incredible precision of your internal clock, you will go to bed when he tells you, and you will sleep like a log. And stop too when you find yourself trying to sleep. Are you pondering and considering how tired you will be tomorrow if you don't go to sleep immediately? Do you think about how hard it is for you to fall asleep? Relax for a second. If you stop trying so hard to sleep, you will see how insomnia appears. If you can't sleep, get up. Read a book, put on your favorite record, wash the dishes. Trust your body enough to believe that even if it takes another 2 hours to go to sleep, it will work perfectly tomorrow, but also leave open the possibility that your body will want to sleep within a quarter of an hour. The next time you feel tired, stop. Being tired has nothing in common with having a natural desire to sleep. Being tired means having exhausted physical strength and or patience, or being absolutely jaded and bored. Have you ever noticed how tired you get when you have to do something unpleasant? Tiredness is basically born from boredom, impatience, and anguish, rather than from physical exhaustion. If you are mentally tired, insomnia is probably both a cause and a symptom. You may have to restructure your life to cure it, according to the guidelines I propose throughout this book. But when it comes to learning to sleep based on basic animal instincts, it is important that you learn to distinguish when you are tired, fatigued with worry, usually about things to do tomorrow or next year, and when you are sleepy, when your internal clock tells you to get some sleep or sleep through the night. Remember, when you are tired but not sleepy, the solution is not to go to bed and try to escape your worries by trying to sleep. Is your insomnia born because you think you have delayed what you considered an unpleasant task? Tackle such a task and get it done. Tiredness will disappear and you will be able to pay the bills, wash the dishes, write those letters, or whatever is keeping you from sleeping. If you are willing to stop writing a letter halfway through, and take a nap if you feel like it, if your internal biological clock alerts you, you are on the right track and you will be able to reintegrate sleep into your nature like a good animal. The healing. Your body possesses a natural ability to heal that no one in the medical field can claim to understand. If you break a bone, the bone heals itself. The only thing that the doctor does is to place all the pieces well so that the healing takes its normal course. If you cut yourself, the body bleeds, the blood clots, and a scab forms under which the wound will disappear. Observe a sick or injured animal. Notice how you rest, drink water and try to exercise little. Somehow he knows how to heal himself. But you must not be as clever as those lower beings. When you know you are sick or injured, you may push yourself beyond tolerable limits. You may refuse to rest or eat properly, or you may simply not give your body the time it needs to recover from a serious illness or major injury. You may even have convinced yourself that he is sick. Perhaps you have become a hypochondriac, focusing on your imaginary illness, worrying so much about your physical health that you have become ill from it. Do you always talk to everyone about this or that health problem you have now, and expect things to get worse? Are you looking forward to catching the latest flu that's out there? Do you constantly worry about your physical health because deep down you know that you have been abusing your body for a long time and wonder how long you can last? If you are always concerned about your health, or about the ability of your body to heal itself and continue living, equipping any problem that arises almost with a fatal wound or an incurable disease, you think in an unhealthy way, hoping that your health problems worsen, and ignoring the signals that the body transmits that will allow you to heal whatever the disease is. Disease or illness. If you want to trust your body to be healthy, forget your obsessions and stop being a sick person and listen to your body when it tries to tell you what it needs to recover fully. Try some of these suggestions. The next time you are sick or injured, give your body the ability to heal itself. Trust your instincts. Do not rely exclusively on doctors or medicines. Try to avoid any dependency on your chemical substances and don't submit to them just because you want to go through the healing process without interrupting your daily schedule. If you are sick or injured, you can trust that your body will recover if you give it the necessary time, if you provide the necessary care, which may well include seeking the services of a doctor who imposes a treatment. If you do, go to a doctor who doesn't just prescribe medicine, who believes in your body's ability to solve your problems. Seek medical services when you need them, but don't fall in love with your medicines, or believe that medicines can cure your illnesses. All medicines are based on the body's ability to heal itself, and every doctor worthy of the title will tell you that the best thing you can do to help your body help you is to respect your own animal healing instincts. Stop thinking in an unhealthy and negative way. Get rid of the fixed idea that your health will inevitably deteriorate. Start believing that you can avoid most of your illnesses just by radically changing your attitude. If you think that you are going to get worse, if you talk constantly about your illness, you are just becoming your own victim. If you think in a healthy way, that is, respecting your body's needs for healing in certain situations and being healthy for the longest possible time in your life, you will suffer fewer normal human diseases such as headaches, colds, pain, cramps, or hypertension. Remembering what I said in the first chapter on super health, don't limit your idea of your body's ability to heal to that of restoring your normal health after injury or illness. Also think that this ability of your body can help you achieve super health. Do not worry only that the wound under the scab disappears, but to heal any deficiencies that you may have caused to your body, from vitamin deficiencies to obesity or weak muscle tone or headaches or stomach aches caused by tension, following his animal instincts. Think that you can become a person without limits regarding all your physical and mental health, just by asking your body, am I in conflict with you at this moment? Do I give you enough time and the care you want to heal you? And to reach your perfection? That miraculous ability of the body to heal itself is the master key to being a good animal. If you know how to appreciate it at its proper value, if you know how to trust it, its natural healing capacity will allow you to satisfy all your animal needs and will lead you to a much fuller life. It will make you experience a vitality that you have not felt since childhood. Play and exercise. You know perfectly well that your instincts drive you to exercise, that your body needs activity. The body wants to be in the best possible shape. We inherited these instincts from our more primitive ancestors, from hunters who had to run for food or to avoid being eaten, whose lives depended on their strength, endurance, and coordination. The type of life and environment have radically changed in the last millennia, but our essential animal character has not. All children are born with a vigorous instinct for exercise, and from the moment they begin to open and clench their fists, to discover how they work their fingers and increase their strength, until they get on their knees and begin to crawl, and until they run crazily around the house or in the schoolyard, they faithfully follow those instincts. Exercise is game, game is exercise. Children run, crawl, fight until they get tired. When they feel like doing it again, they do it again. But what happens next? The child grows up, becomes an adult, begins to do a 9-to-5 job, sits at a table or repeats the same acts all day, and suddenly feels too tired or jaded to exercise or play. The body deteriorates, becomes out of shape. The adult suffocates, it is difficult for him to breathe. She gets used to the idea that playing is for children, that adult exercises, like doing 30 planks every morning, are boring, inexplicably sore muscles, headaches, all are simple excuses for not following your instincts that drive you to exercise. Instincts never go away. The body is sitting there in front of the bar or the television, but it gets irritated and enraged by this artificial slavery. The adult doctor may finally say, "You need to do some exercise." And he may impose a regime on you. She may follow him, though reluctantly and reluctantly. I may leave it after a while. Or perhaps, in the best case scenario, you find yourself feeling much better, give in to your healthy instincts for exercise and play, and exercise your body in different ways, until you finally get back into shape and become super healthy. When you are physically fit, everything works better. When you exercise regularly, you don't feel like overeating. He always has energy, he is not fatigued. Your digestive processes work more efficiently. You have a healthier heart. The basin, the liver, the lungs, the arteries, all benefit and, of course, your mind, the brain receives more oxygen, circulation is better, and you are in a harmonious relationship with your instincts, instead of being in continuous conflict with them. Exercise prolongs life, provides the hardware necessary to better overcome diseases, provides force to combat exhaustion. It is, in short, the essence of their survival, and that is precisely the function of instincts, to help the organism to survive in the healthiest way possible. If you trust your body and allow it to choose your exercise and play activities, you will see that your body works miracles. If you allow him to walk, run, swim, play golf or basketball, read, or tennis whenever he wants, he will become a model of strength, endurance, coordination and, yes, physical attractiveness, if you give him the time to do so. If you allow him to go at his own pace, trusting that he will stop when he has had enough, and if you allow him to exercise a little each day, he will soon be in excellent physical condition. Your body will control itself. Soon you will want to walk or run longer distances on your own initiative, increasing your speed yourself, practicing a certain shot, strengthening certain muscles, ridding yourself of that excess fat. Just follow him. It will get you where you need to go without boring or hurting you. On the other hand, if you start a predefined exercise regimen with your usual performance-oriented attitude, and set limits, and decide in advance how many planks you have to do or how many kilometers to run, forcing yourself to improve day by day, in a short time you will be tired and fed up with this regimen. It will be work and not play. And almost an imposition on their instincts as burdensome as completely disparaging exercise and play. You will experience unnecessary pain and frustration. You are likely to exceed your body's capacity and injure yourself, which of course will keep you out of any kind of exercise for a while and may give you an excuse to say, "It's not worth exercising, I'm sorry." Harms. If you want to reconnect with your body's natural instinctual tendencies and achieve good physical health, try the following: set aside part of the day to exercise, but don't decide in advance what you are going to do, unless you have decided to exercise with another person. Try not to exercise too much so you don't tire of it before you reach the right level of fitness. Run just until you judge it enough, and then run some more when you catch your breath. If you decide to do the same thing every day for 2 weeks, without trying to beat your previous marks, without any temporary pressure, you will be on the right track. When running, for example, remember that no one is chasing you. Perhaps your primitive ancestors had to run to avoid being eaten, but not you. You run only for pleasure, as if it were a game. You don't have to run in a straight line and at a constant speed. Imagine that you are on a wide open road, watching children playing chase. They run in a straight line, they make a turn, they run the other way. Then they sit down and rest. You can run like that too if you want. Or imagine that you are walking through the countryside, advancing at a fast trot, like an Indian, running down a road that you do not know very well, through a sector of the city or an area of forest that you have never seen, Taking a turn when you see something you want to examine closely, stopping when you want to rest and gaze at a certain piece of architecture or an old oak tree. You can also run like this if you want. View your exercise as an adventure and as a game, not as a strenuous task that you have to do to satisfy the wishes of an outside authority. Remember that running is not boring. We can't say that going for a walk or a little swim is boring. What happens is that one uses boredom as an excuse not to run, because it is painful and annoying to overcome so many years of inactivity. Admit that all of your negative attitudes toward exercise and play came from your need to defend your normal adult life from inactivity, and admit how abnormal that life is from your body's point of view. Admit the truth that being physically fit is enjoyable and enjoyable, that you will have more vigor and strength, more energy, and fewer illnesses if you allow yourself to become physically fit. Trust your body, go with it instead of against it, and give yourself plenty of time to get over the aches, pains, and fatigue you suffer from living a lifetime of ignoring your instincts. When you exercise, try to let your mind wander through your body. Watch your legs move, step, step. Join the majesty of your breath, your heartbeat. Feel satisfied with your body, attached to it, and soon you will be so amazed at having such a fantastic organism that you will not have time to torture yourself with everyday worries or to get bored. You already know that you have the power to think however you want. The rejuvenating goal of exercise and play is achieved, in part, by allowing thought to abandon the cares of the world for a while and refocus on the basic elements of human existence. If you are unable to stop worrying about other things when you exercise or play, you are still a slave to the beliefs and norms of society, still letting someone other than yourself control your center of thought. But if you let your own animal instincts be in control, you will soon be in super health and unlimited life. The sexuality. Think of the people around you. Think of the millions of individuals living on this planet today. None of us would be here if nature hadn't made sex so enjoyable. Sexual activities include us all. We all instinctively know how to function in this field. Nobody has to go to school to learn it. It is something natural, sensational, exciting, beautiful, unless we repress our sexuality or impose external limitations on it, unless we fall into the trap of pretending that we are above sexuality. That human beings like to copulate is something natural. They love to kiss, touch, feel, lick, caress. But we can prevent our bodies from perfect sexual activity if we begin to judge our sexual activities according to social criteria of normality, if we worry too much about the sexual, and thereby create unnecessary conflicts with our instincts. When you first start a sexual relationship, it can be perfect. If you are totally surrendered to it, the bodies react normally because those who participate allow it. If you freely feel mutual love and passion, your bodies will automatically do what they know very well to do. They get wet without your prompting. They experience sensations, chills, rapid breathing, erections, periods of stability and intense stimulation and or orgasms and ejaculations, on their own. Your body is a perfect sexual instrument in principle, because you do not interpose any type of obstacle. But after you've been in a relationship for a while, you may allow outside thoughts or concerns to creep in. Perhaps you are worried about the business meeting the next day. You may be worried that the children will hear you, or you may be thinking about the party next Friday, or someone else you would rather make love with, or the fact that he hasn't ejaculated, or anything else, including cracks in the ceiling. When your thinking moves away from the sexual activities of your body, the body stops behaving as it should in sexual intercourse. Things can be even worse. You can be ashamed of your sexuality, you can be ashamed of your private parts, to begin with. Sexuality can seem like a dirty thing to you, just as urination, defecation, sweating, etc. can seem like a dirty thing to you. Then you can become a powerless, sexually inactive individual. You will no longer experience those chills and breathing. Accelerated, no orgasms. On the contrary, you will feel frustrated. You will get into the habit of suppressing the things that your body craves most, being caressed and sexually loved. And, of course, this frustration of your sexual instinct, this sexual inertia, will pay for it with progressive increases in tension, depression, and perhaps all kinds of psychosomatic disorders. If your sexual life is in that state of panic or inertia, there is only one thing you can do: wake up. Begin to accept your sexuality as a good animal. Have you ever seen an animal copulating with your body and thinking elsewhere? Of course not. Animals are where they are, they enjoy themselves now. They are not concerned that the dog next door might be jealous. They are not worried about inflation or mortgage terms. They don't have headaches. They never think they are doing it out of obligation. They give themselves completely to what they do. They don't even care if you are watching. They are not ashamed of themselves. If you are ashamed of them, if you separate them and chase them and throw them out, they may get angry, but they will run to another place and do it there. We can all learn from animals. We don't have to copulate on the streets. There are, of course, more comfortable and more romantic places. But if we cultivated in ourselves the same animal instincts that they indulge in to fully integrate in the act as they do so, we would remove many interferences and obstacles that society has placed in the path of our natural human reactions. Human beings certainly seem by nature more fixated on sexual experiences than other animals, more predisposed to turning sexual activities into art. This is perhaps due to the fact that human beings are among the small number of animals that seem to have the instinct to disunite for life, to see how their children grow, to take care of them, to take care of each other in old age, together. So along with that human capacity to repress natural sexuality as no other animal can, is the ability to appreciate the wonders of sexuality as perhaps no other animal can. To push her to the limit of her immense capacity for inspiration, for intimacy. And deep right now. Perhaps the high muga art of lovemaking is primarily accessible to humans because of their great ability to care for and care for another member of the species for long periods of time. It is possible that this is why humans are able to spend hours making contact, playing, climbing, walking on smooth planes of stability, and reaching the heights of intense stimulation, mutual orgasms, getting down again, descending. Of the peaks holding hands, because their instincts tell them that every animal experience is an image of their whole life united, their whole life together, an affirmation of what they have been and will be for each other, a celebration from the fact that as animals they are married forever. Or it may be that people who have no desire to bond for life can easily satisfy their sexual instincts simply by reacting to them when they arise freely and authentically, when they do not get in the way of their lives. And now love moral or ethical considerations. But already proceed that incredible human capacity to convert love and sexuality in an artistic rendering of living in the present moment of the human institution of marriage, in the sense of a lifelong commitment to caring for each other, or simply stemming from the innate human capacity for considerations and unusual care in every situation. Every human being who seeks unlimited love can achieve it through their own basic animal instincts. But whether you want to return to the original erotic relationship with your 40-year-old partner, or you are 20 years old and still testing the waters, whether you are upper class, lower class, or middle class, you can achieve the peace of mind in the sexual arena and cultivating your sexual experiences to the best of your ability as a human being by keeping the following in mind. Free yourself of your rigid ideas of when, where, or how erotic relationships should take place. Stop trying to plan them. Accept that any place, any time, or situation is perfect if you are drawn in and agree that it is a good time and it is a good place. If you ritualize your sexual relations, limiting them only to when the children are asleep, only at night or in a certain room, you limit their free and spontaneous impulses. Do it in the car, in the kitchen, wherever you want. If you need absolute intimacy, let your instincts not prepare your body until your body knows you have the intimacy you want. Do not consider anything you feel and want to do bad as long as your instincts tell you that you are not hurting anyone by doing so. When you catch yourself talking to yourself or talking to another of your sexual prowess or exploits, stop. If you constantly talk and brag about your sexual activities, you will put pressure on yourself, forcing yourself to be true to that imaginary sexual status, or that sexual image that you are trying to project onto others, instead of satisfying your internal sexual instincts according to your best idea. Personal of the type of animal it is. If you carry some kind of mental inventory of the men or women you have conquered, immediately get rid of it. Consider rather his past love life as a series of films he has intervened. Keep the movies you like in your memory, paddle them and taste them. Learn from them. The ones you don't like, forget them at once. There is only one inventory of your sex life in this world, and it is, in my opinion, your own inventory of whether, when and how much you have enjoyed your animal sexuality. Review your personal taboos regarding sexuality. Do you hesitate when it comes to petting other human beings? Stroking is an instinct that there is no reason to be ashamed of. You dare not show sexual affection for your husband. When the children are in front, are you afraid that they will see you kiss, caress or hug you? How else could they learn? What other taboos do you have? A taboo is an attitude that you have adopted that indicates that certain areas of your possible experience have been forbidden to you just because others, a group of more important individuals, the high priests, sorcerers, etc., have decided that that area is sacred, which is impregnated with a certain supernatural and evil power from which they can only liberate you if you wish to enjoy its forbidden fruits. If you allow advertisers, psychiatrists, or anyone else to dictate sexual taboos to you, you will forget that there is nothing in your personal and private sexual world that is not acceptable or wrong. Everything that looks good, everything that you both enjoy, is perfect. If you start a sexual relationship, make sure you stop thinking and trying. Just go do it. If your thinking is focused on pure sexual love for the other person at that moment, you can reach very high peaks in your sexual experience. Set your body free. Let him do what he knows how to do. Roam, travel, explore. You may be surprised to see these needs grouped together with the other 8 that I have listed. It may be obvious why the other fundamental biological needs correspond to instinctual behavior, but you are wondering whether there really is a basic human need to roam, travel, and explore. Going on vacation, for example, is certainly nice, but isn't it more of a luxury than a necessity? Do our senses really tell us to do that? Think again. Consider the whole history of the evolution of life on this planet. It is a long unbroken story of living things in motion, venturing into new environments, exploring them, adapting to them, abandoning them again. The bear goes up the mountain to see what he can see. The seed travels 500 kilometers before falling into the ground and taking root. Columbus set sail for the New World, despite the fact that many thought he would fall off the cliff when he reached the edge of the earth. Rarely has there been, if ever, a culture of living beings that has simply traced a circle around their habitat and said, "This is it, we are not interested in what might be outside. From that circle, we're going to stay here forever." And Homo sapiens is endowed with more natural curiosity and more desires and cravings to wander and travel than any other species. You know perfectly well that human beings love to travel. We like to roam the earth, explore our environment, our planet, and even the other planets of the universe. We are instinctive explorers. Exploring is natural and exciting. It makes us good and attractive animals and more fully alive. Most of us dream over and over again of leaving, of hitting the road, for an indefinite period. Simply by traveling, we dream of crossing the mountains or simply traveling kilometers without any specific destination. We dream of visiting new cities and new countries, learning about new cultures, simply wandering, without destination, to see what there is to see. If we talk to children about explorations and trips, they are immediately fascinated. If you tell a child that you would like to take him to the jungle to see what is there, he would be immediately excited. Note that when the children go camping they can hardly wait for the tent to be set up, they are eager to immediately jump into the place, examine it, follow that path and go down the river bank and up the slopes full of enthusiasm and the desire to move and to see. I have not met anyone who was not, at least secretly, excited at the prospect of wandering, traveling and to explore. But unfortunately, I have met many who stifle or reject their wandering instincts. We even see many adults who cling so rigidly to the routine of their home and work life that they always go to the same places and always follow the same routes, who never see anything new or unusual, nothing that is not for them already known and familiar. If they go on vacation, instead of just staying at home, they go to the same place year after year, to places that are as much like their normal environment as possible, their world as always. It goes without saying that these guys tend to be arch-authoritarians, they tend to be the least tolerant people and the most depressed and the most miserable. You often hear people in their 20s or 30s say, "I don't know how my parents cope." They never go anywhere. They have enough money to afford a great vacation, but they have the mentality of the Depression years. They think that traveling is a frivolous luxury and that there is nothing like home itself. I'm afraid they are going to get more and more grumpy as they get older. John Steinbeck made it very clear that many have the habit of suppressing wandering and travel instincts in Travels with Charlie, when he explains how he packs up and goes out with his dog to see what he can see around the country. And then I saw what I got to see so many times on the trip. A look of longing. I wish I could go, sir. You don't like being here. It's very good here, but I wish I could go. You don't even know where I'm going. I don't care, I'd like to go anywhere. If you discover that you have been repressing your nomadic instincts, perhaps because you have irrational fears of the unknown, or because you equate any indulgence in these instincts with irresponsibility, you may be eliminating the series of instincts for which all may have been forged. Others, their possibility of going out into the world and to move in it and to discover it in all its glory and its life without limits and in all its mystery. You can roam, travel and explore in various ways. You can do it on foot or with scuba gear, with a microscope or telescope, with a history book or with a natural science magazine. You can do it in your own town or city, in the jungles of Africa, on the surface of the moon. It can take you to discover the lost city of Knossos or a magnificent Hungarian restaurant in the next street. But, be that as it may, do it. If you have become used to silencing that voice of intrigued curiosity when you say "I wonder what will be at the end of that road, I have never been there," think about changing your attitudes and behaviors regarding the satisfaction of your instinct by sticking to what following. Spend a few minutes a day fantasizing about how you would roam, travel, or explore, if you could. If you find it difficult to do so, because it is said that it is irresponsible to want to roam this planet, stop. Remind yourself that it is important to encourage those instincts for your personal fulfillment, which is as vital as eating or going to sleep. You need to see new places. You need to sniff out new territories. If others decide to call you a vagabond because you are always walking from one place to another, it is not your problem but theirs. His solution is to take his exploratory fantasies seriously. Which of them can you follow? It may not be possible for you at this time to travel with a spaceship around the sun, but you can go camping, or you can go out into the field and travel until you find a place where cider is being prepared and sold in jugs along with road. You can see how the presses work, how the cider is made according to traditional methods, appreciate the intense aroma of the pressed apples and the smell of the juice, talk to the farmer for a while about the apples or the sick or whatever else. You may decide to give yourself 10 more minutes and return home from work by a different route, or go vacation this year to another site, a site you would like to explore. Whatever your fantasies, indulge in them whenever you can. If you use your imagination, you will discover that your exploration fantasies and your possible experiences in this regard are practically limitless. Remember that exploring doesn't just mean traveling, it means opening up to all kinds of varieties in the whole of life. No animal wants to do the same things day after day. New foods, new friendships, new hobbies, sports, music, art, or whatever, all of these will satisfy your basic animal instincts for roaming, traveling, and exploring. Constantly changing environments and environments in all areas of your life will not make you unstable. It will give you, on the contrary, the variety and excitement that you crave for natural imperatives. It will give you a more definite and fuller idea of the goals of human life, fuller almost than you can imagine. If you have seriously considered your attitude toward these 9 basic animal needs, and the instincts that accompany them, which are undoubtedly the most important in human nature, if you have seriously considered how you can make them work for you by the procedure of opening up to them and allowing your body to be the animal that you want to be, avoiding trying hard and freeing yourself from all negative judgments about your body, will be in a position to allow your body to operate in the perfect way that is natural to you in all life situations. When you learn the secret of respecting your body and trusting it to do what it should do, you will be connected to one of the basic satisfactions that comes with being a limitless individual, the satisfaction of simply being a good animal. There was a time when meadow, forest, and stream, the earth and all ordinary things, they seemed to me adorned with celestial light, of the glory and freshness of a dream. But today is no longer like yesterday. Wherever she goes, night or day, the things that he vetoes, then I don't see them anymore. Wordsworth. Intimations QF Immortality from Recollections QF Early Childhood, 1807. 5. Be a child again. Here the poet speaks to us of a time that we have all known, the magical moments of childhood in which life seemed good and wonderful, in which our worlds had us totally fascinated, completely given over to their exploration, oblivious to tragedies or the hard work that might fall on us in the future. I share Wordsworth's enthusiasm for the way of life of children. I think children are, on the whole, better animals than most humans. I tend to look back with tenderness and wonder to the more intense living now experiences of my own childhood. But, considering my own ideas and life experiences, I know that the human adult does not have to idealize the child, or earnestly wish that he could be a child again in age to reach a childlike state of existence, to reach a state of consciousness in that the earth and all ordinary things appear to be adorned with heavenly light. Few will say that they do not envy children in many things. We pass through a schoolyard and we see and hear children playing, and we perceive how fully devoted they are to their games, how they jump and run and laugh and spurt, oblivious to future problems that are as real to them as theirs for you. They have to go back to class early, they have to do exercises and exams, they have to pass courses, they have friends they are interested in or worried about, teachers who annoy them, and many, many more difficulties to face in their young lives. But what they do. It is true that they have that magical ability to put their problems on hold and simply let go, give themselves permission to be free, and to give themselves totally to their games. They have not yet internalized, in short, that futurization of which we spoke to the point of not being able to fully surrender to their present time. They have not yet lost the ability to know how to live now. And yet we, most adults, are forced to suspect that we have already lost that ability, and perhaps we believe that, just because we are adults, we can never regain it. We may go through that by the schoolyard muttering, "When I was a child, I spoke like a child, reasoned like a child, by becoming a man, I have abandoned the habits of a child," or some other wise consideration. And bitter that it rationalizes the fact that we are already resigned to never having fun. We are envious of children and we may even hate them because of that envy, but what do we do about it? I have been watching children go to restaurants with their parents for many years. Parents seem to mostly agree that restaurants are places where children should not be children, but rather behave like adults. The most common thing is that children have been strongly warned before entering the restaurant that they should not be silly. And that's as if we were telling a dog not to be a dog when we took him out to the park. It never works, of course. Consequently, parents cannot enjoy food, because they believe that they must be continually monitoring all aspects of their children's behavior. Put your napkin back on. Stop moving your hands. Don't laugh so loud. Don't bother those gentlemen. Eat the spinach or you won't have dessert. Cut a piece or two of meat, put down the knife and change the fork. To the other hand. How many times do I have to tell you? Piedras to be scolding the non-stop, often recklessly encourage the child to is out of line to draw even more attention. Either way, one of these things usually always ends up happening. If parents are extremely rigid and force children to behave like robots, there comes a time when children can't take it anymore and they go overboard too often. This often results in parents leaving the napkin on the table in anger and dragging their children out of the restaurant, even spanking them, sometimes all left half-eaten. When they put on big shows of themselves and show that they demand their children to be perfect little adults, you often hear those children say, "This is the last time we bring you to a restaurant." To which one can almost hear the child think in response, "Thank God. I can't stand restaurants." On the other hand, some parents are much less rigid in restaurants and other places where people eat in public. After spending half a meal waiting for them, when they are convinced that their children are not going to eat more and there is no way to control them, they may let them run around a bit, go to the toilets, for example. The children can then make new friends, explore the restaurant to the extent that they allow it. They will talk to friendly customers, friendly waiters or waitresses, browse the kitchen, and may even get the idea that restaurants can be absolutely fascinating places, after meeting all the conditions that you have to submit to go to. Meanwhile, parents sit back in their seats drinking, smoking, gorging themselves on food and often indulging in inconsequential conversations, keeping an eye on the children to make sure they are not bothering anyone, thinking that their children's behavior is still immature, and yours is perfect and refined, but resigned to the fact that it is impossible to make children act like adults all the time. If the parents are much less rigid, they will certainly not let their children run around the restaurant and disturb the other diners, but they may act in the restaurant as if it were a banquet in the dining room of their own home, a situation with which children are already familiar. The rules of correctness at the table do not suddenly become stricter. The child does not have to sit and not move when he is normally allowed to get up from the table. Children generally react calmly, and that is the most that can be expected of them in public. They exhibit the best manners they know. If they walk around the tables, they clearly see which adults are worth leaving and which ones to avoid. They discover adults who like children and who understand them, who do not care at all to stop eating and drinking for a moment and say, "Wow. Hi. Look who we have here. Are you coming to make us a little visit too?" Actually, the same thing happens as at home. People who like children end up spending time with them and those who are less tolerant of them tend to ignore them. If parents have an she mentality, they will not be disturbed by the authoritarian idea that children should be forced to act like adults always, and they will realize that if they thought otherwise, they would be disconnected from reality, not the children. The she parent knows that children do what they do best, that is, to be children, but that adults who expect children to be adults must reconsider their own ideas about adults and children. The she person realizes that if he could learn from the child and adopt these childish attitudes himself, learn to be curious, make new friends, avoid trivial and boring conversations, not overindulge in eating or drinking poisonous substances, he might also discover that going out eating out was a much more enjoyable experience. The unlimited individual is, in short, the she individual, who follows those childish instincts that he has so admired in children. In restaurants, you sometimes see parents who are totally devoted to their food and their children, indifferent to everything else. Children sit still at the table and eat and chat with their parents or with the people around who she is receptive, just like at home. When children finish eating and want to move around a bit, parents go after them, interacting with people who like children and who make contact with them. They may run after them. waitress, and that she ends up taking them to the kitchen for a walk around. Whatever they do, it is evident that they are content to let their children be children, and that they are happy to be children of their own. Again for a bit. On a trip I recently took to Denver, I took a walk up to the state capitol building, and I saw that there was a group of parents there with their children watching it. The guide began to sputter one bunch of boring data and statistics canning and monotonous language, clearly prepared for adults, but lacking any sense of historical dramas that might have taken place there, and devoid of all spontaneity and re-emotion specto to the subject, and most of the children moved away from him and began to walk through a nearby grassy area and play. It was obvious that the adults were extremely bored, but still they followed the whole ritual. It occurred to none of them to get rid of the tostin and go with the children. Kids have no problem knowing how to have fun, making even the worst situations fun. But the adult in us will not play in the grass. Why? Inside each of us there is a wonderful child who would love to frolic in the grass, not worrying about whether or not he gets his clothes dirty, or what others will think. I don't mean to roll down a hillside in evening wear. Actually, perhaps James Kavanagh, with his beautiful poem I Miss You, Child, can put you back in touch with how you feel for that child who still lives within you. I miss you, child, with your quick smile and your ignorance of pain. You entered life and devoured it, with nothing else. What cloudy goals per company. Your heart was pounding when you hunted frogs. And you caught one so big it couldn't fit in one hand. You wandered with your friends through silent forests where onto a furtive you frightened porcupine. The matches were a mystery that lit fires, and it devoured leaves with a ferocious hunger. There was no time for meanings, a candy provided them. On the tip of a stick. A razor in the bobillo gave you peace of mind when friends were gone. A flower in the woods covered by an old man. Wrinkled trunk. A dog that danced and licked your fingers and nibbled on your pants. An unexpected football game. A glass of cider, the song of a cricket. When did you lose sight and hearing? When did they stop? Your taste buds from trembling? When did this clumsiness begin, this growing fear, this quarrel with life, demanding meaning and content? The maddening pursuit is the prize of leisure. The pain that forbids you to be a child. If you find that you miss that child within you, perhaps you can begin to make contact with him by acknowledging that he is not really far away. In reality, the only thing that inhibits you is your own resistance to recognizing and accepting that child. Appreciate how much fun it is to hang out with people who are capable of being like children. They tend to be the happiest people, the ones who work the best, the ones who haven't forgotten that it is possible to be happy and responsible at the same time, who know a little more than most people to let the child inside them be, that they are not afraid of what others think, people who can sometimes fully immerse themselves in the fantastic, just as they did when they were children. These people know that real life is not always working and never playing or having fun at all, but rather knowing how to mature by continually combining seriousness and play in the greatest quantity. They are people who retain a kind of childlike innocence and curiosity due to the fact that they are alive, and who therefore know how to be good adults while still appreciating and nurturing the children within them. Those are the people I think can best serve as role models for others, or the adults I would call limitless people. Do you like children? Let the children come to me. For theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 19:14. A man who hates children and puppies. It can't be bad at all. W.C. Fields. What do you think of children? Any child, yours, that of others, or, above all, the child that we always carry within us. Do you like to be where there are children? Do they make you aware of the limitless possibilities of life? Or do you feel irritated, offended, and even jealous when you are with them? We all know people who say they do like children, that they cannot bear that constant exuberance of children, their inexhaustible energy. We all know about the old man who sits all day by the window waiting only to hunt down the neighbor's children in his backyard or in his garden so that he can scold and kick them out, the young couple to whose house one dares not bring children because of how meticulously decorated and orderly it is, people so strict about things in their home that the children would have to be continually scolded and controlled to prevent them from breaking something of value. You may have heard these people say, the first thing any child, whatever it is, will do is take the most valuable thing in their grasp and destroy it. Or, the problem with children is that they do not have knobs with volume control or similar jokes that emphasize how superior they feel to children. The climax of this was coined by W.C. Fields, that great satirist of those who hate children who, when asked, "How do you like children?" replied, "Stews." On the other hand, we all know people who love and understand children, who establish an immediate relationship with them, who can enter their world in an instant and make them feel comfortable and fascinated. We all know the old man who sits on the porch and greets the children on their way to school, who answers when the children knock on his door, who shows them the garden and says, "That's a tomato plant." Do you know what? What is a tomato? Well, those sprouts, in a month or so, will turn into tomatoes. We all know the young couple who say, "Bring the kids, please. In 10 minutes we'll put everything they can break out of their reach, don't worry about that. We haven't seen Ginny for 6 months. How must it be? Having grown up?" If you review your friendships and examine your attitudes toward children, you will discover that people who like children, who accept and enjoy them, who are good with children, are often also the ones who they are more at peace with themselves, while those who do not like children are usually the chronic crybabies, those who protest about everything, the pessimists. They are generally the most unhappy people you know. You will recall that in the first chapter we strongly rejected the disease model of the human psyche, according to which it is somewhat natural for individuals to be at least a little neurotic and miserable. Instead, I believe that it is basically natural for people to be happy, vigorous, and healthy and have creative vitality. I believe that we are all born with perfect mental health, and that we learn to be unhappy and insecure just because of cultural pressures, and that we end up falling, because of them, into the absurdity that it is normal to be anguished, depressed, and sad as our usual attitude. If we accept the premise that happiness is instinctive, it follows that all the unhappy, neurotic, depressed, and deranged individuals we know can regain happiness only by observing children who have not been deformed by education. Still, they have not yet had a chance to learn to be neurotic and unhappy, and learning to be more childish themselves. The people who insist that they do not like children show an erroneous zone separating them from the field of life limitless even before they have the chance to appreciate what it is. They refuse to take into consideration children who act naturally, those who have not yet been deformed, those who have not yet learned to be unhappy, those who do what seems right to them without consulting manuals or resorting to tools. Advice from specialists, who only rely on their own instincts and impulses to be happy now, in short, those who have not fallen under the influence of those neurotic models of maturity that they see in their families, at school, television and practically all other sectors of society. Before these influences fully take over, the child is a wonderful being who is in his element among the most mature and evolved human beings, embodying in various ways what the limitless individual really is. I hope that, whatever your age and experience, you will understand that you have a child within you who yearns to escape from the prison you have built for him. And if you don't like him or the other children, I feel sorry for you. That child will never achieve freedom. You cannot abort and end it. You cannot offer it to others for adoption. You can, of course, belittle it and forget it. You can refuse to attend to him when he cries, you can never let him go out to play, never answer his naive questions, why is the sky blue? What is at the end of that way? But if he does, he will be, and secretly feel, as guilty of neglecting that child as the father who leaves his 2-year-old son home alone and goes to a bar, forever. If you don't like children, or more specifically you don't like them, and even if you don't like everything they do, chances are you don't like healthy and happy adults either. They are threatening to you because you are not that way. It is easier for you to accept people when you know they have a problem, when there are obvious woes or weaknesses that you can whisper about. It is easier for you to accept it when you can exploit their frailties and enjoy feeling yourself superior to them, than it is to accept people who function fully, in front of whom you feel threatened because it is difficult for you to find fields in which you can consider them inferior to you. It is natural, then, that the usual system of those who look down on children is to feel superior to childish people by calling them irresponsible, immature, or even too happy. The infantile qualities that ensure the health of adults are mocked by envy, the envy of those who have to resort to maturity considerations to feel safe themselves. The silly antics, spontaneity, the ability to laugh and have fun, and other similar childish qualities of no limits adults are something that all adults would like to have, but few know how to achieve. As a result, it is easier to ridicule and mock than to learn from children and child adults. Starting from here, it is easy to see how they perpetuate themselves without the society of destructive cycles of contempt for children and everything childish. If the childish attitude is continually the object of ridicule, it may be easier to always behave like a grown-up. The father who continually lectures his children with phrases such as, "Why don't you behave accordingly for your age? To be an adult person? Stop being so childish," is instilling in them that the young person must abandon the child within him. When these adult attitudes have been imposed, the way is left for the authoritarian attitudes and behaviors described in Chapter 2, and the child is absolutely controlled, rejected, immobilized, rationalized, and ultimately becomes something unnatural. The individual belittles his innate desire to remain young and spontaneous. He begins to demand of his younger brothers and sisters and their playmates and fellow students artificial maturity, and thus the cycle continues. People have spent their lives telling me things like this: "You will never grow up, Wayne, you will always be a boy. Wayne, you are crazy, why don't you act like a person your age? How can you be so stupid with your education and your experience? I can't believe you go play ball with the kids when we have so many important things to do." As long as I keep hearing normal people tell me I'm too childish, I know I'm doing things right. The truth is that I enjoy myself as a child whenever I can. I like having children around, children of any kind, always. If they put me in a room full of adults, I always end up looking for a child or an animal that may be there. I like to joke around, play games, be a little crazy, explore, do all those typical little kid things. I do not stop to analyze it. I can't even say why I like to be that way, I can only say it's instinctive, but I know, of course, that it makes me so much happier in this world. It is very simple. Young children seem so sincere and so unrepressed, so free from the need to impress others, so capable of playing freely without bragging or trying to show that they are superior, that they are as pleasant and comforting as the child. Fresh water from the well on a hot day. I also know that all my clients, readers, or acquaintances who have helped them become more child feel better and know a fuller life for that reason, and all the process begins when one comes to the conclusion that wants Lindal nte to that child inside him. The childhood and the puerile. In the previous section, I mentioned that the common way to belittle childish adults and children is to label them childish. Being childish and being childish are completely different things, despite the fact that these two words are sometimes used interchangeably. Being childish means for me to be a child and act like a child, which is perfectly valid, or to be an adult and act like a child in a way that indicates that their growth and development have been paralyzed years ago, and that the individual has stopped. It has stalled ever since, which, of course, is by no means healthy. What I mean is that childish and childish adults are polar opposites, not synonymous, that in the two quotes at the beginning of the section, W.C. Fields satirized a childish attitude towards children, and especially towards the child. that we carry within, and Jesus showed a truly mature and childlike attitude towards children. Being childish essentially means being innocent of all those strange and authoritarian ideas of what maturity should be, of what others have tried to impose on us, be trusting in the sense of not falling into an authoritarian paranoia that leads to distrust of others without any solid reason. And be naive or direct, and without subtleties in our relationships with others and in our vision of the world. The essence of this is that we do not have to stop being adults to be more childish. We do not have to become childish, much less irresponsible, to become children again in the sense that I am referring to. The fully integrated person is capable of being an adult and a child at the same time. To do this, you have to learn to voluntarily return in a positive way. The important thing here is the voluntary nature of the matter, since those who return to their childhood without knowing why they do so, without controlling their adult life, risk being locked up in an asylum. When done voluntarily, the positive return to a childlike state is not as difficult as it may seem. It is enough to loosen up a bit, be a little silly, laugh, tell jokes, cultivate your personal sense of humor about yourself, be a little crazy, know how to play. It means abandoning the masks of adulthood to have fun and enjoy, not always having to be solemn, consistent, serious, and dignified. It means remembering his exorbitant emotion before the world and his spontaneous appreciation of it and of all the things and all the people that inhabit it, feeling amazed and overwhelmed by this marvelous universe in which we live, indulge in childlike and natural curiosity to the point of imitation and discover that what can be discovered has no limits. The French philosopher Maurice Merleau-Ponty applied a name to the essence of the childlike attitude I am talking about. He called it marveling at the world. According to him, it was that primitive state of mind that gave rise to the largest, most human, and most authentically mature and adult thought form. I think the same, actually, but I consider to all that this childish marveling at the world is simply funny. After reading this far, you may say to yourself, of course, I would like to be a child that way again, but it is so much easier to talk about it than to put it into practice. You may find yourself defending your current adult position with ideas like, of course, I would love to be a child again and have no worries. But I have a family to support, I have so many responsibilities to think about, financial and other problems. How can I harmonize spending time being a child and still being a responsible adult? That doesn't make sense. These types of arguments indicate that you are not really interested in life without limits. When you argue with yourself like that, you argue about your problems, and the only thing you'll get out of that effort is perpetuating your problems. One of the most responsible things you can do as an adult is to become more like a child. If you decide that you can and should be a child and an adult at the same time, overcome the dichotomous and authoritarian patterns of thought that have artificially divorced the child from the adult in you, in favor of the holistic thinking that identifies the primal child and the adult, you can enjoy all your daily tasks instead of living resigned to being crushed by those tasks. You can approach all your problems more directly and with less seriousness, with a less gloomy attitude, and you can make all of your responsibilities more fun without ignoring them at all. Only if you choose to defend your position of always having to be an adult, of always having to be sullen and serious, will your problems remain the same, and even multiply. If you discover that you have become the obsessive adult who, to be adult and worthy, always renounces your ability to be childish and fun, if you see that you have lost the ability to be original and spontaneous, to take social risks that will ultimately help you to better solve problems, you will find that you need to exercise your will to remove some of those artificial adult controls that have kept you from becoming a child all these years. In my opinion, two of the key controls you should remove are postponing gratification and destructive influences on your formal education. The absurd of postponing the gratification. When beginning college students first come into contact with child psychology, one of the first things they are taught is that children have not yet learned to defer gratification, while adults have learned this valuable technique. Teachers around the world will tell you that the child who is offered a lollipop or candy today or 3 tomorrow will always take today. Generations of elementary psychology students have graduated very satisfied with how superior they are to children for having good adult sense to choose tomorrow's 3 lollipops. Which means, in reality, for many adults, never to enjoy a lollipop. This childish idea of child psychology has alienated millions of human beings from our childhood selves. While I was a practicing therapist, I spent years caring for countless upset or troubled children sent by well-meaning social workers, school counselors, psychologists, and teachers. The reports always followed the formula delayed gratification as the definition of adult development. Johnny must learn to stop approaching everything so frivolously, he must stop being so impulsive. His basic problem is that he is unable to postpone gratification. Realizing that he can't do everything he wants just when he wants to. It is as if you send a child to a therapist to teach him to lose that very quality that distinguishes him from so many unhappy adults. Naturally, the kids who sent me with those reports to indoctrinate them into deferral of gratification tended to be behind others in their age group in conventional maturity categories, such as putting on makeup and wearing filler in the bra and go suddenly to not knowing how to run. They used to be the scoundrels, the funny ones in the class, the ones who found it almost impossible to sit still like adults for hours at a time. But to me they were the most stimulating children in their age group, often the most authentically mature. Maybe they didn't always pay attention to the teacher. Perhaps they were making paper airplanes to drop as soon as the teacher turned his back on them, or they were passing notes to each other. But they also used to be the best students, the smartest in their class. Because, when they focused their attention on their schoolwork, they did not approach it as a painful task to which they had to resign themselves, in the same way that adults resign themselves to their jobs, but as a challenge to their naive curiosity. That allowed them to achieve much or greater concentration than their more mature classmates could achieve. They used to be the ones who drove all the other children crazy, because sitting on the school stairs and surrounded by absolute chaos, they were capable of doing in a quarter of an hour before class the same homework that the others had required 2 painful hours of work at home. They were the ones who took tests and filled in questionnaires, answering all the questions well, and then they used to drum their pencils on the table or make paper airplanes while the others continued to work in anguish, which is why they were called exhibitionists, which was another way of saying immature. I always treated with the greatest respect the Johnnies or Juanitos who came to my office, referred by rigid adults who wanted me to collaborate in the elimination of their vital sparks. I tried to learn from them as much as I could and also to help them cling even more to the idea of enjoying their lives now, at the right time, rather than perpetually postponing enjoyment. I sometimes told them that postponing gratification was nonsense, an immense smokescreen raised by adults who planned their entire lives in advance to discover later that they didn't know how to enjoy anything when each and every one of them finally materialized. Of their plans. I was trying to get away, from vicious circles of planning and extreme idealization, fueled by the adult syndromes of compulsive futurization. At the same time, because many of them were in deep conflict over not being able to control themselves, and were truly suffering from reprimands from their parents, peers, teachers, and all kinds of symbols of authority, I sought to help them find ways of circumventing the system that would preserve their childish qualities and yet not lead to so many condemnations. A typical example for a 5th through 8th grade child would be me. Do you like to read? Johnny. Some things. Novelista adventures, tales from the frontier. There are a few authors that I really like. Me. And why don't you open one of those books when you're bored in class and start reading instead of throwing paper airplanes? Johnny. I would love to, but the teacher wouldn't let me. Me. Because she would be a bad example to others, or because you wouldn't know what she was talking about when she asked you. Johnny, I don't know. I just know that he wouldn't let me. A later conversation with the teacher. Me. Nothing happens to Johnny. His only problem is that he gets very bored. Instead of trying to get him to put off gratification, why not let him do something rewarding? If the class doesn't interest him, let him read a novel he likes. Professora. I cannot do this. It would be a horrible example. Everyone else would read too, and they wouldn't listen to me. I wouldn't be able to teach them anything. It would be turning Johnny into a special case, a privileged being. Me. But he sent me Johnny because he's already a special case. Your report says that you constantly interrupt class, make jokes and jokes, yell at questions before you have time to ask someone else. Do you think that if you were reading calmly, you would interrupt the class more than you interrupt it? Teacher. Maybe his table is at the front of the class, because I have to keep an eye on him, and the whole class would notice. Me. Well, put it in the background. Make a deal with him, he can read when he gets bored. You won't bother him and he won't bother you. Teacher. But when I ask you something you won't know what. I've been explaining to him. You will learn nothing. Me. I understand Johnny got 9s and 10s on the last notes. SNLY suspended in application and conduct. Teacher. Yes, he is a very good student when he wants to, but he has not learned to behave well. Me. Actually, one of your problems is that you know all the answers before you ask the questions, and you don't have the patience to wait for the other students. That's why he does the answering aloud without being asked. Teacher, that's it, yes. He is a terrible exhibitionist. Me. I disagree. Put him at the back of the class and let him read whenever he wants and don't ask him when he sees what he's reading. Or, if you do, you must be willing to repeat the question when you look up and say, "What?" And, if I were you, I wouldn't worry about the other boys. If everyone can get the best grades, 9s and 10s, and be secretly reading novels at the same time for about half the school day, better for them. Teacher. But what if Johnny's grades get worse? His parents. Me. Include that in your deal with him to let him read in class. Tell him that he will only be able to do this if his grades are still good. Do the experiment. I'm sure Johnny won't have a problem. Knowing that you can do whatever you want during class time will undoubtedly be a positive stimulus in your school education. And reading novels won't hurt your vocabulary or your qualities or anything else. I will talk about the matter with their parents. I will tell them that I think they should try it, at least during the next trimester. What interests them above all is that Johnny behaves better and also gets good grades. I am sure you will fully agree that it is worth trying. When techniques like this are tried, they tend to be very positive, but the key is for authority symbols to admit that Johnny's problem is not that he can't put off gratification, his problem is that he instinctively knows too well that someone is trying to instill in him a kind of featurizing thought that he has to oppose. If parents, teachers, and social workers were willing to try the experience, 9 out of 10 children would read more books at school than they would at home, get better grades, disrupt class order much less, and, above all, they would be much happier and more secure in life. Although there is no doubt that many bad students are also persecuted for not postponing gratification, the reasoning remains the same. If they were allowed to experience school in a way that interested them now, in the present moment, your grades and behavior would also noticeably improve in most cases. Let's take a closer look at where Johnny's deferral problems come from. Basic in this regard is the fact that many adults consider children to be incomplete humans, who have not yet become real human beings, adults. They are for them something like apprentices of people. This absurd way of reasoning leads children to consider themselves incomplete, not fully integrated in real life, not fully in this world. This idea can become permanent. Thus, when the child reaches adulthood and discovers that he does not feel more complete than before, he looks to the future, towards the age of 30, as the time when he will finally be able to enjoy life. When it reaches that age, the maturity, the vital fullness, happens to move to the 40 years, and so on. Finally, one sees people of mature age wondering what has become of their lives, why they have never achieved that magical feeling of wholeness as individuals. It's the fight but never hit the target story again, and the only solution is to admit that we are always full and complete human beings. Regardless of the age or the supposed stages of maturity, always consider that we have arrived, and consider our present moment a moment that must be lived and enjoyed fully. Only by releasing your inner child can you overcome the gratification postponement game. 6. Virginia Woolf wrote the following: "Can there be anything more charming than a child who has not yet begun to cultivate his intelligence? It is a pleasure to look at them, they do not presume, they understand the meaning of art and life instinctively, they enjoy the life and makes other people enjoy it as well. The adult in you, when you exclude the child's ability to enjoy the present, is your enemy. Remember, those children you admire so much for their ability to enjoy life are not strange creatures to you. There is one of those children inside. The question is whether you will let him out, or will you feel so threatened as to try to change the real children around you to make them look more like you, so that they too postpone gratification, so they feel so incomplete as you may feel. Actually, becoming a limitless person means exactly that. Free yourself from those limits that you have imposed on yourself and that are implicit in the fact of postponing gratification. Living fully now means living without limits, while postponing enjoyment is a serious limitation to its maximum human fullness. It is ironic that many of the teachers who send children to me to teach them to postpone gratification teach Robert Frost's poems at the same time. Oh yes, give us pleasure today in flowers. And give us not to think so far. Like the uncertain harvest, drop us here. Simply here, in the spring of the year. To overcome the deficiencies of education. Your formal or academic education was not designed precisely to help you become a no-limits person. In fact, unless you were very lucky, you will have been carefully educated to be the exact opposite, an authoritarian. Education should have focused above all on genuine intellectual training, on enhancing your ability to formulate problems that fascinated you and to find or deduce the best solutions. But the methods you were subjected to were generally the least effective means of helping someone learn something. They forced you to memorize lists of data so that you could release them later in the exams, even if you did not understand what the data could mean for your life or for the lives of others. The result was that, as soon as the exams were over, you forgot those facts and began to learn the next ones, which were equally meaningless. Do you think you could pass an algebra test today? Or a world history test? His upbringing did not follow the paths of his innate, childlike curiosity. If he had done so, if they had put him in contact with the history of his country or with the frog's circulatory system and then let him ask his own questions about it, for example, he would naturally remember everything he learned until today. But the sad truth is that most of our academic education was devoted to teaching ourselves to please teachers and principals. Very few times, perhaps none, have they prompted you to think for yourself, to write in an original and creative way, to draw freely, to approach problems from your own personal perspective. They imposed a program on him, taught him that above all he had to adapt to the rules of that program, otherwise they would expel him as an incorrigible troublemaker. They taught him that submission was more rewarding in the long run than originality, that pleasing the teacher was the surest means of success in school and in life. They scolded for thinking on their own, for being different, or for defying authority. They taught him to adapt to the system, rather than to create a system of his own or to ask why the system could not change just a little to better meet the needs of individuals. They were carefully forcing him to be a good boy. They deprived him of his natural ability and spontaneous marveling at the world with concerns about possible failure to enter college, and other wrong zone behaviors. You learned that getting good grades was more important than really understanding a pedagogical principle. Your quest for approval by passing exams, earning certain grades, gaining acceptance from teachers and others outside of you, may have become the driving forces of your student life. But since the emptiness of all this made the child within you vigorously oppose formal education, how did you know deep down that many of your teachers were phonies, that they really didn't like you and that they did not accept him for who he was, that they did not give themselves completely to his work. Sitting in a classroom and being treated exactly like anyone else seemed a degrading experience. As a child, did you know that once you had mastered dividing by more than one number, it was a waste of time to sit there and wait for the teacher to decide to go on to explain something else to the whole class? He realized that some things were easier for him than others, and that expecting everyone to have the same ability to master a subject just because they received the same lessons was ridiculous. In some issues you were ahead of your classmates and in others you were behind, but they always treated you as one of the class, one of those apprentices of person, whom the teachers viewed them all as the same rather than individuals with their own special desires, abilities, and instincts. Did you know that the artificial competition imposed on them by the educational system to you and your classmates was nothing more than an immense indignity that the teachers wielded to keep you at bay? You all knew how bad it felt when the notes were displayed or read aloud, and some were failing in a subject just because they weren't as predisposed toward that subject at the time as others, or were not as interested. You may have wondered why, despite the fact that the failed student could learn the failed subject for a few months, since not everyone learns at the same speed, the failure had to stay with him forever. He resented the stark comparisons and the relentless competitive spirit of his academic education. You knew perfectly well that both you and all your friends were individuals, and that any reasonable person or system would treat you as such, instead of treating everyone as soldiers destined to line up in uniform authoritarian ranks, allowing no one the least individualism. But you were probably still subjected to all this because the system seemed to be the only way. Consequently, it is very possible that you were taught to hate education and studies, and that you have become an authoritarian anti-intellectual. The child in you knew a lot more than that, and still does. Overcoming the damaging influences of your formal upbringing means rekindling your natural childhood curiosity in the world and following it wherever it leads. It means accepting that you no longer have to compete with others to get better grades, that you have complete freedom to discover more about what your childhood curiosity wants to know, be it the history of the Russian Revolution or the American War of Independence, or learn to fix the car, without having someone, especially the authoritarian adult in you, peering over your shoulder and regulating your personal training and learning activities. If you want to outgrow your formal education and become a limitless individual, be sure to remember those few and magnificent teachers with a deep vocation that you had in school and who really cared about you and wanted to improve your life, who devoted themselves to satisfying your childish and natural curiosity. Forget that those teachers were a small minority, and that they were called, like you, rioters or detractors of the system, when they tried to respond to the needs of individual students in their teaching and in their class assignments. Remember only how those special teachers helped you, and remember also that now you have complete freedom to follow their ideals and models of what education can be if you want. I, who have been a teacher and education official for several years, have had relationships with thousands of educators of all kinds. The professors who were able to reach almost all their students and to stimulate their natural intellectual curiosity, the most professional in the line of duty, and the most popular with students were, without exception, those with the least authoritarian traits. They were mostly those who least dichotomized their classes according to conventional guidelines. I never knew that any of these highly pedagogical teachers would classify students as good and bad, smart and dumb, mature and immature, troublesome and well-adjusted, or any other sort of classification devised for the convenience of the teachers. These higher educators were something exceptional, and I have met very few, of course, but they existed, and every student who has been in the educational system of our country for a while must have had a few teachers more or less similar to these. They were the ones who never favored one group of students over another. These limitless teachers seemed rather open to all students, whatever their level of development. Elite students and those who were continually opposing the system viewed these teachers as favorable to their cause. Students with attendance problems saw them as their advocates. Same with those who got A's and license plates. The members of the Student council chatted with them after class, and so did the more unruly students. In other words, these outstanding teachers seemed to have the childish quality of being open to everything. Consequently, all students, regardless of their hobbies, ideas, or tendencies, followed these teachers and considered them special friends. The childish gift of being open to different points of view, of being tolerant of the differences of others, adults, or children, and refusing to classify people into categories, meant, of course, that these exceptional teachers had overcome dichotomous thinking and authoritarian and basically approached the world in an open and holistic way. You may have gone through a normal educational system without much trouble, but even if you were very successful, I bet you never really believed in it, that you used to feel bored and scared by the possibility of being a troublemaker who never listened to and subjected and daily repressed a system that rewarded conformity and punished individualism. Even then, outside of your school experience, you must have acquired some idea of the joy of learning and thinking for yourself, probably because of one of the few limitless teachers who touched you. From them you must have learned, if you think about it carefully, that becoming a limitless person involves overcoming much of your formal education and sincerely focusing on what really matters to you in life. It means accepting that schools are not simply organized to teach children to be as fully human as they can be. It means recognizing that in the ideal school system there should be no grades, no minimum standards, and no deception. How could you cheat if you learned for yourself instead of learning to compete with others? How could you cheat if your goal was to become as cultured and healthy as possible? No one who could help you learn, nothing you could do to become a more cultured person, could make you a liar. The grades, the exams, the minimum levels and or after external measures of success would not make sense in a system of humanistic orientation in which individuals are interested in learning to be happy, spontaneous, and original and to develop their life fully. Coursework in an ideal school would be designed to teach students to think for themselves, not to fear failure, to become capable of doing anything, rather than rigidly specializing in doing one or the other, not to sink into neurosis, in short, to be a happy human being. The ideal schools would consider the integral education of the child as a primary mission. Teachers would push children to become all that they could become, rather than forcing them to be repressed, conformist, or grown up in character. Schools do not have to be permissive places with completely liberal attitudes or environments, but must become places of interest and work, with teachers who understand that teaching individuals to esteem themselves, to consider their natural curiosity positive and to control their own lives, it should deserve at least the same attention as geometry, grammar, or any other subject that tradition places exclusively in the intellectual or academic sector of education. Ipro you perhaps be said there is no ideal school like that of the speaker you anywhere in the world, and probably never has. Those teachers limitless. I remember some that were so, but that was HACE long time. Hi. That ideal school I'm talking about is in your own head. You are now fully human. He has come into this world as a whole person, whoever he is and whatever age he is. Whether you are still in some kind of school or not, you can begin to overcome the destructive effects of your formal education today, admitting that it will do you no good to sit now and regret what the system did to you as a child. What you can do now is know. Keep letting those old negative experiences crush you, overcome the cumulative effects starting today and remember those few unlimited teachers and remembering the kind of education they fostered. Do not forget that there is still a child inside you who survived those terrible pressures, those abusive tactics and the artificial repressions imposed by that system. And since that surviving child is already aware of the negative elements in addition to being aware of the benefits, with regard to education it is straining, he will fight with more force than ever those negative elements and will insist that he wants to learn, but only by letting himself be guided by your own natural curiosity and by your will and convenience. The child knows that you cannot alter the past, he can only decide not to continue repressing himself as he was taught to do in the past. If you make an effort to be that child again, only this time by letting him act from strength and not from weakness, it will teach him to channel his emotions, to think for himself, to ask and answer questions that are important to you. Or that they fascinate you, so that you can live effectively in any situation, and think and feel positively in your life. You can then live the rest of your life as a truly cultivated and happy individual. The source of eternal youth is within you. Mythology has always held that there is somewhere in the world a magical spring, or a stream, or a pond, whose waters restore youth and keep human beings eternally young. But common sense tells us that you are how young you think you are, and that 80-year-old grandmother who has cultivated her childish qualities and knows how to enjoy them can be, deep down, much younger, more vital and more long-live the 25-year-old boy who struggles his way, sad and sorrowful, in law school to the top of the class, on the path of possible 64 nervous breakdowns and ulcers and a position in a major company after 10 or 15 years, and perhaps a deep hatred of life. The true meaning of the myths of the spring of youth may be to point out the superstitious absurdity of that search for youth lost under the stones, on the other side of the mountain, in a sip of water, in a bottle of cosmetics, on the board of directors of a company, on anything external to you. That myth may serve to remind you of your common sense, which tells you that you have within you an unlimited fountain of youth that you can turn to at any time, always, by the simple process of allowing yourself to be a child again. The 7 ways to get to the source. There is an old religious hymn that says that there are 12 gates to enter the city. There are many more ways to get to the fountain of youth. In fact, there are as many as you can imagine in a lifetime, that child in you exploring. But here are 7 you may want to explore in the beginning. Laugh. The child in you, like all children, loves to laugh, to be with people who can laugh at themselves and laugh at life. Children instinctively know that the more we laugh in life, the better. They will endeavor to relate to anyone who makes them laugh, who is able to follow their jokes and jokes. They will laugh hysterically at things that the serious, conscientious, always scowling adult says are not funny, those silly, immature jokes from school, even when they put a lampshade on their heads. Sometimes they laughed for no reason, just out of sheer joy in life, or because their instincts were telling them, it's time to laugh. Do you remember the teachers in whose class you really enjoyed and learned the most? Or were not they who had more sense of humor, those in whose class had a less gloomy atmosphere than in the rest of the school? Weren't they the ones joking with you, telling funny stories about the story, or explaining how the bank's computer had gone crazy and sent $1 million checks to all customers? Weren't those precisely the same teachers who had the ability to help you learn for yourself? We all naturally seek humor and laughter, because it is a natural cure, and affordable, to eradicate depression, inertia, and even panic. One cannot be depressed, distraught, or nervous while laughing. A spirited display of humor and a healthy laugh a few dozen times a day are the best guarantee against neurosis and misery. On the other hand, the laughs are free, you do not need a prescription and you do not have to go to the pharmacy to buy them. We all know someone who we think, his main problem is that he takes himself too seriously. They are the most rigid and uncompromising people. They are incapable of laughing at their own mistakes and, in fact, they are rarely able to admit them, because they are so distressed by their future or personal that they fear the slightest deviation from their current life programs and despise any exceptions to their rigid value systems. They are the only group about whom true generalizations can be made, and they are often top of the class on all authoritarian traits, and they are very frustrating to others because they can be very skilled at the activity with which they earn authority. Life and possess many attractive qualities. What is frustrating is that others see that they could be much happier and have a better time just by knowing how to rejoice and make the rest of the world happy. It would be completely different, people say, just if he had a bit of a sense of humor, if he looked at life with a certain perspective. Think about the people you know who have a sense of humor and a broad outlook on life, and how happy those people are because of it. Then ask yourself how well you fit in with that pattern and how happy you are. How many times have you laughed today and what? Can you remember the things that you found really funny this week or last week? Have you been laughing at silly mistakes of yours lately? Or have you just laughed at how stupid, immature, and inferior others are, criticizing and belittling them? Is your life a sad routine, or is it filled with all the laughter and all the joy you could wish for? About how many people have you made laugh lately? If you discover that you have a shortage of laughter in your life and that you would like to regain the childish sense of humor, you could try the following strategies. Make someone else laugh today, and tomorrow, every day. You will discover that this is not trying to be funny, that it is just another way of trying. It involves just relaxing for a second and seeing what you find funny about what you are talking about or thinking about, or allowing yourself to remember something that you have found funny lately or share it with others. If you have always been serious, give up that sober attitude once and see that you feel much better in life. Allow yourself to laugh once an hour for a whole day, alone or in company, and you will soon discover that being a creator of joy, of true humor, is a primary way to life without limits. I bus a child or a group of children, the smaller the better, that I can be with at least twice a week, with the purpose of doing nothing more than enjoying their company. Forget controlling their behavior, correcting them, educating them according to the criteria of adult behavior, and indoctrinating them. Limit yourself to being with them for at least half an hour a few times a week. If you are with young children, maintaining a limitless, open mindset, laughter and joy will soon become the norm of your life, rather than being rare exceptions to it. You will find that it is very easy to make children laugh, and it is very easy for them to make you laugh too. Whenever you part ways with them, ask yourself, what was the point? Highlight of this day: do all that work or have fun with those children. Try to remind yourself from time to time of childhood experiences that were sad then and are funny now. Laugh remembering them. A friend explained this story to me. When I was in the 8th grade, I was kicked out of school for a few days, for throwing peas in the lunchroom. I was trying to get a scholarship in a private academy that I wanted to enter with all my might, so I came home very depressed, desperate, thinking, well, I have spoiled everything. They will never give the scholarship to a child like me, who throws peas in the dining room, even if Ricky threw them at me first. It will be a terrible upset for Mom and Dad. I had the feeling that my life was no longer meaningful. He had messed everything up and there was no solution. It was the end. And then, a strange little inner voice said to me, "Who are you trying to make fun of? You are only 13 years old, and you think that being expelled for a few days from school is the end of the world. And also for throwing peas in the dining room, be sure that in 10 years from now you'll be laughing out loud at it. It's just ridiculous." And in that same moment, I started to laugh. I stopped lamenting and laughed out loud, because I would have covered the whole school with peas if I could have. Anyway, 5 years later, I was entering the prestigious Yale University, and one magnificent spring night I was having a quiet dinner when suddenly peas and potatoes and hamburgers began to fly through the air and someone shouted, "Food fight," and in 5 minutes there were more vegetables in the air in that dining room than I could have thrown in 100 years of elementary school. Now let me ask you, did you laugh then? The very behavior that had caused my temporary expulsion from school could not cause my expulsion from Yale. It was simply accepted that once a year, usually in spring, everyone would engage in a fight of this kind. It was an accepted ritual. Students could cover the university in peas if they wanted, although they had to clean it up afterwards, then they had to mop the floor and so on, because nobody wanted to walk through a swamp of peas to go to breakfast. Yes, I laughed, and threw my vegetables as the best, and I laughed once more at that ridiculous public school system, where I had been temporarily expelled for throwing peas in the lunchroom. Then I spent an hour cleaning all that up, but I was very happy. You don't have to drop peas to remember the saddest or most embarrassing moments of your childhood and laugh at them now, just as you don't have to flip down a hillside in an evening dress to practice what I describe as a child. Again, if you want to send your suit to the dry cleaner or clean the peas from the ground, go ahead, jump down the hillside and throw the peas, But, call that or any other way the forgotten child in you. Remember, that child you can get rid of many of the sad experiences of the past and want to eliminate them from your current view of life by laughing at them. In the same spirit, the next time something happens that upsets or infuriates you or makes you think this is the end of the world, stop and ask yourself, will I be able to laugh at this in a while? If so, the best thing to do may be to start laughing now. Let the fantasy reappear in your life. Children love to dream, create stories, use their imaginations, and you would also like to laugh if you let them. Remember when you were young, when you were little, remember that your room was full of elves or goblins, forests full of Indians or trappers with fur caps. Remember that a twig became a magic wand and a broomstick in a horse. Do you remember that your imaginary playmates were as real to you as anyone else? Do you remember when you played dress up and your father's hat turned you into a bank clerk, and how a little money that you made yourself turned a playmate into a cashier, a notebook turned into a checkbook and turned another playmate in a client? Do you remember what you liked to draw, do verses and songs, listen to stories, make up games, wander on your excursions? Would you imagine with anyone who was willing to play or participate? That childhood life so rich in fantasy was not only fun, but it was also one of the healthiest aspects of her life. It provided him with a much-needed escape from the hard work of maturing and training. It eliminated boredom in an instant, and the more likely it is that the more you gave yourself to it and the more you encouraged it, the more original and creative you will be today. In your adult life, you can afford the same luxury of fantasizing and dreaming, with the same mental health benefits and the same possibilities for fun. In addition, you will soon discover that some of those dreams that start as pure fantasy will end up becoming realities. The best realities in life begin as childish fantasies. Great vacation trips start with fantasies. Before you can actually build your dream home, you glimpse it in your dreams. Getting a new job, moving to a new location, starting a new love affair, everything that is valuable to you as an individual begins with a fantasy first. The more you allow yourself to daydream and fantasize, the more capable you will be of changing your life in a positive sense. You must remember, of course, that you are to enjoy your daydreams as you do them, and only as such, in themselves, without futurizing. If you did, you would destroy your fantasies, limiting them to things you plan to achieve or do someday, and then worrying about whether or not your dreams will ever come true. But when you avoid this trap, you may discover that allowing your inner child to escape from time to time into his own fantasy world will soften and eliminate his rigid and negative attitudes, relieve many psychic pressures on you, and open up new realms of possibility. Personal. To get back in touch with your fantasy life, you could try the following. When you find children with whom you can have fun and play, encourage them and encourage yourself to fantasize as much as possible, to be as creative and absurd as possible. If you play something, try to get as far away from reality as possible. Don't impose grown-up norms or rules, give way to experimentation, exploration, and imagination. Forget the idea of imposing a set of rules. When children discover that these rules are necessary, let them apply them. Stand aside and admire him while they work out their solutions. You will find that even when setting rules, children are surprisingly spontaneous and original. Whatever the children's fantasies, they may be in a spaceship on their way to the moon, fleeing from the Wicked Witch of the West. Let them guide you. If they say that this button is the sap chipper that pushes away meteorites so they can land on the moon, don't interrupt by asking what a sapomaker is and how it moves meteorites away. Do like them, accept your own fantastic images of what those objects might be. They may explain their ideas to you, or they may just press the button. It may be that the Zapofricador is not working and there are serious problems with meteorites. In addition to moving the meteorites away with the sapomaker so that they do not reach the spaceship, you should perhaps go to movies or children's plays from time to time, watch a puppet show or a circus or attend a reading of children's stories at a nearby library. A whole generation of marginalized youth from the Vietnam War era helped each other to maintain mental health and renew faith in life by going to see the Walt Disney classic from the World War II era. In this field, which could only have been titled as it was titled, fantasy. Neighborhood cinemas could show the film every year in the late 1960s and early 1970s and fill the premises for weeks in a row with kids from the university and high schools who perhaps the day before had demonstrated before a crowd recruiting office and could end up in jail the next day for opposing him. You could hear those children of Los Luries, as they were called. They have returned to fantasy. I've seen it 4 times, but I'll see it again. Do you want to come? Fantasy and other films of the same genre helped young adults keep their child selves alive, and thanks to it they are healthier today. In his case, it could be Turpan, The Wizard of Oz, a rodeo, a fair, any of those great shows that have provided more pleasures to children of all ages over the years. When you find out again that you can see one of those classics, move on and go. And take as many children with you as you can. When you pass a place where children are playing again, stop. Imagine that you are a child again. Ask yourself what you could do then that you can't do now about your body. Enter the place where the children play. Does your body want to swing? That can be done by anyone at any age. If you are 80 years old, you may only want to swing a few inches one way or the other, but you can swing anyway. You may be as child as you were when your mother first put you on a swing and pushed you just one way. A little. If you are 35 years old, your body may want to swing with full force, or you may want to go through the maze. Be sure that you can do whatever your body really wants. If you forget that, others might think that doing it is childish and inappropriate for a person your age. If you consider yourself so old and ailing, just walking into a park and wondering if the child inside you is older now than it was when you were 10 can take more years off than you can imagine. If you have a family with children of any age still at home, try to have family gatherings from time to time where everyone freely tells what they would most like to do in the world, or simply unfold their favorite fantasies of the week such as he experienced them. You will soon discover that your fantasies are by no means impossible and absurd dreams. They are creaciones. Free and original of his childhood imagination, the very basis of life. Once those fantasies are exposed and expressed, you may find that you can make many of them come true, and that taking some risks without the slightest bit of adult judgments about you will help you and your family to do all the things you do. Possible fantasies of that genre that really deserve to be embodied in reality. As for the fantasies that are just stories from the dream you had last night or from a dream you had this afternoon, free flights of the imagination about the imaginary friend who was occupying the empty seat next to the bus, whatever they are. Sharing them with your family will enrich your entire family life. Make the decision to make some of your fantasies come true. If you've always wanted to raft down the river, wander alone in the woods for a day, participate in a marathon, cycle to the bordering state, visit Bulgaria, climb a mountain in Canada, grow a beard, run for MP, get on TV, anything, do it. Sit down right now and make a list of 20 things you've been wanting to do for a long time. Cross them out in the order of how impractical they are, how little chance you have of doing them immediately. You will end up finding at least one that you can make today. Take the steps to do so, but save the list so you can figure out what to do once your more realistic fantasies come true. I have enjoyed doing many things that were completely meaningless to others. For example, I once saw people surfing. I imagined doing it. I said to myself, why not? And I just did. I eliminated it from my list of fantasies that can come true, and I felt better about achieving a personal goal, rather than the goal of whatever old, stale grown-up was in me. I had to consciously and instinctively remind myself that I didn't need to explain my behavior to anyone, and if anyone thought I was stupid for not acting my age, all I could do was wish him good luck and let him think what he wanted. Make the reality my fantasies have inspired me many times to achieve things that I might never have tried otherwise, and I know that if I had not allowed myself those childhood fantasies in the first place, I could never have made so many dreams come true. Grant yourself all possible dreams. Be a little crazy. There is no doubt about it, all children, even the one in you, are a little crazy. They act silly and crazy most of the time. All children remember that what adults condemn as crazy in children is the sea of fun. The child in you will tell you that you may have eliminated all those crazy moments from your life in favor of being more mature and sensible always, and that the idea of being a little playful and unpredictable from time to time can seem silly, but the child really enjoys wearing strange clothes to parties, going swimming at 4 in the morning, playing cops and robbers or anything else that makes another exclaim, "How crazy you are!" There is, of course, a kind of crazy that nobody wants to be, that degree of insanity in which one completely loses control of his life, becomes terrified and ends up in a madhouse. But I don't go back to that kind of madness. I mean the kind of insanity you can indulge in if you indulge in crazy behavior every now and then and laugh and have fun like a kid. Being crazy in this sense means removing some of the controls that constrain your life. You can be serious at work, you can be mature in your way of handling your responsibilities, you can sensibly approach problems that require direct and sensible attitudes, and still relax from time to time and do crazy things. Not only will you have more fun, everyone will cheer up in the office, and everyone will be more effective when it comes to being serious. You could try one of these suggestions if the idea of being a kid and doing crazy things from time to time appeals to you. Ask family members who their favorite characters are. Check to see if the favorites of your family members, especially those of children, are those who can be a little crazier and more cheerful and lively than most. Ask them if they think you belong to that group, that you are that way, or if they would like it to be more that way. When you see how much others enjoy having a little crazy people around, it will be much easier for you to do crazy things, and to make those crazy things a regular part of your life, throwing snowballs, playing games, taking home a toy. Birthday cake when it's not anyone's birthday, do all the crazy things you can think of. Quando hear someone say, or diandolo yourself be surprised, that the conduct of another person is crazy, stop and think what kind of madness means. Is that individual unable to control himself and makes others unhappy and disgraced himself for it? In that case, the solution is to help you, not condemn you. Or is he just an individual open to the kind of childish joy I'm talking about, and is he happier for precisely that? In that case, forget about condemning him and try to emulate him. You have as much right to your freedom as he to his, and if you stop judging, you would be more inclined to have fun and be more cheerful. When you are worried about others having fun and doing crazy things, you are really worrying about something inside yourself. If it were just that you did not approve of other people's behavior, you would simply ignore them, but by deciding to be concerned about her, you are fighting something that reminds you of what you would really like to do. And instead of admitting it and changing, you limit yourself to resorting to that maneuver, to judging them and not allowing yourself to be tempted to be happy too. Make it a point to be crazy every day for a week, once or twice at home, once or twice at work, and other times wherever you feel like it. Have confidence in yourself and think that you will have enough good sense not to play practical jokes or do something that might hurt or upset another, and watch how others react. If someone condemns you because what you do seems childish, there he is. Worse for him. But you will find that 90% of the time people reacted with more enthusiasm than you imagined, and that the reservations were mostly on their own. Be spontaneous. Notice that children are willing to try anything immediately. Your inner child wants to be impulsive and adventurous and not always have to plan ahead. Spontaneity is, in many ways, the key to all childish behavior. That ability to suddenly stop on the road when you see something interesting, and have the same interest and feel the same excitement for new things that you stumble upon that you had when you were much younger, leads directly to childlike immediacy already. Marvel at the world. It is also one of the things most easily drowned out in themselves and in their children by important and numbed individuals, constantly reminding children to be careful and always to be prepared, yelling at them, "Come back here." When they wander off a little known path, instead of following the planned walk of adults, and through other adult tactics used to instill fear of the unknown in children and eliminate their natural curiosity about life. Some children never lose that quality of personal freedom. No matter how hard one tries, it is impossible to nullify his spontaneous and original impulses. If they want to explore a new path, they will run away from you one way or another, mentally, physically, or both, as soon as they can outrun you. Those kids can be spontaneous collectors of anything and everything. They can come home with snails, caterpillars, lizards, flowers, old wrenches, nails, coins, anything that catches their eye. If you repress this kind of instinctive and impulsive gathering that gives these children so much joy, you may end up teaching them to pretend to believe that having a clean and tidy house is better than having all that garbage lying around in a pile, but the childish curiosity and the spontaneous impulse that leads them to collect rare things will always remain alive within them. And if one day they become happy archaeologists or museum keepers, or art collectors or botanists or antique dealers, or scrap dealers, they will have had to outgrow that adult who once tried to impose on them. No. I don't want that at home. The spontaneity of the child within you is such that it can entertain you with anything at any time. You can take rocks, pieces of chalk or an old ball and fascinate you with any of those things for hours. You may have learned to repress those urges that lead you to stray from the path and read the chart under that 200-year-old oak tree, but the urge and the desire are still alive within you. If you lead a totally planned life, with all your objectives formulated, and if you know where you are going and where you have to go every minute, if you are obsessed with organization, cleanliness, and order in everything you do, stop. He has forgotten to be a child. To reactivate your childlike spontaneity, you could try the following. Take a look at your schedule to see your commitments for the next few weeks. Are you so committed and time-consuming that you will never have 10 minutes to spontaneously go off the beaten track? If so, how many of the planned activities can you eliminate to give yourself time or to wander as you please? Schedule a period of time to get in the car and head north, without a road map, with the sole decision to go where you see fit. Or, if you prefer, swear the game a child I know invented, as soon as you doubt the way to. Go ahead, stop and flip it. This child laughed out loud on one occasion when the coin made him go around the block 4 times. He says that with each turn, the apple seemed a little more fascinating to him, and that when the coin took him out of there, he did not go at all at ease. Stop making rigid demands on organizing and planning someone else's life. Instead, encourage their childish spontaneity. Remember that what you call a neat room or house is no better than your child's messy room, which is cluttered with what you consider to be crap. When a friend asks you to do something together on the fly and you start to say "I just can't," stop. Ask yourself if you can always say yes to yourself and others. As much as it may hurt to tell yourself, "Well, I'm not mowing the garden today as planned," forget about your plans on a Saturday morning. Go to the old goods market with your spontaneous friend. If you react to one proposal on the go and see how much fun it can be, you will soon receive more such proposals and do something good for yourself. Give yourself a chance to spontaneously get excited about what you do. You must not think that you will be bored if you go to one more football game because you have seen others before. Get rid of that attitude, considering that each new game is a unique experience, because, moreover, it is, you have never seen the game that day. Likewise, if you are going to a party or other social celebration, primarily to accompany your wife or out of a sense of social obligation, you may say to her, "I know this is going to be a very boring party and, whatever happens, don't I want to be there for more than an hour." This kind of negative prior attitude will undoubtedly be a kind of prophecy that will inevitably come true unless you eliminate it by allowing yourself to decide later if the party was fun or not, if you give yourself a chance to enjoy it and trust the decision. To leave when you feel like it? Together, learn to distinguish between things you need to decide now, or that he can decide better now, and things that he can decide later as well or better. For example, suppose there is a soccer game you would like to go to next Saturday, but on the other hand, you think you might want to go fishing, or to an art gallery in your neighborhood. Although none of these things require prior planning, your inner authoritarian may now want to decide what to do specifically, eliminate insecurity. The child in you, on the other hand, will say, I don't have to decide now. I'll see what I feel like on Saturday morning, maybe something better will come up sooner, too. Listen whenever you can to the child, both in serious things and in those that are not. If it takes a lot of effort for you to make a decision, change jobs, say, get married, or whatever, it may only be because the child in you knows that you don't really have to decide now, that you are trying to artificially speed it up, ignoring the fact that you will have more information and or clearer feelings later, when you have to make the decision, if there is a fixed deadline, and that a spontaneous decision made later will be better than a forced decision now. You can waste a lot of time and suffer a lot unnecessarily, and even make others suffer, by trying to predict your feelings, by trying to know in advance what you are going to feel in the future, a future about which at this moment you do not have enough data. Don't decide now if you don't have to. Allow for your childish spontaneity. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. As a child, he was not intimidated by making mistakes. You were willing to try anything, and if you didn't do very well at first, you were like the kitten who failed to catch his first 50 mice, he got smarter and faster as he tried to hunt them in vain, until at last he mastered the technique. Until at last he mastered the technique of skating in the ice, or make soup. Actually, if you learned to ice skating, the first thing your body imagined was how you should fall on the ice without hurting yourself. You learned to relax and curl your legs or turn or slide so that you would not break his head or a leg, so that he could get up always laughing, ready to try his luck again. Failure was not something to be ashamed of or avoided. In fact, you welcomed it cheerfully because you instinctively knew that to learn something you have to be willing to fail at first. So, as a child you were a born researcher, you accepted that nobody knows how to throw a ball, swim where there is a lot of depth, ride a bike or anything else until you try, until mistakes are made and they are corrected in successive attempts. If children were made in such a way that they were afraid to try new things for fear of failure, they would never come out of the crib. Likewise, adults who fear failure simply vegetate. For those who never try anything new, fear of failure turns into fear of success. Children stop trying to do things only when they learn the neurotic idea that they are somehow inferior and fail at something, or that they have to compare their performance with that of individuals who have already been through trial and error. Even controlling what the beginner tackles for the first time. Why do so few adults who did not learn to swim as children manage to learn when they grow up? Because they think it's humiliating to be classified as beginners at anything, to show in public the awkwardness of the early stages of learning. Now, if the adult lets that child inside him free, he can learn to swim with the same ease or more than a child, because his body has the advantage of perfect adult coordination. It is just that anguish in the execution, that feeling that he is there to look the best possible in front of others, instead of capturing the sensation of the water and learning how to advance in it, what it does to him and even to him. Grown-ups. They go to beginners' classes, much clumsier than most children, and wasting much more time than necessary to learn to swim. Ask yourself if, as you got older, you learned to avoid more and more things that could lead to failures. If you learned to look for good grades in all fields and always, if you learned to value yourself as a bad person if you were in the middle of the class in something. Have you accepted that you shouldn't do anything unless you already know how to do it well, and have thus weakened your inborn childish impulses to try anything that excites your fantasy? If so, if you are still afraid of making mistakes, you can overcome that fear by admitting that you are avoiding the only thing that can teach you, namely failure. If you would like to regain child acceptance of your own mistakes, you could try the following. Make a list of activities that you have avoided because it could play a bad role in learning. Have you ever given up bowling, golf, singing, playing guitar, painting, doing crossword puzzles, anything, for fear that your friends, who are really good at such activities, will look over your shoulder at you? Shoulder. Don't be afraid and go ahead and give it a try. If any of your friends belittle you for your rookie efforts, if the one who sings well or knows how to play the guitar says, "Oh, how scary," and discourages you by asserting your own superiority, it is clear that it really should not a great friend of yours. Reject the opinion of anyone who worries about whether you fail or not. If you do, that which you fear so much, that is, the negative opinion of others and your disparaging judgments, will become inconsequential, and you will only deal with the teachers who truly want to help you learn. Remember that you can fail at anything in this world without being a failure as a person. Don't confuse what you do, or how well you do it, with your worth as a human being. Your merit as a person comes from within, from the very fact that you are as much a person as anyone else, and you have what I call value in itself, which is as much a part of you as your heart or brain can be. Your value in itself does not come from your score in any activity. At the same time, don't be afraid to admit to others that you made a mistake when they did. If you have misjudged your account or misjudged someone, don't try to cover it up, deny it, or rationalize it, a typical authoritarian reaction. Just say, "I screwed up," and then rectify. You will find that childish people who are willing to admit their mistakes are often highly respected. Stop placing so much value on being successful in everything you or your children try. Allow the child in you, and allow your children to fail outright at certain things. Suppose, for example, that you try to fix the car without success, or suppose that your son fails French in high school. You may not want to waste any more time with the car, and your child may have failed French because he was not interested in the way they were told, but if you are an inveterate perfectionist, you will never take the car to the mechanic or let the mechanic decide your child who does not feel like repeating French in the next year. You may prefer to choose another subject. You will continue to fight your own spontaneous impulses, and those of your child, to consider that matter a pain and to forget about it for now. If you don't succeed at first, try again is a good motto only if you are still interested in what you tried the first time. If you've tried it yourself and aren't interested in it, be it opera, poker, car repair, or French, what's the point in insisting on doing it? The irony of the matter is, of course, that if you push yourself to succeed in whatever you try, you will end up falling into the same old trap of trying only what you know you can succeed at. But, finally, who knows, if you stop trying to fix the car saying, "I insist on this because I cannot bear failure," and that is by no means a good reason, perhaps in the future you want to try to fix the car again with the same understanding. If you fail again, you will take it back to the mechanic. What does it matter, actually? But if you continue to insist on something that no longer gives you pleasure, just because you started it, and you feel a compulsive need to succeed in whatever you do, you will end up trying fewer and fewer things than would satisfy the child in your life. Accept the world as it is. When the child comes into the world, it does not occur to him that the world can or should be different from what it is. He just opens his eyes in wonder and fascinated by what is out there and makes his way into that world to the best of his ability. As the child develops, he learns little and little to control certain things. He learns to drink from a glass, mow the lawn, make certain friends, or influence certain people, and that's probably where the problem starts. The young adult who adopts an authoritarian rigidity regarding the way things should be is likely to become infuriated with the world for the fact that it does not adapt to his expectations or demands, leading to the angry youth syndrome, in which individuals are frustrated by their inability to control what, in reality, no human being can control. Consider, for example, people's attitudes towards time, a clear example of a natural phenomenon that we cannot control. Children accept that time is as it is in its mysterious changes, and that no matter how much we ponder, we cannot change time in any particular sense. Children accept snowstorms as natural winter phenomena and actually welcome them, enjoy them, while adults keep saying to themselves, "What a disgusting weather." And they become restless and irritated because their plans are hindered. If you catch yourself thinking, "Sure, kids don't have to make a living, they can enjoy a snowfall because they don't miss a day of work," that means you're ignoring the obvious fact that, as irritated as it gets, snowstorm is not going to reverse its course and return snow to the sky because you want it to. Your anger is not going to solve the problem of missing your workday. The only thing it will do is spoil your day. Your inner child would like to just get out of you and enjoy the snow, but the adult may insist on thinking neurotically about it and keep you indoors by cursing the heavens. There is no doubt that, when it comes to your immediate personal world, you can do everything you can to change the things you don't like. You can help fight racism in your town, in your city, in your state. In his country, you can do more to stop the global arms race, to feed the hungry, to care for the orphans or the sick, to save that beautiful old building on the corner, or whatever else interests you. The trick is to do it without getting mad at the world because doing it causes problems for you. Think, furthermore, that this anger will only upset you and make you unhappy. There is an old saying that says, "Lord, give me strength to change what can be changed, patience to accept what cannot be changed, and wisdom to distinguish between one thing and another." That child within you knows how to accept what cannot be changed, without considering that the world is fundamentally bad for it. He knows not to let himself be immobilized trying to do what no one can do and then sink into inertia or panic because it cannot be done. In short, he knows instinctively and immediately establish the difference, and that wisdom is therefore not something new to learn but a forgotten wisdom that you only have to remember by turning to that lost child within you. Consider children's attitudes toward people who have done things that have hurt or offended them. Children are willing to accept that, people are like that, people hurt each other from time to time. It is something like the weather, which sometimes drenches us in freezing rain when we come home from school. Therefore, they are willing to forget and forgive in a few hours, while depressed adults can spend their entire lives brooding over their grievances. That child inside you knows without thinking that holding on to those grievances is painful and negative, and so you forget and forgive automatically, unless that spiteful adult in you wins the game, in which case, you will continue hating eternally, no matter how painful it is for you. That acceptance of the child in you can help you in all your human experiences. He will take things as they are, treat them according to what seems most reasonable at the time. When he was a child, he limited himself, in principle, to accepting all things and all people for what they were, without reproaching the clouds for the snowfall, his mother for preventing him from falling into the river, not letting inflation allow him to buy this year a new television. Being able to return to that wonderfully naive state of acceptance would certainly help you remove many causes of misery from your life. If you wanted to regain some of that childlike capacity to accept the world as it is, and focus only on that basis what might be able to help change for the better, accepting inevitable failures as you go, perhaps the following would suit you. Make a list of things that tend to irritate you, or that you have found yourself complaining about lately. Start with a few, the ones that come to mind at first. Maybe the oven went bad yesterday, or a tree in your garden is dying and you have to cut it down. Oh, gas prices have gone up again, or your 3-year-old just threw the soup noodles in the dining room and always he is doing similar things, or maybe you love skiing very much and there has been almost no snow this year, and you are furious about it. Whatever it is, write it down and put the list aside. Then try to add 1 or 2 things that will bother you a lot in the next few days. Be on the lookout, and whenever you are surprised, protesting, make the subject a candidate for listing. You may want to post the list next to the television and review your own reactions to the evening news. You may want to ask others what they hear you complain about most often. Do it the way you do it. As soon as you have 20 or 30 themes, Go over the list and indicate in each case if you could do something to change the current situation if you wanted. You cannot avoid since the oven has damaged, or that the tree dying or gas prices going up. You could occupy your 3-year-old with less destructive things. You can't make it snow, and, on the other hand, think if you can do something to change the situation now. You have to get the furnace fixed and you have to cut down that tree. Maybe you can plant another one. Regarding the price of gasoline, nobody can do more than support long-term solutions to the energy crisis, but you can decide to save gas, use your car more efficiently and or buy another that uses less fuel, walk or use public transport whenever you can, etc. You can do everything you can with your 3-year-old until he grows up, and, as for the snow, forget it, find another means of fun this winter. Now examine the list. How many topics do you have to discard with the forget it thing? Forget them no matter how many they are. The next time you find yourself fretting about these things or the like, stop and eliminate your worries by laughing at them. That's the way it is in this world. As for the things that you could change in some way, choose those that concern you enough to spend some time and to think about them a little, and act accordingly when you have the opportunity and encouragement, if you have them. As for the others, add them to the forgetting column, at least for now. As for those on which you can and want to do something, either by altering the original situation or by modifying the current situation, fixing it, try to do it by all means, but do not think of getting angry because the oven breaks down or the tree dies, etc. Things are the way they are, and this is the world. In fact, if you examine your list and wonder why you should feel depressed or immobilized, you will find that the answer is none. This does not mean that you should never feel spontaneously angry or frustrated about certain things. If not, you would be a robot. But the question is this: how long are you going to be in that state, and how often do you place yourself unnecessarily in it just because you can't accept the world as it is? Forget social status and external patterns of success when you are judging your world and how much you want to accept from it and how much you want to change about it. Allow yourself to enjoy things more for what they are rather than worrying about whether or not they conform to imposed cultural norms. Try to suspend all negative judgments about yourself, for at least a short time, every day, leaning on your acceptance of the world as it is, with you in it. To eliminate all those ideas of what others are saying. They say it has to be. If you carefully review any rejection of yourself and your own personal world, you will discover that almost everything comes from outside cultural sources. Ask yourself how many of those feelings of guilt and mismatch you had at the age of 2. What you want to change in yourself for your own inner gratification will turn out to be all you want to redirect back down the childish path into which needs to be. When it comes to judgments about other people, approach them exactly like children. Children are unaware of biases because they fully accept anyone until, or unless, people are persistently unpleasant to them. They do not have negative expectations of anyone, and, while they are not old enough to be influenced by stereotypes or prejudices and backbiting from more mature people, they limit themselves to accepting everyone as they are, regardless of whether they are treated of a white or a black, of an individual, educated or uneducated, a Democrat or a Republican, a rich man or a poor man, someone powerful or a helpless being, etc. What worries them is only how funny, how interesting, and likable and understanding the person can be in the moment. They don't fret that blacks should be white or that women shouldn't act like men, or any of those ridiculous grown-up obsessions. Trust your childhood impulses, whoever crosses your path, and you will see them grow into a much more satisfied and happy person. Don't be suspicious. The next time you have a chance to do so, watch closely for children making contact for the first time. They may start their relationship with a certain shyness, until they understand each other a bit, but if this understanding occurs, and it is what usually happens with almost all young children, in 5 minutes they will be relating as only adults do after a friendship lifelong. They trust each other completely in principle, and if one of them turns out to be a bit aggressive, the other usually limits himself to even accepting that this boy is simply like that, and quickly learns to forget or oppose it until the aggressive child notices, or to approach it in any other way that allows everyone to have as much fun as possible now. In short, children almost always establish intimate relationships in an hour that most adults would take months. Compare this now with your attitude towards strangers with whom you make first contact. How long is the period of initial shyness? Children usually need a few glances and a few words to run off and turn a corner of the bedroom into a spaceship, and 3 minutes to start activating the Zoppofricator. But when you first make contact with another person, you may fear being too expansive or starting a relationship when you already have too many relationships to worry about, too many commitments going on. Or perhaps you are suspicious of the other individual's intentions for one reason or another. Pewed and you show for it cold, a word that has many meanings, or aloof, preferring to kill time with the typical talk inconsequential of the adult rather than attempting to treat immediately to this new person as you would treat your best friends or enjoy the same with her. If your attitude towards the people you are introduced to or the strangers with whom you establish a relationship, whatever your gender, it may even be the gas station employee who fills your tank and exchanges a few phrases with you, it is generalement cold means most likely that you are suffering from an authoritarian certain paranoia that has deformed his childish instincts that drive him spontaneously to trust others, and has made people wary of principle. If you are suspicious of all people on principle, there is no doubt that you are suspicious of yourself in the first place, since you are actually included in the people, and, consequently, most of that mistrust towards others, it is probably born of mistrust in oneself, which is a painful source of internal conflict. But if you allow yourself to be guided by your inner child and trust that your animal instincts will tell you, in light of all your life experience, when your naivete may or may set you up with real problems, most likely never, you can free yourself from that painful sticking point and learn to establish pleasant and satisfying relationships with almost everyone you meet. I speak first of meeting new people, referring to being less suspicious, because comparing your reactions to meeting new individuals with those of children, or the child in you, is one of the fastest means, and you are sure you can determine how much of your childish wit or innate confidence you retain and how much you have swept away from authoritarian paranoia. On the other hand, your attitude towards old friends or old acquaintances, your family or professional relationships are equally important, and, in fact, your distrust in this case would indicate, even more firmly, that you should ask yourself if you basically distrust whether yourself or you will have largely marginalized, belittled and repressed the child within you. Few that thinks suddenly, sure, I'd love to be back as confident as a child does not like to be wary about the others, but that attitude of which he speaks is what leads to child people lose savings. His life at the hands of a scammer, to get his car repairs that were not needed or that have not even been done, and 1,000 other similar things. If you think so, I will tell you that you are not right. Any veteran police officer will tell you that blindly trusting strangers, which is not really what I propose, because you should never do anything blindly, is not enough for scammers to take money from us, because scams are based fundamentally in the greed of the victim, who deludes herself into thinking that she can actually double her money in the blink of an eye, achieve something without giving anything. If you don't adopt that attitude beforehand, no one will get your savings out of any great plan. Actually, the kind of childish confidence I'm talking about will better defend you from scammers, for the simple reason that if you automatically distrusted most people, if you consider everyone practically a thief, you will have eliminated his instinctive ability to sniff out a real thief when he shows up. Even if your instincts try to warn you, you can belittle him in your greed by saying, "There is no reason to think that this guy is more of a thief than anyone else," and give him your life savings. And the same can be said of the repair shop or the door-to-door salesperson. The ability to trust yourself and trust others is actually a matter of developing an attitude. If you believe that the world is a disgusting place and that most people are going to hunt you down and deceive you, not only are the real ones more likely. Scammers deceive you, you have already deceived yourself by unnecessarily separating yourself from all the honest and sincere people around you. If you allow your childish confidence to dominate, and remain positive about your ability to solve almost any problem that arises, your very affirmative attitude will generally allow you to overcome any situation. To give free rein to this confident attitude and actively practice confidence, you can try these strategies. The next time you meet a person, watch their reactions. Are you cold, distant? Do you try to talk about inconsequential things so that an intimacy is not established? Do you feel a little uncomfortable, not knowing if you want to be intimate with that person? Do you distrust him even thinking that you do not know what he will be after? In such a case, let your guard down and trust that you will raise it again if it really is necessary. Ask yourself, what can I lose? If you are afraid of being intimate, remember that your relationship doesn't have to last beyond that meeting if you don't want to. Let the children guide you, who can have a lot of fun together even though they know that they will never see each other again, but that they are not afraid to gain something for fear of losing it. Be willing to admit that this new individual is likable and funny, or find some other way to make him feel comfortable. As soon as he discovers that you trust him immediately and respect him, that you do not judge him, he will see how he also lets his guard down. Remember that before 3 minutes have elapsed they must start to activate the sapofricator. Do your best to meet a new person at least this week, a person who is very different from you. If you were a teacher, contact a trucker, or stop to chat with the guy who sells newspapers on the corner, whichever you find nice. Trust that the two of you can handle the situation well. If he is suspicious of you at first, if you perceive that he is thinking what does this guy want from me, you will have before you a perfect example of that unnecessary mistrust of which I have spoken, because you know that he has no reason he concealed that he is not trying to take advantage of that person in any way. But at the same time, there will be a child in that other person who will perceive your sincere openness, as long as you feel comfortable with yourself. The trick, then, is not to let the child in you become a teacher and the child in the other to become a truck driver, because that prevents children from feeling mutual trust. The next time you suspect that you have been cheated on, or that you are getting into a situation where you fear that you might be cheated on, just think of the best practical means of finding out if you have actually been cheated on or are about to do so and what you can do to prevent it. Millions of people take their cars to the workshop every year. Above all, people who do not understand much about mechanics, who generally leave the car in the workshop, ask for an estimate of the cost of the repair, then pay the invoice, although sometimes it rises more than 50% of what they calculated in started, because the car had other additional problems, and they leave with some technical explanation that they do not understand ringing in their ears and muttering, "I am sure I have been deceived." In such cases, studies have shown that people who think they have been cheated on at the auto shop are usually right half the time. But that doesn't mean you have to approach your next relationship with the people at the auto shop with an attitude of suspicion and mistrust. Actually, there is a 50% chance, at least, that the people in the shop you go to are as honest as you are, as honest as you may be. So start by giving them the benefit of the doubt, which you also give yourself. If you are distressed by the idea that you may be fooled, try to be frank about your fears. You could say, for example, "I have a real panic to the workshops, I do not like to take the car anywhere when I have to fix it." Everything. I suppose you are honest, just as you suppose I am, because you trust that I will pay for the work I do. Perhaps you could help me to end this fear of workshops by giving me a few minutes and explaining to me, in this case, for example, how I can know that I am not deceived. If this car was yours, for example, and you had the same problem in a town where you don't know anyone and you walked into the first garage you saw, how would you know that the price was fair, or if you were charged with a job that they hadn't done, or anything else like that? If your mechanic never set out to deceive you, he will undoubtedly show his anger at those other mechanics who deceive people and give all professionals a bad name, himself included. In that case, you may be so enthusiastic about your sincere desire to do away with the crooks in the business that you spend much more than you ask, a half-hour quick course on valve work, or radiator repairs or any other specific problem you have, with detailed references to manual drawings, parts price lists, why it takes 3 hours to do it, the convenience of keeping an eye on the guy who does it while you do it. And when the bill is paid, a pile of defective parts taken out of your vehicle and that are yours and that you can take, along with a description of the defect of each one, and the suggestion that if you have any questions about the need for replacement, you could show them to anyone who really understood cars and ask for their opinion. Whether or not your mechanic can afford to spend so much time with you, he will try to be honest to help you distinguish honest mechanics from scammers, just as you might, if you are honest, in your own professional field. He will react to your childish question with childish pride in his own honesty and will appreciate the possibility of introducing you to his world of valves, connecting rods, and radiators. After half an hour, they may be talking like lifelong friends. But if the mechanic avoids what you say, if he ignores it and tries to shake it off, you will immediately notice that he does not like customers who ask too many questions, or who do not blindly trust the specialists, and you will then know that it is time to change shops. The important thing here is that if you regain your childlike ability to trust others in principle and to be honest with them about your concerns, you can always find a way of knowing whether or not they are trying to deceive you, in case their instincts tell you that they might be trying. The worst thing you can do is walk into the gas station or anywhere else thinking I'm sure I'm going to be fooled and come out thinking I'm sure I've been fooled. If you do so, you will choose to preserve your paranoid and unfounded suspicion, rather than find out for yourself whether the mistrust is really justified in this case. The more sure you are that you know that others want to deceive you, the more you will see them as guilty until proven innocent. The child in you has a much better idea of justice. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. This is the only possible way for a limitless individual to act. The 7 paths to reach the spring of which we have spoken I believe are among the most obvious and easily accessible means to start the undertaking of reuniting with that lost child within, but I want to emphasize that there are innumerable means of recovering that joyful youth. The child within you knows precisely what is the most effective, satisfying and joyful way of dealing with all the things and all the people that you encounter on this planet, because that child is not chained by cultural impositions or behaviors learned or paranoid assessments regarding the most appropriate attitude at all times. It is quite possible that the essential message of this whole chapter is that if you allow yourself to recover that childish essence of your personality, you will be able to stay eternally young at heart. Those precious childish qualities that can help you enjoy your life every day, and each one is no further from you than the fingers of your own hands are. Those qualities of which I speak constitute one inalienable part of yourself. If he tried to suppress them, if he insisted on belittling the child within him, he would only put more shackles on him than a slave trader could ever put on him. But if you really love your child self, and are really interested in being a child again in the sense that I mean, you will be at peace with yourself. When you have inner peace, you can do just about anything. Give yourself more of that boyish inner peace today, allowing yourself to be that joyous, frisky good boy of yesteryear again, and you won't miss that lost boy anymore. Or, as Schiller said, stay true to the dream of your youth. 6. Trust your internal signals. One of the basic purposes of this book has been, up to now, to determine to what extent the natural impulses of individuals in favor of happiness are systematically repressed and frequently perverted by this authoritarianism prevailing in our society. Maturity and creativity, the impulses that lead to what I call living without limits. One of the characteristics of authoritarianism is its insidious ability to addict people to the endless pursuit of external rewards, wealth, prestige, promotion, approval by others of one's lifestyle, formal honors, and status symbols of all kinds. To keep individuals chasing these carrots, we have guides, norms, customs, traditions and labels of all kinds. We are continually bombarded by propaganda and by instructions and directives that come from a bewildering host of outside sources intended for us to pursue these goals with all our might to satisfy ourselves. The terrible lesson is that the more external rewards we accumulate, the more satisfied with life we should feel. Part of the attraction that these external rewards have on individuals who ask for quantitative or numerical means of evaluating everything is that such symbols make it easier for them to gauge their individual worth and their relative position on the social scale. For example, if you follow someone like Emily Post to the letter, you can feel confident that he or she will have good manners, and you will feel superior to all those yokels who don't know Emily Post and therefore don't know. Be nice with people. If you have 3 cars, no one will be able to say that you are not succeeding. Faced with external signs that continually encourage you to rush faster and faster after what those messages are meant to sell you, you have within yourself numerous sources of internal signals that compete with external ones for control of your life. These internal signals assail you as thoughts or feelings, and among their sources are your animal instincts and the voice of the child within you, to which I would add the voice of your highest needs as a human being, so I understand, needs whose satisfaction can lift you to the highest heights, and your own sense of purpose or mission in life, which will be discussed in the next 2 chapters. But before going on to think in depth about these higher needs, as well as about that objective or mission, it is essential that you stop to determine to what extent your ability to know yourself derives from having learned to consult those internal signals, instead of relying primarily on all those guidelines that others try to give you. It is one of the most difficult stages for most of the people on the path that leads to living without limits, because we have all been conditioned to such a degree to respond to external orders and we have acquired so many layers of security that we are literally buried under them. But relying on your inner cues can also be the most important step in your personal goal of becoming as fully active and creative as possible. Some researchers have used the term locus of control to distinguish between internal and external individuals. If your life is predominantly controlled by signals from the outside, it will have, according to these researchers, an external place of control. Psychologists claim that 75% of individuals in the Western world have primarily external control. As a result, it is clear that many of us go to great lengths to shift our control centers from being predominantly external to being basically internal. But, finally, we are all perfectly free when it comes to deciding how much control we want to exercise over our own destiny and how much we want to give in to those external systems of signals that try to guide us and direct us along our vital paths. If you do something as insignificant as buying a piece of cloth because you think someone else with better taste or better fashion look would approve of it, rather than because it is comfortable, cheap, and you like the way it feels, there is no doubt that you are turning others into dictators of what you should wear. We can say the same thing if you decide that your coat is too poor to go to a fancy party on a cold night and you end up shivering just because you don't dare to make a poor impression on others. When external controls dictate more serious decisions, for example how you educate your children, how you earn a living, where you will live and, above all, how you will enjoy life, the consequences can be devastating. Conflicts with those internal signals that your own mind is constantly repressing. You can literally become a slave to any manipulator you choose, and you know well that there are no well-adapted slaves. On the other hand, reliance on the continual blending of all internal signals can provide you with true security, peace of mind, and joy. The more you trade from a perspective of confidence in your internal signals and the less you rely on those ubiquitous foreign keys, the more you learn to center the checkpoint over your own life in your own hands, which is where it should be. Before looking more deeply into ways to become more trusting of internal signals, you may find it helpful to remember that we all always have some internal and external control center and that on certain days or under certain circumstances we can be more external than internal or vice versa. You may be much more sensitive to external cues from your boss than from your neighbor or your wife, and of course you should not consider yourself externally or internally controlled in everything you do, every day of your life. Or attempting to classify others as either external or internal, which is another futile exercise in dichotomization that actually leads nowhere. The important thing is to prevent these external signals from blocking your internal impulses in situations that you can react in an external way, so that you can take maximum control of your life, and be as independent as possible from the opinions of others and take the maximum number of opinions. Important decisions for yourself. Certainly it is impossible to eliminate some external centers of control. We all live integrated into this culture, and we must have systems that everyone can respect in order for our social system to work, and above all to function at the highest level. A basic example of this necessary and legitimate external control is road signs. Nobody in their right mind will say, that external traffic signal, that traffic light, is red, but my internal light is green, and will run the traffic light just to show how independent it is from any external control. There are, of course, some concessions to be made to legitimate external controls, and you will have to learn to repress your external urges from time to time. But if you trust your internal signals, you know full well that you would never be told to run a red light without a good reason to do so. They might tell you to skip it in an emergency, but not without making sure you're not endangering yourself or others, in which case your internal controls might give you the green light. Another obstacle to becoming more directed from within is overcoming those external cues that tell you that you are selfish if you control your own life too much. We all know very well what selfishness is. The egoists are excessively or exclusively self-conscious. They always seek to have more advantages than others, for whose welfare they do not care, and generally trample on the rights or freedoms of others. The selfish child was the one who, when the bag of candy was opened at the party, would put as many as he could into his mouth, fury when someone else wanted more, gave two to each child and kept the others. Of all the criticisms that have been made of my previous books and my theories, the most prominent has been that I stimulate selfishness. Of course, I have never said or written that I believe that people have to be selfish at the expense of others, and in fact I have tried to say the exact opposite. But, it seems that many people who realize that I want people to think for themselves, to consult their inner impulses and become the captain of their own soul, cannot help but interpret my words as an encouragement to generalized selfishness. Let me take my own advice from the previous chapter and suppose that you, the reader, and I, the author, are approaching that open world that I have called living without limits, with a sincere and childlike desire to understand each other. If so, I should start by saying that perhaps half or more of this misunderstanding between those critics who accuse me of stimulating selfishness and myself is my fault. Perhaps in my previous writings I could not express myself clearly, I could not explain what I wanted to say so that no one could interpret it as a stimulus to selfishness. On the other hand, I wish my critics would do me the favor of rereading your wrong zones and avoid being used and wondering if they have not read in them things that I never wrote. I would particularly like you, the reader of this book, to ask yourself if you have already read anything in it that has made you think, he's saying we should be more selfish. If so, that was not what I meant, of course. And now, this question for you: do you use the word selfish to indicate someone who follows your inner cues more than you do, and is perhaps much happier as a result, even if you never take advantage of or abuse others? In this case, you may be misusing the word selfish, using it to condemn individuals who do not conform to your authoritarian idea of how they should be, using the term to dominate them, just as you allow yourself to be dominated by others. But whatever answer I give to that question, let me make my point of view on selfishness very clear. I do not mean to push anyone to be inconsiderate or abusive to others. I consider, on the contrary, that the unlimited individual is precisely the one who instinctively loves and accepts others in the same way as himself and, consequently, is more considerate of others, for the simple fact that if he does not, if he were, he would be repressing and belittling his own internal signals, which always try to lead him to the childish joy of seeing others as equals, as lifelong friends or as playmates. On the other hand, I cannot accept the judgment of someone who tells me that it is selfish for you or I to guide our lives according to our personal criteria. I do not think it is selfish for you to esteem yourself and treat yourself as a person who has your own merit and innate dignity, that it is not selfish to desire the kind of life that is most important and most satisfying for you. To free yourself from the mistake of allowing others to make you feel bad by calling you selfish when your internal signals, in this case your conscience, tell you that your behavior is perfectly valid, you just have to remember that, if you know that your own conscience is safe, that you have not harmed another person in any way, the one who qualifies your behavior as selfish must be trying, for some reason, to make you adapt to a series of external and authoritarian values, must want to lower you on the social scale. What I mean to say is that relying on internal signals is something that has nothing to do with selfishness itself, but with the freedom to choose. If someone accuses you of being selfish, you have a choice: accept what they tell you and alter their behavior to suit your wishes without giving any further thought, or stop to review your behavior according to your own conscience and alter it if you reach the conclusion that the other person is actually right. I leave it up to you to decide which attitude arises from an inner source and makes the most sense. With these three understandings, that we are all continually controlled partly by external signals and partly by internal signals, that there are certain external controls that are necessary and legitimate, although only your internal signals can tell you so, and that the fact that you trust your internal signals have nothing to do with selfishness. I firmly believe that the more decisions you can make based on your internal signals, and the more you learn to ignore the external pressures that are constantly trying to manipulate and immobilize you, the better off we all will do at it. Lifetime. All culture will benefit from the existence of strong individuals directed by their internal cues, be they leaders or ordinary citizens. A citizenry that thinks for itself, a country in which people know themselves and trust themselves at the individual level, would be practically immune to any manipulation by unscrupulous leaders. In families in which individuals know each other well and trust themselves, where there is mutual trust and knowledge and internal signals are followed, what unites and integrates is reciprocal respect and not hierarchies of authority. And in individual relationships, the fact that the individuals who relate are able to trust their own internal drives will be the best possible guarantee that they will not attempt to manipulate each other and that there will consequently be many more possibilities for relationships, cordial and enduring. From the external to the internal. The first step in learning to trust internal cues is to examine your thinking and behavior to determine where in your life you have gone too far in submitting to external controls. I am including a graphic below that I think may help you. It is a revised version of another graph that I used in a book of which I am a co-author, entitled Effective Psychological Counseling Techniques, Ediciones Grijalbo, Barcelona, 1980, page 69. Emotional states and internal and external control dimensions. Now, we all use explanations of both types to indicate why we feel the way we feel, and they are usually closely related. For example, if your parents misbehave you, if you think they don't really like you and are simply using you as someone they can dominate and give orders to satisfy their own illusions of power, you will find it very difficult to say that they do. Respects, may or may not say that he loves them. If you are an individual who thinks with a rather external orientation, however, you will say to yourself, anyway, my parents treat me badly, they make me miserable, that's what happens, and you will bear their misery. Unhappiness with an external cause is a dead end, and the only way out you can seek is through the internal route. If you blame your misfortunes on your parents, your friends, the world, or any other external factor, if you insist that they are solely responsible for what you feel, you will have no choice but to wait for them to decide to change their behavior, and only then can you feel good. Only by searching for the internal causes of your feelings, or by translating external cause statements into internal cause statements, can you find a way to improve your situation. It is clear that individuals with an internal direction will experience more negative emotions, but they will assume the maximum possible responsibility for such feelings and their overcoming, and, consequently, they will have a much better chance of freeing themselves from those emotions than those who sit and wait and wish the world changes and makes them happier. If you find yourself predominantly locked into that externally sourced, blissful mindset, your first step out of it is within your reach. You can start by saying, I hate my parents because they mistreat me. With this, you focus on your own hatred, at least a part of what causes you so much misery. Of course, if your father is always drunk and spanks you simply because you feel like it, there is nothing you can do to avoid that physical pain if you do not free yourself from the external cause by finding some way to avoid spanking. This can mean running away from home, turning to someone who can control and protect you, or any of a number of possibilities. But realize, you can't. You can never reach inner-oriented happiness just because you are able to say, I love and respect my father because he is good to me, but you can come to it through a combination of thoughts such as, I don't let anyone intimidate me, or abuse me, I will not allow the hatred I feel towards my father to immobilize me, or I will do everything possible to help my father overcome his problems so that I can love and respect him. If it seems to you that you tend to end up in the outer column, if you can always find 20 reasons that explain your misfortune but find it difficult to find a few even that make you happy, I bet you what you want that most of the reasons he has listed as the cause of his misfortunes are of external origin. Whether you are right or not, I hope that you will seriously consider using some method to determine whether you have gone too far in relinquishing control of your happiness, allowing yourself to be sucked into misfortunes of external origin, and that you will think about means of breaking free of that mindset by becoming a more internally controlled individual, which is, in my opinion, the only means of controlling one's life. To become truly sincere with yourself. This above all, be true to yourself. And that will continue, like night to day. That you can no longer be false with any. Polonius to Laertes, Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 3. Be true to yourself. The second stage in coming to trust your inner cues is to convince yourself that they are trustworthy, or to cultivate your own conscience, to the point where you can trust your own moral judgments, when LE makes it necessary to decide how you are going to act personally, regardless of the external signs that are bombarding you, that try to influence you in one way or another. Perhaps it seems to you that being true to yourself only ensures that you cannot be false with anyone, or that you will not be able to do anything immoral, inconsiderate, or abusive to anyone else if you have a conscience in principle. Perhaps you are saying to yourself more or less this, the mafia gunman is absolutely true to himself. His problem is that his concrete self has no conscience. But in this case I would tell you exactly the opposite, that the mafia gunman and all the other human beings on this planet are born with a conscience whose seed may be the infantile perception that in order to be at peace with oneself, to treat others as you would like others to treat you. The problem with this gunman is that he has repressed and marginalized his conscience, he has drowned out his internal signals, allowing the mafia to govern his behavior, one of the most rigidly hierarchical and authoritarian societies that can be imagined, that is to say, he is fooling himself, in the first place. Being honest with yourself means first of all being totally honest with yourself. It means getting back in touch with basic human instincts for justice and fairness with yourself and everyone else. It means identifying the defenses you have built against your conscience and all other sources of internal signals that have prevented you from being all that you can become, and freeing yourself from all defensive, or paranoid, thinking and making excuses in the one who has ended up leaning to explain why he is so unhappy. What I mean, as far as consciousness is concerned, is that a good or clear conscience can only be born from the harmony of its internal and external signals, or, in other words, from personal integrity, integration of your whole self, in all areas, from your animal instincts to your sense of purpose in life. Remember, only you can be the creator of your own integrity. Only you can conduct your own internal symphony. But don't forget, if you accept full responsibility in conducting the symphony for all its signals, thoughts and feelings, you will have to attend to the entire orchestra. You cannot parade only to the drum beat of external orders. You must also listen to the voices of your conscience, the voice of that child within you and all that concert of voices of internal origin that you have the privilege of directing. One of the best popular images of consciousness is the one we find in a classic children's story, Pinocchio, which most people might know from the Walt Disney movie version. Pinocchio was a puppet turned into a child, with the special burden that his nose grew and became very long every time he lied. However, in order to overcome this terrible obstacle and be able to enter the adult world, he was given a clear and enchanting conscience, in the Disney version in the form of Jiminy Cricket, a cricket that followed him everywhere and whistled whenever Pinocchio was about to violate his conscience. The important thing about the story is that if one is not honest with himself, if he does not listen to his Jiminy Cricket and operates above all from his own place of internal control, deep down he will be and feel like just another artificial robot, monstrous even. As a 17th-century French moralist, La Rochefoucauld, said, if we do not have peace within ourselves, there is no use looking for it outside. How we started to fool ourselves. I believe that the self-deception that marginalizes so many of us from our internal signals actually begins with attempts to deceive others. The very young child clearly lacks the ability to deceive himself or others. Since he is practically unaware of external impulses, he acts almost exclusively by following his internal signals. It is only when the external signal and reward system becomes apparent that the temptation arises to try to fool it, to engage in self-destructive thought and behavior, trying to trick others into thinking that we are something we are not, specifically, transmit false signals in order to manipulate others, in order to feel superior, according to external guidelines. These negative thoughts and behaviors then go on to include unfounded prejudice, false pride, pretentiousness and falsehood, hypocrisy, especially condemning others for doing the same kinds of things we usually do, and frequent recourse to anger, false humility, feigned embarrassment, extreme susceptibility, arrogance, etc., in our attempts to use the external signal system to our advantage. Our sincerity with ourselves can be measured in large part by our willingness to deviate from our course to convince others that we are something that we really are not. We all know people who are capable of renting fancy cars and chauffeurs in order to impress others with their wealth when in fact they cannot afford it, or who go to much the same lengths by making outward displays of themselves. We know individuals who will pretend to be open and non-judgmental if external circumstances indicate that it is advisable to do so. And then they turn around and talk in more intimate situations about Italians or Jews who are destroying their lives. Others will cry out and rant about the endless ills that this young generation that smokes weed has while they take their Quaaludes or diet pills or after things to cheer themselves up. When you wonder in amazement, but who are they trying to fool, you recognize that these individuals began by trying to deceive others like you, and soon after they ended up deceiving themselves, going astray. They realized that they had to defend the false signals that they had transmitted abroad, or lie by the false images of themselves that they had projected. And since it was the external signal system that had provided the false images in the first place, trying to stick with them inevitably led to a greater dependence on external signals on the individual's vital orientation, to more repression of the signals. Internal. Deceiving yourself basically means convincing yourself and convincing others that you are something you are not, distrusting the internal signals that are actually trying to tell you who you are. It really means making a joke of yourself in front of yourself, and the more you ridicule and cheat yourself, the more self-loathing you accumulate, whether or not you have the honesty to admit it. A very real example of the internal consequences of this type of self-deception comes from my own life. That experience led me to decide to be different, and indicates that you may have to go through some false experiences with yourself in order to feel what it is and then promise to eliminate it from your life. I was playing a tennis match with an opponent who was actually much better than me, which meant that I had to beat myself in order to beat him. But I wanted to beat him in the worst way, and the score was very even when he threw a ball that I realized I could not return. I guess what went through my head when the ball got close was something like, "That ball has to go out." I yelled, "Get out." A fraction of a second before my internal signals told me, it was almost out, but, looking back over the image, I have to say that it hit right on the inside edge of the line. In a split second, I had to decide between saying the opposite of what I had said and giving up the point, or keeping my position. My opponent had no idea if it had been outside or not, because I had prevented him from seeing it when he tried to catch the ball. The point is that I stayed in my 13 and scored the goal, and I won, but I felt very bad for what I had done, and, due to my bad conscience, I could no longer hit the ball. I lost the next 3 games, the set, and then the match, even though I had been in a position to get ahead and win. What happened is that I felt exactly the same as Pinocchio, my nose was growing by the minute, and I made the decision at that moment, right there, that I would never do anything like this again, whatever the external importance of the party or whatever the circumstances. I felt no need to explain to my opponent why my game had fallen apart. My own internal sense of self-loathing was enough to teach me the lesson I needed, that personal integrity and being honest with myself had to be far more important to me than winning a tennis match. In fact, I have been in the same situation several times since that important day, and a few have caught myself even yelling, "Get out," when it wasn't. But now I always say immediately, "No, wait, it wasn't outside, it hit inside the line, it was a bit perfect." And in doing so, I find that I can continue to play well later, because I am at peace with myself. Being honest with others and being true to yourself will not only help you feel better about yourself as a human being, but it will increase your ability to play nice no matter what you do. To really enjoy himself and his own internal personal integrity, I am sure that if you decide to control yourself whenever your internal signals want to warn you that you are being false to yourself or to others, you can eliminate the self-deception at its point of origin, stopping and asking yourself, who am I trying to deceive? To become true to yourself. If you have decided to ask yourself who you are fooling with these externally controlled thoughts and behavior, and you have come to the conclusion that it is wrong to try to fool someone about who you are on the right track towards what I call total self-honesty. Perhaps you have already begun to identify some of the defenses and falsehoods that you have used until today. In such a case, the next step in becoming truly honest with yourself is not going to confession or feeling guilty about something you have done in the past. It simply means accepting that you have been making certain self-deceptive choices, and then opposing them by stimulating and cultivating your ability to trust your inner cues. Self-honesty means freeing yourself from the need to value your own merits in external terms and, instead of analyzing yourself as objectively as possible, trying above all to live more the way you want to live now, instead of being primarily faithful to your way to be forever. It means looking at yourself face to face in the mirror and feeling comfortable because today you want to be honest with yourself and with everyone else, and although it may be costly from the external point of view, although it may even cost you your job, your marriage, your best friend, gives you more inner peace than giving into external pressure and forcing yourself to be what you are not. Self-honesty will require you to assess your strengths and weaknesses realistically, to identify those defenses you have built against your inner cues, and to seek to eliminate them from your daily life. You do not have to make public statements or explain your program to others if you want to achieve self-honesty. It is enough that you commit yourself internally to be all that you can be, and recognize that no one else can give you truth or self-honesty. You must face yourself and discover the truth that is within you, by your own lights, because you are convinced that it is important. You may decide to keep sending false external signals to mislead others about yourself, but even if you did, at least you can begin to be totally honest with yourself. If you have understood what I have said so far, you will know what I am talking about. You know that you have your own Jiminy Cricket, your own internal voices, which will interrupt you for brief dialogues with yourself whenever you are about to succumb to self-deception. Why am I doing it? When am I going to stop trying to pretend that I am something that I am not? I know it is easier for me to be arrogant than to be sincere, but I will try to change. These dialogues with himself are the internal question and answer sessions. Answers to which he will have to give himself if he wishes to become more honest with himself, shedding all the masks he has put on to disguise himself in front of himself and in front of the world. If you want to keep wearing the masks in front of others for a while, go ahead, but if you face yourself with a sincere appreciation of what you are and why you behave, and with a decision to change all that is false about yourself, you will soon no longer need to wear masks for others. The point is that you do it yourself, because living at peace with yourself is the essence of self-honesty. If you can trust your inner cues to guide you as best they can in your life, it will naturally follow that you trust them in dealing with others as well. There is another example from my own life that perhaps illustrates well how relying on inner cues is essential for achieving peace of mind and for dealing honestly with others. When I submitted the manuscript for my first book, the editorial team gave me some criticism, along with requests that I make some changes that would have fundamentally changed the message of the book. Although I was eager to make changes that would improve the quality of the manuscript, my internal signals clearly told me to refuse to make changes that violated my original intentions in writing it. The publisher, proofreaders, agents, and even some good friends told me that I should accept the proposed changes because if I refused, the publisher would refuse to publish the manuscript and I would not even have a book. But the truth is that he had made a decision and no argument or threat would alter it. My book would say what I wanted it to say. I would go elsewhere. I was even willing to publish it myself, rather than give up on this principle. Despite all the external signals that asked me to reconsider, to take the money and run, that continue, accept, I was more affirmed in my decision. I sent a long letter to the editor detailing my position, and when he understood my attitude, the book was published just the way I wanted it, saying exactly what I wanted it to say. Very few understood my stubborn position on this matter. Most of you would have preferred to see me give in to external pressures. But my internal signals told me, you can only go so far, and those changes you cannot even take into consideration. In this case, contrary to what happened to me the time I tried to deceive my opponent in the tennis game, I immediately realized that I had to live with myself and was not willing to compromise with external pressures even if others tried to convince myself that going with the flow and accepting was a much easier way. And actually, it was clear that accepting in that case would not have been easier in the long run. It would have been disastrous. How was I going to be able to talk about this book with my colleagues, use it with clients, talk about it in public, if I had agreed to say things in it that I did not agree with? But, although it seems absurd, publishers and writers continually raise problems of this type, and publishers say things like, if you do it like this, it will never sell, and about the various formulas for writing a book, already established, or pointing out the latest bestseller and saying, you should do it like that, or showing you the latest market research report that says what readers are buying now and what they want to read, so you can write it down, and they often remind one, at the same time, in passing, that the average reader is a clumsy and superficial individual, and therefore should always write for the lowest common denominator and not force the reader too much. You may wonder what the use of a book is that it does nothing more than copy the bestseller of the previous month, that tells you what you already think and that forces you to exercise your mind to a minimum. That is also my point of sight. Fortunately, after the first experience, I already knew enough to make things clear with the editors from the beginning, and to accept only those who agreed in principle that no external rules or formulas of any kind would be dictated regarding what my books should be like. I have always enjoyed, of course, editorial help, thanks to which my books have been clearer, and I have received positive advice of all kinds, but with the understanding that I would not accept any changes that violate my personal integrity, and that only my internal signals would determine these changes, without possible discussion about it. I firmly believe that the only reason my books have reached the top of the bestseller charts is that I have rejected all external guidelines on how to get there, relying solely on my own internal guidelines, assuming absolute control of what my books should say. Creativity and internal signals. The previous example brings me to my last point regarding reliance on internal signals, which is that what has come to be called creativity obviously depends on our willingness to use our own internal resources, specifically, imagination. and to undertake any task with an exclusively individual and personal approach. You will remember that I said before that there are and cannot be formulas to elaborate works, originals, ideas or anything else, and that you cannot predict when, where, or from whom they will arise. The great artists, musicians, writers, poets, architects, scientists, inventors, all the true innovators of our world, have been without exception those who, above all, not only learned to trust their own internal signals, as to which it was going to be their life's task and exactly how they should act on it, but they also refused to allow anyone else to set rules for them and stuck to their own original ideas and projects. In other words, the fountain of inspiration, or creativity, like the fountain of youth, is within and not outside of us. Mythology tells us that the muse is the one who breathes poetic inspiration into the individual. That myth is great as long as you know that the muse is no external might have to come flying at you so you can create something, because that would leave you immobilized scanning the heavens and mumbling, "I wish apparecia the muse to be able to create something," but rather represents uncovering the well of his own signals of inner creativity. It is true that only those who find the well so fascinating that they never manage to cover it again are drawn enough to devote their lives to it and end up raising Parthenons or devising mathematical theories of relativity. But we all have within us a well of infinite depth, in which there is more potential creativity than we can imagine. The only reason many of us keep our wells closed is, as we have already said, the fear of failure compared to those that other external entities, society, or history, have considered the greatest. For example, you will often hear people say things like, "I love writing songs, but I'm very unoriginal really. I don't have those big bursts of inspiration that great artists have." Absurd. How do you think great artists do it? They can't afford to think, "Will others say this is great?" Great artists never lost the inner child cues that somehow compose songs, poems, whatever, on all kinds of occasions. They never lost confidence in their own taste, because they were only concerned with whether or not they liked their own songs, and they wanted to remember and sing many of them, for themselves, for their best friends, or for anyone else who might wish to hear from you in the future. You can no doubt remember that when you were a child. Made songs for you, silly little ditties, it may be said. But I answer, so what? Reconnect with those signals within you that want to compose new songs, come up with new inventions, recipes, scientific theories, or whatever, and give them free rein. And, furthermore, remember that if what you are doing makes sense to you, if all your internal cues, your animal instincts and your conscience and your imagination and your powers of reason tell you, in a 12th or 24th part or 1/28th, that you love what you are doing now, that you really believe that you are creating a beautiful and limitless life for yourself, how can you go wrong? And if you want to write a song to express and commemorate how you feel about life now, how can you write a bad song? The whole message of this chapter boils down to this: you and everyone else on this planet were born free to cultivate all your inner creative potential and live in peace with your own conscience. But you can only assert those birthright if you are willing to take the social or external risks that come with ignoring all the outside pressures that move us to do things as others say we should do them. Individuals who are always governed by their internal drives never have the slightest respect for the reward system or external cues when it means compromising what they really believe in. Perhaps limitless individuals are rare in this world because of how rare that direction really is from within. An ancient Greek philosopher, Pythagoras, often told his disciples and followers about 2,500 years ago, "Respect yourselves above all else." If you decide to follow such wise advice, then you will take a step that can be gigantic towards life without limits. Strategies to trust internal signals. You, yes, you, and anyone else, can begin to forge a more internally directed personality without the need for years of therapy or arguing with yourself that you cannot really change because you have been an externally controlled person for many years. If you want to enjoy that real inner joy of knowing that you are truly yourself, if you want your inner peace to be more important to you than how others judge you, or how you conform to outer standards, and whether the outer rewards you have been pursuing so many years seem more and more insignificant and despicable to you, you can literally turn the game around by opting for a new thought and behavior directed more internally than externally. Here are some concrete things that you can try today, some attitude changes that you can initiate right now, if you, not a them or an it, decide what needs to happen between you and your inner voice to happen. Clearly state your goals. Try to eliminate external explanations for your behavior, your life circumstances, your ideas, or your feelings as much as possible. For example, instead of saying, "I have an attack of anguish," as if a fleet of enemy planes had suddenly attacked you with anxiety bombs, try to translate the statement as, "I am reacting with anguish in this case." Or instead of saying, "My wife gave me a persecutor mania," which is ridiculous, say, "I let my wife's opinions of me be more important than my opinions of myself." Instead of saying, "I'm afraid of heights," try saying, "I'm scared when I'm in high places, even though I know I'm not in danger." Then try to translate those phrases into truths about yourself that reflect inner happiness. I react with anguish in this case, because I have scared that the boss doesn't like my job, but it was an absurd reaction because he hasn't even seen it yet. I'm purposely freaking out with the worst possibility. So I'm going to decide not to worry about it. Even if you don't like it, what's the use of being in anguish? We will discuss it, decide what to do, and you may learn something. The worst thing I can do is be defensive of him about it. If you decide to be aggressive and try to distress me, it is your problem. I am not willing to fall into that game. I do the best I can to the best of my knowledge, and it's the most I can do, actually. I have decided not to allow my wife to manipulate me by condemning me for things that are perfectly valid according to my internal signals. I discovered that I was afraid of the height because I imagined that I would fall when I was not in any danger if I did not decide to jump into the void. But, in reality, what I was afraid of was losing control of myself and actually jumping. I will solve the problem. Problem: deciding to trust my animal instincts, and imagine that I am a cat as long as I am in a high place. Would I look over the edge of a cat? Of course. Would I ever jump over the edge? Never. I will try to be a cat in several high places, starting to climb progressively until the time comes when I can climb the tallest building in the city, and it will surely work. I will stop being afraid of heights. Carefully examine where and when others are actually trying to control your life in illegitimate ways, and you will know who or what you must confront directly. If you consider that your parents are overstepping the line in the control of your life, the best way out of that alley of misery of external origin that you are in may be to sit down with them and have a concrete talk detailing and explaining that their signals inmates reject such attempts to control you. If they force you to attend piano classes that are unbearable for you, they tell you that at 16 you cannot go camping alone, or they force you to study medicine when you know what you want to be, after a few years. In honest talks with them, or with anyone you have allowed to become your external manipulator, if you are firm and calm, even encouraged, you will see how they calm down and respect you more. Remember, whenever you feel that external reward or external signals control you and collide painfully with your internal signals, it happens only because you have allowed it to happen. No one can cheat on you without your consent. Perhaps the most important thing is that you realize that you should never be an individual who merely reacts to your environment when you can be an innovator, that you do not have to limit yourself to taking what gives you life if what you are interested in is something else. If you remind yourself that you are stuck in one area or another of your life just because you allow your past history, your current job, your family, or whatever to say that you should be stuck there, and yes, when all your internal signals try to show you the way out, you decide to take some external risks to make a change, you will begin to create your own environment instead of simply reacting to what you receive from external sources. As soon as you decide to lean on yourself to get out of your gridlock, you will find that opportunities will multiply as fast and furious as New York City taxis. You can consider all the situations of your life opportunities for growth and development, it is enough that you promise to be faithful to your internal signals and take the risks that it supposes to follow them towards new possibilities of happiness. Examine the following list of external things that our culture encourages us to depend on for our happiness. Ask yourself honestly to what extent you can trust and rely on them and to what extent they prevent you from becoming an internally directed individual. Pills, alcohol, tobacco, and social drugs. We are a country and not the only one, of course, of externally controlled and self-obsessed individuals. Idea that to cure our ills or feel good we have to resort to commercial substances. Surely you have said to yourself many times lately, I can't just get rid of this headache, so I'll try to make this pill do it for me. I cannot sleep, I can't be awake, I can't with the children, I can't relieve all this tension, I can't control this diarrhea / this is constipation / this dizziness / these menstrual cramps / this constipation / this little muscle ache / but I can take one of these pills or tablets. They are the advertised commercial products that invade your life every day on radio and television and in which you have come to believe. The one message you are giving yourself every time you take one of those magic pills is, I can't do anything alone, so I will trust this product to do it for me. And every pill you swallow helps you to believe more in pills than in himself. I am not saying that pills should never be taken. It is clear that they are necessary for various types of medical treatments. What I mean is this: before you take the next pill, ask yourself what you could do, what are they trying to tell you to do, your internal signals, to solve the problem without pills. Your internal cues may be trying to tell you the following: take a hot bath to ease that headache. Play soft music, go for a walk in the park, or anything other than your animal healing instincts or any of your other cues. Insiders consider the solution to their problem. And forget about the pill. Rehearse what your inner cues are telling you. You will be amazed at how many everyday illnesses know how to eliminate their internal signals, how many back pain can be cured with proper exercise, although few doctors say so, how many cases of chronic diarrhea or constipation can be resolved with a proper diet, sleep and exercise. As I said before, when you have to go to the doctor, try to find one who believes that his job is to help you control your problem, with the utmost respect for your natural ability to heal from his own body and minimal support from external aids. When it comes to external substances that are never medically necessary to take, the cocktail to relax, the cigarette to help relieve tension, the marijuana to cheer yourself up and enjoy yourself, these are all unnecessary and toxic products you've decided on. You take instead of taking full responsibility for your own ability to perk up or relax. Each time you rely on one of these substances, you take another step in losing control of your life and place it in a system of signals external to you. Your internal signals, if you trust them, will never let you poison your life with pills, alcohol, tobacco, or social drugs, despite the many external pressures that try to impose these things on you. Clothing as a symbol of prestige. How many times have you spent money on clothes that you weren't really excited about because you couldn't feel important if they weren't signed by the right designer, or were on trend? No matter how many times you have done it, each time you have placed the responsibility for your self-esteem and importance in the hands of designers whose job it is to make people believe that their products this season are fashion and all. Otherwise, no, whether you personally like the season's fashion or not, whether or not you really need those new clothes. You can give clothing and your codes a huge sector of control over your life if you wish, and if you cannot feel comfortable with yourself without their approval, whoever they are who approve or reject, there is no doubt that they hold you in their hands, even if you refuse to admit it. Stop right now for a second and think about your wardrobe. How much is there in him that you have bought to adapt to those codes, for fashion, and how much just because his internal signals told him, buy that, you will like to wear it? What did your internal signals tell you to buy next? A new pair of shoes to replace others, your favorites, which are already very old, or new shoes to replace those others? Are they now out of date even though they can still last much longer? I do not mean that you should attempt to violate dress codes. Going to the opera in a bright red frogman suit, as fun as it might seem theoretically, would be as inconvenient and unnecessary, maybe, as having to buy 4 new suits every year in spring to keep up with the fashions or to adapt to one's image of oneself. What I am saying is this: consider the extent to which these external codes of clothing govern your life as the basis of prestige, and decide to minimize that control by consulting your internal signals as to what you want to wear or buy and when. Rules of etiquette and civility. To what extent do you allow external cues to dictate how to conduct yourself in social relationships? Do you rely on your internal cues and trust her to tell you how to do it in order to be genuinely courteous or considerate of someone you meet, or do you think you need to consult the authorities on the matter before deciding how to do this? Pick up the fork. How should you respond to an invitation? How should you react in your next meeting with another person? Do you remember the boy I described wandering the restaurant aisle in Chapter 5? That boy, I said, uses the best manners he knows, and trusts others to do the same. But on the other hand, that child does not feel the slightest need to consult etiquette books to determine how to be courteous to people. If you, as an adult, have decided to adopt a childish attitude towards true courtesy, you may know all the rules in all the books of etiquette that have been published, or you may not know any of them, but that does not matter. What matters is whether you can feel comfortable with yourself and make those with you feel comfortable in any situation. There are several classic anecdotes that exemplify how the most truly courteous and educated individuals have dispensed with the code of politeness when it comes time to make others feel at ease, but my favorite anecdote comes from a friend. I recently attended a friend's wedding. The bride and groom belonged to high society and their families had organized a ceremony with a lot of etiquette and a lot of protocol. But the best man, the groom's college roommate, came from a humble Arkansas farm family. He was a great guy, but he sank to find himself in the middle of all this, to face so many things that were governed by etiquette books. So at the banquet rehearsal, where they served grilled chicken breasts with chicken sauce, cream, he did what he always did at home: he took the chicken with his fingers and ate it that way. Anyway, you had to see the looks of horror from the other diners. All those fanatics of etiquette whispered under their breath, until the mother of the bride, who was by the way one of the most distinguished ladies in town, noticed what was happening and immediately took the chicken with her fingers as well. The godfather did not even realize what was happening. He quietly continued to be himself, cordial to everyone, enjoying the food, while the other guests who were so concerned about good manners also forgot their knives and forks, and those who still had their heads blocked by the rules of etiquette, they were perplexed, not knowing what to do or how to eat. You may still wonder today what those who establish the rules of etiquette would say what to do when the mother of the groom picks up the chicken in her fingers at the rehearsal for the wedding feast. The message of this anecdote seems obvious to me. The rules of etiquette and other codes of manners of external formulation are only useful in the sense that they indicate us which are the acceptable norms in a certain sector of the society externally mentioned in a moment determined. You may know perfectly the fashions of the Eskimos of the 19th century, or the good fashions. They are used by 20th century Americans, as explained by this or that authority, but only your internal cues can tell you how to always have good manners, how to feel comfortable, and make sure that those who are with you feel comfortable. If you respect yourself and trust that your inner cues will tell you the best manners, you will discover that your natural manners are far superior to any idea of human courtesy you can ever get out of a manual or book. External norms of taste. When you taste a glass of wine, react to a movie or a play or a television program, or decide whether or not you like a song, are you first consulting your internal signals, regardless of what they tell you? External forces to think about it? Or is he valuing the wine by the prestige of the brand or by the price of the bottle, or is he prejudging the work based on what the critics have already said about it? There is a French saying that goes, chacun a son goût. Each according to his taste. Which essentially means that, in matters of taste, only you are and must be the judge of what satisfies you. If you have blocked your internal cues to the point where your own taste depends on what you say to say or pretend you like something when you don't, you can reconnect with your own personal tastes by trying one of the following experiments that follow. The next time you are about to order a brand name liquor in a bar, ask the bartender to bring you a glass of that liquor and another of the cheap brand that you usually drink, without telling you which is one and which is another. Try both and decide which one you like best. If you can't tell them apart, go for the least expensive. If you find that you actually prefer the most expensive, enjoy it for its taste, not for the status it theoretically provides you with consuming it. The next time you visit an art museum, at a friend's house with pictures on the walls, or any other place where there are works of art that you see, determine which works of art satisfy you, based on your own internal assessment of the satisfaction that such works bring to you. Before you see who the authors are and how much the works cost. If others do not like things that you find attractive and they love other things that you do not say anything, or even call you uneducated because you do not agree with what specialists say that you have to like, you can simply ignore these judgments about yourself and artworks, because you know that they, for their part, only listen to what others think, and if so, why should you pay attention to what do they think? The irony of this exercise is, as you will see, that those who were most concerned with enjoying trying to adapt to their external norms will undoubtedly respect you much more for trusting yourself, much more than they would if they knew that deep down you were simply blindly following the specialists or the critics and that you were a phony like them. Advertising messages. Whenever you see advertisements or messages of any kind, remember that they are propaganda intended to convince you that the opinions of other individuals are more important than your own opinions about yourself. Remember that these messages are primarily intended to condition you externally rather than internally. Whatever such messages are trying to convey, what they are trying to sell you, from perfumes that will drive your husband crazy to foot deodorants that guarantee that your dog will stop walking by always sniffing your smelly feet, advertising messages are intended for almost everyone. To destroy your self-confidence and create an addiction to any imaginable type of external reward that can convince you that it will make you happy just by buying it. The universal message is that what others may think of you is so important that you must stifle your own internal opinions to be sure that you please others. The next time you read or hear an ad, ask yourself, what real information did I get out of that could help me decide if that product might be good and useful for me, and how much of the ad was just a pure request, or demand, that I buy that product because, if I don't do it, would others criticize me? If you were to examine a sufficient number of advertising messages in this light, your internal signals would soon tell you that you could laugh at almost all of them and reject them, and they would also tell you how to differentiate the few that really offer you something good or something that it could be useful to you in life. Bureaucracies. Our bureaucracies could drive us all crazy if we let them. Our multiple levels of government, our big businesses, our public services, our unions, and all the old, stale super organizations that have grown into huge bureaucracies are primarily established centers of external control that are always trying to regulate and regiment us beyond reasonable. That is the claim of bureaucracies, to control the lives of masses of individuals through the appropriate channels, so that individuals adapt to the greatest possible number of rules, to make life easier, less painful and laborious, bureaucrats or computers. Thus, the more a bureaucracy manages to have us queuing for an hour, waste another half filling out a form, pay the price they tell us, forget our special case because the computer cannot solve it, see the man at the end of the corridor, who will send you to another man at the end of another corridor, the more it will be able to pass through our hard heads the message that we are not people without or objects destined to be manipulated by the bureaucracy, and more bureaucrats will try to strictly control us all. The question is this: how do you deal with it? Obviously, the first is not to let our bureaucracies drive us crazy, and the second is to avoid harassment and bureaucratic annoyances when we can oppose them, and oppose them when our internal signals tell us we must. Only when a sufficient number of individuals decide I'm not going to take it anymore, Will our bureaucracy rats decide that it is easier to treat people with dignity and individual respect than as cattle to be put in this or that corral as dictated the system? The next time you find yourself cursing those incomprehensible tax forms, cursing the long lines you have to queue to get money out of the bank, or any other bureaucratic hassle that has been imposed on you by a monumental system of external rules, ask yourself, what do my internal signals to do in this case? You will discover that you have three alternatives: 1. Endure the annoyances and go through them in the best possible humor; 2. Somehow get rid of these annoyances; or 3. Create a scandal and protest against those unnecessary inconveniences to which the bureaucracy submits, that is, resist. Your inner happiness now comes into play. How can you end up on the happiness side of the board whatever alternative, or combination of alternatives, you choose? To satisfy your goal of making as many entries as possible in the happiness of inner origin column of your life, you will quickly try one of these three basic alternatives in the event, for example, that you are standing in line with 40 people in front, to get the money from the bank. 1. Say to yourself, I was expecting such a queue at the bank and had already planned enough time. Besides, I brought a book. 2. Tell yourself, this queue is ridiculous. I'll see if I can cash a check elsewhere. 3. Say to yourself, this bank is getting worse and worse. They want me to stand in line for half an hour for the privilege of depositing my money with them and then taking it out again if I can afford to waste the necessary time and go through all this hassle. I'm going to clearly explain to that guy what my rights as a client are. I'll take the money somewhere else if he doesn't. Give enough explanations and tear up the checkbook and throw the pieces right here, or anything else like that. The important thing, whatever strategy you choose in this or any other bureaucratic mess, is to make sure that you have followed their internal cues so that you can feel happy and comfortable with whatever strategy those internal cues have chosen for you in the process. Moment. If your internal instructions tell you to accept a long queue at the bank in the best possible spirit, you may want to read the 6th chapter of the book while queuing, or joke with others about the long queues and how little the bank cares about your customers, but you can still get rid of that wasted time feeling by saying, make the best of that waiting time at the bank, and I never got bored. If your internal signals have told you to follow the second option and get out of that impossible situation as quickly as possible, you may have said to yourself, there is a fast way to outwit the bank, and that is to cash the check at the bank. Grocery. In that case, you would certainly feel very satisfied thinking that a quick walk to the store will be more pleasant than a wait at the bank, and you will be whistling happily on the way to the store. Third, if your internal signals have told you, for example, that's okay, and they have induced you to favor the third option, that of resistance, you should also decide to have a good time. Choose to tear up your checkbook and run and laugh out of the bank, or have a heated chat with an employee protesting the bank's poor service and saying that you are going to take your money out of there and take it somewhere else if you are not served. Or get the others queuing up to sing in unison, we are fed up, we can't take it anymore. You may then discover that even resistance can be fun. As long as you know that you have a legitimate claim against a bureaucracy that is demanding absurd things from you and robbing you of time, and it is nice for you to protest and see how the computers of the world react, why not? After all, the bureaucracies may be trying to tell you that you have to put up with whether or not they want their absurd and outsized systems of external control, but in that case, you have an equal right to tell them that they too have to put up with angry individuals who they trip the system from time to time, and if they can't take a joke, worse for them. Grades and ranges. Kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade. Rookie, 1st class, Eagle. Front row, 2nd row, Soldier, Commander, General. We are part of a culture obsessed with grades, ranks, and ranks. Hierarchies of all kinds, they are external structures through which we can assess the progress or status of anyone, including ourselves, in any possible sector of our lives. If we stop to think about the matter, we will immediately see that although we have been remarkably conditioned to accept all these grades and ranks as necessary and to defend them by telling each other that society could not function without them, there are many, in fact, who they are completely unnecessary, and even those that seem legitimate we take them too seriously, with destructive effects, most often devastating, on our own chances of happiness. For example, why the hell do you organize a group into 3 kinds of Boy Scouts, or Scouts, with uniforms and pins and badges and ribbons and all kinds of gadgets that indicate rank, and divide them into patrols and convert some into patrol leaders to go camping with them? It is not necessary, of course. But some adults seem to think that a boy will never learn to set up a shop if he is not given a medal for it, while others argue that, although none of this is necessary now, the goal is to initiate the boys in the operation of the shop. Adult world. This second argument makes as much sense to me as the idea of a training bra, but is more insidious because it admits that the goal of Boy Scouts, in this case, is to condition children to react to external systems of cues. Why reward, and suppress your own internal cues, if they try to tell you that this is all stupid? And that very quickly leads to regimenting even young boys into groups of apprentice scouts, which is necessary to initiate boys into Boy Scout operations. According to this, it is a miracle that we do not have 6 degrees of baby scouts, with medals for merit in learning to control pee and poop pinned to diapers. After all, wouldn't that be a perfect way to introduce babies to the workings of the world of apprentice scouts? Although Boy Scouts provide a wonderful instructional base for the individual to become more self-confident, and I strongly support such efforts, of course, such efforts, excessive insistence on the external, if left unchecked, can derail the objective same from the training itself. As ridiculous as the previous example may seem, it is actually the logic followed by our entire educational system, in which almost everyone agrees that you have to start with grades in the first grade, how else to know who will go to the second, and so on successively, up to 8 or 12 or more degrees of education, with the inevitable grades at each stage of the way. How else would they know in college if they can admit a candidate or not, or how will the employer know whether to hire or not to an employee? Of course, these grade systems do not help the individual much to learn, as we saw in Chapter 5, in the section to overcome the deficiencies of education. Its basic objective is to make you an externally oriented human being, to get you to accept that the most important part of your education is valued by grades from teachers and by other external rewards. The educational system is destined, all of it, to make you go through an external maze of grade signs, rather than to teach you to appreciate the intrinsic or internal joys of learning. And once you've been conditioned in school to accept the pursuit of honors in everything and to try to get promoted to the next grade, high school, college, graduate school, as a measure of your success, you'll be in a position to initiate in the world of the adults, where all who have been conditioned in the same way conspire to turn into a self-fulfilling prophecy the much vaunted need for degrees in society. Put it this way, the Boy Scout patrol leader will recruit other boys to join the organization, because he has invested so much, and sacrificed so many things to which his internal signals told him to give his money. Youth, to achieve that really inconsequential rank. He knows he couldn't even pretend rank means anything if there were no scouts to lead on his patrol. He'd be limited to just addressing himself again, my God. So he tries to move and convince a few newbies, and the comedy continues. The same can happen in any other sector, from the social groups, for example, are you already a third-degree Mason? To the job ladder. Lieutenant. Professor. In short, the rank of lieutenant or professor is not a bad thing per se. A fighting army must have clearly defined command networks, and a university faculty must be organized, at least enough to protect academic freedoms. The questions that I think we should ask ourselves in regards to grades or ranks or our positions in the hierarchies at any given time are, if I got honors in this, and then I got promoted to that, would it be because some signs tell me that I had to go up the next step on that scale? Or do they measure my internal signals that I should enjoy more learning in that subject and that the external system gives me this grade or this promotion just because the system works in that strange way? Does it provide pieces of paper called titles and all sorts of other badges of merit, money included, when one learns new things or becomes truly adept at them? In other words, does the grade or promotion actually come by accident? You did not intend it, but the system was simply offered to you, or did it come because you worked hard to achieve it? Make a list that includes all the ways you are externally graduated right now. You can be a department head, a third-degree Mason, a member of your bowling league's premier team, the 12th of the class. Note the maximum number of degrees or ranks or positions in the hierarchy in which you can be included. Then next to each of them, with the utmost sincerity and honesty with yourself, put an A if you got those grades primarily as a result of pursuing something your internal cues told you you wanted to do, anyway, and an F if you have achieved them, and are aiming for higher grades in the same industry, just because you wanted to drown out your inner signals and pursue those outer grades or ranges at the cost of many sacrifices in your current life. The list will give you a good idea of what you have invested in the external grade and rank systems, and which ones are not really necessary or clash with your internal signals. Decide to resolve all these conflicts in favor of your internal signals, exceeding yourself to the maximum. If you want to laugh a little, go back over your list or your past graduation experiences and put notes on all those external systems that have grappled with your performance in the past based on how helpful they have been to you. Individual. For example, how do you rate your education in elementary school for the interest it may have aroused in studying and learning? If you can give it a try, I'd be surprised. Think about your old notes. How would you rate the teachers who rated you? If you were sincere with yourself, I would give them as many suspensions as they gave you or more. Remember when they put their notes on the wall for everyone to see? Do you remember all those honorary titles, and the prizes and punishments that all those creators of degrees publicly reviewed as normal? An exercise in fantasy may help you eliminate them by laughing at them. For example, I have imagined many times that I walked into school and did a survey in which students rated their teachers according to their performance and then posted the results on the doorstep of the school. Of course, teachers who got bad grades and saw them displayed there for the whole world to see would have 100 reasons for calling this grading system illegitimate. Students don't like tough teachers who want to discipline them, so that they get good grades. They lack the adult criteria necessary to qualify their teachers. They give better grades to teachers who let them have fun, and, above all, it is not possible to qualify all teachers following the same criteria, because each teacher works in a different way. If you fantasize about rating all the individuals and institutions that rate and graduate you in the same public way that they do, you would have a good laugh and a much better inside view of all external grades, ranks, and hierarchies. It may also help you to see that with learning systems, in which marks are given according to artificial and arbitrary rules, the drive for self-improvement is gone. For example, if getting an honors degree is the reward for participating in a physical education class, and the teacher establishes an arbitrary system, according to which honors are 50 plates, the outstanding 40, and 30 the notable, the 20 passing, and the failing 10, most of the students would try to get to the 50 plates and then stop. Very few would show interest in making 100 plates or 150. What sense would it make? You would get the same grade as those who made 50. The same stimulus limiting effect that grades have can be found in any learning system. If your goal is just a promotion, chances are you're not doing more than enough to get there. Only when your motivations are internal in principle, and you pursue the intrinsic benefits of finding an even better way of doing what you do, of becoming a smarter and more sensitive individual, or whatever you like, does the urge to development and growth. Consequently, the limitless individual, by definition, cannot be concerned with external degrees and external rank systems, since those same systems impose limits on the desire to excel. Family status. What rank or grade do you occupy in your family? Are you the oldest male, Are you the father or the grandfather? Or is it just one of the guys? Are you the big hit or the black sheep of the family? Are you very concerned about your rank in the family? To what extent do you allow this aspect of your external status to rule your life? The family itself can be organized in our culture according to external ranks and degrees, or authoritarian hierarchies, instead of following the lines more in line with the internal happiness of all members. The tradition is thus followed that the family as a whole must respond primarily theoretically, it has been conditioned to do so, to external signal and reward systems above all, which makes the authoritarian family cornerstone of the external signal system. This is why families so often reject independent thinking and punish members who stray too far from external norms. Belonging to the family becomes more important than thinking for oneself, which is sometimes seen as a violation of family responsibility. Those who rebel by following the guidelines of their internal signals will do so at the risk of family criticism and even ostracism. Except in the healthiest families, it is considered an act of treason to trust the individual's own signals. Every member of the family receives meticulous instruction in the task of suppressing their own views in favor of family loyalty, and things like this are often heard: "Why can't you be more like your sister? Think only of you without taking into account the whole family. If you do not do things the way your father wants you to do them, he will get angry. Remember that since you are the eldest son, you have certain obligations. Who else is going to inherit the family business?" If you consider carefully how many of us are forced to put aside our own individuality out of respect for family systems of external orientation, and to what extent our family ranks can force us to abandon individualism to play the roles that our family has given us. Family status, you may begin to understand why the family as a traditional institution is crumbling. Or at least that's what social scientists say. If your family is under great stress, or is even falling apart, it is essential that you recognize that only when individuals classify and rank each other according to external norms of family hierarchies, only when someone is imposing rank on others, trying to force others to repress their own impulses and adapt to externally imposed categories of values and behaviors on behalf of the family, is carving out resentment and hostility. If it is impossible for you to control your adolescent, it is probably because you continue to insist that your rank as a parent should give you the right to dictate your children's internal signals, things that they have to forcibly irritate them, because they feel that you are trying to stifle their development. The solution is to forget family status for a moment, whether you are the mother, the teenage daughter, the rich uncle, the poor cousin or the black sheep, in any situation. Just treat all family members and yourself as if they were all of the same status or rank, and you will soon discover that the best way to generate respect, love, and internal responsibility in a family is to encourage each of its members to think and act as independently as possible. I have seen it over and over again, in families that are more concerned about their status in society as a family unit, and are more rigid about the ranks and roles of each member. Children tend to run away as soon as they can and return as soon as possible. Less possible. On the other hand, in families in which the children are helped to leave the nest and fly as soon as possible in the direction chosen by them themselves, in which all feel freer from the obstacles of family status imposed from abroad, the children return home more often and are the most united in difficult times. His psychology. One of the saddest things about academic and professional psychology today is how much it stimulates externally oriented thinking, through philosophical theories, rejecting the possibility of helping people reconnect with their own internal signals already. Learn to trust herself. Psychotherapists tend to lead their clients to depend even more on them and their approval than they depended on their parents, wives, children, bosses, or anyone else, and they convey to their clients the idea that they will never be able to solve your problems altogether. Therapists do not do this deliberately and, in fact, they tend to talk a great deal about transfer and dependency problems. I think what happens to them is that they do not realize to what extent their theories, names, and labels to define the state of their patients, the entire external apparatus of psychology as a research discipline, prevent the client from recovering that confidence in your own internal signals that could allow you to achieve true integrity and mental health or super health. Rather than teaching them to interpret their agitation, aspirations, fantasies, and even dreams on their own, clients are encouraged to believe that they cannot discover the real truth about themselves other than if a specialist psychologist interprets their experiences for them. Internal signals, or, studying psychology for years, graduating and also becoming psychologists, and even those who follow this route rarely say that their discipline has helped them to become truly happy individuals. In extreme cases, this interposition of theories of psychology between the client and his own internal signals can force him to go to the therapist week after week, for years and years, perhaps spending much more money than he can afford, another cause of distress. Which should alone be clear evidence that the therapist is somehow fostering harmful external dependency. If so, when the patient thinks about abandoning therapy or treatment, a conversation such as the following may occur. Client: I think I would like to stop treatment. I've been with him for years. Therapist: I get the feeling that you are irritated and disappointed. Client: Yes, I am a bit disappointed. It is many years and I do not see any benefit. Therapist: You are irritated with me, right? Client: Yes, I guess so. Actually, what happens is that I want to quit. I would like to try to solve my problems alone. Therapist: This shows that you are not yet in a position to quit, as you cannot control your irritation. This transfer problem should be resolved before discontinuing treatment. This may sound ridiculous, but it is an authentic recording of a session in which a client was talking to her therapist about leaving therapy after 7 years of weekly sessions, a client who felt completely trapped, knowing that she wanted to leave treatment and relying on his own internal serials, but he wasn't able to do it without his therapist's permission. When he discussed the matter with me, I told him that I did not feel that he had any obligation to his therapist and that if he believed that he did not need treatment, that was reason enough for him to leave, that a phone call or letter informing him of his decision would suffice. But she was reluctant, scared, because if her therapist did not approve, it was surely because he must know something about her that she did not know, and that would haunt her in the future if she cut before he said she was in a position to do so. This type of dependency promoting treatment is very common among the psychologies of our externally oriented culture, and the idea that a professional therapist needs to help us solve our problems is so prevalent that many individuals lack free will to quit when the dilemma of whether or not they need one arises, and they come to believe that they owe the therapist something other than the time and money they have spent with them thus far. Therapists can stimulate external thinking and external behavior in all areas of their diagnostic and treatment systems, often relying heavily on external psychological test data, the validity of which is most doubtful. If they want to convince you that the causes of your problems are rooted in the fact that you are an only child, or that you are the first or the second, in the behavior of your parents, in your childhood or in your social or economic status, in the personality from your parents, in rivalry with your siblings or from any other source external to yourself, if you are told that you are dedicated to wandering through your past but that only a specialized therapist can guide you through it and help you untangle the complex tangle of destructive influences from that past that continues to influence you, so they are teaching him to be first and foremost an external rather than an internally directed individual, and making him addicted to treatment instead of encouraging him to take responsibility for whatever happens to him, and to take control of his life. Remember that you do not need a therapist at all to stimulate dependency and make you a slave to your psychology. Externally oriented psychology is so prevalent in our culture that you may end up psychiating yourself. They will teach you to look for external sources to attribute your problems or to analyze them in terms of Oedipus complexes, inferiority complexes, compulsions, etc. It is therefore vital that you do not set out to automatically seek psychological salvation in a direction other than your own internal cues. If you are in treatment, and if your therapist does not help you to eradicate your dependence on these external determinants while trying to free you from the pill treatment and so that you can make new internally directed choices, I recommend that you stop or that look for a therapist who is not going to become another external driving force in your world. And there are many therapists who have an interest in helping you become an internally directed individual. You just have to seek more internally than externally oriented professionals. Symbols of authority and laws. What is your deep reaction when you see a policeman? Do you feel a slight shudder of fear, thinking that maybe you are going to be caught doing something wrong? Do you suddenly review all of his behavior to make sure he won't notice you? What do you do if a police officer gives you a ticket on which your internal signals tell you that it is actually unfair and unjustified, and cites some obscure rule, such as it is forbidden to park less than 10 feet from a fire hydrant, which you should know theoretically even if the yellow line that of the curb was painted only 2 meters 70 on both sides of the fire hydrant and